Chapter 1. Punishment. Kneel properly. The authoritative yet chilling voice resonated, shrouded in ambiguity, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure, rendering any discernible emotion indecipherable and instilling fear of defiance. Before her, a young girl trembled involuntarily upon hearing these words, her back slightly hunched, silenced, and submissive. With her head bowed, her expressions remained hidden, yet the damp strands of hair at her temples, soaked in cold sweat, cascaded down her pale cheeks, staining the floor beneath. Upon hearing that voice, Qi Zhaoqian understood that she was destined to endure this punishment. What should she do? Her complexion turned ashen as she struggled to suppress her trembling. "Imperial teacher, I acknowledge my mistake," she uttered weakly, her tone laced with a hint of pleading, hoping to elicit a modicum of compassion. Yet the figure before her remained silent, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating stillness that sent chills down her spine. Gritting her teeth, Qi Zhaoqian steadied her resolve, gradually lifting her gaze to the pristine hem of the gown before her. Amidst the layers, she recognized the familiar gilded white boots adorned with a bamboo motif, exuding an icy elegance that commanded reverence and forbade any hint of disrespect. Higher up, the stern and indifferent visage of the Grand Tutor, Yun Yuba, came into view. Her eyes, like ice, narrowed slightly, skin as fair as snow, and a countenance reminiscent of jade. Like the snow upon a lofty mountain, or the moon amidst the clouds, she was unattainable, a sight that dared not be gazed upon, leaving one feeling unworthy. Qi Zhaoqian hastily lowered her head, enveloped in hatred, yet powerless to resist, her mind consumed by that face and the impending punishment that awaited her. Yun Yuba exuded a menacing aura, her gaze fixed upon Qi Zhaoqian as she stifled the fury simmering within. Her expression remained inscrutable, relishing the sight of the trembling figure before her, stricken by fear. Upon hearing the admission of guilt, her demeanor did not soften. She chose to disregard the plea, as if it had never been uttered. Despite the passage of time, Qi Zhaoqian had yet to learn obedience, still incapable of becoming the compliant puppet she desired. Thus, it was only fitting that she be properly disciplined. "Undress yourself," she spoke with a dispassionate tone. After uttering those words, Yun Yuba slowly rose and approached the writing desk. Qi Zhaoqian pressed her lips together, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the figure before her. She yearned to speak, yet her mouth opened and closed, devoid of any words. The ploy of feigning vulnerability seemed futile against Yun Yuba. Qi Zhaoqian's tears had never swayed her. For she was Yun Yuba, the formidable Grand Tutor, the very person Qi Zhaoqian feared most, the one who had disciplined her for years, and the sole individual capable of laying hands upon the Empress. Yun Yuba had never shown mercy, nor would she ever. It was as if the world held no sway over her heart or vision. Slowly, Qi Zhaoqian raised her hands, methodically loosening her waist ribbon, allowing her garments to sag. Should she resist, it would surely lead to dire consequences. The heavy yellow outer robe fell to the ground, forming a thick pile. Now clad only in her undergarments, a chill swept through her as the wind billowed in through the window, her sweat-soaked body trembling from the cold. She listened intently to Yun Yuba's movements, hearing her pick up the long whip, soaked in the basin for quite some time, as she slowly approached, positioning herself behind Qi Zhaoqian. The sharp crack of a whip sliced through the air, and a searing pain coursed along Qi Zhaoqian's back, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Her hands clenched into tight fists, and, after a muffled groan, she spoke with a quivering voice. Master Hertz. This was her usual demeanor whenever punished. She adeptly portrayed herself as the victim. Yet, she would remember these moments, vowing to repay them in kind when the time was ripe. The whip, soaked in brine, struck her back like 1,000 needles, making her tremble uncontrollably. Before she could finish her words, another lash descended, overwhelming her with pain and rendering her pallor even more pronounced. Yun Yuba exerted tremendous force, delivering blow after blow until she lay prostrate on the ground. Qi Zhaoqian's back was a canvas of blood, her garments torn and adhered to her wounds, a sight both harrowing and grotesque. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying unwavering defiance. Concealing the fleeting shadows of malice and resentment in her gaze, she presented herself as a pitiful figure. Master, she curled up on the ground, lifting her eyes to meet Yun Yuba, her beautiful orbs betraying fear and anxiety. 5 years in their shared existence. She had yet to decipher Yun Yuba's true nature, the outside world. She was the exalted empress, capricious and ruthless. Yet within the inner circles, it was known that the reins of power lay firmly in the hands of another. She was but a puppet, stripped of authority, and any misstep would invite punishment. Observing her state, hearing her utter the words master, Yun Yuba cast the whip aside and knelt to grasp her chin. Her grip was alarmingly strong, causing Qi Zhaoqian to wince in pain. Meeting Yun Yuba's cold gaze sent a chill through her entire being. The accumulation of pain had already drenched her forehead in a cold sweat, her mind clouded with agony. In my presence, there is no room for disobedience. Everything you possess is granted by me. Do not presume that in my absence, you can orchestrate any schemes. That I am fully aware of whom you have met and what you have done over the past 3 months. Yun Yuba spoke with a casual tone, yet veiled implications, causing Qi Zhaoqian to shudder involuntarily. Yun Yuba scrutinized her, as though assessing her worth and determining when she would be disposed of. The intensity of that gaze unnerved Qi Zhaoqian, prompting her to avert her eyes and nod obediently. Yes, I shall remember Master's teachings. The familiarity of her tone echoed past encounters, instilling a sense of dread within her. Indeed, everything she possessed was a gift from Yun Yuba. Qi Zhaoqian understood that for all Yun Yuba's outward purity and benevolence, her hands were stained with blood and the lives of many. All she could do now was wait, to obey, and to avoid provoking her ire. Upon hearing her words, Yun Yuba finally released her, gradually rising to her feet. "It is best that way," she remarked coolly, leaving the chamber with those 3 indifferent words. As the door closed, the chilling atmosphere dissipated, leaving nothing in its wake. As Yun Yuba's footsteps faded, imperial physicians entered shortly after. They had grown accustomed to such scenes upon receiving Yun Yuba's command. They awaited outside, ready to enter once she departed. After Qi Zhaoqian was transferred to the bed, the physicians tended to her wounds, cleansing them and applying ointment. Despite their utmost care, the wounds were adhered with fragments of cloth, and the process of removal brought excruciating pain. She gritted her teeth in silence, gripping the edge of the blanket tightly, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability. "Your Majesty, if it hurts, you may express it." Chapter 2. Rumors it was the imperial physician, Tutor, who spoke first. She gazed at the ghastly wound, her fingertips trembling slightly as she applied the medicine with utmost caution, fearful of inflicting further pain. "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt." Qi Zhaoqian's voice was hoarse, feigning calmness, yet her eyes subtly glistened with unshed tears. It was not gratitude that filled her. Rather, it was resentment. Resentment for her own helplessness, for her inability to seize control of her own fate. Tutor regarded her with a sigh. As mere servants, they were naturally devoid of the authority to question or intervene. Their duty was to obey. Yet, she felt compelled to speak beyond her station. "Your Majesty, it would be wise to avoid provoking the imperial teacher, though these wounds will not leave scars. It pains me to witness them." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian remained silent. Over the past 5 years, Tutor had tended to countless injuries, mending broken limbs and dispelling numerous ailments. Each time she observed these marks, witnessing Qi Zhaoqian's stubbornness, all she could do was offer words of solace. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, as the pain subsided somewhat, Tutor's voice broke the silence once more. "Your Majesty, everything has been prepared. Should you require anything, simply call for me. We shall remain outside, awaiting your summons." The physicians gathered their belongings, standing respectfully at a distance. Qi Zhaoqian responded softly, resting motionless upon the bed. The fiery pain coursed through her back, her mind a chaotic jumble. Having been taught with tension, she now felt utterly exhausted, longing desperately for sleep. It had been 3 months since she last encountered Yun Yuba, and upon their reunion, she felt as though half her life had been stripped away by his whip. Qi Zhaoqian couldn't help but ponder how much longer she would have to endure such shackles, yearning to grasp all that rightfully belonged to her in earnest. With the physicians departed, the vast imperial chamber was left in solitude, save for her. Lying there, she began to close her eyes, letting her thoughts wander aimlessly, attempting to divert her attention from the wounds on her back and the pain that accompanied them. If one were to ask Qi Zhaoqian what she deemed the greatest fortune of her life, she would unequivocally reply, "None, not even once." Reflecting upon her existence, she could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. Born into royalty, too many aspects of her life were beyond her control. In times of powerlessness, even a mere act of living felt like a luxury. As drowsiness slowly enveloped her, she found herself once more in the midst of turmoil. In the 13th year of Biling, during the deep autumn, the chilly winds began to stir, permeating the air with the scent of decaying branches and fallen leaves. On the surface, the imperial city appeared lifeless, while beneath it, tumultuous waves surged. The armies of a rival nation loomed at the borders, the court rife with covert and overt conflicts. The emperor lay gravely ill, with the imperial decree yet to be issued, and the princes and princesses eyed one another with predatory intent, each yearning to ascend to the position of ultimate power. In that chaotic time, the populace was gripped by fear, and all within the court felt a sense of peril. At the tender age of 10, Qi Zhaoqian found herself hidden within the cold palace, gazing up at the gaping hole in the ceiling. Though the weather was dreary, with rain looming through that opening, she could glimpse a world brimming with freedom. The outside world had grown increasingly noisy in recent days. She huddled in a corner, pressing her ear against the wall, straining to catch snippets of the palace maid's whispers, hoping to glean some useful information. However, most of what she overheard were trivialities, words she had heard countless times before. The princes and princesses vying for the throne have met with successive, untimely deaths. Some astute individuals have chosen to feign illness, remaining within their estates. While the world is aware of Qi Yuan's 11 offspring, only 10 of them are widely recognized by name. The remaining one is the daughter of a dancer. Born in the cold palace, bearing the title of princess yet subject to the scorn of all within the royal precincts, timid as a mouse. In this fierce competition, few have thought of her. Qi Zhaoqian no longer listened. A hint of melancholy crossed her features as she glanced at the bundle she had prepared in advance, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. It is no wonder that no one has troubled me these past few days. They are preoccupied with the struggle for power and lack the time to deal with me. It seems I must seek an opportunity to leave. Undoubtedly, the contest for the throne will incite considerable turmoil, and in the ensuing chaos, she could blend in with the palace maids and find a way to escape this place. The reason the emperor has yet to establish a will is a matter of contemplation. Clearly, he favors the eldest princess above all. Perhaps he deems her too ruthless and her maternal clan too powerful, rendering her unsuitable for ascension, or he may believe there are others more fitting for the role. In truth, it matters little to her who ascends the throne. Qi Zhaoqian yearns for freedom, always seeking to escape this gilded cage. However, should her elder sister take the throne, her position in the palace would become even more precarious. Her sister regards her as a thorn in her side, deriving amusement from her humiliation. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze, holding a half-broken pancake that had been trampled, just as thunder rumbled and torrential rain fell from the heavens. Frowning, she hastily gathered her prepared bundle close to her chest. Inside were merely a few old garments and some worthless jewelry she intended to sell. Yet these constituted all she possessed. As lightning cleaved the sky, it seemed the rain would not relent today. The thunder roared, illuminating the eerie space, accompanied by the sudden crash of the cold palace doors being kicked open. The sound was abrupt. Qi Zhaoqian's pancake slipped from her grasp. She swiftly turned her head to see the dilapidated door collapse, splashing into a puddle and sending mud flying as a group of soldiers entered. Their bodies were somewhat damp, water streaming down and pooling upon the ground. Alarm surged within Qi Zhaoqian as she beheld the intruders, fear evident in her eyes and unease filling her heart. Why would anyone come to the cold palace? Their focused demeanor indicated they were clearly here for her, soldiers at that. Instinctively, she wished to hide, but cornered against the wall, there was nowhere to flee. She could only remain vigilant, raising her gaze to the armored figures. "Who are you? What do you want?" Qi Zhaoqian's voice trembled, pondering if the eldest princess had taken action and if her own demise awaited her today. If that were so, It was indeed a testament to her audacity that she still thought of herself in such dire moments. Her conjecture proved unfounded, and no one answered her. Subsequently, the soldiers parted to create a path. The 11th princess, the Grand Tutor, requests your presence. A female official approached, casting a cold glance at her while surveying the dust-laden, sordid ground with evident disdain. The Grand Tutor? Qi Zhaoqian muttered, furrowing her brow as she searched her memory. Her recollection was typically sharp. She had heard of this individual's name before. She was the tutor of numerous princes and princesses, rumored to be gentle and courteous. With a temperament as mild as a spring breeze, greatly favored by the emperor, akin to the willows of March and the warm sun of spring. Yet, none of this related to Qi Zhaoqian. She was born in the cold palace, devoid of the privilege to partake in such education or behold the elegance of such figures. Her sole concern was survival, to avoid starvation or freezing to death. She cannot even step outside the cold palace, let alone study. Consequently, she was barely literate, having read none of the 4 books or 5 classics. Her mother had imparted some characters and etiquette to her, yet now those memories were vague, leaving her capable of writing only her own name. When she first laid eyes on Yin Yubo, Qi Zhaoqian felt a surge of indignation. The rumors were sheer nonsense. Speaking of jade-like gentility and the breezes of March, this was a bloodthirsty demon, a reaper of souls. Chapter 3. The first encounter rather than a request. It was more of a coercion. She was forcibly escorted toward the side hall of the Fuyun Palace. Her bundle fell midway, trampled underfoot and lost in the mud, never to be seen again. Qi Zhaoqian was utterly dazed. The rain poured relentlessly, obscuring her vision of the path and the people, leaving her with an overwhelming chill, feeling like a lamb destined for slaughter. The Grand Tutor, the person has been brought, announced the female official, and with that, Qi Zhaoqian was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, making intimate contact with the floor. Pain coursed through her, momentarily disorienting her. But she had no time to dwell on it. This was the side hall of the Fuyun Palace, a place she had never had the opportunity to set foot in. As to how she recognized it, she had been cautiously observing her surroundings during the journey to ground herself in the unfamiliarity. She had heard tales of this place from her mother, and those recollections were vivid in her mind. This was the emperor's sleeping quarters, the realm where her mother had once enjoyed favor. Yet that favor was as fleeting as a flash of fireworks, only attained through similar eyes. Qi Zhaoqian couldn't help but find it amusing, since her earliest memories. Her mother had always spoken in riddles, uttering incomprehensible words and engaging in bewildering actions. For instance, during the harsh winter, she would don extravagant garments that were both revealing and opulent, dancing gracefully under the desolate moonlight of the cold palace, mingling with the snow and the crimson plum blossoms, confronting the biting wind, showcasing what little she had mastered. She had once moved countless dignitaries to tears with her dance, captivating many, while poets penned verses to extol her beauty, wielding their brushes to shower her with praise, offering wealth from their own hands, all for the sake of a single smile from her. Yet what did it matter? She could not sway the emperor's heart, could not ascend to the desired position. Ultimately entombed within the filth of the cold palace, overlooked and forgotten. Those glorious pasts were mere illusions, long since vanished. Now, how many remembered that renowned beauty of the capital, and many had even forgotten her name. When weary, she would shed her garments, cradling them in her arms, weeping and laughing, a profoundly unsettling sight. And Qi Zhaoqian was her only spectator, eternally huddled quietly in the corner, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to survive this winter, where to procure food for the morrow, and how to endure. Qi Zhaoqian's gaze fell upon the graceful figure dancing beneath the moonlight, finding no beauty in it, only an overwhelming sense of desolation. She was reluctant to look, yet if she averted her gaze, she would undoubtedly face slaps and punches, along with her mother's harsh inquiries, demanding to know why she failed to watch. Was it because of her lack of beauty or her inadequate dancing? Everyone else watched. Why not her? What right did she have to turn away? The words were frenzied, laced with cruelty, and that exquisitely beautiful face was marred by an overwhelming hatred, twisting her entire being into a grotesque form. What Qi Zhaoqian felt was an endless suffocation and agony. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, and in response to these accusations, she shook her head violently. Tears cascading down her cheeks, mingling with blood and falling onto the snow-covered ground, blossoming into vivid flowers. She could not comprehend why her mother treated her this way. She had watched that dance countless times, memorizing every movement, and even the most beloved performances could become tiresome and lead to moments of indifference. Was not watching a sin? A justification for punishment? Those memories lay buried deep within her, causing a sudden pang in her heart, reminiscent of the stifling atmosphere she felt then, echoing the present moment. Drenched and muddied, her skirt was sullied, leaving dark stains on the pristine floor, rendering her a stark contrast to the immaculate hall. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling disquiet, and mustered her courage to gaze forward. Before her stood a white screen, adorned with a tapestry of spring embroidered with golden and silver threads, behind which sat a shadowy figure. Qi Zhaoqian sensed the weight of that gaze upon her. She could not discern clearly. The silhouette piqued her curiosity, yet the current situation stifled her inclination to speak freely. The rumored grand tutor sought her for some purpose, but she, who had always concealed her talents, should not have attracted any enemies. Within the cold palace, many regarded her with disdain. She never sought trouble, yet often found herself ensnared in it, either hiding or fleeing, perpetually surviving in such a manner. The air was perfumed with a faint fragrance, and Qi Zhaoqian felt a twinge of restraint as she knelt down slowly, feigning terror, her body trembling slightly like a frightened rabbit, wishing to diminish her presence. "You may leave now," came a dispassionate voice from behind the screen. The court lady and guards complied, retreating slowly, leaving only two individuals in the room. Eventually, the figure behind the screen emerged, and Qi Zhaoqian hastily bowed her head, remaining kneeling, too fearful to look up. It was only when a pair of intricately woven white boots halted before her that she reacted, feeling an overwhelming sense of cleanliness that rendered her speechless, unwilling to gaze upward. In her darkest thoughts, she longed to stain them, wishing for them to share her plight of eternal entrapment in the mire. Yet her thoughts were naive. She had not considered that this pristine appearance mirrored her own feigned fragility, both serving to conceal and divert attention from the underlying filth. "Look up," commanded a cold voice. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Zhaoqian raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, daring to look upward. Outside the window, lightning streaked across the dim sky, illuminating both figures completely. This was their first encounter, forever etched in Qi Zhaoqian's memory. Their gazes met, and a fleeting brilliance flickered in Qi Zhaoqian's eyes, while Yin Yubo's demeanor remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Behind the screen, she observed Qi Zhaoqian's frail figure, resembling a malnourished kitten. She couldn't help but ponder the stark contrast in treatment between the 11th princess and the grand princess. Although both were princesses, one basked in glory from a young age, while the other languished in the cold palace, struggling to survive. Among the numerous princes and princesses, none shared a fate akin to hers. This disparity suited her well, rendering Qi Zhaoqian easier to discipline. Yin Yubo slowly crouched down, lifting Qi Zhaoqian's chin with her hand for meticulous examination, her heart comprehending the truth. No wonder the grand princess often referred to the lowly offspring in the cold palace as a vixen, akin to her mother, destined to be trampled and never to rise again. A truly unfortunate fate. It was her first time hearing the usually dignified grand princess utter such disparaging words, using such vile language to describe another, which piqued her curiosity. It was commendable of the grand princess. Despite her harsh words, she had spared Qi Zhaoqian's life, occasionally seeking amusement from her. Now that she beheld her, it was evident that despite her ragged appearance, her exquisite beauty could not be concealed. Her alluring peach blossom eyes shimmered with a watery sheen, her porcelain skin radiant, and her elegantly arched brows suggested a future elegance, evoking a protective instinct within one, a desire to embrace and cherish her. Chapter 4. Tattoo Yunyu Bo narrowed her eyes, a cold smile curling at her lips. She was adept at discerning the truth in others. Beneath that seemingly delicate and obedient facade lay ambition, skillfully disguised, yet still too juvenile to conceal it effectively. However, it was not surprising. Within the palace, everyone wore dual faces, their depths hidden to varying degrees, and the question remained whether they would be discovered. Sensing Qi Zhaoqian's slight tremor, Yunyu Bo pressed her lips together. Ultimately, Qi Zhaoqian was merely a child in her eyes, and her fear of her was entirely understandable. 11th Princess, do you recognize me? She inquired. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, shaking her head before perhaps reconsidering and nodding. How could she not recognize her? Even if they had never met, she had certainly heard the name. Summoning her courage, she asked aloud, Mr. Taifu, what is it that you seek from me? Her voice was soft and tentative. Upon hearing the title of Taifu, Yunyu Bo's expression darkened momentarily. Her grip on Qi Zhaoqian's chin tightening unexpectedly. Qi Zhaoqian winced in pain, her beautiful brows knitting together in confusion over whether her words had been inappropriate. Yunyu Bo took a deep breath and leaned closer to Qi Zhaoqian's ear. 11th Princess, you are far more suited for that throne than the Grand Princess, she whispered, her breath brushing against Qi Zhaoqian's ear, causing her to involuntarily shrink back, her face paling. Though her tone was gentle, it sent chills down Qi Zhaoqian's spine. A flicker of panic crossed Qi Zhaoqian's eyes as she grappled with the meaning of her words. What did the Taifu mean? I don't understand, she murmured. What did it mean to be more suited for that position than the Grand Princess? All she desired was to leave the palace to attain freedom. She wished to partake in none of this. Yunyu Bo smiled faintly, sending shivers down Qi Zhaoqian's spine. In a moment of confusion, she was presented with two choices, the promise of wealth and prosperity, or the unfinished words of Yunyu Bo. The allure of riches captivated Qi Zhaoqian's attention, yet these were possessions she had never known and did not desire. What else could there be? She was eager to uncover the alternative, fear flickering across her face. Observing her expression, Yunyu Bo offered a faint smile, releasing her chin as he slowly rose, coldly uttering the final word, death. A thunderous roar echoed outside, leaving Qi Zhaoqian's complexion pale. As the rain pattered against the window, she pondered how to escape this calamity. Why was it her? Furthermore, rebellion was a grave offense. Qi Zhaoqian could not comprehend why. Amidst so many princes and princesses, she was the one entangled in this predicament. Hearing her words, Yunyu Bo lowered his gaze upon her. Rebellion? A rightful heir, boldly claiming the throne. How could that be deemed treason? A flicker of confusion crossed Qi Zhaoqian's eyes before Yunyu Bo seized her wrist, lifting her effortlessly as though she were an inanimate object rather than a living being. The Grand Tutor, Qi Zhaoqian, was too frightened to speak, merely whispering the title. In the next moment, Yunyu Bo pulled her toward the inner chamber and unceremoniously cast her onto the bed. Her back collided with the mattress, eliciting a muffled groan of pain, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was flipped over, her hands bound behind her, rendering her immobile. Panic surged within her as her thoughts spiraled in turmoil, contemplating her escape. Let me go, I beg you, she pleaded. Yet, her words were barely uttered when a cold object pressed against her neck, compelling her to cease her resistance and remain still. In Yunyu Bo's other hand, a gleaming dagger appeared, its blade glinting menacingly against Qi Zhaoqian's skin. Do not move, otherwise the consequences will not be trifled with, he warned, his tone devoid of emotion. His gaze fixed on her like a predator observing its prey. Overpowered, Qi Zhaoqian felt her strength wane beneath his grip, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She nodded obediently, biting her lip into silence, fearful that the next moment would see her blood spilled. Satisfied with her compliance, Yunyu Bo eased his hold slightly. Only those who obey can hope to survive, he intoned gravely, one hand tearing away a portion of her garment, exposing her delicate shoulder, the dagger gliding across her skin. A chill enveloped her, the sensation of the blade resonating sharply in her mind. Please, I implore you, she stammered, unable to fathom his intentions, her eyes filled with dread. Yin Yuba paused, the blade tracing over certain scars without making contact. After a moment, he applied pressure, meticulously etching into her left shoulder. A sharp pain coursed through her, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she opened her mouth to scream, only to be silenced by his cold command. Do not cry out, do not shout in pain, and do not move. Yin Yuba commanded, and Qi Zhaoqian's eyes brimmed with tears, silenced and rendered voiceless by fear. She felt a searing pain, her entire being chilled to the core. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Yin Yuba retrieved an object from nearby, dipped a brush into it, and applied it to her shoulder. This time, Qi Zhaoqian's voice trembled with sobs as she uncontrollably pleaded, "It hurts so much, let go of me." The fiery pain on her left shoulder felt akin to being scorched by flames, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Yet, the person behind her paid no heed to her cries for mercy and continued their actions. The rain persisted, and Qi Zhaoqian felt as though this torment had lasted an eternity, her tears flowing uncontrollably. After what felt like an age, Yin Yuba lowered his gaze. Observing the bright lingxiao flower adorning her shoulder, embellished by her blood, a macabre yet stunning sight. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he slowly adjusted her clothing. Qi Zhaoqian's garments were coarse and tight, rubbing against her wound, causing fresh blood to seep through, vibrant as it soaked through. Shortly after, she was unceremoniously cast from the bed, and the dagger that had carved into her shoulder was tossed before her. The blade glinted with traces of her blood, its brilliance almost blinding. Qi Zhaoqian picked it up slowly, clutching it tightly in her hand, gazing up at Yin Yuba with a tumult of emotions swirling in her eyes. "Come, your elder sister awaits, and your fate lies within the choice of a single thought," he said, looking down at her, choosing to disregard her gaze as though she were inconsequential. Qi Zhaoqian felt her body stiffen slightly. At that moment, she perceived Yin Yuba as a madman. Were she capable, she would have thrust the dagger into her body without hesitation, twisting it to carve her flesh. Yet now, she could only follow Yin Yuba to another room. The pain in her left shoulder was excruciating, causing her to stagger, her right hand gripping the dagger tightly, her eyes fixed on the figure ahead. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, thoughts taking root in her mind. She raised her hand slightly, her mind consumed with the prospect of plunging the short blade into her adversary, contemplating her chances of success. Anxiety surged within her as her right hand lifted high. Suddenly, the figure ahead halted and turned. Thunder rumbled as another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, causing her dagger to clatter to the ground, and her neck was ruthlessly seized. A wave of suffocation washed over her as she met Yin Yuba's cold, smiling gaze, icy and merciless, more terrifying than the dagger itself. It was as if he had anticipated her every move, the grip on her tightened, aiming to snuff out her life. I've said it before, in my presence, obedience is the only path to longevity. Yin Yuba's earlier cool demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce malevolence, akin to a vengeful spirit, yet his lips remained curled in a sardonic smile. A pained groan escaped her lips as Qi Zhaoqian felt her breath grow increasingly labored. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm, gasping for air, her being still enveloped in the lingering dread of that terrifying moment. She turned her head to survey the surroundings, feeling disoriented. Qi Zhaoqian even questioned whether she was still ensnared within a dream. A cool breeze wafted in through the window, causing Qi Zhaoqian to shiver slightly, her mind becoming a touch clearer as she buried the memories deep within her heart. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her body was already drenched, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The fiery pain in her back was impossible to ignore. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze, gripping the blanket tightly, and after a prolonged moment, she sighed. The nightmare had been prompted by the ache in her back, bringing back memories of that fateful day. Surely, the tattoo on her left shoulder remained as vividly crimson as it had been then, eternally indelible. She attempted to dismiss the tattoo from her mind. Yet each time she bathed, she would dismiss all her servants, turning to the bronze mirror to gently trace its contours with her fingers. The mirror allowed her to glimpse its exquisite beauty. That day, marked by tempestuous weather and tumultuous thunder, signified a turning point in her life. But it also heralded the beginning of her torment. Despite her fervent desire to forget, the memories clung to her, becoming more profound with each passing moment. Every scene etched vividly in her mind. Qi Zhaoqian meticulously recalled every detail of her dreams, all of which were drawn from her own experiences. The sole difference lay in the fact that, when she stood behind Yin Yuba, she had not raised her blade. The thought of plunging it into him had long since emerged, rehearsed countless times in her heart, yet she had never dared to act, burdened by numerous reservations. Regardless of her chances of success, she knew that once she took action, death would be her certain fate, and she had no desire to embrace such an end. With a long sigh of relief, she found herself somewhat grateful to her former self. Had she truly acted foolishly, she might have long since been reduced to mere bones. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Freedom had once been tantalizingly close, meticulously planned, yet the unpredictable twists of fate had left her unprepared. Now, the yearning for freedom lay imprisoned, forever out of reach. Although her circumstances differed from those of yesteryear, with no one daring to humiliate her save for Yin Yuba, she still had to navigate life with utmost caution. Qi Zhaoqian's gaze remained fixed outside, her thoughts drifting as she focused intently on the emerald bamboo swaying by the window. As for what lay ahead, she would soon encounter her elder sister, the very sister who had, 3 days prior, arrogantly trampled upon her and berated her as a vixen. The rivalries among the concubines entangled many, ensnaring her, an innocent party. Qi Zhaoqian recalled how, during her mother's lifetime, there would be those who sought to provoke trouble. Yet her mother, in her derangement, feared nothing and would engage in fierce altercations with the servants. Those who harbored fear or deemed it ill fortune were hesitant to approach. And even the audacious ones, after suffering a beating from her mother, would retreat, daring only to hurl curses from outside the cold palace, uttering venomous words. However, after her mother's passing, the instances of humiliation increased, spearheaded by the eldest princess, who consistently sought amusement at her expense. In those days within the palace, even dogs held a higher status than Qi Zhaoqian. Whenever the princes and princesses were displeased, she became their scapegoat, surrounded by their servants. In such moments, not only could Qi Zhaoqian not escape, but she also dared not venture anywhere, finding herself with nowhere to turn. That group of individuals reveled in bringing her to the brink of unconsciousness, delighting in her pitiable state, where tears had long ceased to flow. As they spat upon her and scurried off to their master to boast of their cruel deeds, Qi Zhao's eyes darkened momentarily, yet soon she exhibited an air of indifference. She shook her head, unwilling to dwell on such matters. Those individuals were etched in her memory, yet it seemed futile to harbor thoughts of them. Her recollections ought not to encompass such worthless beings, nor should she revisit the image of her own fragile and pitiful self, much less the nauseating scent of blood that lingered in her mind. Retrieving her gaze, she suddenly remembered something and squinted her eyes. After tidying herself, it was likely that Yin Yuba had already proceeded to the general's residence. The incident of her being beaten today was not without reason. 3 months prior, as Yin Yuba was departing the palace on official business, he had forewarned her, "Your Majesty, some matters, I believe, need no further elaboration. I have already instructed you on the methods for revising memorials. When faced with significant issues, we shall deliberate together upon my return, and you must not act independently." She spoke from across the writing desk, her tone as indifferent as the wind, causing Qi Zhao's hand, which held the brush, to tremble involuntarily. She was acutely aware of Yin Yuba's intentions. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, she understood it as a directive to behave obediently, to refrain from engaging in clandestine maneuvers, particularly in relation to the court officials, and to abandon any delusions of extricating herself from his control. Despite Yin Yuba's claims of collaboration, the reality was that all significant matters awaited her decision, relegating Qi Zhao to a mere observer and learner. She was perhaps the first empress in history who had scarcely touched a handful of memorials. Qi Zhao swallowed hard, hastily nodding in acquiescence, her expression one of sincerity and submissiveness. "Yes, I understand. There is no need for the imperial teacher to worry. I shall behave until your return." Upon hearing her words, Yin Yuba paid her no mind, directing his gaze to the imperial decree she was copying. As the Grand Tutor, Yin Yuba was exceedingly strict in his teachings, instilling a deep-seated fear within Qi Zhao, compelling her to feign compliance in varied ways. The mere thought of 3 months without oversight sent her heart soaring to the heavens. Yin Yuba cast her a meaningful glance, but remained silent. On the following day, Qi Zhao watched as Yin Yuba boarded the carriage, and as soon as he departed, she delved into all the memorials she had been forbidden to touch, gathering several ministers for a brief meeting. However, she dared not discuss anything of significance. Her conversation was limited to mundane pleasantries, seeking to understand the current situation and to offer her ministers some words of comfort. At that moment, she had promised to uphold her decorum, but with Yin Yuba absent, she audaciously tested the boundaries he had set, leading to her swift punishment upon his return. Additionally, it seemed there was another reason for her private audience with a certain individual, the son of the Grand Commandant, General Gu Jinju. Chapter 6. Longing Qi Zhao could meet with anyone, yet she chose to converse with the son of Yin Yuba's sworn enemy. The Grand Tutor had held power for quite some time, inevitably attracting those who disapproved of him, such as Gu Lang, who found himself utterly powerless against Yin Yuba's formidable influence. During the reign of the late emperor, he and Yin Yuba had served as the emperor's right and left hands, each fulfilling their respective duties, while amidst the struggle for the throne, Gu Lang covertly lent substantial support to the Grand Princess, thereby bolstering her confidence considerably. It is widely believed that the Grand Princess is destined to emerge as the ultimate victor. The late Emperor Qi Yuan held her in the highest esteem, and she was groomed from a tender age to be the heir apparent, with Gu Lang also placing great faith in her. Yet, how can life be devoid of unexpected twists and turns? Upon the demise of the emperor, the Grand Princess indeed lived up to expectations, carving a bloody path to ascend the throne. However, when the civil and military officials gathered in the Grand Hall, they were met only by Qi Zhaoqian, with many not even recognizing her. Qi Zhaoqian spoke with audacity, prompting Gu Lang to draw his sword in her direction, denouncing her as treasonous. Meanwhile, Yin Yubo, silently bearing the edict of the late emperor, entered from behind to announce the elevation of the 11th princess, effectively slapping Gu Lang in front of the assembled ministers. Gu Lang's expression darkened, yet he was compelled to kneel, chanting "Long live the emperor," while internally brimming with discontent. From that moment on, the enmity between Yin Yubo and Gu Lang was irrevocably forged. But this was not the end. Due to Gu Lang's egregious actions against Qi Zhaoqian, Yin Yubo commanded the latter to strip Gu Lang of half of his military authority, dispersing his son and numerous personal guards to garrison the borders, rendering Gu Lang's position as general merely titular. His son, Gu Jinju, spent 5 arduous years repelling the enemy before finally returning to court. Seizing the opportunity in Yin Yubo's absence, Qi Zhaoqian sought a private audience with Gu Jinju, undoubtedly testing Yin Yubo's limits of tolerance. Her intuition proved correct. Within the halls of the general's residence, Gu Jinju swallowed hard, observing the somber visage of the Grand Tutor, feeling increasingly uneasy. Gu Jinju was a striking figure, merely 18 years of age, standing tall and proud like a pine, with bright and resolute eyes. His hair tied high in a ponytail, dressed in a vibrant red brocade robe that flickered like fire. He exuded a passionate charm that set him apart from his father's more rigid demeanor, attracting the admiration of many young ladies in the capital. He felt somewhat flustered, reflecting on his recent return and his efforts to remain cautious and unassuming. Surely, the Grand Tutor could not be scrutinizing his leisure activities, and it was perplexing that he had come without prior notice. When Yin Yubo arrived, Gu Jinju had been enjoying a rare moment of leisure at the theater, and upon receiving word, he hastily made his way back. He had heard of the Grand Tutor's formidable reputation, and his father had advised him to tread carefully around Yin Yubo, yet now that the Grand Tutor had come directly, he could not afford to be negligent. By the time Gu Jinju returned to the general's residence, the servants were attentively awaiting him. He quickly changed his attire, and made his way to the hall, performing the customary bow before taking his seat. "Grand Tutor, please indulge in some tea. I apologize for the lack of hospitality in my reception. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Gu Jinzhu stammered. As he engaged in pleasantries, a servant approached, bowing respectfully to refill Yin Yubo's cup with fresh tea. Yin Yubo cast a sidelong glance at the brew, took a small sip, and his demeanor softened slightly. The bitterness lingered in his mouth, and after a prolonged silence, he finally raised his gaze, though his expression remained notably cold. Perceiving the disquiet in her countenance, Gu Jinzhu hastily gestured for the servants to withdraw, leaving only the two of them in the hall. After a lengthy pause, Yin Yubo finally spoke. "General Pingnan, your arduous efforts in safeguarding the borders are commendable. I wonder if you remain satisfied with the rewards bestowed upon you by His Majesty. During my recent absence from the palace, I have yet to delve into certain matters. His Majesty previously summoned you to discuss the defense arrangements at the frontier, particularly your proposal to construct additional beacon towers. After much contemplation, I find this notion feasible, yet I am curious about His Majesty's perspective and the progress made thus far." Her inquiry was candid, and Gu Jinzhu felt a stir of unease within himself. He pondered whether Yin Yubo had come regarding the beacon towers. His own request had been overlooked by many. Even Qi Zhaoqian had suggested postponement. It was surprising that the Grand Tutor had remembered and acknowledged him. Gu Jinzhu smiled gently, his demeanor calm, yet tinged with melancholy. Naturally, he was content, for any reward from His Majesty is cherished deeply by a loyal subject. However, during the recent assembly, no discussions regarding the beacon towers took place, only trivial matters were addressed. Should the Grand Tutor also deem the construction feasible, I would be grateful for your support in advocating for this with His Majesty, as the harsh conditions at the border bring great hardship to our soldiers. Reflecting on the days of battle, the struggles he endured, Gu Jinzhu recognized that upon returning, he must not forget the brothers who had fought alongside him. He ought to strive for their welfare. Yin Yubo regarded him thoughtfully, nodding with a hint of a smile. The discussions were not merely political, but of other matters. "Naturally, I shall speak with His Majesty on your behalf. The General's sincere intentions will surely be understood by him. However, returning to the earlier topic, what exactly did His Majesty discuss with you, General?" After a moment's hesitation, Gu Jinzhu's expression became conflicted. Conversations with the sovereign are not meant for public knowledge. Yet Yin Yubo's words instilled a glimmer of hope, coupled with her indifferent demeanor and icy gaze. He swallowed the question of why the Grand Tutor did not inquire directly with His Majesty. The words exchanged between him and the sovereign were benign, many relating to the individual before him. As Gu Jinzhu recalled, he began to speak. "On that day, His Majesty summoned me and inquired whether life at the borders was arduous and about the local customs, as well as whether there were any intriguing or delightful items to share, intending to see something novel while waiting for the Grand Tutor's return." Upon hearing this, Yin Yubo's hand faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Qi Zhaoqian actually remembers her? Yet, Gu Jinzhu continued to express himself, growing more animated. "The vast northern ridge is rich in resources. I mentioned that I would bring back trinkets from my travels to present to His Majesty." He mused whether the Grand Tutor would appreciate them. Ultimately, His Majesty possesses a childlike curiosity about such things, and being solitary in the palace without peers of his age, it is likely he summoned his subjects to find amusement in their tales of the frontier. With the Grand Tutor so concerned for His Majesty, it is only fitting that she accompanies him more often, he concluded with a proud expression. Reflecting on that day, when Qi Zhaoqian had reminisced about the Grand Tutor and her reaction to the wondrous items, feeling a pang of bittersweet nostalgia, Yin Yubo remained silent. And had Qi Zhaoqian heard Gu Jinzhu's suggestion, she would undoubtedly have sorrowfully declined, asserting her independence and insisting that she could manage without the Grand Tutor's company. Chapter 7. Starving Qi Zhaoqian did not desire Yin Yubo's companionship. During the 3 months of her absence, aside from being confined to the palace and adhering to the court's schedule, she enjoyed a remarkable freedom, even allowing her studies to languish, relishing her carefree days. Now that Yin Yubo had returned, her days of leisure were drawing to a close. She would once again be subjected to Yin Yubo's strict oversight. confined to his presence and under constant scrutiny. Yin Yuba listened quietly, then nodded in agreement, his demeanor gracious and composed. He softly uttered 2 words, signifying that he had absorbed what she conveyed. Gu Jinju, having had little interaction with Yin Yuba, observed her kind disposition and felt a slight shift in his perception. It seemed that she was not as fearsome as his father had described. However, he remained cautious, believing it prudent to observe her further. He suddenly recalled Qi Zhaoqian's lament about her overwhelming academic burdens, yearning for the leisure to explore the vast world beyond, and expressing gratitude for his steadfastness on behalf of the common people. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Despite the hardships of the frontier, it indeed offered experiences unlike those in the capital. When Qi Zhaoqian praised him, her tone was filled with admiration and envy, and her expression turned wistful as she listened to his tales of the outside world, her emotions shrouded in mystery. Being young, Gu Jinju was naturally inclined to cherish and protect delicate souls. Though Qi Zhaoqian was a sovereign, in his eyes, she was merely a playful girl. Coupled with her extravagant flattery, he found himself thoroughly convinced and eager to advocate for her to have more time for rest, especially now that the frontier had stabilized. The emperor had toiled long and hard. The spirit of youth should not be burdened excessively. His words were tentative, his fists clenched tightly, fearful of being misunderstood, as he contemplated whether to elaborate further. However, Yin Yuba let out a light laugh, instantly discerning the unspoken implications. Although her expression remained placid, her tone had turned noticeably frosty. Was the emperor sharing with the general his grievances about an overwhelming academic load? She sipped her tea, deftly exposing Gu Jinju's veiled thoughts regarding Qi Zhaoqian. In Yin Yuba's mind, she envisioned Qi Zhaoqian's feigned obedience, feeling a bitter laugh bubble within her. Indeed, she was still disobedient, relishing in her subtle machinations behind the scenes. Gu Jinju felt a twinge of embarrassment, choosing not to retort, yet refraining from further speech. He was, after all, at a loss for words, but he felt a pang of sympathy for Qi Zhaoqian and wished to say something. However, the look on Yin Yuba's face compelled him to silence. The hierarchy of power weighed heavily, and before him sat the Grand Tutor, whose status surpassed even that of his father. Yin Yuba cast her gaze downward, and the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive silence. Gu Jinju grew increasingly restless, yearning to lighten the mood. Yet, after much contemplation, he could muster only a few words. He could easily charm a lady with sweet nothings. But in the presence of the Grand Tutor, he felt as though he were a gourd with its mouth sawed shut, unable to utter a single phrase. Yin Yuba cast a fleeting glance at Gu Jinju, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a hint of resignation. General Pingnan, rest assured, I shall diligently care for His Majesty. However, I shall not neglect her education. Born into privilege, she must endure hardships beyond what ordinary individuals face and shoulder the responsibilities that come with her station. To be remiss now would lead to dire consequences later. The principle of worrying for the world before oneself is well known. General Pingnan should ponder this deeply. In your youth, did the Grand Commandant ever relax his guidance over you? Gu Jinju was momentarily taken aback, gently shaking his head, realizing his misstep. The Grand Tutor's teachings are indeed wise. I shall remember them closely. He bowed his head, acknowledging that he should not let emotions cloud his judgment. Although external threats have quieted for now, the future remains uncertain, and the situation within the court does not appear promising. Very well, the hour grows late. I must take my leave and return to the palace to discuss certain matters regarding the beacon towers with His Majesty and seek her opinion. Yin Yuba pressed her lips together, rising slowly and glancing out the window to gauge the time. At this hour, Qi Zhaoqian would likely have been lifted to bed by the imperial physicians, his wounds tended to. Yes, Your Excellency, I shall escort the Grand Tutor. Gu Jinju respectfully performed a bow, visibly relieved. Yin Yuba nodded gently and proceeded towards the door, with Gu Jinju trailing behind in silence, ultimately watching her depart. Upon her return to the palace, it was the time for the evening meal. She disembarked from her sedan and made her way to Qi Zhaoqian's quarters. Although she possessed a residence, She often chose to stay in the adjacent room to the sleeping quarters, primarily to better oversee Qi Zhaoqian's upbringing. As she entered the palace gates, she noticed Tu Qing arriving at Qi Zhaoqian's door, carrying a bowl of medicinal porridge still steaming. Yin Yuba narrowed her eyes and approached. "Grand Tutor," Tu Qing exclaimed upon seeing her, hastily offering a respectful greeting. Yin Yuba stepped closer, inspecting the contents of the bowl. Given Qi Zhaoqian's injuries, she could only consume light fare during her recovery, a stipulation Yin Yuba had specifically instructed Tu Qing to adhere to, preventing her from indulging in richer foods that could exacerbate her condition. Suddenly, from within the room, Qi Zhaoqian's pained cries echoed, a sorrowful lament that struck a chord in the heart. She had grown bored and, upon hearing Tu Qing call for the Grand Tutor, decided to feign greater suffering, hoping to elicit sympathy and emphasize her innocence. Yin Yuba had returned from the general's estate, undoubtedly feeling guilt and regret for not having spoken with Gu Jinju or formed alliances. This was precisely her intent, to make Yin Yuba feel sorrow for her plight. However, her strategy this time misfired. Hearing her cries, Tu Qing's expression shifted to concern, while Yin Yuba narrowed her eyes. "I shall enter. You may wait outside," Yin Yuba declared, reaching for the bowl in Tu Qing's hands. "Yes, Your Excellency." Tu Qing complied, opening the door for her and watching as she entered before gently closing it behind her. Humph! Qi Zhaoqian, initially with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Yin Yuba as she entered with the medicinal porridge, but then defiantly turned her head away, letting out a haughty snort. Yin Yu, with her gaze lowered, observed her, fixating on her back and face, exhibiting an unwavering calmness. Piled upon Qi Zhao's back were numerous strips of cloth, faint traces of red visible. For the past few days, she would likely have to sleep in a prone position. Witnessing her sulk, Yin Yu gradually settled beside her bed and spoke, "Your Majesty, it is time to dine." Her words were firm and devoid of warmth, as usual, prompting Qi Zhao to grumble defiantly, "I shall starve myself." Though her resolve was strong, her words lacked any real intimidation. She only sought a bit of coaxing. Yin Yu, however, was not inclined to indulge her. Upon hearing this, she stood and placed the medicinal meal on the table. "Very well, then your Majesty shall remain hungry." Chapter 8. The unyielding Qi Zhao. "It is not I," Qi Zhao protested, turning her head to face her, her demeanor radiating a sense of grievance. This was not how she envisioned things. Could it be that Yin Yu truly possessed no compassion? Despite her current state, would she not soften her heart, even just a little? What do you mean by not? Did Her Majesty not declare she would not eat? Yin Yu regarded her with indifference, disregarding her petulance and ignoring her complaints. Qi Zhao, who often indulged in such whims, was met with Yin Yu's apathetic gaze, which she chose to overlook. The imperial teacher is truly heartless. "I have changed my mind. I want to eat." Defeated, Qi Zhao, having aired her grievances, averted her gaze and began to relent. Yet, Yin Yu offered her no leniency. Remaining unmoved, her expression gradually growing colder, her tone laced with frost. "It is too late. Does Your Majesty feel wronged and desire consolation?" She looked at Qi Zhao with derision. The latter, intimidated by that look, instinctively shivered, silenced by fear. "But what did I say before leaving the palace? Did you dismiss it all as mere words? Whether out of curiosity or envy, you summoned Gu Jinju into the palace. I do not hold this against you. Yet, Your Majesty's intentions are impure. Do you think I would take Gu Jinju's words to heart and feel pity for you? Qi Zhao, you perhaps overestimate your worth. Does your status afford you the privilege to negotiate? The simple utterance of Your Majesty should have made you forget." Upon hearing these words, Qi Zhao fell silent, her face paling, at a loss for words. She lowered her head, burying her face in the blankets, avoiding her gaze. "The imperial teacher has already punished me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not be angry," Qi Zhao murmured, cautious not to move too much, fearing further bleeding from her wounds. Avoiding Yin Yu's ire was the clearest choice, yet she found it impossible. She yearned to probe. Indeed, her status had never warranted such expectations, nor the hope for anyone's compassion. Since others do not pity her, she would learn to cherish herself, reclaiming the life she could not control. Qi Zhao silently reassured herself. She had made progress, for at least now. Yin Yu spoke to her more often, indicating that her efforts bore fruit. Although her words were piercing and laden with disdain, everything must be approached gradually. Patience was essential. In the past, if she had refused to eat or drink, defying Yin Yu's wishes, the latter would have forcibly pried her mouth open to make her comply. Qi Zhaoqian still vividly recalls that winter day when, shortly after ascending the throne, she fell gravely ill. Whispers of curses and mocking laughter surrounded her, claiming this was the price she had to pay. A punishment from the heavens for her audacity. Confined within the palace walls, she gazed at the swirling snowflakes outside, a bitter sense of self-mockery enveloping her. Freedom, once a coveted aspiration, had transformed into a new prison. She thought to herself, perhaps it would be better to perish. What purpose does living serve? As Qi Zhaoqian lay down, enveloped in layers of blankets and warmed by the charcoal fire within the room, an unnerving chill still penetrated her bones. It was an excruciating cold, identical to that of that fateful day, a bone-deep chill that dulled her senses, leaving only the vast expanse of pristine white snow, burying her, dragging her mind into oblivion. In her haze, she sensed a presence moving her. Someone cradled her in their arms, forcing a bitter concoction into her mouth with a brutality that made her uncomfortable. There was no tenderness, only the mechanical execution of duty. With a slight effort, she opened her eyes to see the figure she most feared, the person she dreaded above all others. Alarm surged within her, summoning the last vestiges of her strength. She struck out, knocking the vessel from their hands. The sound of porcelain shattering on the ground echoed ominously, plunging the air into a heavy silence. Yin Yu Bo's face darkened, her expression inscrutable. Qi Zhaoqian managed a grim smile, her eyelids drooping as she disdainfully uttered, "Get away from me." She turned her head, unwilling to meet her gaze or engage with her in any way. Her thoughts drifted far from the present. She could have been outside the palace, pursuing her desires, escaping to an unknown place, living as an ordinary person, experiencing a world she had never known. Yet now, it seemed she was destined to spend her life within the towering palace walls, forever deprived of freedom. Though Qi Zhaoqian feared death above all else, in comparison to her current torment, a life of suffering at the hands of such a person felt worse than death itself. Perhaps dying would be a form of liberation. Yin Yu Bo was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a demon, and all she desired was to flee as far away as possible. Fear consumed her, rendering her trembling and helpless. She pondered that if death were her fate, it would be fitting to curse Yin Yu Bo fiercely before her end. However, Yin Yu Bo evidently had no intention of granting her that opportunity, nor allowing her thoughts to manifest. Grasping Qi Zhaoqian's neck, she cast a glance at the spilled medicine on the floor, her beautiful eyes darkening with malice. "Ah, how naive you are! Death is not so easily attained. Since you refuse to drink willingly, I shall force it down your throat." "Servants," she called out, summoning her attendants, who swiftly arrived with fresh medicine at the ready. Yin Yu Bo, regarding the pawn she had painstakingly acquired, felt a flicker of anger ignite within her. She could not allow such a valuable piece to slip away so effortlessly. The court was tumultuous, and should Qi Zhaoqian perish, she would have to sift through countless princes and princesses once more to find a suitable replacement. She had no patience for that. With a firm grip, she seized the medicine from the servant's hands. Due to the suffocating sensation, Qi Zhaoqian opened her mouth, her entire being overwhelmed with discomfort, akin to a fish nearing death. Greedily gasping for fresh air, the warm porcelain bowl brushed against her lips, and in the next moment, the bitter concoction filled her mouth, spilling over from the corners. A muffled groan escaped Qi Zhaoqian's lips, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face, rendering her a pitiable sight. Yin Yu Bo showed no mercy to her. Qi Zhaoqian's feelings held no significance as long as she remained alive. Coughing violently after finishing the bowl of medicine, Qi Zhaoqian leaned against her, choking and gasping, her face a canvas of distress. "Cough, cough, you lunatic," she scolded between coughs, while Yin Yu Bo unceremoniously rose, pushing her away. Qi Zhaoqian collapsed back onto her body limp, feeling the warmth of the bedding envelop her. The palace maid promptly tucked her in again, yet Qi Zhaoqian, overwhelmed by it all, was reluctant to open her eyes. She felt dizzy and nauseous, the world spinning around her, longing only for a deep sleep, ideally one from which she would never awaken. Yet, each time, she found herself roused, and invariably, Yin Yuba would stand at the foot of her bed, coldly observing her, prying her mouth open to pour in the medicine, forcing her to endure this torment day after day until she finally capitulated. Chapter 9. Spring bud. She resembled a cattail swaying in the piercing cold wind, battered by fierce gales and torrential rain, yet time and again, she stood upright, yearning to escape this realm, albeit helplessly. Go away, I refuse to drink. I want tea. Drink, you leave me be. When Qi Zhaoqian felt slightly better, she curled up at the foot of the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks, shaking her head in refusal of the medicine. It was too bitter as her life, nearly impossible to swallow. The more Yin Yuba compelled her, the more rebellious she became, contemplating that death would be a better resolution. She began to resist, but her defiance only elicited a more forceful response from Yin Yuba, instilling fear within her at the mere sight of her. With tear-streaked cheeks, Qi Zhaoqian looked up at the frowning maidservant, uncertain of what to do, and turned her gaze towards the Grand Tutor for guidance. Does His Majesty remain so ungrateful? Yin Yuba remarked coldly, a sneer escaping her lips as she observed Qi Zhaoqian's plight. In these moments, she would cast her gaze down upon Qi Zhaoqian. Though she did not take action herself, her presence was a looming threat. The title of Your Majesty was uttered with reluctance, yet there was no alternative. Upon hearing these words, Qi Zhaoqian's expression darkened with resentment, her eyes fixed on Yin Yuba. Today, Yin Yuba had rushed over, and although she was sheltered by an umbrella, her light blue cloak was still speckled with fine snow, indicating the harsh weather. Overwhelmed with pressing matters, her demeanor was grim and her patience thin. She had little time to coddle anyone. The Minister of War eagerly awaited her pawn's downfall, and the discontent in the court regarding Qi Zhaoqian was substantial, all of which she had to quell one by one. To her, it seemed Qi Zhaoqian had enjoyed her fair share of good days. No longer the obedient figure pleading for a chance at life that once drew sympathy. Dreaming of death, Yin Yuba narrowed her eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress her inner turmoil. At her words, Qi Zhaoqian involuntarily trembled, lowering her head, yet remaining fiercely stubborn. The maidservant, holding the medicine, stood quietly by, speaking softly. Your Majesty, please comply. Once you have finished, I shall provide you with some candy, and after a few more days of this remedy, your ailment shall be resolved. Upon hearing these words, Qi Zhaoqian lifted her gaze to scrutinize her, yet remained unmoved by the entreaties. Tu Qing was specifically summoned by Yun Yubai for her healing expertise, being his most capable aide. Thus, she held no trust for anyone in his employ, nor did she desire to. No, step away, all of you, depart immediately. Qi Zhaoqian's refusal was resolute, causing Yun Yubai's countenance to darken ominously, his eyes clouding with a grim shadow that enveloped the surroundings in an eerie silence. Tu Qing, feeling the weight of the tension, glanced at the displeased Yun Yubai and the defiant Qi Zhaoqian, and with a sigh, implored, Your Majesty, must it come to this? Once you are healed, this discomfort shall dissipate. Cease this tumultuous behavior. As a healer, her compassion urged her to soothe the atmosphere. Qi Zhaoqian scoffed coldly, her gaze fixed outside the window, disregarding her words as mere whispers in the wind. Observing her haughty demeanor, Yin Yubai's patience evaporated. Force it down. If she refuses to drink, shatter her teeth. She turned her head, commanding the attendants behind her. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, the attendants, obeying the command, made way for Tu Qing, who stood momentarily stunned. The attendants advanced swiftly towards Qi Zhaoqian, restraining her in place, rendering her immobile. Step away. Let go. Her stubbornness transformed into pitiful whimpers, leaving her speechless, her resentment deepening. The bitter medicinal concoction spilled from the corners of her mouth. her eyes crimson and her state disheveled. Hearing the commotion, Yun Yubai slowly turned, making her way to the window, deliberately ignoring Qi Zhaoqian's cries and struggles. Alone, she gazed outside, contemplating how to govern the vast imperial city in the days to come. Cherish your life while it holds value. When it loses worth, I shall naturally fulfill your desire for demise. For now, abandon your unrealistic notions. Often, death itself is a luxury. Yun Yubai spoke, her voice soft yet resonating clearly with all present. She was cold and unfeeling, devoid of sympathy for Qi Zhaoqian. The snows of Bailing were plentiful each year, yet spring would inevitably approach, heralding the emergence of new sprouts that would invigorate the lifeless landscape. These spring buds would not perish in the winter's grasp, nor would she permit the spring buds she nurtured to wither. Through her tear-streaked vision, Qi Zhaoqian fixed her gaze upon Yun Yubai's retreating figure, swallowing the bitterness within. After hearing Yun Yubai's words, Qi Zhaoqian froze, her will to resist gradually waning, akin to a deflated balloon. She pondered what right Yun Yubai had to dictate her existence. Moreover, she had never been one to submit obediently. How could she possibly heed her commands? Her life was inherently hers to govern, even as a reed. She would not succumb to being controlled, nor would she endure the fate of her mother, who had languished in a love that never truly existed. As thoughts of her mother surfaced, Qi Zhaoqian suddenly attained clarity, her mind flashing to the image of her mother lying on the cold ground, pallid and lifeless. Eyes wide open, tongue lolling in death. A year has passed since that winter day when my mother passed away. Others only perceived it as an omen of misfortune, indifferent to the plight of the cold palace. I found myself without anyone to retrieve her remains, alone in a corner, coexisting with my mother's corpse for 3 days. I was somewhat relieved it was winter, as her body had not begun to decay or emit a foul odor, nor had it attracted maggots. Had she been alive, my mother would not have wished to see me. She had always detested me, viewing me merely as a vessel for her frustrations. I, Qi Zhaoqian, gradually ceased my struggles, swallowing the bitter herbal concoction sip by sip. Over time, it seemed less bitter, and I found solace in the fact that I could fill my stomach and keep warm. Yet, the rebellious spirit of my youth remained steadfast, growing wildly within me, yearning to drag that seemingly pristine individual down into the mire, to share my darkness and despair. Yun Yubo did not rescue me. He merely transferred me from one abyss to another. The subservient attendants, witnessing my loss of strength, relaxed their grip slightly. Tu Qing let out a sigh of relief, gently patting my back and using a handkerchief to wipe the remnants of the medicine from my lips. After I had finished the potion, Yun Yubo departed, and as he was leaving, Tu Qing intended to slip a piece of candy into my hand, but I turned my head away, refusing to acknowledge the group. I wished to have no association with Yun Yubo. Everything that belonged to him, including his presence, only served to trouble me further, and I was unwilling to accept pity or charity from others. The past loomed vividly in my mind. Though Yun Yubo's demeanor towards me was no longer as vicious as before, it remained cold and detached. My thoughts flickered between memories from the past and his frigid tone. Noticing my pretense of being unresponsive, Yun Yubo approached the door and opened it. I thought he was leaving and timidly called out, "Master, are you departing?" In truth, I wished to request that he bring me the medicinal meal first, as I was hungry. However, I lacked the courage to voice my needs directly, knowing that he would likely dismiss my words. Once he left, I would have Tu Qing return to feed me. Seemingly aware of my unspoken thoughts, Yun Yubo did not acknowledge me or take his leave. Instead, he instructed the servants outside to prepare the meal for me. Upon hearing this, I fixed my gaze upon him, then shifted my focus to the medicinal dish, determined to advocate for myself. "Master, could you refrain from being angry? I am famished. I acknowledge my faults. I should not have spoken ill of Gu Jinju, nor should I have resorted to cunning tricks or shown complacency. I expressed my remorse sincerely, even belittling myself in the process. But Yun Yubo showed no leniency. Acknowledging one's mistakes only invites punishment. His Majesty was resolute just moments ago, and so must I be in my duties, he remarked with a tone as frigid as his demeanor, dismissing me while taking a seat at the table. I furrowed my brow, perplexed by the situation. Hadn't I already been punished? After enduring several lashes, why was there more to come? However, not long after, I silently cursed Yin Yu Bo for his cruelty, as he left me to watch him eat, a torment more painful than any punishment. After the attendant entered to set the dining table and then exited, the fragrant aroma of the evening meal gradually filled the air. Qi Zhaoqian, feeling somewhat resentful, could only swallow silently. Yin Yu Bo sat at the table, gazing at the sumptuous dishes, then glanced at Qi Zhaoqian, who was biting her lip in a feigned composure, and felt a surge of delight. Since His Majesty was indulging in his whims, it was only fitting to refine her resolve further. Perhaps it was her recent gentleness that had emboldened Qi Zhaoqian, making her increasingly rebellious and resistant to guidance. As an emperor, one must adhere to and fulfill their own words. Yin Yu Bo occasionally found amusement in teasing Qi Zhaoqian, relishing the sight of her repressed anger and her inability to retaliate. Qi Zhaoqian had grown accustomed to Yin Yu Bo's wicked sense of humor. She turned her head away, letting out a cold huff, determined to maintain her stubbornness. If she chose not to eat, so be it. Let her try to starve me, she muttered to herself, though her thoughts wandered elsewhere. After all, once Yin Yu Bo departed, Tu Qing would surely come again to bring her food. She would not go hungry. Since she could not sway Yin Yu Bo, it was better to relent and endure this moment. She stared at the grand door, awaiting her savior, longing for Tu Qing to rescue her from her predicament. Yin Yu Bo, catching her gaze, smirked to herself. Ah, but Tu Qing has been assigned to other tasks tonight. No one shall deliver your meal, and all your little schemes will come to naught. Yin Yu Bo's words cruelly shattered her reverie, striking her like a thunderbolt. Qi Zhaoqian pondered. Is this woman capable of reading minds? How does she seem to know me so well? It truly feels as though she intends to starve. She fell silent, nearly succumbing to despair. Pouting in a pitiful manner, she slumped down. How wicked! She only knows how to bully me, she muttered softly, prompting Yin Yu Bo to lift her gaze. What did your Majesty say? She inquired, but Qi Zhaoqian, feeling guilty, shook her head. Nothing. I said nothing at all. Her denial was a bit too obvious, and Yin Yu Bo raised an eyebrow in mild suspicion before relaxing into a gentle smile, choosing not to dwell on it. She had indeed heard Qi Zhaoqian's words. The truth was she was thoroughly wicked, and her malice ran deep. Qi Zhaoqian, with her childish temperament, was free to make a fuss. It mattered little to Yin Yu Bo. As long as she did not provoke her too much, she could easily pretend to be oblivious. Yin Yu Bo ate with grace, while Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, closing her eyes in a desperate attempt to force sleep and rid herself of these temptations. Once again, Qi Zhaoqian felt that Yin Yu Bo possessed no heart. She truly was destined to be irritable. The Emperor's cruelty was not merely a matter of words. The phrase hard on the outside, soft on the inside, did not apply to anyone within the palace walls. After finishing her meal, Yin Yu Bo commanded the attendants to clear the remnants, yet she lingered, seated in the chair beside Qi Zhaoqian's bed, perusing a tome. Qi Zhaoqian, however, could not afford to be idle. Being injured did not exempt her from her studies, and she still had to read books and examine memorials. As the night deepened, hunger gnawed at her, her thoughts becoming restless as she furtively glanced at Yin Yu Bo, calculating when she might finally take her leave. Yin Yu Bo is exceedingly beautiful, always with her hair half-tied, a white ribbon resting alongside her dark locks on her shoulders. The candlelight casts a gentle glow upon her fair visage, softening her usual stern demeanor, imbuing her with an air of tenderness. Her slender, pale hand, which holds a scroll, grants her an enchanting appearance. Qi Zhao's gaze is audacious, and Yin Yu Bo senses her ulterior motives, furrowing her brow slightly. Your Majesty, how do you find memorial? Qi Zhao hurriedly lowers her head, glancing at the pleasantries scribbled on the document, feeling a wave of frustration. These ministers often fill their reports with trivial inquiries about her well-being, as if she could genuinely express her discontent. It appears satisfactory, she replies rather evasively. Yin Yuba's brow furrows further, and she reaches out to take the memorial from Qi Zhao's hands. Qi Zhao, taken aback, has yet to comprehend the situation when Yin Yuba begins to unfasten her garments, slowly unraveling the bandages that cover her wounds. Her movements lack tenderness, occasionally brushing against the injuries, causing Qi Zhao to wince in pain. Qi Zhao suspects her actions are deliberate, yet she possesses no proof to voice her ire. Once the bandages are fully undone, Yin Yuba gazes at Qi Zhao's wounds. Her thoughts unreadable. Qi Zhao feels uneasy under her scrutiny, yet helpless to escape it, pretending to be unfazed. Yin Yuba remains silent, prompting Qi Zhao to cautiously inquire. Is the imperial teacher still upset? Not at all. Yin Yuba replies nonchalantly, and Qi Zhao swallows her retort about the apparent anger that lingers in the air. She refrains from voicing her thoughts, fearing that questioning Yin Yuba could lead to retaliation. On her back, the bruised scars are evidence of her previous injuries, now seeping with fresh blood due to Yin Yuba's rough handling. Aside from her wounds, the clematis on her left shoulder blooms vibrantly, showing no signs of fading. Yin Yuba glances at it briefly before shifting her focus to the medicinal ointment. "Your Majesty, allow me to apply the medicine," she says softly. Qi Zhao starts, hesitating for a moment. She finds something amiss. Was this truly the same Yin Yuba who had once looked upon her with disdain? Just this morning, she had been so aggressive, and now she offers to tend to her wounds. Had her heart softened? In her current pitiful state, perhaps she was not entirely without merit. And maybe her earlier conversations with Gu Jinzhong had been justified. A wild youth, she cannot bear to be confined like a solitary goose in a high tower. Qi Zhao's lips curve slightly. As long as words hold meaning, even at a steep cost, they allow her to gain deeper insight into the person before her. Yet, a twinge of anxiety lingers within her, prompting her to cautiously suggest it would be better if the servants handled these matters. No need for you to exert yourself. You have just returned from your journey. You should rest. Her words are slow, laced with shyness and an inexplicable feeling that she has long suppressed. Her body is marred with scars, a testament to her past, most of which are remnants from her childhood, forever unhealed and only concealed. She is rebellious, with old wounds unhealed and new ones added, compounded by chronic ailments that keep the imperial physician at her side and remedies perpetually within reach. Since the arrival of Tuching to care for her, no matter how severely Yin Yuba had beaten her, scars had ceased to linger, and in recent days, her old ailments had shown signs of improvement. However, Qi Zhaoqian could not help but smile self-deprecatingly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. While her exterior could be mended, her interior remained riddled with wounds, battered and bruised. The painful memories haunted her, and the one she had harbored resentment toward stood right behind her. Qi Zhaoqian wished to retreat, not wanting Yin Yuba to touch her. These emotions conflicted within her. To her, Yin Yuba was both an adversary, the one who had ensnared her in darkness and shackled her freedom, and a mentor, teaching her discernment, the 6 arts, and governing a perilously unstable realm. To the common folk, he was a hero, elevating her to heights she had never dreamed of attaining, allowing her to indulge in wealth and prestige. As she instinctively shrank away, Yin Yuba's cold gaze shifted towards her, revealing a hint of curiosity mingled with displeasure. Qi Zhaoqian was evading him. Sensing Yin Yuba's scrutiny, she dared not move, her heart fluttering with unease. She swallowed hard, attempting to articulate something, yet her face burned fiercely, and her head swam with dizziness. Perhaps due to the sudden autumn chill. "Do not fidget," Yin Yuba said, narrowing his eyes as one hand rested firmly on her left shoulder, applying gentle pressure. Qi Zhaoqian froze, mechanically nodding to indicate her compliance. The location of his hand was upon the lingxiao flower, and she could even feel his fingertips softly caressing her. Noticing her compliance, Yin Yuba let out a cold laugh, denying her any semblance of dignity, instead speaking with a hint of amusement. "Be silent. Your Majesty preferred solitude while bathing and changing, permitting no one but Tuching to attend. Hence, you shall behave while receiving your medicine. I have instructed for a medicinal meal to be prepared anew, which you shall consume after your treatment." Yin Yuba, aware of her predicament, chose not to voice it. Yet his tone bore a semblance of coaxing a child. In his eyes, Qi Zhaoqian was indeed a rebellious child, needing occasional discipline to comply. Qi Zhaoqian quietly closed her mouth, refraining from further speech, awaiting Yin Yuba's care. She disliked the notion of others attending to her during her bath, for she wished to conceal the multitude of scars that marred her body. As for Tuqing, she was the imperial physician, and under Yin Yuba's compulsion, it was she who tended to her wounds. Over time, Qi Zhaoqian had relinquished her initial prejudices, no longer resisting Tuqing's assistance, though she would not divulge too much to her. A decade spent in the cold palace had instilled in her a lingering sense of inferiority, an inability to mask her anxieties, occasionally spiraling into unfounded fears. The current opulence felt akin to a fleeting dream. With a moment's inattention, it could dissipate, leaving behind a used and discarded self. In such a scenario, the fate of a useless puppet could only lead to demise. Yin Yuba disregarded her emotional turmoil, withdrawing his hand from her shoulder to produce the pre-prepared ointment. With his fingertip, he delicately extracted a small amount, cautiously applying it to Qi Zhaoqian's back with meticulous care. Although she seldom engaged in such tasks, and her efforts were somewhat clumsy, her nature was not one inclined towards gentle nurturing. The ointment made direct contact with the wound, initially sending a chilling sensation through her, only to be followed by a searing pain. Qi Zhaoqian gritted her teeth, striving to endure, yet involuntarily let out a moan. "It hurts, master. Could you perhaps be gentler?" With a furrowed brow, she spoke, and Yin Yuba, for once, exhibited a rare patience, slightly lessening her grip, eager to complete the application of the medicine swiftly. The pleading tone in Qi Zhaoqian's voice, reminiscent of their first encounter, stirred Yin Yuba's heart. Gu Jinju mentioned that Qi Zhaoqian had been thinking of her while she was away, waiting for her return. Yin Yuba pursed her lips, pondering whether Qi Zhaoqian would still harbor such thoughts if she were aware of her true endeavors outside. Noticing the cold sweat trickling down Qi Zhaoqian's forehead, she contemplated engaging her in conversation to distract her from the discomfort. "Your Majesty, how many memorials have the ministers submitted in my absence? What matters do they report?" As she continued to apply the ointment, she asked casually. Although she had already reviewed those memorials upon her return, she was merely curious about Qi Zhaoqian's perspective. Qi Zhaoqian paused, wondering if Yin Yuba intended to hold her accountable at this moment or was perhaps testing her resolve. After a moment of thought, her expression grew anxious, and she cautiously replied, "There hasn't been much to report. Most of it is good news. The drought and flood in the south have concluded, and reconstruction is underway. The turmoil in the north has also ceased, yet we must not grow complacent. I believe those who have contributed ought to be rewarded. However, that fellow Gu Jinju refuses any rewards, insisting on constructing more beacon towers and providing greater allowances for the border soldiers." Qi Zhaoqian's gaze lowered, her tone tinged with difficulty. "I understand his fervor for defending the homeland and the importance of development, yet after years of internal strife and warfare, the treasury is depleted, and there are countless matters requiring attention. I had initially contemplated allocating some resources from the private treasury to him, but with his outright refusal, I find myself at a loss. If construction is truly necessary, the matter of finances and manpower is delicate. Extracting from the populace or merchants is ill-advised. While the enemy has retreated, we must remain vigilant to avoid any resurgence, and thus, strengthening the borders is imperative." Yin Yuba's demeanor remained unchanged as she nodded gently, evenly spreading the ointment. It was rare for Qi Zhaoqian to consider so many factors in her absence. It appeared that her teachings had not been in vain. Qi Zhaoqian's concerns mirrored Yin Yuba's own. Chapter 12. Surprised nonetheless, despite her reservations, a choice had been made. During the struggle for the throne, she had prioritized the greater picture, emphasizing border stability, ensuring that the court remained undisturbed, and protecting the common people from turmoil. Although outwardly calm now, there remained much to accomplish. Once the ointment was applied, she dressed Qi Zhaoqian's wound with fresh bandages, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the graceful figure illuminated by the flickering candlelight. The young woman had blossomed into a stunning beauty, no longer gaunt but rather flourishing under her care, her bare shoulders exuding both innocence and allure, hinting at a desire for something more. In stark contrast to their initial meeting, they now stood worlds apart. One a disregarded princess, trampled and humble as clay, the other an empress of Bailing, basking in unparalleled power. In her eyes lay concealed ambition, while upon her shoulders rested burdensome responsibilities. After a brief moment, Yin Yuba hastily grasped Qi Zhaoqian's garment. Reflecting that at merely 15 years of age, she ought not to indulge in such thoughts. The stubborn and unyielding demeanor of Qi Zhaoqian evoked memories of her own youth, casting her into a momentary reverie. As Qi Zhaoqian awaited a response, she grew inexplicably anxious at Yin Yuba's silence. Had she, once again, misspoken? Or perhaps Yin Yuba deemed her sincerity insufficient. "What should I do, esteemed mentor? I find myself at a loss," she inquired softly, her tone imbued with trust. Yin Yuba, regaining her composure, cleared her throat. "It is indeed a good sign that your majesty is contemplative about this matter. However, we must approach it with caution. During tomorrow's court assembly, let the ministers deliberate and propose solutions from which you may extract the most viable." She continued, "Yet, consider this. The vastness of Bailing is a factor you must weigh carefully." Reflecting on Yin Yuba's words, Qi Zhaoqian nodded gently, a sigh escaping her lips, revealing her profound worries. "I understand, but alas, it seems the common folk shall bear the brunt of our struggles. In times of turmoil, military strength often supersedes civilian welfare. Such is the law of nature. If our nation were smaller, we might align ourselves with a more powerful one, prioritizing the people over the army. Yet glancing around, all neighboring nations appear ravenous, eager to consume us. How can I dare to wager on whether they are foes or allies?" With the court in disarray and Yin Yuba wielding substantial power, Qi Zhaoqian pondered her mentor's true intentions. Although it appeared that Yin Yuba sought her counsel, she had long since provided her with the answers and directives, subtly guiding her choices. Qi Zhaoqian felt akin to a marionette in Yin Yuba's hands, though she possessed self-awareness. Every action was dictated and controlled. Seemingly free, she was ensnared by countless strings, unable to break free, perpetually constrained. When would she attain true freedom? Yet, without these strings, she feared she might have already become nothing more than a handful of dust, a heap of mud. Yin Yuba nodded in satisfaction at her response, refraining from further interference. She had acquired the answer she sought. Even if dissent arose, it would be Qi Zhaoqian who would face it, leaving Yin Yuba untouched. As the two women contemplated their respective thoughts, a knock resounded at the door, followed by the voice of servant. "Esteemed mentor, the medicinal meal is ready." Hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the peculiar atmosphere had finally been disrupted. Yin Yuba, a woman of her word, had not deceived her. "Yes, the medicine is prepared, Your Majesty. Please dine." Yin Yuba rose slowly, moving toward the door to bring in the steaming medicinal dish, then seated herself beside Qi Zhaoqian. Qi Zhaoqian nodded, though a flicker of doubt danced in her eyes. While it is said that everyone possesses dual facets, she harbored the suspicion that Yin Yuba embodied not merely two, but perhaps countless faces, each one as capricious as the weather. The medicinal dish still emitted steam as Yin Yuba settled beside her, gently stirring it with a wooden spoon to expedite its cooling. From Qi Zhaoqian's vantage point, she beheld Yin Yuba's serious profile, exuding an air of icy aloofness. She gazed intently, lost in thought, pondering the myriad of possibilities. For someone like Yin Yuba, the one thing lacking in her life might very well be a throne, an unassailable claim to the imperial seat. As the moment felt right, Yin Yuba scooped a spoonful and, after a brief contemplation, blew softly on it before bringing it to Qi Zhaoqian's lips. She pondered how attentive Tu Qing had been towards Qi Zhaoqian. It should be accurate. She had witnessed it, yet had never taken the initiative herself. Even when she did intervene, it was predominantly when Qi Zhaoqian had been disobedient, forcefully pouring the contents in her mouth. Qi Zhaoqian gazed at her, eyes unblinking, as if trying to decipher Yin Yuba, who seemed adept at concealing her true self. The rare displays of tenderness from Yun Yuba left Qi Zhaoqian hesitant, for they starkly contrasted with the pain she had endured, instilling a sense of dread within her. Fearing an abrupt change in Yun Yuba's demeanor that could leave her utterly desolate. Noticing Qi Zhaoqian lost in thought, Yun Yuba furrowed her brow slightly. "Your Majesty, are you not going to eat? Or perhaps you are not hungry?" she inquired. Qi Zhaoqian hurriedly shook her head in response. "I am indeed hungry, Your Majesty." After uttering her polite words, she quickly opened her mouth, anxious that Yun Yuba might turn hostile, leaving her famished for an extended period, which would sap her will to live. Aware of Yun Yuba's unpredictable temperament, she opted for caution and compliance. Yun Yuba, however, did not hold a grudge, feeding her bite by bite. She resembled a machine dedicated to feeding, showing not a hint of negligence. The atmosphere was tranquil, with neither of them uttering a word. Qi Zhaoqian couldn't help but reflect. This punishment, in exchange for Yun Yuba's care, seemed worthwhile. Yun Yuba was notoriously indifferent, and this was her first time caring for someone, just as it was Qi Zhaoqian's first experience of such attention, inevitably stirring her thoughts. In the past, Yun Yuba had primarily dealt with her through harsh punishment, handing her over to Tu Qing, who cared for her until she recovered. Once the meal was finished, Yun Yuba set the bowl on the table and retrieved a handkerchief. She intended to wipe the corners of Qi Zhaoqian's lips, yet Qi Zhaoqian instinctively leaned, momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting surprise. In the past, when Yun Yuba had administered poison, she had approached in a similar manner, bringing the substance to her lips. If one were to inquire about the most severe punishment Qi Zhaoqian had faced from Yun Yuba, it would undoubtedly be for attempting to escape. She had endured a broken leg, been forced to consume poison, and was confined within the palace, enveloped in despair. That was the 15th year of Biling, her inaugural year of reign, and the time when she faced public scorn. Amidst the turmoil at the borders, with the court somewhat stabilized, she found herself at her writing desk, overwhelmed by the dense characters that filled the pages. Having never studied a day in her life, she recognized only a few characters and struggled to hold a pen steady, producing crooked and unattractive handwriting. Thus, upon ascending to the throne, she was compelled by Yun Yuba to learn from the very beginning. Incomplete assignments resulted in the striking of her palm with a ruler, and failure to grasp concepts led to punishment by kneeling. On occasions of severe defiance, she endured several slaps from Yun Yuba, leaving her dazed and tearful. This treatment instilled in her a profound fear of Yun Yuba, igniting thoughts of escape. Chapter 13. A transformation during that period. Even the slightest chill in Yun Yuba's gaze could compel her to kneel, anxiously retracing her steps to identify her misdeeds. She diligently studied, completed her assignments, and listened attentively to Yun Yuba's teachings, committing them to memory. After ascending to the throne, she shed the coarse garments that had chafed her skin, donning instead a soft silk brocade robe, transforming her entirely. How beautiful! As she selected her attire, Qi Zhaoqian's hand instinctively caressed the sumptuous fabric, and a flicker of joy and pride blossomed within her. These were once her extravagant dreams, aspirations she had never dared to entertain. Now, to wear them felt akin to living a dream. Gazing at the exquisite craftsmanship and opulent patterns, Qi Zhaoqian found herself momentarily lost in thought, recalling something. She remembered her mother had a dance robe made from the finest materials, cool to the touch, which flowed gracefully on her mother, captivating all who beheld it. Her mother cherished that robe dearly, holding it close, lost in affection and unable to part with it. Observing her mother's devotion, Qi Zhaoqian always felt a pang of nostalgia, a bittersweet longing for the past. As for how she knew the fabric was exquisite, it was due to her covert explorations. One day, unable to suppress her curiosity while gazing at the dazzling dance robe, she cautiously reached out to touch it while her mother slept. Her hands, callous yet soft and cool, felt little else. Confused, she pondered, only to be startled when her wrist was suddenly seized, locking eyes with her mother's piercing gaze, which sent a shiver through her. She believed she had been careful enough, yet her mother had caught her red-handed. Qi Zhaoqian's mind went blank as she trembled, muttering an apology. "I'm sorry, mother." No sooner had the words left her lips than her mother grasped her hair and flung her away in a fit of rage. The force was tremendous. Qi Zhaoqian crashed against the wall before falling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The jagged stones tore through her clothing, and her skin was instantly lacerated, blood oozing and pain searing. She bit her lip and looked up, while her mother meticulously examined the robe for any damage or stains. After what felt like an eternity, her mother finally exhaled in relief, only to turn and unleash a torrent of curses upon her. "How dare you touch this? Do you know what it is? You vile creature. This was a gift from my Yuan." Hearing those words, Qi Zhaoqian lowered her head, silent. She listened dazed, as her mother berated her for being despicable and disgusting. She had grown accustomed to it, yet the weight of the words pressed heavily upon her heart, as if it were being tightly gripped, suffocating her. "Someone like you deserves nothing. Only hell awaits you. May you suffer." Her mother, in a fit of madness, seemed to see her as someone else, unleashing her frustrations with wild curses and even striking her twice. The slaps stung her face, leaving her eyes red but tears unfalling. In that moment, she felt that all the beauty in the world was beyond her reach. She was unworthy of anything even remotely good, destined to be as lowly as dirt, scorned by all. When her mother was not in a frenzy, she could be kind, recounting tales of the capital's vibrant past, describing bustling taverns, lively streets, and the romance of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, filling Qi Zhaoqian's heart with longing. Thus she yearned for freedom, to witness the world for herself atop the mountains, to see the great rivers surge, to feel the mighty winds atop the peaks, rather than languishing within the palace walls, bowing and scraping, merely surviving. Qi Zhaoqian cast her gaze downward, suppressing the tumult within her heart, resolved to think no more. The dance attire, after the death of her mother, was cast into the flames, reduced to ashes. She had always believed that this garment was a gift from her father, Emperor Qi Yuan, to her mother and the very source of her mother's madness. She had never laid eyes on her father, having only heard scattered remarks about him from others, most of which were disparaging. Yet it mattered little. The throne, in the end, had fallen to her, the forsaken child. Qi Zhaoqian slightly curved her lips as she donned the garments, draping them over her form. During this time, thoughts of the eldest princess, Qi Zhaoning, crossed her mind. That once glorious sister, who ultimately met a tragic fate, was indeed a victim of cruel fate. She understood that some things must be fiercely contested for, and that those who are ruthless and passionate can seize dominion over the world. Once she had changed into the attire, Qi Zhaoqian proceeded to the study. Yin Yubo had long been there, holding a ruler in his hand, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Upon seeing her, he merely inclined his head slightly. Qi Zhaoqian bowed respectfully and settled at the desk, lowering her gaze to the day's lessons. The days felt monotonous and dreary. She had never encountered such subjects before, rendering them exceedingly tedious. She perceived learning as a torment, and under Yin Yubo's stern supervision, despite her diligence, her progress was agonizingly slow, pushing her to the brink of anxiety each day. Yin Yubo, in his instruction, bore no disdain for her, displaying considerable patience. At the outset of her calligraphy practice, Qi Zhaoqian was fearful of Yin Yubo, her hand trembling uncontrollably as she grasped the brush. However, as time passed, she managed to quell her inner trepidation, allowing her to hold the brush and write. "Is this acceptable, imperial teacher?" On an ordinary day, Qi Zhaoqian cautiously inquired of Yin Yubo, her face awash with tension. Upon hearing her question, Yin Yubo set aside his own tasks and turned his gaze to the paper before her. The handwriting was crooked and uneven, some characters large, others small, many strokes awry, presenting an unsightly sight that was almost unbearable to behold. He frowned slightly after a mere glance. The expression on Yin Yubo's face frightened Qi Zhaoqian so much that the ink-stained brush slipped from her grasp, smudging the page. "I will write again. Please do not be angry, Grand Tutor." She hastily set the ruined paper aside and replaced it with a fresh sheet. Yet she felt inexplicably dull-witted. plagued by an irrational fear and frustration upon seeing the books. Her studies kept her awake late into the night, under the oppressive weight of her circumstances. She had not enjoyed a proper rest in what felt like an eternity, leaving her in a state of constant fatigue. Yin Yubo, at a loss for words, observed her self-awareness and chose not to speak further. Compared to when he first began teaching her, there had been noticeable improvement. At least now, one could discern the characters she wrote. In recent days, he had been quite busy and lacked the heart to scold her further. Qi Zhaoqian had shown some effort, so today he refrained from pointing out her mistakes, allowing her to learn independently. Yin Yubo diverted his attention back to the book in front of him. The room was serene, filled only with the sounds of pages turning and the scratching of the brush. After a considerable time, Qi Zhaoqian felt a wave of weariness wash over her as she gazed down at her clumsy handwriting. It still appeared somewhat unsightly, and she hesitated to show it to Yin Yubo, knowing he would certainly demand a rewrite. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Yin Yubo, pondering how to broach the subject. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Yubo had set aside the book in her hand, resting her head on the table in a light slumber. Her tranquil exterior masked the usual severity, and the exquisite features of her face bore no trace of worry, no longer furrowed in thought. Qi Zhaoqian, momentarily lost in contemplation, resolved not to disturb her, allowing herself a brief respite. Just then, birds flitted past the window, capturing Qi Zhaoqian's attention as she turned her head to observe them. They frolicked in the air, chirping merrily, as if reveling in boundless joy, conversing about the beauty of the world. Chapter 14. Defiant, she had not been gazing for long when the cold, detached voice of Yin Yubo pierced through her reverie. Qi Zhaoqian's heart tightened. She hurriedly turned to speak, but it was too late. Yin Yubo had awoken, her gaze fixed on Qi Zhaoqian with an assessing look that seemed to question her directly. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, lowering her eyes to her studies. The ink had dried, slightly better than her previous attempt, yet still far from satisfactory. I was wrong. She employed her usual tactic of confessing her faults, but her words were interrupted by Yin Yubo's impatient demeanor. Be quiet, raise your hand, Yin Yubo repeated, her patience evidently exhausted. Attempting to argue was futile in her presence. As Yin Yubo opened her eyes, she observed the girl gazing dreamily out the window. Her expression filled with a longing for freedom, which struck Yin Yubo as somewhat irksome. Gazing at Qi Zhaoqian, a disquieting resemblance came to mind, stirring a deep discomfort within her. They were so alike. She, too, had once yearned for freedom, yet now, hatred enveloped her, leaving her gasping for breath. Though she had avenged her great grievances, many tasks still lay ahead. Since it was a yearning, it was only natural to quash such thoughts, ensuring that Qi Zhaoqian understood she would never escape this cage. Listening to Yin Yubo's words, tinged with anger, Qi Zhaoqian had no choice but to tremble as she raised her hand. She tightly shut her eyes, bracing for the impending pain. Yin Yubo approached her with a ruler, looking down upon her, inspecting her palm. Crack! Crack! The sound of the ruler echoed, followed by Qi Zhaoqian's muffled grunt. Tears welled in her eyes as she fought to keep them from falling. Do you understand your mistake? Yin Yubo returned to her seat after putting away the ruler, casually inquiring. Yes. Qi Zhaoqian murmured softly, head bowed, yet her peripheral vision betrayed her, glancing out the window. The birds had been startled away, leaving nothing behind, along with her hopes, frightened off into the abyss. Continue writing. Yin Yubo did not inquire about her mistakes. She simply commanded her to proceed. My hand hurts. Qi Zhaoqian attempted to grasp the pen, but her hand trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible to hold. Right? Yin Yubo scoffed, dismissing her complaints. With no alternative, Qi Zhaoqian clutched the pen, producing letters that were crooked and even more unsightly than before. She bit her lip, while Yin Yubo's gaze remained fixed upon her. After Qi Zhaoqian painstakingly finished transcribing, Yin Yubo reached out to take it, examining the work. After a mere glance, she tore the paper to shreds and discarded it on the floor. Rewrite it. Only when you have satisfied me shall you eat. Qi Zhaoqian stared blankly at the scattered fragments on the ground, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Understood. She feigned calmness while responding to Yin Yubo. Yet tears uncontrollably cascaded down her cheeks, falling onto the paper and mingling with the ink. Qi Zhaoqian felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, silently cursing Yin Yuba for his excessive cruelty. As she wept, rage surged within her. Having once experienced the pangs of hunger, she wished never to relive that torment. Yet, Yin Yuba incessantly reminded her, compelling her to revisit those memories. In that moment, she longed to escape the palace, to revel in freedom, to be unbound by constraints. She had never desired this position, much like that morning, when certain ministers clamored about her ignorance of the 4 books and 5 classics, claiming her moral character was lacking and unworthy of the allegiance of the realm. During the late emperor's reign, the 11th princess was not recognized, for the importance of legitimacy and national stability dictated that she was not a suitable sovereign. Qi Zhaoqian, the 11th princess, known for her capriciousness and ruthlessness, was the offspring of a dancer whose malicious nature had led her to the cold palace. How could such a progeny be entrusted with significant responsibilities? Qi Zhaoqian, indeed, lacking the 6 arts, unable to read even the simplest characters, and still so young. She should be replaced with a new ruler. Qi Zhaoqian, At that moment, Qi Zhaoqian sat in a high position, her expression indifferent as she listened to these scathing remarks, as if the discussions were not about her, but rather about someone else. She wore a facade of nonchalance, thinking to herself that if she could absorb their words, then she would concede. However, her palms were slick with sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. Though she appeared remarkably calm, her heart was a whirlwind of anxiety, her mind a blank slate. Without Yin Yuba by her side, she hesitated to speak. The opposition was overwhelming, each voice insisting she relinquish her claim. The grand hall was filled with articulate arguments. Yet, amid the dissenters, there were supporters, not of her, but of Yin Yuba, including conservatives who staunchly believed in the late emperor's decree and adhered to his commands. Historically, the capable ruled in Bailing, yet the eldest princess, as heir apparent, had perished at the hands of the 11th princess. The victors ascend to power, while the vanquished are branded as rebels. How could this not be deemed destiny? Qi Zhaoqian nodded absent-mindedly, signaling her agreement. The late emperor's edict clearly stated that the one adorned with the wisteria should ascend the throne, ensuring the nation's prosperity and tranquility, a claim already validated by the populace. Were they questioning the edict? Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze, neither affirming nor denying. She had long been puzzled by Yin Yuba's engraving of flowers upon her shoulder. But upon his presentation of the edict, clarity dawned upon her. Her wisteria was a mere fade, a deceitful construct devised by Yin Yuba to garner belief and allegiance. Whether the nation would flourish remained uncertain. After all, her interest in governance was minimal, merely a marionette at the mercy of others. Despite the late emperor's passing, the edict remained in force, written with utmost clarity. Did they truly wish to defy imperial will? Regardless, a princess is a princess, uncherished yet still of royal blood. Her status immutable. Leaning her head upon her hand, Qi Zhaoqian couldn't help but chuckle at this notion. Yes, a princess is forever a princess, even in dire straits. She remains a princess. Yet, at times that very identity can become a shackle. When others belittle her, they proclaim, "This is the princess," laughing as they emphasize her plight, rendering her more pitiable than those of lesser rank. If one were to reveal her status as a princess, who would believe it? Ha, Strikar, the uncherished princess, a title of no consequence. Qi Zhaoqian's indifference to the matter left many ministers discontented, yet they dared not confront her openly. For behind her stood Yin Yubo, clutching an imperial edict. Yin Yubo had advised Qi Zhaoqian, in the face of such questioning and scheming, to remain silent. She would resolve all matters on her behalf. She imparted wisdom to Qi Zhaoqian. Those in high positions must refrain from hasty or reckless speech and remain judicious in their judgments. One must not be swayed by a single narrative, for even a solitary tongue may express dual perspectives. Yin Yubo, perhaps fearing Qi Zhaoqian's comprehension, had her transcribe these lessons numerous times. "I shall remember and adhere to your teachings," Qi Zhaoqian assured, having committed them to heart. Yet, her silence, in response, stemmed more from uncertainty on how to articulate her thoughts. Chapter 15. Clarifying matters, the minister spoke truths and facts. Indeed, she was ruthless and lacked other skills or resources, making their dissatisfaction with her quite reasonable. Qi Zhaoqian accepted this reality, having long mastered the art of ignoring idle gossip during her time in the cold palace. Were she to heed every word, she would not have survived to this day. She would have perished from despair long ago. Observing the ministers fuming at her nonchalance brought her a peculiar delight, relishing the expressions of those who disapproved yet could not best her. She had anticipated the inevitable denunciation meetings following her ascension to the throne, yet she remained unfazed. Knowing Yin Yubo would handle all disputes, her role was merely to adorn the position like a vase, without the need for further involvement. Factional disputes escalated, tempers flaring to the point of potential violence. Qi Zhaoqian sat back, an amused spectator, mentally cataloging the ministers who had berated her, resolved to address them when the opportunity arose. Ultimately, it was Yin Yubo who intervened to quell the uproar, further solidifying Qi Zhaoqian's standing. Enough. Just as the tumult reached a fever pitch, the doors of the grand hall swung open without warning. Yin Yubo stood silhouetted against the light, exuding an aura of icy authority that startled many. Her commanding presence silenced the assembly, all eyes turning towards her. Standing in the light, she appeared as pure and unblemished as freshly fallen snow, instilling a sense of trepidation in those present. Subsequently, save for Gu Lang and a few obstinate ministers, the rest sheepishly retreated to the sides, arranging themselves as if they had not just engaged in a vehement quarrel. Previously, they had received word that Yin Yubo had left the palace and would not return for the time being, emboldening them to confront Qi Zhaoqian. Now, her unexpected reappearance filled them with unease. Qi Zhaoqian lifted her gaze to Yin Yubo as if seizing a lifeline and called out to her, "Grand Tutor, you have finally returned. They have bickered for far too long. It is best you adjudicate this matter." Her words were tinged with sorrow as Yin Yubo narrowed her eyes, surveying her surroundings. She glanced at the ministers and waved her hand dismissively. Subsequently, a throng of soldiers surged in behind her, encircling those within the grand hall, swords drawn and aimed at them. "Yin Yubo, what is the meaning of this? This is the court. You shall not act so insolently. Withdraw your soldiers at once. As a civil servant, how do you wield military power?" Gu Lang stepped forward to challenge her, yet Yin Yubo did not spare him even a glance. Calmly, she advanced, ascending the steps to stand before Qi Zhaoqian. Seeing her approach, Qi Zhaoqian, seated in her position, instinctively rose, but Yin Yubo swiftly pressed her hand onto her shoulder, signaling her to remain still. Confused, Qi Zhaoqian attempted to evade her grip, but was unable to escape. Fearful of Yin Yubo, she felt an involuntary urge to flee, her body instinctively wanting to resist. Yin Yubo, acutely aware of this, recognized it as a provocation to her pride. She tightened her hold on Qi Zhaoqian's shoulder, causing her discomfort, prompting her to bite her lip in silence. Qi Zhaoqian understood that Yin Yubo was asserting her dominance, not only over her, but over the assembly as well. It was unequivocal that whoever Yin Yubo wished to see ascend as empress would indeed do so. Yin Yubo turned, her gaze icy as she surveyed each person standing below. A cold smirk graced her lips as she spoke calmly. "What do you intend to do, Grand Minister? To openly question Her Majesty in the court, to form cliques, and to speak with such disrespect? I have come to protect Her Majesty from those who would do her harm. I serve at the behest of the late Emperor to assist Her Majesty, and this military authority was bestowed upon me by him. What objections do you have? Who is truly acting with impudence? Let us clarify this matter today." Her words exuded authority, yet her expression remained unperturbed, an embodiment of the composure characteristic of those in high positions, instilling fear in others. "You, even with the late Emperor's edict, what good does it do to support a mere child lacking in capability?" Gu Lang retorted, his frustration palpable, echoed by whispers of agreement from those around. "The Grand Minister speaks with reason. Why must the Grand Tutor be so rigid? among the remaining princes and princesses. Surely any of them would be more suitable than the 11th princess. The foundation of the state is unstable. The Northern Tomb has only been established for a little over a decade, with the people's hearts yet to be won. How can we allow someone so inexperienced to take charge? These words reached Qi Zhaoqian's ears, igniting her curiosity. She recalled hearing tales of how, in the past, the populace had risen in rebellion against the extravagance and exorbitant taxes of the previous dynasty. Her father had been among those who supported the rebel Prince Duan, remaining fiercely loyal as their movement gained momentum and power, eventually leading him to become a minor leader. The previous dynasty, rendered ineffective, fell easily before them, resulting in mutual devastation between the forces of Prince Duan and the former dynasty. At that time, Qi Yuan led his men into the imperial palace, assassinating the former emperor. Yet Prince Duan also perished due to his injuries. Consequently, Qi Yuan was hailed by the people and ascended to the throne, directly claiming the title of emperor. He opened the granaries to relieve the people from calamity, earning their praise. However, he was fundamentally a crude man, skilled in combat, but requiring the assistance of others to govern the realm. Otherwise, his intellect would falter under the weight of such responsibility. In the past, when he followed the Duke of End, he was free from such burdens, merely tasked with following orders. Now, surrounded by a group of those who once joined him in rebellion, he found himself greatly troubled. After enduring for several years, all his patience had been worn away. Qi Yuan had never encountered anything more exasperating and stifling than governing a nation. He was generous when opening the granaries, yet when faced with other calamities, he found himself unable to provide relief, failing to appease the populace and risking the resurgence of public discontent. Just as Qi Yuan was overwhelmed, Yin Yuba appeared. At that time, she was youthful and impetuous, still unrefined, and many doubted her capabilities. However, her exceptional intelligence, courage, and strategic acumen, along with her skills in astrology, earned her Qi Yuan's admiration and praise. She presented numerous strategies to Qi Yuan, teaching him how to govern, and he often remarked that Yin Yuba was a reincarnation of Kong Ming sent by heaven for this nation. Through her diligence, she successfully secured the position of junior minister, garnering much acclaim from the people. With Yin Yuba's assistance, the turmoil gradually subsided, and the citizens finally ceased their lamentations, while the border stabilized. The principle that the capable should lead is eternal. Yet amidst the allure of luxury, Qi Yuan began to lose sight of his original intent, gradually succumbing to the shackles of desire. Yin Yuba, loyal to him, occupied a nominal position while striving for tangible results. Qi Yuan lowered his guard, increasingly admiring her capabilities. Yet these very qualities became a double-edged sword, as he had kept the blade by his side for 7 or 8 years. Chapter 16. Descent unbeknownst to him. Qi Yuan gradually became indulgent, reveling in nightly festivities. Although he was self-doubting and suspicious, he was not entirely inept. Yet he could not relinquish his pride to study diligently. Instead, he took pride in having such a capable assistant as Yin Yuba, who managed the realm while he enjoyed the fruits of her labor, leading to a contented populace. For a time, Qi Yuan entrusted significant power to Yin Yuba, allowing her to handle matters entirely. He consulted her on both major and minor issues, sometimes even letting her decide on her own, while he frolicked with his beloved concubine. Many in the court began to curry favor, aligning themselves with Yin Yuba. The mother of the Grand Princess sought Yin Yuba's allegiance, but Yin Yuba remained indifferent to all, asserting, "I am fundamentally neutral. All must heed His Majesty." The Grand Princess is already the heir apparent and need not engage in clandestine schemes. Despite having numerous siblings, the strength of the Grand Princess was evident to all, and the Empress could rest assured, for the capable maintain their composure, and the Emperor is well aware of his own intentions. Yin Yuba's words pleased the mother of the Grand Princess, although she did not draw Yin Yuba in her faction. It seemed as though the Grand Princess's ascension was already a foregone conclusion. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qi Yuan showed no inclination to promote the Grand Princess, and consequently, his mother began to lose favor and power. The Empress, seething with resentment, believed that all of this was the machinations of Yun Yuba and resolved to become her adversary, starting to form alliances to pave the way for her daughter. As the former emperor fell gravely ill, the empress grew increasingly unscrupulous, and many supported the grand princess, believing that even in her fallen state, her claim to the throne was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Yun Yubao observed their movements with an amused smile playing on her lips, choosing not to engage, prioritizing her own safety and remaining aloof from the affairs at hand. The heart of an emperor is inscrutable. The downfall of the grand princess party stemmed from their own arrogance. However, that was all in the past. The court was rife with intrigues, and despite her outward appearance of detachment, Yun Yubao wielded considerable influence behind the scenes. In this very moment, within the court, she supported Qi Zhaoqian with her troops, openly challenging those ministers and unequivocally declaring her resolve, demonstrating that even foolish loyalty has its supporters. Some within the Grand Commandant's faction observed her determination and attempted to advise her. Why must the Grand Tutor be so inflexible? What merit does the 11th Prince possess that warrants such steadfast support? Although Qi Zhaoqian had ascended to the throne, many still refrained from addressing her as Your Majesty, preferring to call her Your Highness. They could not comprehend Yun Yubao's unwavering support for Qi Zhaoqian, especially when there were numerous other princes and princesses. It seemed irrational to place all bets on a single tree. They also failed to understand why the emperor had suddenly recalled Qi Zhaoqian, a cast-off from the Cold Palace, fabricating a myriad of peculiar justifications. Yun Yubao let out a cold laugh and spoke. As a minister, one must heed the call. The 11th prince has been appointed by the emperor and deserves our utmost assistance. Qi Zhaoqian, seated yet silent, felt a smile tugging at her lips, but dared not express it, suppressing her amusement to avoid revealing any signs. This performance needed to be sustained alongside Yun Yubao. After all, she had been warned by Yun Yubao, and even without such a warning, she dared not take a risk. Should she lose Yun Yubao's protection, her fate would be far more tragic. At such a moment, escape would be impossible, and she would become a target. Why did Yun Yubao insist on supporting her? It was precisely because Qi Zhaoqian stood alone, devoid of maternal kinship. Controlling her meant controlling the entire nation, and given her fear of death, combined with her limited cleverness and inability to fully comprehend written characters, she was the most manageable in Yun Yubao's eyes. Qi Zhaoqian couldn't help but think that, in Yun Yubao's view, she was likely the most foolish among them. Setting aside the authenticity of the imperial edict, Yun Yubao had first fashioned herself into a figure of foolish loyalty, yet no one could find fault with her. Her unwavering fidelity during the previous emperor's reign was a well-known fact, and her behavior was thus deemed normal. Furthermore, Yun Yubao had consistently projected an image of stubbornness in the court, rendering her impervious to persuasion. In light of her obstinacy, the Grand Commandant grew furious and began to call out Yun Yubao's name directly. Yun Yubao, you are utterly illiterate, ignorant of the 4 books and 5 classics, and devoid of knowledge in the 6 arts and 8 elegances. How can you possibly bear such responsibilities? This is foolish loyalty. Yun Yubao narrowed her eyes, observing the flustered Gulang. Gulang's urgency for Qi Zhaoqian to step down stemmed from the previous emperor's edict, which had stripped him of military power and entrusted it to Yun Yubao. He currently held no real authority and had to rally support from the second prince, desiring to bolster his ascent. However, for the second prince to rise, he must first contend with Yun Yubao. Naturally, Yun Yubao was unwilling to yield, retorting directly, Gulang, what does it matter if I am uneducated or uninformed? Is my position as Grand Tutor merely ornamental? I shall teach. I personally instructed her, accompanying her day and night. The late emperor entrusted me with temporary authority, allowing me to impart all my knowledge to her. I should indeed bear the title of imperial teacher. Your Majesty is eager to learn, astute and clever. Beyond these attributes, you possess remarkable courage and a resilient spirit. What further objections do you harbor? Speak your mind regarding who you deem more suited for this position. Yun Yubao's voice, though soft, resonated clearly with all present. Qi Zhaoqian struggled to suppress a smile, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Yun Yubao. She understood that Yun Yuba had achieved her aim, granting her a legitimate reason to assert control within the imperial palace. Truth be told, Qi Zhaoqian felt a twinge of sentiment, for it was the first time someone stood behind her, allowing her to act without restraint. Although it was a matter of exploitation, the feeling of having support was undeniably pleasant. Observing the ministers rendered powerless, her spirits lifted. It was also the first instance someone had praised her so. The adjectives used to describe her felt somewhat foreign. She questioned if Yun Yuba truly referred to her. Witnessing Yun Yuba's unwavering conviction, the ministers fell silent, their gazes shifting to Qi Zhaoqian. Gulang found himself at a loss for words. He contemplated mentioning the second prince. It was clearly an unwise choice at this juncture. Should he voice it, the second prince would be in peril, and they would all suffer the consequences. Currently, the decision lay in Yun Yuba's hands, rendering their protests futile. Despite his considerations, Gulang, being a military general, spoke with a measure of defiance. Though my choice remains unvoiced, she must not be the one. Yun Yuba smiled, showing no mercy. Taiwei, your opinion is inconsequential. Qi Zhaoqian, feeling the weight of the minister's gaze, recognized it was her moment to shine. She spoke slowly, articulating precisely what Yun Yuba wished to hear. Zhaoqian will heed the teachings of the Grand Tutor. Her words were resolute and resonant, infused with abundant expectation. Those with dissenting opinions may express them to the Imperial Guards. As her words echoed, the Imperial Guards unsheathed their weapons, and the air thickened with a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 17. The performance. Yun Yuba regarded the dissenters with a haughty demeanor. You. Gulang was rendered speechless with indignation. What did it mean that his opinion was unimportant? He had served in the court for over a decade, and now he was stripped of his voice? What is this? Taiwei, do you still fail to comprehend your position? Yun Yuba deliberately reminded him, pursing her lips before glancing at her followers, her smile failing to reach her eyes. Taiwei has grown old, unable to see clearly. Have you all lost your sense of position as well? If clarity eludes you, perhaps it is time for a change in leadership. Surely, there are those more suitable. Her words were delivered with a smile, yet the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, each expression reflecting a myriad of emotions. Qi Zhaoqian discreetly observed, making an effort to memorize these individuals. Yun Yuba, are you threatening us? Gulang was the first to voice his defiance, narrowing his eyes as he questioned her. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his face flushed with anger. The audacity of Yun Yuba to call him old was astonishing. Regardless of his age, he remains an unshakable presence, one that a person like her could not easily manipulate. Upon hearing these words, Yun Yuba pursed her lips and cast a disdainful glance in his direction, her eyes laced with a hint of mockery. How could that be? Grand Marshal, would you care to turn around and take a look? Are you truly certain you wish to invoke the term we? It seems that the only one I threaten here is you. Gulang was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. As he turned in confusion, he noticed the individuals behind him had begun to disperse, leaving him standing alone. The atmosphere grew awkward. Those who passed by dared not meet Gulang's gaze, keeping their heads bowed in silence. You all. Gulang raised his hand to point at them, his body swaying slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. His old friend Wan Zhuqi shot him a glance, subtly advising him that wisdom lies in recognizing the times, suggesting that he should think long-term rather than act impulsively, given the unfavorable circumstances. However, Gulang dismissed this counsel with a cold snort and a disdainful glare directed at Wan Zhuqi. He was acutely aware of their fears. With Yun Yuba firmly in power, she could easily concoct an excuse to keep them all confined within the Golden Palace. Though he ought to consider the well-being of his family and kin, Gulang's heart was filled with defiance, his reluctance evident in his eyes. He stood his ground, fixated on Yun Yuba and Qi Zhaoqian. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Qi Zhaoqian tactfully interjected, Grand Marshal, do you have any objections? She inquired calmly, leaving Gulang momentarily speechless. What purpose would his dissent serve, given the insignificance of his opinion? No, I dare not voice any objections. I hope your highness will not disappoint the expectations of the court. He gritted his teeth as he spoke, and Qi Zhaoqian smiled at him, appearing utterly harmless. disregarding his dissatisfaction and disrespect. Gulang had once served under Qi Yuan, achieving numerous victories that garnered Qi Yuan's favor, earning the title of Grand Marshal and command over the military. Although he no longer held any real power, his reputation still lingered, and he could not afford to create a rift. Qi Zhaoqian cleared her throat and conveyed the words Yun Yubo had entrusted to her. Since there are no objections, let us conclude the court session. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's events. Her expression was indifferent. Yet no one in attendance took the initiative to follow her lead. Her use of the term, "I lacked authority," coupled with her youth, rendering her presence somewhat feeble. Were it not for Yun Yubo, she might not even have had the opportunity to stand there. The atmosphere remained tense. Her declaration to conclude the session bore little impact, as some ministers hesitated to kneel and exit, feeling the weight of Gulang's presence. Caught in a dilemma, Gulang was a figure they could not afford to offend, nor could they risk incurring Yun Yubo's wrath. Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, casting a pitiful glance at Yun Yubo. She felt restless, uncertain of how to proceed. By rights, should not these individuals desire to escape this place more than she did? Yun Yubo noticed her longing for escape and, after a moment of contemplation, extended his hand toward her. "Come, Your Highness. Today's events have caused considerable disturbance. I assure you such occurrences will not happen again." His demeanor was one of utmost respect, his words a solemn promise of support for Qi Zhaoqian, boldly declaring his loyalty to her. Her performance was so convincing that Qi Zhaoqian felt a chill run down her spine, her heart racing with apprehension. She gazed at the hand extended by Yun Yubo, momentarily taken aback, recalling that this very hand had once gripped her throat, nearly claiming her life. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, pondering that Yun Yubo had merely mentioned resolving the matter with Gulang after he had spoken disrespectfully, without any indication of wanting to hold hands. Could this truly be allowed? She pressed her lips together, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Yet Yun Yubo exhibited remarkable patience, her hand hovering in the air, awaiting Qi Zhaoqian's response. Although Yun Yubo was not naturally a patient individual, she certainly had no qualms about feigning it in such a moment, as maintaining her persona was of utmost importance. Stealing a glance at Yun Yubo's impassive countenance, Qi Zhaoqian steeled herself against the fear welling within her and gradually placed her hand into Yun Yubo's. Yun Yubo's hand was a size larger than hers, fair and symmetrical, with clearly defined knuckles, resembling a flawless piece of jade, while her own hands, neglected and rough, bore a darker hue with minute scars, a stark contrast that stirred feelings of inadequacy within her. With the support of Yun Yubo, she rose slowly, allowing her to lead her downwards. The warmth of Yun Yubo's grip enveloped her, igniting a gentle warmth in her heart, yet it could not quell the tension and trepidation that coursed through her. Lowering her gaze, Qi Zhaoqian's thoughts became disordered. The gentle facade of Yun Yubo was truly enchanting. Had she not known the nature of the person behind it, she might have unconsciously lowered her guard. As the two descended, the crowd knelt before them, chanting, "Long live our emperor." Gulang stood amidst the throng, appearing somewhat out of place. Both Qi Zhaoqian and Yun Yubo fixed their eyes upon him, and ultimately he had no choice but to kneel reluctantly, lowering his head to conceal the unwillingness in his eyes. Yun Yubo seemed in high spirits, as she led Qi Zhaoqian to stand before Gulang. She paused momentarily to converse with her. "Your Majesty, such an incident shall not recur. Rest assured." Her voice was both affectionate and gentle, yet tinged with a hint of detachment, like a feather skimming across the surface of water, stirring gentle ripples. Qi Zhaoqian nodded, deliberately slowing her pace to observe the prostrated crowd, a means to distract herself. Noticing their suppressed fury, she offered a nonchalant smile, signaling that all was well, and that they could wait a little longer. If she were to leave, she would never see them again. Why should she concern herself with their current expressions? If she did not leave, there would come a day when they would willingly bow in submission. Though she could not perceive the expressions of the ministers, it was evident that many were reluctant, their fists tightly clenched, enduring the moment. She aimed to both appease Yun Yubo and observe the gathering. Qi Zhaoqian understood that Yun Yubo's words were deliberately directed at Gulang. Chapter 18. A surprising Turn Gulang clearly perceived this, his body stiffening momentarily as he cursed inwardly, feeling a suffocating frustration rising within him. The current circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for him, particularly concerning the fickle-minded courtiers. He would deal with them after the court session. Qi Zhaoqian cast a sidelong glance at him before gradually averting her gaze, striving to appear less conspicuous. She understood that the Gu family had followed Qi Yuan for half a lifetime, wielding military power for years. The respect owed to them must still be accorded. Should she press too hard, it might lead to unrest. Yin Yubao, accompanied by Qi Zhaoqian, meandered gracefully among the ministers, each step taking them closer to the palace gates. Observing this scene, Qi Zhaoqian felt a subtle shift within her. Clad in the imperial robe, resplendent and exquisite, she stood before the throng that prostrated at her feet. Humbled like dust, in their desperate quest for survival, they recognized her as their sovereign, bowing to power and aligning themselves with Yun Yubao's designs to support her. All that unfolded before her was a gift from Yun Yubao, and she felt an overwhelming sense of vanity fulfilled. Even the typically imperious Yun Yubao treated her with utmost reverence, while the multitude chanted "Long live our emperor" with fervor. Yet, Qi Zhaoqian remained resolute in her desire to escape. What were riches compared to freedom? Her curiosity about the world described by her mother was insatiable. She longed to witness those sights firsthand. The scene within the grand hall was peculiar, yet it exuded an inexplicable harmony and beauty. Halfway through their journey, Qi Zhaoqian discreetly glanced at Yun Yubao, etching the Fade of heartfelt devotion into her memory. As dawn broke, illuminating the imperial city, a warm glow enveloped Yun Yubao, casting her figure in a solitary, ethereal light. A gentle smile graced her lips, suggesting an indescribable joy, devoid of her usual gloom, revealing a distinct beauty. She led Qi Zhaoqian into the light, warming the coldness of time, her astonishing grace leaving an indelible impression. A pity she was cloaked in a mundane world. Qi Zhaoqian cautiously admired her for a moment before diverting her gaze elsewhere, fearful of being caught. Yun Yubao's grip was unwavering when she sensed Qi Zhaoqian's distraction. It was wiser for her to remain compliant. Yet, before 3 seconds had elapsed, Qi Zhaoqian's attention was again drawn to Yun Yubao. She found the current tableau exquisite, yet strangely surreal. At this moment, Yun Yubao, in the prime of her youth, radiated a unique maturity, steeped in literary elegance, yet not lacking in a distinct fierceness and authority. In stark contrast, Qi Zhaoqian felt a profound sense of inferiority, wishing instead to be buried in the earth. After belittling herself for so long, Qi Zhaoqian finally averted her gaze from Yun Yubao. Upon stepping beyond the palace doors, she beheld the imperial city, resplendent in the morning sun, yet it did not resonate with her. She silently vowed that this place would not ensnare her. She did not belong here, nor did she wish to linger in this opulent yet frigid realm. In that moment, her youthful heart brimmed with pride and restlessness, believing she could master her fate, that everything ought to unfold according to her vision. The current confinement was but temporary. She would escape. Beside her, Yun Yubao surveyed the imperial city, her eyes reflecting emotions unfathomable to others. They spoke of sorrow, compassion, and an abundance of unwillingness and helplessness, revealing secrets known only to her. Yun Yubao's emotions were many, yet they flitted away like shadows, elusive and ungraspable, no one daring to decipher her thoughts or inquire about her past. With a deep breath, she released the pent-up frustration within her and spoke. From this day forth, this realm shall belong to your majesty. It is imperative that you engage earnestly in both study and governance, ensuring the peace of the populace and the strength of Bailing. At the mention of Bailing, she paused momentarily, closing her eyes to bask in the warmth of the sun, placing significant weight on the words "the common people." Qi Zhao's mind wandered, half-dazed, nodding in a vague understanding, yet her thoughts lingered on the words spoken by Yun Yubao the previous day. She could not recall Yun Yubao mentioning this particular segment or uttering such phrases. The current circumstance left her feeling somewhat perplexed, unsure of how to respond to Yun Yubao. Yun Yubao's voice was somewhat hoarse, leaving her uncertain whether it stemmed from genuine sentiment. Remaining silent seemed implausible. Her words bore the weight of a teacher's admonition, imbued with earnestness and profound counsel. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Zhao turned to her and spoke. I have taken your words to heart. However, imperial teacher, do you not feel content? It seems to me that you are not happy. In a moment of unexpected candor, she expressed her concern, her words laced with care. Yin Yuba tightened her grip on Qi Zhao's hand, squinting as if recalling something. A smile graced her lips, revealing a semblance of joy and satisfaction. Yet her eyes remained cold, her tone as flat as still water. No, it brings me great joy to stand alongside your majesty, and I am elated to assist you. Today, I am my happiest. Despite her outward display of happiness, her words lacked warmth, devoid of any genuine emotion, resembling stagnant water. Qi Zhao shivered, feeling the tension rise within her. This feels insincere, almost like deceiving a child. As Yin Yuba uttered her disingenuous words, she led Qi Zhao down the steps, descending into a silence that enveloped them, leaving no room for further conversation. With nothing to say, Qi Zhao found herself at a loss, longing to escape this place. She opened her mouth to speak, but, after a moment's reflection, chose to remain silent, offering only a subdued hum in response. The journey was marked by a profound stillness. Initially, Yin Yuba seemed somewhat composed, displaying no adverse reactions. However, at some point, she ceased to indulge Qi Zhao, retracting her facade of feigned cheerfulness, becoming as distant as she was on ordinary days. Pulled along by Yin Yuba's brisk pace, Qi Zhao struggled to keep up, resorting to a light jog in an attempt to catch up with her. Sensing the shift in Yin Yuba's demeanor, Qi Zhao hesitated to speak, anxiety bubbling within her as she pondered how to preserve her own safety. Is she upset? But why would she be angry? Is it because I inadvertently exposed her discontent? Have I overstepped? Will I face punishment upon our return? Will I be struck? Qi Zhao silently observed Yin Yuba's retreating figure, her hair dancing in the wind, a fine sheen of sweat glistening at her temples, the flutter of her robes caught in the breeze. She harbored numerous questions, yet none possessed the courage to voice them. For reasons unknown, Qi Zhao felt a pang of regret, believing she should not have uttered that remark. Gasping slightly, she endeavored to match Yin Yuba's swift strides, resigning herself to whatever fate awaited her, even if it meant punishment. After all, there are countless reasons to incur wrath, especially in the present moment. Yin Yuba continued to lead her towards the study. Upon entering, the door was closed behind them by an attendant. As Qi Zhao, Qian steadied herself. Still in a state of bewilderment, Yin Yuba promptly released her hand. Her expression was cold, a stark contrast to the warmth she had displayed moments earlier in the Grand Hall. Qi Zhao Qian stood there, staring blankly at her now empty palm, her fingers instinctively twitching as if trying to grasp something intangible. The warmth that lingered had dissipated, and with it, the gentle sensation vanished, leaving Qi Zhao Qian in a daze. Yin Yubo's abrupt withdrawal was startling. She struggled to comprehend the swiftness of it all. Truly, the duality of her demeanor was admirable, and Qi Zhao Qian found herself contemplating the art of such performances, mentally taking notes for future reference. Her memory was exceptional. She could recall books she had read with ease and retain the words she had heard for a long time. However, her inability to write legibly rendered her attempts at transcription unsightly, which was why Yin Yubo often urged her to practice her calligraphy. Though this was not a dream, the fleeting beauty of the moment felt almost dreamlike. In her dreams, the only warmth she experienced was when the dance attire of her mother, the Empress, was consumed by flames, casting a glow upon her face that brought her an unparalleled sense of comfort. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her heart, causing her to weep uncontrollably. Her mother would no longer endure torment, and in turn, she too would suffer less, which was a small consolation. With a resigned smile, Qi Zhao Qian admonished herself for indulging in such fantasies. After all, Yin Yubo's gesture was merely a strategic move for the greater good. The hand she had extended was but a harbinger of her descent into despair, and she chastised herself for feeling so perturbed. The thoughts of a young girl could shift rapidly, all buried deep within, including her resentment. Well done today. I shall draft an imperial edict shortly to send to the Gu family, Yin Yubo stated, not once allowing her gaze to linger on Qi Zhaoqian, immediately returning to her own affairs. As Qi Zhaoqian took her seat, she delicately wiped her hands with a handkerchief, as if she had touched something unclean. Yin Yubo's nonchalant actions stung Qi Zhaoqian's eyes, leaving her frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. The blatant disdain was unmistakable. Qi Zhaoqian gritted her teeth, reflecting on the absurdity that it was Yin Yubo who had requested her hand in the first place. Yet now she was met with such contempt from her. This woman truly incited her ire. What content should the imperial master draft? Qi Zhaoqian felt a wave of frustration wash over her, turning her gaze away in an attempt to express her discontent. Yet curiosity gnawed at her regarding Yin Yubo's intentions. Given the day's circumstances, it was evident that Yin Yubo was intent on suppressing the Gu family. You need not concern yourself. Simply obey, Yin Yubo replied, slightly furrowing her brow upon hearing Qi Zhaoqian call her name, instructing her to refrain from overstepping. Qi Zhaoqian turned to meet her gaze, wanting to retort that as the emperor, she had every right to intervene. But the icy glare from Yin Yubo quelled her defiance, rendering her meek. Yin Yubo shot Qi Zhaoqian a dismissive glance, as if questioning whether she had any grievances to voice. Qi Zhaoqian dared not speak, moving to the writing desk to dutifully begin transcribing the day's lessons. In her heart, she sought to console herself. It was merely overt disdain. What was there to be concerned about? Had she not endured scorn before? Indeed, she was inherently tainted, and Yin Yubo merely served as a reminder of her position, urging her not to attempt to alter her standing. Yin Yubo observed her every move from the corner of her eye, and once she had finished wiping, she returned the handkerchief, her expression, as usual, seated beside the chessboard. In that moment, she contemplated myriad thoughts, her actions aimed at undermining Qi Zhaoqian's pride, ensuring she did not forget her identity, nor entertain any notion of being the recipient of her pity. The Gu family could not be easily discarded. They still held significant influence over the frontier, and their guardianship was indispensable. Regardless of the circumstances, the welfare of the common folk remained paramount. They should not be sacrificed at the altar of imperial power. Yin Yubo shifted her gaze to the remnants of the chess game beside her, deep in silent contemplation, occasionally making a move in an attempt to break the stalemate and tilt the situation in her favor. Qi Zhaoqian, engaged in the tedious act of copying, found her attention involuntarily drawn to the birds outside the window, her expression betraying a longing. How splendid it would be to be born a bird. Feeling the rush of every breeze with wings, soaring to any destination she desired. She shook her head in a daze, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Qi Zhaoqian forced herself to suppress those thoughts, knowing that should Yin Yubo discover them, she would face punishment. The sting of the punishment was too severe, rendering her unable to hold her pen steadily, and if she failed to complete her copying, hunger would follow. With a sigh, she mused on how she could hardly compare to the tragic fate of the empress depicted in her books. The text described emperors indulging in lavish feasts, while her own meals were meager, scarcely distinguishable from those of ordinary families. The palace's provisions, in truth, were worlds apart from the splendor depicted in literature. Yet they were still far superior to the fare she endured in the cold palace. For this alone, she ought to feel grateful and content. After Yin Yubo led Qi Zhaoqian away, the imperial guard sheathed their swords and the ministers began to rise. The hall buzzed with whispers, many exchanging furtive glances, while others hastily exited, eager to distance themselves from the tumultuous atmosphere. Gu Lang rose unsteadily, and when Zhuqi, having observed him, hurried over to offer support. However, Gu Lang stepped back, raising a hand to wave away the gesture, his countenance clearly expressing displeasure, forbidding any contact. When Zhuqi felt a twinge of awkwardness, his hand suspended in the air as many onlookers turned their attention to them. Tai Wei, you are aware of the circumstances. I offer my sincerest apologies, he said, attempting to salvage their years of camaraderie with a forced smile, his words laced with resignation. Gu Lang regarded him coldly, snorting disdainfully before departing, casting a dismissive glance at those who stood behind Wen Zhuqi. Today, his dignity had been utterly obliterated, leaving him with nothing, all owing to their actions. Gu Lang and Wen Zhuqi had once shared a cordial relationship, but in such a predicament, those nearby who had intended to speak were promptly intimidated into silence. Watching Gu Lang's retreating figure with trepidation, he had not even afforded Wen Zhuqi the courtesy of respect, let alone that of those who might fear a reprimand at the slightest utterance. Wen Zhuqi stood still, his face flushed with embarrassment after being rebuffed. However, he adeptly addressed his colleagues behind him, suggesting they defer matters for another day. Let us speak of this another time. For now, I implore you all to return to your respective homes and attend to your duties. Everyone, being perceptive individuals, nodded in agreement, gracefully excusing themselves to depart. After dismissing the crowd, Wen Zhuqi quietly observed the silhouette of his old friend, cursing inwardly at his stubbornness. Gu Lang, with his obstinate temperament, was undoubtedly feeling disgruntled about lowering his head today. Yet, in the court, self-preservation was the wisest choice. He could not recklessly gamble the fate of their entire clan alongside him. No one could afford such a risk, not Wen Zhuqi, nor Gu Lang, nor any of those present. They all shared the same sentiment, none among them possessing superiority. Chapter 20. The youth Gu Lang arrived at the palace gates, standing there, gazing upwards at the distant green mountains. His frame appeared somewhat frail, and a hint of confusion lingered in his eyes. He resembled a candle flickering in the wind, radiating his remaining warmth in the court, yet unable to escape the gust that threatened to extinguish him after extracting the last vestiges of his worth. With the death of the Grand Princess and the second prince's lack of courage, consumed by fruitless worries, the fifth prince remained mute, indifferent to worldly affairs and estranged from others. The seventh princess was a sickly recluse, while the 11th princess had been reduced to a puppet ruler. Throughout Bailing and the Qi family, the power dynamics were being manipulated by Yun Yuba. His eyes brimmed with bitterness. Aside from these few surviving princes and princesses, the others had long been eliminated in the struggle for power, some driven mad, others dead. The current situation was not difficult to predict. Yun Yuba was poised to target the Gu family. The Gu family represented the only force capable of restraining Yun Yuba, serving as the mainstay against the enemy. Given today's turmoil at the borders, it was inevitable that a campaign would ensue. However, Gu Lang was aging, and it was likely that this burden would fall upon his youngest son, Gu Jinzhong, having lived more than half his life. Gu Lang had once been a trusted aide to Qi Yuan, serving as his right hand. Yet later, while the Gu family fought valiantly in the wilderness, they faced relentless oppression and threats in the court. Throughout his life of loyalty, what had truly been achieved? Ultimately, to whom would this realm belong? Yun Yuba, your ambitions are far too grand. How can my Gu family possibly save you? And can you save yourself? Will your veins still flow with the blood of the late emperor? He spoke to himself, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Much of his reflection intended for his own ears, allowing him to harbor a modicum of impartiality towards Qi Zhao. As Gu Lang descended the steps, he maintained a straight posture, concealing the disheveled appearance he had exhibited moments before in the court. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, eager to witness the downfall of the Gu family, to expose their shortcomings, and to mock his diminished status. Yet, the foundation he had built was not so easily shaken. Bailing would not fall into the hands of outsiders. As long as the Gu family stood, they would safeguard Bailing from upheaval and protect the city from external threats. In a climate of trepidation, everyone sought to carve out their own interests while attempting to suppress those they deemed beneath them, yet dared not offend. Gu Lang stepped out of the palace and boarded the carriage back to the Grand Commandant's residence. Throughout the journey, he remained lost in contemplation, his eyes closed within the carriage. If Yun Yubao were truly loyal, they would not have clashed for so long. He was no fool. How could he fail to see Yun Yubao's ulterior motives? They were all cunning foxes in the court, with numerous princes and princesses vying for power. And Yun Yubao was certainly a source of discord. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Gu Lang had never held a favorable view of Yun Yubao since her ascent in the political arena. He acknowledged her talent and intellect, yet he could not abide her presence. Yin Yubao had deliberately made things difficult for the Gu family. His eldest son and second daughter had both perished in battle, their remains lost to the winds, and now his youngest son, Gu Jinzhu, was also bound for the front lines. Protecting the homeland was a duty, and the Gu family took great pride in it. But the price they paid was the oppression of the court, the suspicion of the late emperor, and the disillusionment of loyal ministers. This compelled him to stand alongside the Grand Princess, especially since there had once been a betrothal between the heir of the Gu family and the Grand Princess. Mentioning such past events now only served to highlight the changes that time had wrought. Upon returning to the Grand Commandant's residence, Gulang's first order of business was to summon his son. Gu Jinzhu, in the throes of youthful exuberance, was engaged in a game of kuju with his young servants when he was called by his father. Feeling momentarily disoriented and fearful of reprimand for not practicing martial arts diligently, as he entered the room, he sensed the weight of the atmosphere, causing the usually carefree boy to adopt a more restrained demeanor. "Father, I have practiced diligently today, and Mother praised me for it. By the way, she prepared some pastries for you, but she forbade me from eating them." He spoke obediently, shedding his playful demeanor and standing upright, though his words retained a hint of mischief. Gulang found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing at his son for an extended period. "Well, as long as you have practiced well," he replied, his face laden with concern. Gu Jinzhu bit his lip and ventured to ask questions perhaps he should not have. "Father, is there trouble in the palace or at the borders?" The bold youth spoke candidly. Gulang could only manage a wry smile. "You rascal. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Today, I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart with you. Spend more time with your mother in the coming days. Do not wander about aimlessly." Though Gu Jinzhu sensed something awry, he maintained an impassive facade, responding with an innocent inquiry. "Then what should I concern myself with? I certainly understand the need to be with Mother." He noted that his mother's health had improved significantly in recent days, and he had engaged in enough play before venturing out. As he regarded his father, Gulang countered with a question of his own. "What do you think you should concern yourself with? Or rather, what do you wish to concern yourself with?" He was not overly strict with his youngest son, which allowed Gu Jinzhu to feel at ease in his presence. Hearing this, Gu Jinzhu's spirits lifted, brimming with enthusiasm. The youth aspired to soar high, to grasp the stars and chase the sun, yearning to become a hero in the eyes of others, much like his elder brother. However, upon recalling a past acquaintance, he abruptly fell silent, glancing at his father with a look of apprehension. Yet Gulang, unlike before, bore no intention of reprimanding him. He remained silent, simply patting his son's back, harboring a hint of melancholy. "You have always been wild and free-spirited, unwilling to be confined. In this time of turmoil at the borders, someone must protect our homeland. Your father understands your ambitions. In the coming days, spend more time with your mother. Her health is fragile, and you should spare her the burden of worry." His tone was lonesome, and Gu Jinzhu parted his lips, momentarily unable to discern whether he felt sorrow or joy. He stood there, locking eyes with his father. In this silent exchange, more was conveyed than words could express. He perceived a multitude of emotions reflected in his father's gaze. Before long, when Zhuqi arrived for a visit, Gulang instructed Gu Jinzhu to leave first, while he engaged in a lengthy conversation with Zhuqi. Within the imperial palace, Qi Zhaoqian scrutinized the contents of the paper. After confirming there were no issues, she handed it over to Yin Yubao. "Is this correct, imperial teacher?" she inquired softly. Yin Yubao glanced at it, barely managing to decipher her scrawled handwriting. He rubbed his forehead, having encountered numerous unsightly scripts over his years of teaching. Yet never one as atrocious as this. Despite her lack of foundation, after practicing for so long, one would expect her writing to have improved. Yet, it was only barely legible. An edict must be penned by the Empress herself, but Qi Zhaoqian's handwriting was such that she doubted anyone else could even read it. Just days prior, her writing had shown some improvement. How could it regress so drastically today? Releasing her grip, the draft of the edict fluttered to the ground. Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and gently tugged at Yin Yubao's sleeve. "Imperial teacher, please come to my aid. I truly cannot manage this. Please do not be angry." Chapter 21. Living up to expectations, she gazed at Yin Yuba with a pitiful expression. Then her eyes shifted to the paper that lay discarded on the floor. She had no desire to write this edict, which was why her handwriting had become so careless. She wished to avoid entanglement in the disputes between Yin Yuba and Gulang, fearing she might become a target of blame, and she did not want to overly heed Yin Yuba's words, lest she lose her own identity. If Yin Yuba insisted she write, she would reluctantly comply, ensuring that no one could discern the letters. Qi Zhaoqian had always concealed her talents, preferring to present herself as someone devoid of skill. This approach spared her numerous troubles and allowed others to perceive her as no threat, lowering their guard around her. Yin Yuba regarded her with a lowered gaze, observing her grip on his sleeve. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Release your hold. Do not tug." The ploy of feigned innocence was of no use with him. Her pitiful demeanor only served to irritate him further. Moreover, the Qi family was deemed unworthy of touching her. Yin Yuba's demeanor was starkly indifferent, while Qi Zhaoqian, feeling aggrieved, bit her lip and gradually loosened her grip. She lowered her gaze, wringing her hands, her expression somewhat wounded. "I apologize," she replied to Yin Yuba, stealing glances at the imprint she had left on his sleeve, which would soon fade. Yin Yuba sighed, brushing off his sleeve in distaste, a blend of exasperation and resignation swirling within him. If this writing were to be seen by others, he could hardly bear to call himself an imperial teacher, much less admit that Qi Zhaoqian was his pupil, despite never having acknowledged such a title. Yin Yuba took a couple of steps forward, stepping on the paper she had discarded, deliberately avoiding a glance at the unsightly characters. She genuinely found them offensive to the eye. Were it not for Qi Zhaoqian's persistent presence by her side, she might have doubted the sincerity of Qi Zhaoqian's efforts. Observing Yin Yuba's evident disdain, Qi Zhaoqian pondered before finally speaking. "I shall practice once more. I am aware that Taifu disapproves of me, yet I have been diligently striving to learn. If it is truly necessary for me to write, might Taifu kindly hold my hand for some of the characters? I am at a loss for how to begin. I apologize." Her words, spoken with innocence, were a retreat disguised as an advance. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuba's eyelids twitched slightly, and her brows knitted in contemplation. Qi Zhaoqian turned her head to observe Yin Yuba, noticing the disdain etched upon her expression, which elicited a suppressed amusement. She herself was indifferent. Yin Yuba had always looked down upon any interaction with her, manifesting her contempt whenever they were alone, much like when she had been fed medicine, only to be cast aside immediately afterward, as if she wished to remain untarnished by any connection. Her utterance was merely a means to achieve her own ends, hoping that Yin Yuba might harbor even more disdain for her, believing her utterly worthless. Qi Zhaoqian's words were rather reckless, and as Yin Yuba approached the writing desk, she let out a cold laugh, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Taking a deep breath, she expressed her discontent with Qi Zhaoqian's suggestion. "How naive! Come over and grind the ink." Yin Yuba commanded, and Qi Zhaoqian, relieved, moved forward with trepidation. The two fell into silence. Qi Zhaoqian ground the ink, while Yin Yuba took up the brush, drafting the imperial edict. Yin Yuba's writing was ethereal and grand, imbued with a fierce intensity that could be recognized by anyone at a glance. Yet, even if recognized, no one would dare to speak of it openly, for her status shielded her. Qi Zhaoqian furtively glanced at the content above, the sparse phrases clearly outlining the arrangements for the Gu family. When Yin Yuba paused, she also withdrew her gaze, concealing her curiosity. On the following day, the edict arrived at the Gu family. It commanded Gu Jinju to immediately lead troops to the border to repel the enemy forces, ensuring the stability of the border and quelling the chaos therein, safeguarding the safety of Bailing and its citizens. The impetuous youth hesitated as he accepted the edict, only to be met with the concerned gazes of his father and mother. Gulang, with his eyes lowered, remained silent, merely observing the contents and characters on the imperial paper, a wave of helplessness rising from within. Yet he felt powerless to change the situation. "Father, I worry for you and mother. This hasty departure may make it difficult for me to return." Gu Jinju spoke to his father, holding the edict. To quell the chaos at the border could take at least a few years, or even a decade. His mother had always been frail, and his father had recently grown weary due to matters in the palace. What is there to worry about? Your father and mother are safe in the capital. We will await your return, and remember to write often, Gu Lang replied with a smile. Gu Jinju nodded gently, though unease lingered. Sensing his reluctance or doubt, Gu Lang intensified his tone. Rest assured, your father is your greatest support. Do not fear, just be cautious. Indeed, Gu Jinju made a point to ask Wen Zhuoqi to look after his parents, ensuring that Gu Lang and the others need not harbor concerns for him. When Zhuoqi patted his shoulder, his expression one of admiration and comfort. After all, as a scion of a martial family, Gu Jinju had harbored the ideal of protecting his home and country since childhood and would not bring shame to the Gu family. When Zhuoqi naturally agreed to assist him. He and Gu Lang were old friends, supporting each other through thick and thin, having shared much conversation the previous night. Gu Lang understood his challenges and bore no resentment for his actions the day before. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Gu Jinju left only 5 words before departing to pursue his aspirations. Just as Gu Jinju exited, Gu Lang entered the palace to meet Qi Zhaoqian. Qi Zhaoqian, observing Gu Lang, noted his increased pallor compared to the previous day. However, his demeanor remained obstinate and defiant, unwilling to yield even a little. It was understandable, considering his beloved youngest son had ventured to the frontier with provisions tightly controlled. Yin Yubo had metaphorically placed a knife to his throat, compelling his presence here. His influence had been undermined. The foundations within the palace were shaky. Thus, he had no choice but to leverage his position to ensure Gu Jinju's safety while negotiating with Yin Yubo. Yin Yubo stood nearby, her expression composed. Having anticipated his arrival, she regarded Gu Lang and spoke with languid grace. Tai Wei, we are both astute individuals. I am fully cognizant of your purpose here. The silver, grain, and cloth from the frontier must be drawn from the national treasury to support the front lines. You may harbor doubts about my character, but you cannot doubt my integrity. The welfare of the people is paramount to the state, and His Majesty will not neglect the soldiers. She lowered her gaze to Gu Lang, who narrowed his eyes. For some reason, Yin Yubo exuded a regal air reminiscent of an empress, yet she lacked the rightful status, even if she occupied this position. The support of the populace would elude her. I do trust the character of the imperial teacher. After all, if not for the young ones venturing forth, who would safeguard the dawn of our people and the security of our homeland. Both you and I serve Beiling, with a shared commitment to our nation's greater good. Would you not agree? Gu Lang met Yin Yubo's gaze, while she regarded him in turn, leaving Qi Zhaoqian to sit quietly, almost invisible, reluctant to speak. In such moments, her silence was prudent. After all, this was a duel of wits between Yin Yubo and Gu Lang, with her merely an observer. Listening to their peculiar exchange, she gleaned insights, absorbing the critical points. In Chapter 22, Do Not Punish Me, Yin Yubo sought Gu Lang's authority and the Gu family's political non-involvement, while Gu Lang desired the safety of his son and the supplies for the soldiers. Their interests did not conflict. Gu Lang understood that as long as the Gu family remained relevant, Yin Yubo would not overly challenge him. The stability of the frontier was paramount. With his presence, the supply of provisions would remain secure, bolstering troop morale and increasing the likelihood of victory. Qi Zhaoqian, not foolish, grasped the situation clearly but feigned ignorance. Acting the fool, they had already exchanged much. Yin Yubo had publicly assured Gu Lang that the supplies for the frontier would not be withheld and would be supplemented as much as possible, prompting Gu Lang to express his gratitude. My health has waned. I must rest and await news of my son. I request, Your Majesty, to permit me a few months for recuperation. At the utterance of Your Majesty, Qi Zhaoqian suddenly straightened, her expression brightening with a smile as she regarded him, conveying attentiveness. Hearing Gu Lang's request, she glanced at Yin Yubo, receiving a nod in response. Granted, the Tai Wei should indeed recuperate. Your health is of utmost importance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Lang gradually knelt, his tone markedly more respectful than the previous day. In this moment, he lowered his posture, not only for the greater good, but also to regain his strength. The nobleman conceals his talents within himself. Qi Zhaoqian neither troubled Gulang nor made any overt display of concern. Her tone was ordinary, devoid of excessive emotion. Yet, her words bore a hint of naivety, and her presence lacked the necessary gravitas, indicating that further refinement was essential. Yin Yubo recognized her inadequacy and resolved to leverage this perceived weakness to escape the confines of the palace and pursue her desires. Gulang gradually rose, bowing her head as she withdrew. Yin Yubo stood beside Qi Zhaoqian, watching him depart, her expression one of calculated foresight. As she observed Gulang's receding figure, her gaze briefly flickered to Qi Zhaoqian before returning, contemplating the next individual she needed to address. Many others lingered in the shadows. Now was not the time for her to relax. "Very well, continue your practice. Your handwriting is painfully atrocious," she remarked, causing Qi Zhaoqian to feel a twinge of embarrassment. "I understand. There is no need to repeat it so often. I shall strive to improve," she replied, a hint of grievance in her voice as she approached the writing desk and picked up a brush. Yin Yubo paid no heed to her complaints, focusing solely on the memorials laid before her. After the departure of the self-assured Jinju, the Grand Commandant fell ill and withdrew from political affairs, refusing to meet anyone. Thus, Yin Yubo assumed the responsibility of instructing Qi Zhaoqian, who faced a heavy academic load that left her utterly overwhelmed, with no respite in sight. How infuriating! Let those who wish to read this text do so, and let those who desire to write this script take it upon themselves. One day, as Yin Yubo stepped out, Qi Zhaoqian flung the books before her, sending them crashing to the floor. She muttered under her breath, her expression filled with defiance. Yin Yubo, without uttering a word, had cut off her rations. She had not eaten adequately for 3 days and was now dizzy from hunger. After finally managing to complete her work in silence, Yin Yubo dismissed her efforts, deeming her script unsightly and ordering her to redo it multiple times. Each attempt failed to satisfy Yin Yubo, who even tore up her written phrases, claiming they sullied her eyes. Qi Zhaoqian dared not voice her anger. Instead, she quietly retrieved fresh sheets of paper, tears brimming in her eyes as she continued to write. Just moments ago, Yin Yubo's attendant had hurried in with news, prompting her departure. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Zhaoqian boldly hurled the books away. The sound echoed loudly, yet no one entered. Yin Yubo had already dismissed everyone, and once inside the palace, she was often left alone with her. Her outward obedience masked an inner rebellion. If this monotonous existence persisted, Qi Zhaoqian feared she might go mad. As she gazed at the towering piles of memorials and struggled to recall the verses from the Imperial, the constant tension of being in Yin Yubo's presence was suffocating. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She slowly approached the window. Outside lay a bamboo grove, and through it, she viewed the palace walls that imprisoned her. They loomed high, so elevated that she had never glimpsed what lay beyond, nor did she know if higher walls awaited her after scaling this one. Yet, surely it was worth a try. She yearned to see the world outside. Leaning out of the window, she savored the long-lost sensation of freedom and joy. Her expression was one of longing, yet her ears remained attuned to any sounds. Wary of Yin Yubo's sudden return, after a period of emotional release, she slowly gathered the scattered books from the floor and arranged them neatly on the table, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Days later, Yin Yubo became somewhat preoccupied with various matters, often unable to remain by her side, leaving her alone in the study. While Yin Yubo was busy subduing dissenters, Qi Zhaoqian realized that her opportunity had arrived. Numerous members of the royal family were secretly colluding to incite rebellion, aiming to further muddy the already turbulent waters. There were countless others like Gulang lurking in the shadows, waiting for their moment to strike. Yin Yubo was exceedingly busy, and during this time, Qi Zhaoqian remained remarkably obedient, thus capturing little of Yin Yubo's attention. A solitary bird could hardly stir up significant waves. That night, as Qi Zhaoqian furrowed her brow over the memorials, Tu Qing entered, speaking to her with bowed head. "Your Majesty, the imperial teacher has advised that you retire for the evening. She will review your work in a few days. Tomorrow, You may visit the study alone. Tu Qing spoke softly, also offering her a bowl of calming soup. What is the imperial teacher up to? She seems rather occupied these days. Qi Zhaoqian inquired with curiosity, accepting the bowl of soothing broth. I am not privy to that. My duty is solely to care for your majesty. Tu Qing replied, feigning ignorance. Finding the response dull, Qi Zhaoqian drank the soup and placed the bowl at the edge of the table. Very well, I shall write for a while longer. It would not be pleasant for the imperial teacher to return and find these unsightly documents. I do not wish to see her displeased, for her anger is quite formidable. Qi Zhaoqian resumed her writing, accompanying her thoughts with a stream of murmured words. Tu Qing pursed her lips, observing Qi Zhaoqian's delicate form, feeling a twinge of pity for her. Before Qi Zhaoqian could set to work, a sudden noise erupted. With a careless motion, her sleeve brushed against the bowl, sending it crashing to the floor. The exquisite porcelain shattered into several pieces, startling both Qi Zhaoqian and Tu Qing. I'm so sorry, Qi Zhaoqian exclaimed in a panic, hurriedly crouching down to clean up the mess, though she was at a loss for how to proceed. As she reached the shards, Tu Qing swiftly pulled her back. Your Majesty. Tu Qing's voice rose slightly, causing Qi Zhaoqian to freeze, her expression marked by helplessness. I did not mean to. Please do not punish me. The fear in her tone betrayed her anxiety. Chapter 23. More haste. Qi Zhaoqian, perhaps fearing reproach, spoke with trepidation. Tu Qing furrowed her brow, hearing her words, and grasped her hand gently, scrutinizing it for any injuries. Your Majesty, are you hurt? Her tone was laced with urgency. Qi Zhaoqian momentarily stiffened, and after a long pause, she shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed. She gazed at Tu Qing, a mix of confusion and panic evident in her demeanor. Qi Zhaoqian instinctively did not comprehend why Tu Qing was so concerned about her. No, I am not injured. Even if I were, it is of no consequence, so there is no need for concern. Qi Zhaoqian withdrew her hand from Tu Qing's grasp, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. She was unaccustomed to such attentiveness. Her words elicited a look of pity in Tu Qing's eyes, though more profoundly, it was a reflection of helplessness. Though Tu Qing lacked the power to effect change, she dutifully followed Yun Yubao's commands to care for Qi Zhaoqian, having no authority to intervene otherwise. She was merely a subordinate, executing orders. Qi Zhaoqian's plea of "do not punish me" was likely a phrase she had grown accustomed to uttering in the presence of Yun Yubao. Under immense pressure, Qi Zhaoqian approached every task with trepidation, a reaction influenced by her background and experiences, adopting a posture of deliberate appeasement toward everyone, indifferent to the potential harm it might inflict upon herself. After confirming Qi Zhaoqian's well-being, Tu Qing felt a slight relief and spoke with her gaze lowered. Why should your Majesty apologize? It was merely an accident. Next time, avoid that pile of shards. Be cautious not to cut yourself. If it breaks, it breaks. It's just a bowl after all. Your Majesty ought not to be so reckless. The maidens can come in to clean up the pieces. Given your esteemed position, you should not be so overly cautious. As Tu Qing conveyed these sentiments, Qi Zhaoqian nodded obediently, her eyes reflecting joy. Very well, I shall take note of that. However, it may take some time for me to change. Please do not mind it. Thank you, Dr. Tu Qing. She exhaled in relief, offering a gentle smile. Tu Qing shook her head at the pile of fragments, indicating there was no need for such formality. Caring for and attending to your Majesty is my duty. There is no need for such politeness. Please remain still, your Majesty. I should go summon someone to clean up. It will be beneficial for you to grow accustomed to your status and not be so constrained. Qi Zhaoqian nodded earnestly, and Tu Qing stepped out to find someone to assist. The maidens soon arrived, clearing away the shards. But Qi Zhaoqian found herself too drowsy to continue writing after a brief attempt. Her thoughts felt muddled, and fatigue overcame her. The scrolls before her multiplied from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4. She hastily shook her head, striving for clarity, but to little avail. After writing only a few characters, she laid down her brush, her tone softening. Dr. Tu Qing, I am weary. She gazed at Tu Qing, who nodded in understanding. Very well, your Majesty. If you're tired, it is best to return and rest. There is no rush with your studies. Take your time. All right. Qi Zhaoqian nodded and followed Tu Jing back to her chambers. Throughout their journey, neither spoke further, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, pervading the imperial city with an indescribable feeling. This sensation fostered an inexplicable melancholy, as if an invisible hand controlled their fate, leaving all merely as caged birds. Qi Zhaoqian turned her head to survey her surroundings, clenching her fist tightly to stave off the encroaching fatigue. Upon returning to her quarters, Tu Jing attended to her until she was assured of Qi Zhaoqian's slumber, then quietly exited, closing the door behind her as she departed with a lantern. However, unbeknownst to her, just as she left, Qi Zhaoqian opened her eyes. Slowly, she sat up, resting her head on her hand as she gazed at the closed door. A cold smile crept across her lips as she gradually spread her palm, revealing a shard of the broken porcelain bowl she had intentionally selected, its edges exceptionally sharp. Suppressing the overwhelming sleepiness, she grasped the shard in her right hand and drew a swift cut across her left arm. Hiss! The sharp sting instantly dispelled her drowsiness, bringing her back to consciousness. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, carefully stowing the shard away. The pain dulled the effects of the medication, allowing her clarity to return. In this manner, she ensured that she would not succumb to slumber again. With unwavering resolve, she set to work, unafraid of injury or bloodshed. Her singular desire was to escape, and tonight represented her most fortuitous opportunity. Qi Zhaoqian was acutely aware that Yun Yubo had led his troops out of the imperial city to quell the rebellion of the Ling Wang, and he would undoubtedly be preoccupied with slaughter at the Ling Wang's residence, leaving her free from scrutiny. Though the imperial city was heavily guarded, the vigilance was palpably lax. With many sentinels absent, she had meticulously devised her plan over a fortnight, observing daily to identify the optimal escape route while assessing the evolving circumstances to ensure her own safety. In recent days, whenever Yin Yubo did not return to the imperial city by nightfall, Tu Qing would dutifully deliver calming herbal concoctions to her, allowing her to rest early. Qi Zhaoqian understood that this was a specific arrangement by Yun Yubo. She could neither refuse nor dare to decline. The potion induced a deep slumber until dawn, preventing any interruptions, a phenomenon Qi Zhaoqian had experienced on several occasions. Tonight, however, she had exerted considerable effort to remain awake, steadfastly awaiting the right moment. Beneath the dim flicker of candlelight, blood trickled down her arm, dripping onto the bright yellow bedding, a stark contrast. Qi Zhaoqian pressed her forehead, hastily retrieving a strip of cloth she had prepared beneath her pillow, intending to staunch the flow of blood. She bit one end of the cloth, deftly wrapping it around the wound with her right hand, securing it tightly once satisfied with the binding. All her movements were executed in a fluid manner. Qi Zhaoqian had rehearsed this countless times in her mind, rendering her execution nearly flawless. Yet, as she put it into practice, a hint of trepidation coursed through her, her heart racing violently. Her complexion paled slightly, the pain causing her to furrow her brow, and only 3 words echoed in her mind: move faster. She could not afford to linger, rising cautiously to her feet, donning a set of black garments before making her way to the window. Straining to hear the sounds outside, she confirmed the absence of others and gently pushed open the window. The wind howled outside, rustling the trees, and under the silvery moonlight, the dappled shadows danced like specters. Taking a deep breath, she leapt from the window. The motion tugged at her wound, blood seeping out, sticky and warm, but she could not afford to dwell on such matters. Step by step, Qi Zhaoqian advanced along her preordained route, pressing against the wall, her palms slick with cold sweat. Despite her meticulous planning, the enveloping darkness left her uncertain. She was left to navigate by feel, climbing higher trees to discern her bearings. Gazing into the distance, she noted the walls rising ever higher, a wave of frustration washing over her, yet she continued to reassure herself just a little longer. Within the confines of the Ling Wang's estate, Yin Yubo stood in the courtyard, impassively observing the gruesome scene before him, while listening to Tu Qing's report. Before him lay the decapitated bodies of the Ling Wang and his family, both adults and children severed in a horrifying display, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Tu Qing turned her face away from the sight, bowing her head as she spoke. Chapter 24. Capture them, Your Majesty has retired. The imperial city has successfully apprehended the rebel forces, all of whom are now detained. The list of ministers involved in this insurrection is here, and all residences are surrounded, awaiting the emperor's command. As her words fell, she offered the list with both hands. Outside the gate, a multitude of soldiers had encircled the area, leaving no room for escape. Yin Yuba cast a fleeting glance and raised her hand to accept the list. The cold wind howled and withered trees swayed. Yin Yuba stood unblemished by blood beneath the moonlight, resembling a solitary and proud white lotus of the snow-capped mountains, entirely out of place in this chaotic realm. Yet everything here was of her own making. She scrutinized the contents of the list, her eyes gleaming with understanding. Indeed, it aligned closely with her suspicions. Yin Yuba folded the letter and turned to speak with Tu Qing. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. The king had already been slain, and thus the remaining group would face the consequences of their choices. Those deemed useless had their proper place, and the king's severed head would be encased in a box for the ministers to open personally. Her voice resonated in the chilling atmosphere, causing Tu Qing to shiver involuntarily. Will the imperial master return to the Grand Tutor's residence tonight? Tu Qing inquired, to which Yin Yuba pondered for a few seconds before gently shaking her head. Her previous absences from the palace were due to her strategic maneuvers outside. Now that matters were nearly resolved, it was only right to return. Having spent several days away from the palace, she wondered if Qi Zhaoqian's studies had suffered. No, we must return to the palace. Most of the military forces had been dispatched by her to quell the rebellion, and she needed to return promptly. Tomorrow, she would also need to instruct Qi Zhaoqian on his lessons. Once these trivial matters were settled, it would be time to prepare for the morning court session. Busy with her plans, Yin Yuba anticipated that the morning court would be quite spectacular, a perfect opportunity for instruction. Yes, Tu Qing replied, not surprised, and took her leave to prepare the carriage for their return to the palace. Yin Yuba remained in place, surveying the debris strewn across the ground, and ultimately smiled faintly, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. Another adversary had been dealt with. How many more could stand against her in the court? Her public pretext was that she had come to carry out the emperor's orders, while simultaneously revealing all evidence she had gathered. Conspiracy against the state was a grave crime. To the populace, she was merely executing her duty, and none would dare to criticize her openly. At most, they might whisper of her ruthless methods, while the discerning would commend her unwavering loyalty. Yin Yuba was like that. Those she deemed useful were to be exploited to the fullest. Burn it all, cleanse the filth, she uttered slowly, prompting servants to erect piles of wood around the residence, igniting them with torches. The crackling of the flames illuminated the surroundings. As the corpses were consumed by fire, releasing a slowly rising stench of charred flesh, she also cast the letter Tu Qing had just given her into the flames. As she stepped through the threshold, the fire behind her blazed ever higher, glaringly bright and searing the eyes of all who beheld it. Yin Yuba glanced back slightly, her peripheral vision capturing the inferno. This scene overlapped with certain memories. In her recollections, flames, cries, and blood intertwined once more, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. These images would haunt her for a lifetime. And then there were those bloodied hands that had touched her forehead, the mangled body of a maid, and the tattered garments of her mother, torn asunder by others. A sudden, sharp pain pierced through her head, and an inexplicable melancholy settled in her heart. Yin Yubai pressed her forehead, struggling to maintain her balance. She stumbled a couple of steps before Touching hurriedly came forward to support her. "Master, what troubles you?" Touching inquired, a note of concern lacing her voice. After a prolonged moment, Yin Yubai gently shook her head, unwilling to speak. Touching's worry deepened as she noticed her master's demeanor. Sensing Touching's anxious expression, Yin Yubai shook her hand in a dismissive gesture, indicating that she needed no assistance. "It is nothing," she reassured. Touching, understanding the cue, released her grip and, observing Yin Yubai's countenance, advised, "Perhaps you have overexerted yourself these past few days without proper rest." Upon returning to the palace, Do remember to take care of yourself." Yin Yubai nodded in acknowledgement, feeling the warmth radiating from the flames behind her. The firelight cast a golden hue upon her, yet could not conceal her inherent chill. The blaze grew fiercer, and she did not linger, climbing into the carriage without a backward glance. "To the palace," she instructed, and the attendant promptly complied. As the carriage advanced, Yin Yubai delicately parted the curtain to glimpse the residence engulfed in flames. Her eyes betrayed no emotion as she lowered the curtain once more, leaning back to close her eyes and gather her thoughts, which were in disarray and her spirit unsettled. Upon her return to the royal palace, she descended from the carriage and made her way towards Qi Zhaoqian's quarters, flanked by numerous soldiers marching robustly towards Fuyan Hall. Throughout the journey, Touching followed closely behind, silently reflecting on her master's dedication to his majesty, when suddenly Yin Yubai halted. "What is it, master?" Touching asked, puzzled, as they stood outside the palace. Yet still far from the entrance. Yin Yubai squinted into the distance, her position affording her a clear view of an open window. An ominous premonition flashed through her mind, though she dismissed it as improbable. Could Qi Zhaoqian, that incompetent fool, disregard her words so easily? Touching, following her gaze, felt a jolt of alarm. She opened her mouth, a sense of panic overtaking her. Perhaps the wind is strong tonight, and it merely blew open. Yin Yubai shot her a glance, her cold, piercing eyes suddenly ablaze with fury, causing Touching to involuntarily shudder. Touching fell silent, praying that Qi Zhaoqian had not ventured out or that she was merely allowing fresh air in. Yin Yubai hastened forward, reaching the door. With a decisive kick, she flung it open and strode towards the bed. Touching hurried to keep pace, her demeanor disheveled. Upon reaching the bed, Yin Yubai stopped abruptly. The bed was empty, and as she reached out, she felt the coldness of the sheets. Her gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the bedding. After a moment's contemplation, she approached the window. There, on the windowsill, lay more blood. Yin Yubai stood there, eyes closed, inhaling deeply to suppress the seething rage within her. A sense of bitter amusement washed over her. Qi Zhaoqian had been remarkably compliant of late, perhaps seizing the moment of her relaxation to orchestrate a surprise. Touching, standing nearby, dared not speak, her apprehension growing as she regarded the bloodstains. "Do you think she has finished drinking? What transpired afterward?" Yin Yubai turned to look at her, casually inquiring with a tone that betrayed a hint of indifference. Subsequently, the emperor accidentally shattered a bowl, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. Thus, she ventured out to summon assistance for the cleanup, personally ensuring the emperor could rest and find solace. Tu Qing swallowed hard, speaking candidly. She pondered within herself that her medicine could not possibly be ineffective, especially since she had witnessed Qi Zhaoqian fall into slumber. Unless, of course, the emperor was willing to inflict harm upon himself in pursuit of clarity. But how painful that would be. Yin Yubai let out a cold laugh, standing with hands clasped behind her back, gazing out at the desolate, waning moon, her eyes ablaze with fury. It was not entirely devoid of merit. At least she knew how to feign sleep, deliberately choosing to escape today. Not foolish, yet not particularly clever either. Did she truly believe she could simply exit the confines of the palace at her whim? Tu Qing, how could you be so easily outmaneuvered by a mere child? Her tone held a hint of amusement, while Tu Qing bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. Yin Yubai suddenly recalled something, shadows of dark emotion flickering in her eyes as her lips parted slightly. Retrieve her. Chapter 25. Where does the emperor seek to go? Yes. Tu Qing promptly responded, hastening outside to instruct the numerous attendants to search for her. Anxiety gnawed at her heart, and she felt a profound dread. "Your Majesty, please do not act foolishly. With walls so high, how could you possibly escape?" The attendants dispersed, scouring the night shrouded in darkness, armed with torches and lanterns to illuminate the obscured corners. Yin Yubai stepped out of her chamber, observing the remnants of blood on the path with an expression of intrigue. The little wretch displayed a modicum of courage, yet I have made it clear, in my realm, only those who obey may thrive. Were the odds you believe you possess to escape? She murmured to herself, Her curiosity piqued about the expression Qi Zhaoqian might wear upon being captured again. Fear? Anger? Pity? There was no way Qi Zhaoqian could elude capture. She was undoubtedly still within the palace's grasp. However, the palace was vast, filled with countless hiding places, necessitating a meticulous search. Yin Yuba smiled silently. Each exit was guarded by her people, and Qi Zhaoqian would have no allies to assist her. Finding her was merely a matter of time. She understood Qi Zhaoqian's vulnerabilities all too well, having initially valued her isolation for ease of manipulation. Although Yin Yuba had started the day in good spirits, Qi Zhaoqian's recent antics had plunged her mood into disarray. Her fists clenched tightly, her mind flooded with images of Qi Zhaoqian's recent pitiful and cautious demeanor. After feigning compliance for so long, Qi Zhaoqian had once again revealed her fangs. Yin Yuba had thought her to have learned her lesson. Yin Yuba smirked at her own absurdity. Indeed, how could one who so brazenly severed her elder sister's head truly remain docile? That pitiable, helpless facade had almost deceived even her. In the palace, torches flared as everyone sought out Qi Zhaoqian, who crouched silently among the trees, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. The wound on her arm had ceased to bleed, yet the pain was excruciating. She could not lift it, nor could she muster any strength. Climbing the tree had drained her of considerable energy, and now her left arm felt nearly useless, while her right trembled uncontrollably. Beside the tree stood the towering palace walls. She could ascend them and then descend using a rope. The rope was cleverly crafted from the garments and sashes she had hidden while the palace maids were distracted during their laundry duties. She conducted her affairs with utmost caution, leaving no trace for anyone to discover. Yet, who could elucidate why Yin Yuba was so remarkably swift? After she had painstakingly found the path to ascend, the palace had already commenced its search for her. Observing the torches igniting in every direction filled Qi Zhaoqian with profound unease. If she were to be recaptured, what fate awaited her? The tree she clung to was robust, its leaves not entirely shed, and her dark attire provided some concealment, preventing her from being noticed. However, remaining perched, there was evidently a temporary solution. With the dawn, her concealment would inevitably be compromised. Have they found her? Not yet. Check over there, the Imperial Tutor urged. Hurry up. The voices of the soldiers below reached her ears, and upon hearing the title of Imperial Tutor, Qi Zhaoqian tensed involuntarily. Yin Yuba's efficiency was astonishing, rendering her situation exceedingly precarious. An undercurrent of fear gripped her, yet she yearned to take a chance, gazing longingly at the freedom so tantalizingly close. Her mother's words echoed in her mind, words that had etched themselves indelibly into her consciousness, impossible to dispel. She yearned to witness the mundane joys of common folk as her mother had described, to experience a different world, to live a life distinct from that of a mere pawn or puppet, perpetually manipulated by others. Qi Zhaoqian harbored an intense aversion towards this place and its denizens, regarding her life and death as inconsequential to them, and thus she felt no obligation to care for anyone in return. She had feigned innocence and vulnerability to procure her chance at freedom, and now she was resolute in not relinquishing it. The notion of leaping down without the aid of the rope quickly dissipated. It was far too perilous. A jump from such a height would likely result in severe injury or worse, and the noise would undoubtedly alert others, giving her little chance to escape. What to do? The current predicament was overwhelmingly disadvantageous for her. Qi Zhaoqian felt lost and helpless, and in her moment of distraction, she noticed a throng of torchbearers approaching from a distance. Steeling her resolve, she secured the rope to the tree while fervently praying she would not be discovered. Her movements were deft and quiet, aided by the strong winds of the night that masked much of her presence. Many passed beneath her without a hint of her existence. Once the rope was secured, she lowered it gradually, ensuring she did not stir any suspicions. Qi Zhaoqian remained patient, waiting for the crowd to thin before making her move. Success or failure hinged on this singular moment. Once she escaped this realm, she could vanish into the night and pursue her desires. As the numbers below dwindled, shifting their search in other directions. She exhaled in relief and cautiously placed her foot upon the palace wall. Before she could find her balance, the chilling sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached her ears, hurtling directly toward her. Startled, she instinctively withdrew her foot and steadied herself against the tree trunk. In that instant, an arrow struck the very spot where her foot had been, embedding itself into the wall and scattering debris, revealing the formidable strength of the archer. Qi Zhaoqian gasped, realizing that had she not retracted her foot, she might have lost it entirely, left behind in that very moment. "Your Majesty, what do you intend to venture at this late hour? It would be helpful for me to know." The familiar, chilling voice echoed in her ears, causing Qi Zhaoqian to freeze in her tracks as fear gradually enveloped her entire being, her mind clouded and disoriented. "This is disastrous." Her complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The frigid wind swept over her, rendering her unable to stop trembling, no matter how hard she tried to regain control. She slowly turned her head, finding Yunyu Bo poised with a bow and arrow, aimed squarely at her. Their gazes locked. Yunyu Bo's eyes were filled with inquiry, his expression stern, awaiting her response. She had not anticipated Yunyu Bo's return this evening. Had he not come back, she might have already been outside the palace, grasping that which she had long desired, breaking free from all the shackles. At that moment, Qi Zhaoqian found herself at a loss for words, lowering her gaze. Torches were stacked beneath the trees, illuminating the space around them, and the awkwardness of Qi Zhaoqian was laid bare before the onlookers. "Are you waiting for me to personally request your presence, Your Majesty?" Yunyu Bo's tone bore impatience, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to suppress her inner dread and force a bitter smile. "I do not understand why you are so determined to confine me. I do not appreciate this." She gazed at Yunyu Bo, yearning to be bold for once, an advocate for herself. Her expression grew resolute, while Tu Qing beside her anxiously stamped her foot. "Your Majesty, please come down quickly. It is dangerous up there," she urged Qi Zhaoqian, who merely glanced at her and shook her head gently in refusal. Chapter 26. Absurdity upon hearing this. Yunyu Bo did not grow angry, but instead smiled, patiently articulating his final words. "Your Majesty, if everything in this world could unfold according to one's desires, that would be utterly absurd." Her words floated lightly, yet the last three words were emphasized, carrying an unmistakable fury. Qi Zhaoqian was taken aback, her small face turning pale, the corners of her eyes tinged with red. She fixed her gaze on Yunyu Bo, focusing intently on the arrow aimed at her. "Huh, if you have the ability, then release it." Qi Zhaoqian suddenly provoked Yunyu Bo, her voice laced with intense resentment, her demeanor fearless. She would not yield. She would not listen. She was, after all, a rebel. If Yunyu Bo were to relent, then death would not be an unworthy release. She had endured enough. She no longer wished to live a life where even death was beyond her control. Her defiance stunned those present. Tu Qing's expression shifted, and she opened her mouth to halt Qi Zhaoqian before Yunyu Bo interjected. "Very well. Since your Majesty has expressed such sentiments, I shall grant your wish." A slight smile graced her lips as she focused on Qi Zhaoqian, her hand pulling back the bowstring with precision, seeking the most suitable aim. Yunyu Bo's demeanor remained composed, as if observing a petulant child. Qi Zhaoqian's temper was inconsequential in her eyes. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, her previously gathered courage dissipating in an instant. Yunyu Bo's expression did not seem playful. It appeared all too genuine, as if she truly intended to use her as a target, aiming for her head. Her fists clenched tightly, rendering her speechless with anger. Her heart a tumult of fear and confusion. Her prior goal had been survival. Now it was freedom. If she were to perish this night, would it not be an unworthy fate? "Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. The Emperor is merely acting childishly. I shall immediately go and appease him." As Tu Hua began to plead for Qi Zhaoqian, Yunyu Bo had already released his grip. She had always held a disdain for unnecessary words and delays. Before anyone could react, the arrow had already left the bowstring, hurtling directly towards Qi Zhaoqian with remarkable speed. Qi Zhaoqian's eyes widened, as if immobilized by some unseen force, helplessly watching the arrow approach ever closer. She was certain that she would meet her end, that the arrow would pierce through her. Her mind went blank, and the onlookers were struck with shock at Yun Yu Bo's decisiveness. Tuhua, witnessing this scene, tightly shut her eyes, turning her face away in fear. Yet the arrow merely grazed Qi Zhaoqian's neck, continuing on to embed itself in a nearby tree with a dull thud. The arrow's feathers still trembled, and Qi Zhaoqian remained in a daze, her heart racing with an indescribable fear washing over her. Her eyelashes fluttered, her face devoid of color. As the cold wind swept by, she shuddered uncontrollably, nearly losing her balance atop the tree. In the profound silence, all she could hear was the frantic beating of her heart and her hurried breaths. The anticipated pain did not arrive. She swallowed hard, as if her very soul had been extracted. She believed that this time, she was surely doomed, that Yun Yu Bo would show her no mercy, having narrowly escaped death. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, some even expressing admiration for Yun Yu Bo. Tua slowly opened her eyes, letting out a long breath. Had Yun Yu Bo faltered even slightly, that arrow would have struck Qi Zhaoqian's neck, or worse, pierced through it entirely. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied?" Yun Yu Bo inquired, lowering his bow and gazing up at her. Hearing her taunting words, Qi Zhaoqian's expression appeared deeply aggrieved, her eyes welling with tears. Yun Yu Bo, filled with scorn, tossed the bow to someone nearby and stood there, mocking her. "Oh, what is this expression, Your Majesty? You look as though you've suffered a tremendous injustice. Wasn't it you who insisted on letting go? Are you dissatisfied and in need of another demonstration?" Qi Zhaoqian remained silent, prompting a cold huff from Yun Yu Bo. "Tuhua, bring her down." With an indifferent demeanor, she commanded. Tuhua, feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly complied, signaling for others to assist Qi Zhaoqian down, fearing she might falter in her weakened state. Qi Zhaoqian could not recall how she descended, only realizing she was standing on the ground as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the night, shrouded in a thin veil that obscured everything. She longed to glimpse the world beyond the palace walls, but was unsuccessful, being pulled down before she could see anything. What was there to behold? Even if she had seen it, what difference would it make? As Tuhua brought her down, Qi Zhaoqian lowered her eyelids, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality upon her feet touching the ground. For reasons unknown, a delayed terror washed over her, and her legs buckled, collapsing to the earth. Devoid of strength, her knees struck the ground with a muffled thud. "Your Majesty!" Tuhua, noticing her state of shock, hurried to her side, attempting to assist her, but was halted by a mere glance from Yun Yu Bo. The air solidified, and Yun Yu Bo remained silent, yet felt as though she had voiced countless words. Chu Qing could only awkwardly withdraw, while Yun Yu Bo stepped forward, crouching down to grasp Qi Zhaoqian's chin, compelling her to tilt her head back. "Your Majesty, have you had enough of this commotion?" Yun Yu Bo fixed her gaze upon her, exerting a grip so strong that Qi Zhaoqian felt as though her chin might shatter. A chill, bone-deep and pervasive, spread from her heart throughout her body. Though winter had yet to arrive, the cold was even more biting, sending shivers through her. Gradually, the sky brightened as the sun ascended, casting a warm glow over Yun Yu Bo, who stood before her. Qi Zhaoqian focused on her, disregarding her beauty, and managed a sorrowful smile. "Ha ha ha, absurd. Satisfied? Had enough? Is it not ludicrous now? I scorn this position. Why? Why won't you let me go? Why? Why don't you kill me? Yun Yu Bo, Grand Tutor, Imperial Teacher, why won't you end my life?" After her outburst, Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, her emotions spiraling out of control. Yun Yu Bo narrowed her eyes, a rare glint of satisfaction gracing her expression. Observing Qi Zhaoqian's tears seemed to bring her a sense of delight. She felt no pity, nor did she soften. Instead of responding directly, Yun Yu Bo turned her attention to Qi Zhaoqian's bandaged arm, a hint of amusement flickering in her gaze. "Your Majesty, why inflict pain upon yourself in vain? Where could you possibly go if you leave? Have you forgotten what I once said?" A trace of disdain passed through her eyes, which Qi Zhaoqian perceptibly caught. Although Qi Zhaoqian recalled Yin Yuba's words, she was unwilling to listen. Indeed, in vain. Despair flickered in Qi Zhaoqian's eyes as she glared at her with resentment. Yin Yuba, if you possess the courage, aim for my head and kill me. Do not threaten me like this. Yin Yuba remained as indifferent as ice, chuckling at her frantic disposition. She opened her mouth to speak, but Qi Zhaoqian suddenly raised her right hand. If Yin Yuba treated her thusly, she would not yield in weakness. The shard of porcelain glimmered coldly in her palm, and she gripped it tightly, thrusting it toward Yin Yuba. Be careful. Chapter 27. Acknowledgement of mistakes. The incident transpired in an instant. Those at a distance heard a startled cry, followed by a muffled groan, plunging the scene into chaos. Grand Tutor, Your Majesty. Chu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the unfolding drama. The porcelain shard in Qi Zhaoqian's hand had pierced Yin Yuba's shoulder with considerable force, causing blood to flow from her palm and stain the ground crimson. Yin Yuba's pristine garments were gradually tainted red as she gazed at Qi Zhaoqian in silence, her aura dark and foreboding. Qi Zhaoqian wore a mocking smile, a fleeting flicker of satisfaction crossing her features, which appeared particularly provocative. Regardless of its futility, you should not deride my efforts, nor should you mock my wounds. Yin Yuba, your arrogance is truly boundless. She relished the sight of Yin Yuba's injury, seeking any sign of change in her expression, anger or pain, it mattered not, but found none. Only the contemptuous gaze of Yin Yuba, which seemed to trample her beneath, leaving her breathless. Though her own situation was hardly enviable, inflicting pain upon Yin Yuba was a small victory for Qi Zhaoqian. After uttering these words, Yin Yuba turned her head to observe Qi Zhaoqian's actions and suddenly burst into laughter. The shard of porcelain remained embedded in her shoulder, blood streaming down. Yet, most of that blood was not hers, but rather Qi Zhaoqian's own. Although the shard had wounded her, the reciprocal nature of their struggle had left Qi Zhaoqian with a far more grievous injury. A foolish endeavor that resulted in wounding 1,000 while harming herself 800. She chuckled softly, gradually approaching Qi Zhaoqian, whispering in her ear as she had done during their initial encounter. Oh, how delightful! Little fool, I underestimated you. Yes, I am indeed arrogant. Do you wish for death? Such matters are not so easily accomplished. Qi Zhaoqian, disobedience warrants punishment. Qi Zhaoqian froze, gazing at her in confusion. Get away. Don't come near me. Again, she raised her right hand, but this time, Yin Yuba did not grant her the opportunity. With a sharp slap, Yin Yuba struck Qi Zhaoqian, sending her crashing to the ground. The porcelain shard flew from her palm, stained with vivid crimson. The force of Yin Yuba's blow was substantial, inflicting considerable pain upon Qi Zhaoqian, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Slowly, Yin Yuba stood up, maintaining an air of nonchalance despite her injuries. Dazed from the blow, Qi Zhaoqian looked up at Yin Yuba, who towered over her, and after a deep breath, uttered 2 words, admit fault. Qi Zhaoqian stood frozen, unable to comprehend where she had erred. I'm not at fault. She covered her face with her hands, defiantly gazing at Yin Yuba, her voice filled with anguish and resentment. What have I done wrong? Why should I admit fault? I am not the one in the wrong. It is you, Yin Yuba. As she spoke the latter part, her words were nearly a growl. On the sidelines, Tu Qing grew anxious and urged Qi Zhaoqian, Your Majesty, do not be so stubborn. Continuing this way will lead to trouble. The imperial teacher is clearly offering you a chance. Why must you be so obstinate? Yin Yuba's gaze darkened, and upon seeing the blood at the corner of Qi Zhaoqian's mouth, she reiterated, enunciating each word carefully, I shall say it once more, admit fault. This statement resonated with a sense of threat and pressure in Qi Zhaoqian's ears, transforming the atmosphere into one of oppressive heaviness that made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Yin Yuba, typically not one to exhibit patience, had asked her twice this time. Hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian wobbled to her feet, gradually steadying herself, and looked directly at Yin Yuba. I will repeat once more. I am not at fault, even if you compel me to admit fault 100 times. I will respond 100 times that I am not at fault. Though in a pitiful state, she showed no signs of yielding. Yin Yuba's patience had long since evaporated. She gazed down at this obstinate individual, devoid of any compassion, with no intention of letting her off the hook. Very well, Qi Zhaoqian, you are quite something. Yin Yuba, now laughing in anger, suppressed her mirth and slowly approached the attendants, her demeanor cold and indifferent. Since you wish to flee so desperately, let us break her legs, ensuring she can never rise again. Qi Zhaoqian's face turned pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yin Yuba was nothing short of a demon, a born villain, and her heart was gripped by an overwhelming fear. The attendant behind Yin Yuba acquiesced and slowly approached Qi Zhaoqian. She instinctively retreated, shaking her head in desperation. No, Yin Yuba, what do you intend to do? Stay away, all of you. She gradually pressed herself against the wall, with no escape left. Yet, Qi Zhaoqian did not admit her faults nor plead for mercy. As hands seized her, she fought valiantly, but it was futile. Her strength paled in comparison to that of the attendants, and she was soon restrained and forced onto the executioner's bench. Let go of me. Please, do not break my legs. As she looked at Yin Yuba, wanting to utter something, Yin Yuba spoke first. Too much noise. With those 4 words, her mouth was silenced by the attendants, leaving her to emit muffled cries. At such a moment, pleading for mercy was pointless. She had been given a chance, yet she had squandered it herself. An attendant brought a chair for Yin Yuba, who sat down leisurely, sipping tea while watching Qi Zhaoqian pinned to the bench. Someone approached her from behind with a rod, and Qi Zhaoqian shook her head wildly, exerting all her strength to struggle, but it was all in vain. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Yin Yuba, but beneath her tears lay the deepest resentment. Strike! Yin Yuba did not spare her another glance. She coldly issued the command. Qi Zhaoqian's eyes widened in shock, and the next moment, pain surged through her mind, intensifying her struggles. Ugh! Oh, it hurts! So painful! So painful! The word pinnacoed her mind, and tears fell uncontrollably. Through her tear-blurred vision, she beheld the towering figure above her, helplessly emitting muffled sounds. As she struggled, her wounds reopened, blood dripping onto the ground, once more staining it red. Ugh! Qi Zhaoqian continued to writhe, pain engulfing her mind, and her vision began to blur. She repeatedly questioned herself. Why she was treated like a weed within the royal confines. Why she was destined for such a fate. Mother, it hurts so painfully. Yet, Qi Zhaoqian knew that her mother did not love her. No one did. Was it truly wrong for her to desire to escape? What was so desirable about this position anyway? Mother, if I come to find you, would you be angry? Tears mixed with blood flowed from her eyes. Hu Qing stood by, too afraid to speak, turning her face away from the scene. Qi Zhaoqian seized her struggles, her hands slackening, her breath fading as pain enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yin Yuba personally broke her pride, trampling her ambitions, extinguishing any hope of her daring to dream again. Chapter 28. Recuperation. As Qi Zhaoqian lost consciousness, the assailants gradually eased their grip. They glanced at Yin Yuba, but she merely frowned, offering no commands, and they dared not stop. In her black attire, Qi Zhaoqian's blood-stained state remained obscured, yet the ground was littered with pools of crimson, inevitably causing a sense of unease. Though she held the title of empress, she stood alone, devoid of any soldiers or authority, with many merely obeying Yin Yuba's commands. The compassionate healer, in the end, was Tutor, who broke the oppressive and peculiar atmosphere with her voice. Imperial teacher, cease this at once. The empress has lost consciousness. Furthermore, if this continues, her legs may truly be irreparable. Tutor spoke up, prompting Yin Yuba to gaze upon the figure on the bench, her faint breaths the only sign of life, and ultimately relent. Very well, this shall be the end. Return her to the Fuyun Palace. Tutor, it is your duty to care for her. Yin Yuba sipped his tea, his tone devoid of concern for Qi Zhaoqian's fate, merely assigning the task to Tutor. With Tutor present, Qi Zhaoqian's survival was assured. Moreover, her intent was unmistakably clear. Entrust Tutor with her healing. Understood, Tutor nodded in acknowledgement, and the others ceased their actions. She hurriedly approached Qi Zhaoqian to assess her injuries. Her expression grave. She felt the dampness beneath her fingers and, After administering a bit of medicine, cautiously examined the bones and wounds. Now that Yun Yuba had entrusted her with this responsibility, she was determined to exert her utmost effort. Fortunately, there were no internal injuries, only superficial wounds, suggesting no severe threat. However, healing from the external injuries might render her unable to stand for 2 to 3 months. She relayed this information to Yun Yuba, who pondered deeply for a considerable time before turning his head to issue an order. Notify all ministers that the Empress is unwell. She shall not attend court until her health improves. For any pressing matters in the coming days, they may be documented and submitted in writing. After giving his instructions, Yun Yuba's gaze fell upon Qi Zhaoqian. He had offered her a chance. In his eyes, there was no room for repeated transgressions, and one could only err thrice. Had Qi Zhaoqian not been so obstinate, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Yet, Yun Yuba also considered the silver lining. Qi Zhaoqian's ability to accurately analyze the situation and attempt an escape was a testament to her commendable courage and intellect. However, this glimmer of hope would be forever stifled, rendering her incapable of rising again. Tuiking commanded several attendants to carry Qi Zhaoqian away, cautioning them to be careful along the way, and to handle her gently when placing her on the bed, ensuring that her wounds were not disturbed. As Qi Zhaoqian was taken away, Yun Yuba slowly rose, surveying the chaotic scene before him. He gazed at the blood, recalling the moment when Qi Zhaoqian had resisted in anger, a wave of inexplicable irritation washing over him. Turning his head, he examined the wound inflicted by Qi Zhaoqian. While it no longer bled, he could still feel a lingering sensation, somewhat numb, somewhat painful, and accompanied by a sense of discontent. Qi Zhaoqian had acted too swiftly. No one had anticipated such a response, least of all Yun Yuba. With a sigh, he turned to leave. Tuiking, noticing his gaze and movements, speculated whether his wound was causing him pain and quickly followed after him. Imperial teacher, allow me to tend to your injuries shortly, she proposed, but Yun Yuba shook his head. There is no need. Simply hand me the ointment, and I shall manage it myself. You must prioritize her injuries. Do not let her suffer lasting damage. Tuiking, it will be prudent for you to exercise greater caution in the future. I shall not pursue this oversight this time. Yun Yuba spoke, taking away the golden wound ointment from her hand. Chu Qing was taken aback, staring at her empty palm, and hesitantly inquired, "Are you certain the Emperor will come? This medicine is somewhat painful, yet its efficacy is remarkable. The Emperor must endure a bit," she cautioned, and although Yun Yuba frowned, he uttered no further words, merely responding with a soft hum before striding away. Upon returning to her chamber, Yun Yuba gradually cleaned the wound after shedding her garments, subsequently applying the medicine. The powder met the injury, sending a piercing pain through her. She slightly furrowed her brow and closed her eyes to embrace the agony. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound, nothing too grave. Qi Zhao had been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days. During this time, she occasionally regained awareness. Yet at other moments, she succumbed to dreams, reluctant to awaken. She could hear whispers around her, yearning to open her eyes, yet they remained stubbornly shut. She longed to move, to turn over, but felt no sensation. Even the slightest exertion brought unbearable pain. Was her leg broken? Tears threatened to spill as she wept within her dreams, crying vehemently, while in reality, only a few crystalline droplets escaped her eyes, accompanied by soft whimpers. This winter had been the most excruciating for Qi Zhao. Upon awakening, she beheld her legs ensnared by wooden boards and strips of cloth, her heart sinking into despair. To exert control over her, Yun Yuba had pried her mouth open and forced poison down her throat as a means of coercion. That night, she endured excruciating abdominal pain, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, yet utterly immobilized. Yun Yuba sat beside her bed, looking down at her from a position of authority, gently brushing aside her sweat-soaked hair. Whispering with a demonic timbre, "Should you entertain any thoughts of escape, know that for every inch you step beyond the palace gates, you shall be torn asunder. Tortured for 7 days, your body infested with worms before you draw your last breath. My dear, would it not be wise to heed my words?" Qi Zhao, terrified, dared not respond, turning her head to evade her touch, her eyes glistening with tears born of pain. She harbored resentment and defiance within her heart, refusing to speak, to take the medicine, or engage with anyone. Yet, when she heard Chu Qing's advice, she reluctantly opened her mouth. "Your Majesty, should you neglect your medicine and meals, you may find yourself permanently unable to stand, confined to sitting or lying down, deprived of running or jumping," Chu Qing admonished as she tended to her legs. Speaking at length, Qi Zhao swallowed hard, unwilling to become a cripple, and thus complied, diligently nurturing her wounds. In the first month, she was confined to her bed, significantly limited. Nevertheless, Yun Yubo did not relent in his instruction. Even while she lay there, he insisted she study and learn to read. Occasionally, Qi Zhao would timidly glance outside, only to quickly return her focus to the pages before her. By the second month, she was finally able to sit up, though still unable to walk. Chu Qing would push her outside in a wheelchair, allowing her to breathe in the fresh air. Those moments were what she anticipated the most. After enduring that winter, she truly stood once more, taking an entire month to fully recover. Memories replayed vividly in her mind, the pain of recollection sharp. Instinctively, she recoiled from Yin Yuba's touch. He, somewhat displeased, coldly commanded, "Do not move." Qi Zhaoqian dared not hide any longer and lifted her eyes to meet hers, a hint of timidity evident. Yin Yubo gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. Though his touch was not particularly tender, it was far from rough. A notable improvement from his past behavior. It seemed that since their maturation, Yin Yubo had seldom resorted to violence against her. And this recent punishment was a consequence of her own reckless behavior. Chapter 29. Studies. Although 4 years had elapsed, a lingering sense of fear still gripped her. The pain she endured was inflicted by the very person before her. The scars buried deep within her heart were easily evoked by familiar circumstances. Yet apart from the suffering, this individual had bestowed upon her a plethora of other gifts. Over the years, Yin Yubo had devoted himself entirely to her education, transforming her from an ignorant and inept princess into the formidable empress she was today. Suddenly, Qi Zhaoqian lifted her gaze to Yin Yubo, who, noticing her stare, met her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Qi Zhaoqian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, hastily averting her eyes as if to dismiss the moment. Yin Yubo covered her with a blanket, and a maid entered to take away the bowl. Qi Zhaoqian remained curled up under the covers, silent and compliant. Observing her timid demeanor, Yin Yubo felt a surge of irritation mixed with annoyance. Standing at the foot of her bed, he looked down at her, reflecting on her earlier evasiveness, and spoke with a touch of exasperation. "If I were to say you remain as timid as ever, you would defiantly oppose me with reckless audacity. Yet, if I were to claim you have grown bold, you now flinch like a quail, withdrawing at the slightest provocation. It appears the Empress has matured, her mind wandering and her obedience waning." Qi Zhaoqian, still cocooned in her blanket, shook her head in a flustered manner upon hearing his words. "That is not the case." Her muffled voice emerged from the folds of the blanket as she extended her hand. She fumbled in the air for a moment before grasping Yin Yubo's sleeve. "I only wish to summon General Pingnan to the palace out of curiosity, having heard he returned from the frontier with intriguing treasures. I promise not to do so again," she said, but her sudden movement inadvertently tugged at her wound. Yin Yubo frowned slightly, his tone tinged with resignation, yet still maintaining a serious reprimand. "Lie still. Do not move about. Acknowledge your mistake and focus on your recovery. Should you dare to act so rashly again, I will have your skin flayed. Tu Qing will be away for a few days. I will take responsibility for your care." Qi Zhaoqian was startled into compliance, hastily conceding, "Understood, I shall do so. It seems I shall require your guidance for an extended period." Yin Yubo's punishment was rather severe. She likely would not be able to rise for 10 days to half a month, but with Tu Qing's medicine, her recovery would be expedited. Yun Yubo no proceeding to arrange matters for the following day. "In your current state, you will not be able to attend the morning court tomorrow. There is no need for you to go. I will clarify the situation with the ministers." "Very well," Qi Zhaoqian obediently replied. As Yin Yubo observed her hand gripping his sleeve, he instinctively tugged at it, but it did not come loose. "Enough. I have said all that needs to be said. Let go, do not cling to me. Yin Yubo added, and, sensing his movement, Qi Zhaoqian tightened her grip even more. Master, if you promise you are no longer angry, I will let go. You know I do not wish to upset you. Yin Yubo. Yin Yubo furrowed her brows, speechless and choked with emotion, accompanied by a subtle roll of her eyes, though unfortunately, Qi Zhaoqian could not perceive it. Has the whip today somehow damaged your intellect as well? She taunted, her words tinged with a hint of confusion. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that Qi Zhaoqian had changed somewhat since her return, though she could not quite articulate how. Had she become more unruly in the absence of oversight over the past 3 months? The words of the imperial tutor lingered. What nonsense is this? My mind is perfectly sound. The imperial tutor's anger was formidable. She wished to avoid inciting it, especially if it was due to her actions. After all, it would be rather unjust if her displeasure stemmed from her. Please do not be angry, she implored silently. Qi Zhaoqian felt a sense of frustration, yet did not release her grip. For her own future, she chose to endure, refraining from holding it against Yin Yubo for suggesting her mind was impaired. Yin Yubo sensed something was amiss. Everything felt off. The sudden accusation from this young skin, coupled with her averted gaze, signaled trouble. A cold smile crossed her lips as a thought crossed her mind. Oh, your Majesty is overly concerned. I am not at all angry. However, during my absence over these 3 months, how much progress did you make in your studies? Qi Zhaoqian stiffened, hesitating before responding. I completed quite a bit, but being alone in the palace with numerous matters at hand, I did become somewhat negligent. There's just a tiny bit I haven't written yet, but I promise to finish it at once. I will not delay. She offered her assurances, yet Yin Yubo's expression remained unchanged as she casually inquired, Oh, what is a tiny bit? Speak it, and I shall consider sparing you from punishment. Upon hearing the word punishment, Qi Zhaoqian felt a surge of anxiety. It's merely a tiny bit, and as soon as I will personally present it to the imperial tutor for review, I assure you. She forced a smile, but Yin Yubo let out a cold snort and seized her wrist, forcibly revealing her sleeve. Your Majesty, this excuse is quite feeble. I have heard many. I suspect you have not merely neglected a little, but rather have accomplished very little. She understood Qi Zhaoqian well. In her absence, the latter would become exceedingly lax, especially without supervision, leading her to avoid writing or practicing altogether. Qi Zhaoqian felt somewhat dissatisfied with this accusation and spoke up, feeling wronged. How could that be? I have been so obedient. How could the imperial tutor harbor such distrust in me? I truly have written something, and I will present it for inspection tomorrow. Yin Yubo raised an eyebrow. Trust? Could the term even apply to their relationship? It seemed utterly absurd. Qi Zhaoqian insisted she would provide it the next day. Yet Yin Yubo's mind was consumed with thoughts of her deceit. There is no need to trouble your Majesty. I shall inspect it myself right now. It will be best for you to prepare for the consequences. For what you have not accomplished, you shall kneel and transcribe it 10 times. With that, she opened the door and walked out, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to anxiously call from under the covers. Imperial tutor, please wait until tomorrow for the inspection. It's too messy in here. Imperial tutor, as she called out, Yin Yubo paused momentarily, closing the door behind her. The more anxious Qi Zhaoqian became, the more Yin Yubo sensed something was amiss. Hearing the door close, Qi Zhaoqian pounded on the bed in frustration, a wave of nervousness washing over her. When Yin Yubo summoned her, she hurriedly tidied her belongings, ensuring that nothing embarrassing was left in view, leaving no stone unturned. However, time was too short to place everything in the secret compartment. She merely set it atop the cabinet, intending to stow it away later when time permitted. Meanwhile, Yin Yubo made her way directly to the study, opening the door and striding towards the desk. A thick stack of papers lay piled atop the desk, the ink and brush yet to be cleared away, revealing that Qi Zhaoqian had been fervently scribbling away, racing against time to complete her assignments before their meeting. She stepped closer, picking up the papers, her gaze fixed on the chaotic scrawl, her lips twitching slightly. It was nearly indecipherable without careful scrutiny. Yin Yubo felt a pang in her eyes, repeatedly reassuring herself that it was inconsequential, At least she had written something, her diligence evident. And now was not the time for reprimand. She would wait until Qi Zhaoqian recovered before addressing the matter. Silently, she perused each sheet, time slipping away beneath her fingers. While a breeze wafted in from outside, dislodging some papers hidden atop the cabinet. As something fluttered down, Yun Yubai glanced up, curiosity piqued, and approached to retrieve it. Chapter 30. Nian Jun Yubao. The paper was saturated with ink, overflowing with content. Holding it delicately in her slender fingers, Yun Yubai lowered her gaze to read. Nian Yunya. She uttered the title, her beautifully arched brows knitting together, her mind swirling with questions. Why would such a thing exist? Though the characters were unsightly, they were penned with care, and it was immediately clear to Yun Yubai that this was a heartfelt effort from Qi Zhaoqian, starkly contrasting the other nonsensical scribbles in her hand. A cold smile escaped her lips. Nian Yun, who is this for? The effort put forth is unexpectedly thought-provoking. The lines of sentiment intertwined, bittersweet yet tender, as spring returned, with the promise of companionship, flowers adorning the halls, and a toast by the lotus pond. Following the title was an ornate little poem, and Yun Yubai found the writing juvenile and unimpressive, laden with excessive verbosity. It was surprising that Qi Zhaoqian's mind could conjure such verses. As she read on, her expression turned to one of derision, critiquing Qi Zhaoqian as poetic prowess. Deeming it unpleasing, lacking in rhythm, and merely a collection of grandiloquent phrases, she would be embarrassed to claim her as a student. Her face contorted in disdain. She mused that if Qi Zhaoqian was so besotted at her tender age, perhaps she had taken a fancy to some noble scion in these past 3 months, or had developed a crush, indulging in such nauseating cliches. Yet, after a brief moment, Yun Yubai dismissed her own conjecture. Qi Zhaoqian had been well aware of everyone she encountered during these months. The palace was filled with her acquaintances, and none among the noble youths had been summoned to court, save for Gu Jinju. Yun Yubai's expression darkened, contemplating Qi Zhaoqian's recent flustered demeanor, which clearly indicated her fear of this discovery. As she speculated and critiqued the verses, thoughts of unteachable youth and irredeemable flaws filled her mind. If only Qi Zhaoqian applied such earnestness to her studies, she would not be left with such indecipherable scrawls, and she would not struggle to grasp anything. Upon reaching the conclusion of the poem, she stumbled upon the words Nian Jun Yubao, and all her earlier disparagements vanished without a trace. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yun Yubai's eyes, her expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. First confusion, then disbelief. She read it several times, repeatedly confirming that her eyes had not deceived her. A haze enveloped her mind, and panic surged within her heart. She must not have been mistaken. Nian Jinyu had indeed written about her. Yun Yuba. The paper slipped from Yun Yuba's hands, and she stood rooted in place, unable to regain her composure for a prolonged moment. Damn it, what was that rascal Qi Zhaoqian playing at, trying to nauseate her with such a stunt? A person usually so composed and self-restrained found herself so shaken by Qi Zhaoqian as writing that she could barely hold the paper steady. Yun Yuba fixed her gaze on the paper lying on the ground, suppressing the urge to stomp on it, resolutely declaring that such an act was utterly out of the question. Madness. If this were true, then Qi Zhaoqian must have lost her mind. Yun Yuba raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade, directed towards the top of the cabinet. If she hadn't been mistaken, that paper had been blown down by the wind from above. Was it possible there was more? With an indescribable mix of emotions, she placed the paper in her hand onto the writing desk and reached up to explore. As fate would have it, her fingers brushed against a thick stack of papers. Yun Yuba froze, silently wishing that it would not be more of Qi Zhaoqian's nonsensical writings. She took it down, cradling the substantial stack, a wave of vexation and unease washing over her. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the topmost sheet was an illustration. It depicted a slender woman clad in red, dancing amidst the snow, surrounded by vibrant plum blossoms. With just a few strokes, Qi Zhaoqian had captured the essence of the graceful dancer, sculpting the image of the one she yearned for deep within her heart. Though the facial features remained indistinct, Yin Yuba could surmise it was Qi Zhaoqian's mother. Having investigated Qi Zhaoqian, she knew well that she was the daughter of a dancer, inheriting her mother's exquisite beauty, which elicited a sense of pity. For reasons unknown, seeing this painting brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Yin Yuba's heart. Flipping through the pages, however, her momentary sense of ease swiftly dissipated, as she realized she had relaxed too soon. The intervening pages were filled with ambiguous love poems, interspersed with illustrations, where the verses conveyed timid longing, and the images bore the shadows of enchanting figures. Qi Zhaoqian was not fond of writing, but delighted in painting, and Yin Yuba had never sought to restrain her. The figures depicted lacked facial features, yet Yin Yuba recognized them all as herself. The glaring gold bamboo on the garments, the subtly fierce essence emanating from them, were unmistakably her signature. There were images of her standing beneath a tree, gazing into the distance with indifference, of her seated at a table, perusing official documents, and of her poised to shoot an arrow beneath the locust tree, full of vigor, so many moments that she herself had forgotten. A knot of frustration lodged in Yin Yuba's chest, her thoughts a chaotic storm. The very last page bore the words, "On the first day the imperial teacher left the capital. I am deeply curious about the reason. The radiant beauty has departed from my side. Alas, when shall she return?" As she read those words, she reflected on Qi Zhaoqian's furtive glances directed towards her. Yin Yuba had always thought Qi Zhaoqian to be timid, but now everything felt amiss. This substantial stack represented Qi Zhaoqian's masterpieces over the past 3 months. Yin Yuba's body swayed slightly, and it took several deep breaths to steady her astonishment. A person typically so composed had been rendered unsteady by a single piece of Qi Zhaoqian's writing. Her hands trembled, unable to grip the papers firmly. Her mind fixated on 4 words, utterly outrageous. It was nothing short of sacrilege. Qi Zhaoqian's audacity is beyond comprehension. She is akin to a madwoman. Indeed, she has lost her sanity. Yin Yuba's mind is filled with her pitiful visage, and she feels an overwhelming urge to hurl these items at her face. Yet, she refrains from acting on this impulse, maintaining an exterior of calm indifference, as if untouched by the turmoil. Enough is enough. Slowly, Yin Yuba crouches down, retrieves the papers scattered on the ground, places them atop the stack, and returns the entire pile to its original position. Previously, she had never noticed these items here. This arrangement, clearly, was hastily left by Qi Zhaoqian in a moment of panic. Yin Yuba's heart is in disarray, contemplating whether to summon Tu Qing back to care for Qi Zhaoqian while she takes a few days to regain her composure. In a moment of bewilderment, she decides to take Qi Zhaoqian's assignments with her and heads towards her chamber. "Your Majesty, is this the work you have produced? Did you write these while asleep?" Upon entering the inner palace, Yin Yuba casts a stern gaze at Qi Zhaoqian, whose complexion is notably pale. Qi Zhaoqian, nestled beneath her blankets, dares not speak. Upon seeing the items in Yin Yuba's hand, she exhales a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. This subtle gesture does not escape Yin Yuba's keen observation. A wave of discontent washes over her as she recalls those ambiguous verses, intensifying her frustration, yet she remains at a loss for words. "Speak." At the sight of Yin Yuba's anger, Qi Zhaoqian timidly lifts her gaze, and upon being shouted at, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 31. Serving the Emperor Imperial Teacher, please do not be angry. I shall rewrite it tomorrow. I will be able to take up my pen again and ensure my work is both swift and commendable so as not to disappoint you. Just stay by my side and supervise me from time to time. Her pale face betrays her weakness, her eyes shimmering with moisture as she attempts to earn her forgiveness. Yin Yuba narrows her eyes, suppressing her inner vexation, and discards the papers onto the floor, fixing a cold stare upon Qi Zhaoqian. It is unclear whether Qi Zhaoqian's words were deliberate. Yin Yuba feels she is truly beyond redemption. Qi Zhaoqian watches in despair as her assignments are cast aside, her expression a mixture of hurt and a hint of relief. After receiving the news of Yin Yuba's return, she had worked frantically, enduring pain in her hands for several days, only to see her efforts now discarded on the ground, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. Had she known the outcome would be this way, she would have written less. Yin Yubo typically does not scrutinize her less than perfect handwriting, merely dismissing it as an affront to her eyes and insisting she start anew. Yet, there have been exceptions. On one occasion, she was caught cutting corners and received a severe reprimand. In her heart, Qi Zhaoqian silently advises herself that without two Qing present, it is wiser to avoid provoking Yin Yubo's ire, for should she be punished again, there would be no one to plead on her behalf. If she were to be severely punished, there would be no one to claim her remains. Yin Yubo disregards her grievances, turning her face away to avoid the sight of Qi Zhaoqian's current state. No matter how she looks at her now, she cannot reconcile the person before her with the one who penned those amorous verses. Those phrases linger in her mind, repugnant, yet she finds herself unsure of how to confront Qi Zhaoqian directly. Over these past 3 months, Your Majesty has become quite indulgent and carefree, allowing herself to languish in neglect without any oversight. She scolded Qi Zhaoqian while stepping on the paper strewn on the floor, venting her pent-up fury. Anything she deemed unworthy was destined to be crushed beneath her feet. Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, listening to her tirade without retort, even stealing glances at Yin Yubo, noticing her silence. Yin Yubo understood that her words had fallen on deaf ears and ceased trying to admonish her, letting out a resigned sigh. In her view, Qi Zhaoqian had the energy to ponder trivialities but lacked the focus to complete her assigned tasks. Had she perhaps been too lenient in the past 2 years, allowing Qi Zhaoqian's thoughts and mindset to veer off course? It was a matter of attitude. Whenever she voiced her concerns, Qi Zhaoqian would adopt a pitiful demeanor, allowing Yin Yubo to belittle her without resistance, resembling a soft persimmon easily manipulated. Useless, she muttered under her breath, but Qi Zhaoqian displayed no reaction. Yet, the hand concealed beneath the blanket was already clenched into a tight fist, her eyes betraying the emotions she struggled to conceal. She had grown accustomed to this treatment and feigned indifference, pretending it didn't matter, becoming numb and obedient, refraining from rebellious retorts, like a compliant puppet with a flicker of self-awareness. Yin Yubo gradually approached the window, observing the scenery outside, and spoke with a certain gravity. In 3 months, it will be His Majesty's coming-of-age ceremony. In previous years, the treasury was depleted and celebrations for birthdays were non-existent. This year, with our great victory, His Majesty deserves to celebrate properly. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her head, but upon hearing those words, she abruptly lifted it, gazing at Yin Yubo's silhouette with curiosity. Coming-of-age ceremony? My own was long past, though no one acknowledged it. Long ago, Yin Yubo had inquired about Qi Zhaoqian's birth date, but she had merely shaken her head, replying that she didn't know. Yin Yubo had considered searching through the palace records, but soon realized that it was unnecessary to invest such care in a puppet. Consequently, she designated Qi Zhaoqian's birthday as the day of her ascension to the throne, and Qi Zhaoqian chose to acquiesce. It mattered little. Such matters held no special significance for her. The only reason she remembered was that on that day, her mother had often beaten her mercilessly, cursing her with the most venomous words, calling her the filthiest existence in the world. During her mother's lifetime, that day was always the most agonizing, the most painful, the moment she wished for death. She preferred not to recall that day, hence her declaration of ignorance, wishing to sever any connection to it. Qi Zhaoqian had always felt that the day of the coronation marked the beginning of her new prison. Thus, designating it as her birthday was inconsequential, serving as a constant reminder. Imperial teacher, why bring this up all of a sudden? The frontier requires the construction of beacon towers, if it must be done. I believe a modest approach suffices. There's no need for extravagance. Though puzzled, Qi Zhaoqian expressed her thoughts. She fixed her gaze on Yin Yubo, etching the image of her figure by the windowsill into her memory. Sensing the intensity of her stare, Yin Yubo stiffened momentarily, choosing to ignore it. As the nation remains stable, we certainly cannot allow foreign powers to underestimate us. As a sovereign, your coming-of-age ceremony should indeed be grand. Furthermore, Yin Yubo glanced at the emerald bamboos outside, her demeanor cool and detached, pausing briefly before continuing. 1 year after her coming-of-age ceremony, she would be eligible to select a consort. The emperor could take advantage of the occasion to scout for suitable candidates, perhaps to find someone to his liking. What? I don't want to. Qi Zhaoqian was momentarily stunned, instinctively refusing. What did this mean? Would she really have to choose a bride a year later? She felt a twinge of panic. She had barely encountered any noble young gentleman or garnered the attention of any ministers. The selection would surely be prearranged. No, she had no intention of choosing a consort. She simply did not wish to. Why not? Yin Yubo furrowed his brow and turned to look at her, their gazes locking. Qi Zhaoqian pressed her lips together, her expression becoming exceedingly tense. It's too early, I don't want to. She hastily concocted an excuse, averting her gaze to escape Yin Yubo's penetrating stare, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yin Yubo's frown deepened, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you possess the right to choose and decide? As she spoke, Qi Zhaoqian's complexion shifted, betraying her discomfort. Internally, she derided herself. Indeed, what choices did she have? Who could she select? The concept of power could be suffocating, yet it lay beyond her grasp, barely within her reach, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Taking a deep breath, Qi Zhaoqian concealed her emotions. After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly, laced with resentment and unease. The war has just stabilized. The treasury is still not full. Matters of romance should be set aside. The stability of the nation is paramount. Besides, the imperial teacher has yet to seek a consort. So why the urgency for me? She expressed her frustration, and Yin Yubo cast a sidelong glance at her, absorbing her reaction. What is this? Are you angry? What right do you have to be angry? What right do you have to dictate to me? Yin Yubo raised an eyebrow, withdrawing his gaze, his tone provocative. Can you dictate to me? Your Majesty, you should focus on recuperating. The tenfold assignments you need to transcribe must be remembered well. Once your injury heals, you shall submit them within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall kneel and transcribe until you finish. Qi Zhaoqian was momentarily silenced by his challenge, leaving her with no choice but to change the subject. Chapter 32. What to listen to I can write. I've completed every previous punishment assignment. But tenfold is truly excessive. Can it be reduced? Gu Jinju has brought back many rare trinkets from the frontier. Can I give them to the Grand Tutor? Qi Zhaoqian gazed at him with hopeful eyes, attempting to bribe Yin Yubo. However, he didn't even spare her a glance, indicating his refusal to accept her offering. She could not hope to appease his anger through such means. No, don't, and absolutely not. The 3 refusals left Qi Zhaoqian despondent. With her head drooping, she appeared pitiful and helpless. Yin Yubo had been resolute for quite some time. While she had grown accustomed to it, she could not shake off this demeanor of weakness. Nonetheless, Qi Zhaoqian possessed remarkable mental fortitude. After a while, she resolutely lifted her head, gazing at Yin Yubo, who stood aloof, seemingly disdainful of her presence. It was rare for Yin Yubo to exhibit such patience, engaging in trivial conversation with Qi Zhaoqian. Grand Tutor, may I ask what you did outside the palace? Was it enjoyable? Could you share your experiences with me? She endeavored to find a topic to break the awkward silence, but Yin Yubo remained momentarily stunned, standing still as if lost in thought. She reflected on the 3 months following her departure from the palace, recalling the words of her dear friend, Zhou Xunwan. Although the person remained elusive, there were hints of a lead. When we arrived, only a letter was left behind, stating her desire to withdraw from royal conflicts and lead a life of simplicity. We could only strive further. If she was unwilling, there would surely be others to find. The great fire of yesteryear had consumed much, yet some must have escaped. Once the truth was revealed to the world, action could be taken. At that moment, she stood at the entrance of Yaoyue Valley, observing the bustling activity within, feeling an unusual sense of relief. Zhou Xunwan often teased her, remarking that although she was once the bright moon, she now wore a stern expression, exuding an air of scholarly intensity that made her seem unapproachable. Yin Yubo paid her little heed, dismissing the playful banter. Draped in a green garment, Zhou Xunwan stood beside her, her face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat and a veil, rendering her features indistinct. Her voice, languid and slightly hoarse, carried a hint of wildness. "We will eventually find her. I will manage everything on my end. You handle your part without concern for me." Yin Yuba spoke with indifference, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The two had known each other since childhood, sharing a close bond. Zhou Xunwan was the master of Yaoyue Valley, a faction that supported Yin Yuba from behind the scenes. To Yin Yuba, it was merely a matter of time. She could afford to wait. After all, she had been patient for so many years, and there was no urgency now. Aside from lacking a suitable identity to ascend the throne, she wanted for nothing. While she trusted Zhou Xunwan's capabilities, the lengthy wait was taxing, requiring considerable effort and dedication. Noticing Yin Yuba's calm demeanor, Zhou Xunwan's curiosity was piqued, and she brought up the topic of Qi Zhaoqian, the young girl. "But if it comes to taking action, would you truly have the heart to harm the child you raised?" Zhou Xunwan attempted to place her hand on Yin Yuba's shoulder for a casual chat. But Yin Yuba sidestepped, leaving her grasp empty. "Merely a puppet, I would not hesitate. Moreover, she belongs to the Qi family," Yin Yuba replied, intent on keeping her distance. Zhou Xunwan carried a scent of herbs that Yin Yuba found unappealing, and she was not fond of excessive familiarity. "Huh? Do you disdain me? Is that true? If she is merely a puppet, then what was the purpose of your earlier visit to procure those fine ointments? When you broke her leg, why not simply allow her to suffer disability? You came here to learn quite a bit about medicine. What was that for?" Zhou Xunwan observed her with a knowing smile, while Yin Yuba frowned slightly, feeling that her friend was overthinking the situation. Her injuries were healing quickly, enabling her to stabilize the situation better. Furthermore, dying now would be imprudent. The leg injury had been inflicted in a fit of anger, and she intended to have it treated. It was merely a lesson to encourage obedience. A disability would complicate matters significantly, making her duties much more burdensome. It was simply a matter of managing a rebellious dog without resorting to lethal measures. The image of Qi Zhaoqian kneeling in punishment flashed through her mind, gradually calming her spirit. Though Yin Yuba's words were somewhat harsh, Zhou Xunwan seemed unfazed. Yin Yuba's resentment towards the Qi family runs deep, yet these words hardly constitute a harsh rebuke. "You too evoke my curiosity regarding that little rascal under your tutelage. I wonder what sort of character you have shaped him into." Zhou Xunwan sighed, her voice growing hoarse and uncomfortable, having to clear her throat several times. Children frolicked at her feet, one calling out to her, "Sister Xunwan." She bent down to pat their heads, her voice raspy as she encouraged them to play, promising to tell them a story later. Yin Yubo observed their merriment, and suddenly remarked, "It seems you have taught him better than you think. Perhaps you ought to speak less and drink more water." Zhou Xunwan softly acknowledged him with a hum and chuckled. "Strangely, despite your words being laced with concern, I find them somewhat displeasing. Cough, cough, aside from my throat acting up, I'm otherwise well." Although Yin Yubo could not see her expression, he sensed her genuine ease in that moment. "I am not skilled in uttering the words you wish to hear. I have always spoken in this manner. Focus on managing the Medicine Moon Valley properly. When I return, Tu Qing will likely visit for a few days. She needs to learn a bit more since she belongs to your Medicine Moon Valley. So teach her well," Yin Yubo stated impassively. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xunwan immediately straightened. "Are you planning to discipline that little rascal again? Whenever Tu Qing comes over, it usually means you are about to resort to violence. Regardless, it has been quite a while since I last saw her. Is she doing well?" "She is well. When you meet her, reminisce about old times. But do not inquire about me." Cough, cough, cough. "All right, enjoy your time here for a few more days. Relax. Do not remain tense every day." Audio shall ajapramatureli. Zhou Xunwan laughed and attempted to slip away, while Yin Yubo merely tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I hope when Tu Qing arrives, you can still speak so freely and not stand by like a mute." Zhou Xunwan paused, glancing at Yin Yubo. "Well, it seems you can retort now. Perhaps I should say less." The two shared a laugh, but Yin Yubo returned to his thoughts, gently shaking his head. After a moment of distraction, Qi Zhaoqian pursed her lips. "What occupies your mind so deeply, teacher?" Qi Zhaoqian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yin Yubo, reluctant to elaborate, replied tersely, "It is not entertaining. It concerns matters unrelated to his majesty. Qi Zhaoqian, undeterred, cautiously pressed on. What matter? Surely you can share a little? Yin Yubo turned to her, his tone icy. I have spoken. It does not pertain to his majesty. He would be better off directing his thoughts elsewhere. Qi Zhaoqian could only nod, feeling a tinge of disappointment as she spoke. Very well. Might the teacher read to me for a while? My back hurts, and I seem unable to sleep. If it is too much trouble, sending a maid will suffice. Not pressing further, Qi Zhaoqian feigned indifference. Upon hearing her request, Yin Yubo withdrew his gaze, contemplating as he approached the door. Although she intended to leave, Qi Zhaoqian's gaze upon her made her somewhat uncomfortable. Teacher, she called out, unable to mask her disappointment. Upon hearing her voice, Yin Yubo hesitated at the door for a long moment. After much internal struggle, she bit her lip. What would you like to hear? Chapter 33. Your Highness. Qi Zhaoqian was somewhat surprised. Yin Yubo, who seemed on the verge of departure, was drawn back by her words. She gazed at Yin Yubo with eager anticipation, clearly hopeful that her efforts had not been in vain. The unexpected transformation in Yin Yubo brought a smile to Qi Zhaoqian's lips. Her delight was unmistakable, and she hurriedly responded with enthusiasm. Anything will do, master. Whatever you choose to teach is perfectly fine. Qi Zhaoqian thought to herself that, given Yin Yubo's temperament, she would surely expound upon the 4 books and 5 classics, providing her with a hypnotic remedy. At times when Yin Yubo taught her, fatigue would overwhelm her, and she would find herself dozing off, resting her head in her hands, inevitably earning a reprimand. Yin Yubo pressed her lips together and slowly turned to regard Qi Zhaoqian, who was beaming with joy. With a hint of exasperation, she returned to sit beside Qi Zhaoqian's bed, her demeanor solemn as she pondered what to impart. As time slipped by and her thoughts remained unarticulated, Qi Zhaoqian, unable to contain her impatience, tugged at her sleeve playfully. Master, if you truly cannot think of anything, would you recite Li Sa for me? Yin Yubo paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning her gaze to meet Qi Zhaoqian's bright eyes, filled with expectation. She simply found the lengthy poem rather soothing. Though somewhat perplexed, Yin Yubo acquiesced, as she too was at a loss for words. Descendant of the High Sun, my royal father was Bo Yong. I took on a virtuous charge at Mengzhou, and in the year of Gongyin I descended. The emperor surveyed my initial merits, bestowing upon me a commendable name. They called me Jingzi, and my courtesy name was Lingjun. She withdrew her gaze, her voice devoid of emotion, each word articulated softly and deliberately. From her vantage point, Qi Zhaoqian could clearly see Yin Yubo's profile. As dusk fell outside, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow upon Yin Yubo's face, her eyes downcast, lips barely moving, with her dark tresses cascading over her shoulders, exuding an indescribable charm that captivated Qi Zhaoqian. The scene was visually enchanting, and Qi Zhaoqian indulged in her covert admiration for quite some time. She found it perplexing, such a beautiful visage, serene and graceful, yet capable of cruelty with no mercy. For Qi Zhaoqian, though she was in a state of pain, there was a peculiar sense of enjoyment in this moment. Eventually, her eyes grew heavy, her lashes fluttering as she reluctantly released Yin Yubo's sleeve. She listened quietly, closing her eyes to the sound of Yin Yubo's voice. As her focus shifted, the pain seemed to lessen, no longer keeping her awake in anguish. Time passed unmeasured until Yin Yubo felt her throat grow parched and ceased her recitation. Reaching for a teacup, she took a sip and glanced at Qi Zhaoqian, only to discover that she had fallen asleep. Qi Zhaoqian lay on the bed, her lovely brows furrowed, perhaps due to her discomfort, yet the steady rhythm of her breathing suggested a sense of tranquility. Observing her slightly rumpled sleeve, Yin Yubo's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She forced herself to look away, drawing her thoughts from Qi Zhaoqian. This was merely a pawn she had nurtured, nothing more. Yin Yubo gazed at the sleeping girl illuminated by candlelight, neatly tucking in the blanket before stepping out and returning to her own chamber. She settled at her writing desk, beginning to peruse the ranks of noble families, searching for suitable young men of marriageable age. One must not be excessively powerful, nor utterly useless. After much deliberation, Yin Yuba tentatively selected a few names, intending to transcribe them. In the stillness of the night, beneath the flickering candlelight, she grasped her pen, yet hesitated to put it to paper. With a sigh, she steadied her mind and began to inscribe the chosen names. Subsequently, she summoned her shadow guards, entrusted the list to one of her attendants, and issued a discreet command, awaiting the appointed time. Once the shadow guard departed to fulfill the task, Yin Yuba leisurely reclined onto her bed. As her thoughts wandered, she closed her eyes, reminiscing about those radiant faces. Uncertain if it was a product of her contemplations, Yin Yuba gradually opened her eyes, only to find herself engulfed in raging flames. The blood-red glow illuminated her features and stained her garments crimson, yet she felt no warmth. Instead, her blood seemed to congeal within her veins, chilling her to the bone. The images before her induced a suffocating sensation, rendering her breathless. It was merely a dream, a fleeting dream. Everything would be all right. Her hands pressed firmly against her chest as she repeatedly reassured herself, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions, though it seemed of little avail. "Be good, do not fear." A voice consoled her, causing Yin Yuba to freeze, her gaze drawn forward. Amidst the flames, a diminutive figure emerged, adorned in splendid royal attire, a dazzling hairpin gracing her head, her posture graceful, her visage reminiscent of the moon, radiating joy. Yin Yuba parted her lips, a self-deprecating smile gracing her face. Yet she could not utter a word. The figure amidst the flames was none other than herself, the lavish and resplendent version of her from years past, cherished by all. Beside her stood her mother, gently holding her hand and speaking tenderly. Yin Yuba gazed intently at the scene, her eyes welling with tears. A cacophony of voices surged in her mind, and she staggered a few steps, barely managing to steady herself. "My dearest sister, your greatest wish is for your life to be filled with peace. Knowing you despise confinement and crave adventure, I have specially requested a decree for your exit from the palace. In a few days, you shall be free. Go quickly. Do not look back. Do not turn around. Do not make a sound. Be good. Your Highness, survive. I can only escort you this far. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone." The clamor was overwhelming, interspersed with the sounds of clashing blades, inciting a profound disquiet within her. What good was that joy from long ago? Those moments were remembered by but a few, while countless lives, including hers, had been consumed by the flames. In the golden confines of her youth, she had ventured forth to the realm of ephemeral dreams. The figure in the fire gradually faded, replaced by Zhou Xunwan, who carried her through the woods, step by step. She lay upon Zhou Xunwan's back, her form obscured in darkness, her true appearance utterly unrecognizable. Zhou Xunwan was not in much better condition, reeking of burnt flesh, limping as he walked. Yet, compared to Yin Yuba, he was faring slightly better, for he could still move. "Your Highness, it will be all right. We are heading to the Medicine Moon Valley." Yin Yuba's hands hung limply, her voice hoarse. "Zhou Xunwan, do not save me. I have always looked down upon you. Why do you not despise me?" Her words were weak, and Zhou Xunwan merely smiled, gesturing for her to be silent. "Though I may harbor disdain, it is insignificant in comparison to the matter at hand. You are a noble, and regardless of personal grievances, your protection remains paramount. As a loyal subject, my father has instilled in me the duty to safeguard your well-being. It would be best if you refrained from speaking. Your voice is unbearable." She disparaged Yin Yuba, who, in turn, refused to yield, mustering her stubborn spirit. "Your voice is hardly melodious either. Kindly be silent and let me down," she retorted. Chapter 34. You have never understood me. She desired to walk on her own. Yet Zhou Xunwan paid her no heed, instead adjusting her grip to ensure greater comfort. The shadows of the trees danced in the moonlight as the two navigated their path. Zhou Xunwan proceeding with caution, her senses alert to the surroundings, though her pace remained unhurried. Yin Yuba bore severe injuries and could not afford a delay. She needed to muster her strength. Upon hearing Yin Yuba's plea, Zhou Xunwan scoffed, responding with a teasing remark. "Come now, your highness, rest well. We shall arrive once you awaken. If I let you down, Your slow pace would hinder my progress. I already walk at a leisurely speed, and I cannot afford to slow down further. The night is deep, so do not distract me, lest we stray from our path. For getting lost in these woods could prove perilous. As she explained her reasoning, Yun Yuba perceived the unevenness of Zhou Xunwan's gait and recognized her determined advance was a deliberate attempt to keep her from walking unaided. Zhou Xunwan could traverse this path with her eyes closed. There was no way she would lose her way. A pang of guilt stirred within Yun Yuba, feeling as though she were a burden. She observed the beads of sweat forming on Zhou Xunwan's brow and offered a bittersweet smile. Some individuals are truly obstinate. They may be drenched in perspiration, yet refuse to acknowledge their exhaustion. I will not impede your pace. Let me down. Perhaps I can move faster than you. Yun Yuba's mind was clouded, her head resting against Zhou Xunwan's shoulder as she endeavored to remain alert. Should she succumb to slumber, her weight would undoubtedly become a burden on Zhou Xunwan. Her desire to descend stemmed from overwhelming fatigue, seeking clarity. Her throat burned with irritation, and the acrid scent filled her nostrils. A few light coughs escaped her lips in an effort to alleviate her discomfort. Zhou Xunwan, being slightly older and hailing from a family of martial generals, had been assigned to ensure Yun Yuba's safety from a young age and naturally possessed greater stamina. How naive, Zhou Xunwan declared. I shall not let you down today, Your Highness. I am a trained warrior. Do not underestimate me. With pride in her voice, Yun Yuba pursed her lips, recalling past events. Is that so? Yet I have seen you weep in defeat at my hands. That was a concession. My father insisted I should not embarrass you, Zhou Xunwan replied. Please, you hardly strike me as obedient. Just because you haven't lost does not mean you won, admit it, Yun Yuba countered. Enough of your prattle. Every word you utter is irksome. Do not presume that your noble status grants you the liberty to act as you wish. Beware, or I may just leave you here to feed the tigers. Zhou Xunwan gasped for breath as they exchanged banter, but gradually an unusual silence enveloped them. Perhaps sensing the growing tension, Zhou Xunwan quickened her pace, fearful that Yun Yuba might succumb to sleep, which would be perilous. Together, they ventured towards Yaoyue Valley in pursuit of a glimmer of hope. As she gazed at those scenes, Yun Yuba lowered her eyes. Years ago, amidst the inferno, it was Zhou Xunwan who recklessly rushed in to carry her away, leading her towards the Medicine Moon Valley. Having known each other since childhood, they had often bickered yet shared a bond of profound friendship. Their figures gradually faded into the flames, and Yun Yuba fixated on the firelight, her eyes stinging as she caught sight of Qi Zhaoqian's silhouette, standing before the blaze. Her bright yellow dress accentuated her maturity and composure, shedding her usual timid demeanor for a serenity that concealed tumultuous undercurrents. Qi Zhaoqian stood tall, exuding an aura that Yun Yuba had never witnessed before. Proud and imperious, brimming with ambition, she resembled a sovereign figure, confident, graceful, yet commanding respect. As if destined to wield power, Yun Yuba squinted, tilting her head slightly to observe the figure. How could it seem that this child was taller than her? Qi Zhaoqian was merely 15, a head shorter than herself, and such an aura was unfathomable. In her eyes, Qi Zhaoqian was forever weak, forever lacking ambition, only daring to hide and weep when faced with adversity. The tenacity that once defined Qi Zhaoqian had vanished after that fateful leg injury, leaving her to quietly play the role of a puppet. Though at times she might engage in trivial antics to draw attention, Yun Yuba had never taken the heart. Yet now, this scene felt strikingly vivid, as if she could reach out and touch it, sending waves of anxiety through her. An inexplicable sense of strangeness washed over Yun Yuba as she observed Qi Zhaoqian's lips curve into a subtle smile, a glimmer of madness and wildness flashing in her eyes, as if she had finally accomplished her long-desired goal. Sensing the gaze upon her, Qi Zhaoqian hesitated, turning her head slowly to meet Yun Yuba's eyes. Her gaze was filled with mirth, while Yun Yuba furrowed her brow, grappling with an ambiguous sensation as though veiled in mist, rendering her unable to see the person before her clearly. Suppressing her discomfort, Yun Yuba called out to her, but Qi Zhaoqian merely smiled coolly and uttered a chilling remark. Master, Do you see any resemblance between the person you have trained and yourself? Can you truly grasp this world in the palm of your hand? Do you even understand the real me? Yin Yuba was momentarily taken aback, ready to retort with scorn, yet Qi Zhaoqian turned her back. Master, you have never understood me. The words were laced with bitterness, yet tinged with conflict. Qi Zhaoqian took deliberate steps, slowly walking into the inferno before Yin Yuba. Flames licked at her skirt, swiftly rising to consume her, threatening to reduce her to ashes. The fire blazed brighter, illuminating the surroundings. Come back. Yin Yuba's head throbbed painfully as she struggled to utter those words, wanting to curse but lacking the strength, unsure of what to say in such a moment. She reached out, desperate to grasp the figure engulfed in flames, disregarding the possibility of being burned. However, it proved futile. When she extended her hand, the flames, along with Qi Zhaoqian, vanished without a trace. Yin Yuba opened her mouth, realizing that this was merely a dream, and she managed to quell her anxious heart. It was only a dream. No matter how capable Qi Zhaoqian might be, such occurrences were impossible. Will the master accompany me for a while tonight? A timid voice from behind broke the silence, and Yin Yuba turned to see Qi Zhaoqian, shorter than her and blushing profusely, filled with questions. Her indifferent inquiry was met with Qi Zhaoqian stepping forward and grasping her sleeve, the hesitation palpable. What is it? Yin Yuba moved her sleeve, attempting to shake her off, unwilling to allow such proximity. Yet Qi Zhaoqian held on tightly and, sensing her rejection, looked up at her with a pitiful expression. Master, I am exceedingly fond of you. Regardless of whether you scold or strike me, I still find joy in it. Chapter 35. Asleep, her heartfelt confession left Yin Yuba's eyes wide with disbelief. Her mind raced with potential retorts, even contemplating whether to simply slap Qi Zhaoqian to dispel this notion. Insanity. Yin Yuba cursed, forcefully waving her sleeve to dislodge her, her entire being in disarray. Does the master truly detest me so? Qi Zhaoqian stepped back, a wounded expression crossing her face, slowly approaching to reach for her hand. Leave. Disdain etched on her face. Yin Yuba raised her hand, forbidding any further advances. Should Qi Zhaoqian dare to step forward again, she would show no mercy. Yet, that slap lingered in the air, never falling, and even she could not comprehend why. Qi Zhaoqian halted, standing still and gazing up at her with a melancholic expression. She seemed unafraid of Yin Yuba's impending slap, her eyes unwavering. It was this fearless gaze that tugged at the heartstrings. The atmosphere thickened, and Yin Yuba felt the peculiar nature of their stances and the surrounding ambience. Gradually, she lowered her hand, turning her head away to avoid meeting Qi Zhaoqian's eyes. It is merely a dream, merely a dream. I should not be angry, I should not. Yet if it were to occur in reality, what then? Do not seek me a consort, if you please. Master, I desire only you, nothing more. Observing Yin Yuba's softening demeanor, Qi Zhaoqian's eyes sparkled with delight, like a child filled with joy. Seizing the moment when Yin Yuba was distracted, she grasped her hand tightly. Even within the dream, Yin Yuba felt as though she could sense the warmth of Qi Zhaoqian's palm. Small, not particularly delicate, yet slightly rough. Startled by her own thoughts, Yin Yuba abruptly opened her eyes, breathing heavily. She felt parched, cold sweat soaking her entire body, utterly fatigued. In the dream, she could have freed herself, yet she had not done so. She raised her hand to her forehead, feeling the stickiness and chill of perspiration. Her body and mind were both exhausted. Sitting up, she found the outside world enveloped in darkness. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of her own heartbeat resonated clearly. Once her thoughts settled, Yin Yuba let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat dazed. Those tumultuous dreams, both real and illusory, danced before her like fleeting images, nightmares oscillating between reality and fantasy. She felt as though she had rushed through a series of scenes, startled by the absurdity of a dream that jolted her awake. Despite a once unwavering courage against the terrors of the night, having not reflected on the past for quite some time, she found herself unable to return to slumber. After donning her garments, she resolved to take a stroll to calm her tumultuous thoughts. She pondered whether her recent mental strain had led to this state of unrest. And after a moment of contemplation, she stepped out of her chamber and made her way toward the rear garden. It was the late summer season, imbued with a hint of cool dampness. The rustling leaves whispered in the evening breeze, while the lotus pond and the red pavilion lay serenely under the silvery moonlight, accompanied only by the gentle murmur of the flowing stream. Yun Yubao ambled through the palace, her mind drifting through the hazy memories of yore, gradually aligning fragments of recollection until the dawn began to illuminate the horizon, dispelling the oppressive night. When the time came to tend to Qi Zhaoqian's wounds, she slowly returned, composed herself, and prepared to administer the ointment. Qi Zhaoqian, already attended to by the palace maids, had awakened naturally after a dreamless night, her spirits remarkably high. Upon seeing Yun Yubao, her eyes sparkled with delight, yet she soon noticed the weariness etched on her face, prompting her to voice her concern. "Imperial teacher, you've come. Did you not rest well last night?" Yun Yubao gently shook her head, offering no reply, seemingly dismissive of the inquiry. She settled beside the bed, deftly unbuttoning Qi Zhaoqian's garment to apply the medicinal salve. Qi Zhaoqian had grown accustomed to her aloofness, yet the tenderness of her actions stirred an inexplicable sorrow within her. Lost in her own thoughts, Yun Yubao's fingers inadvertently brushed against Qi Zhaoqian's wound multiple times, sending jolts of pain through her. She longed to retreat, but found herself unable to escape. Words eluded her as she sought to express her discomfort. With a slight bite of her lip, Qi Zhaoqian lamented the absence of gentleness in Yun Yubao's touch. "Imperial teacher, please be more careful. It hurts." Eventually overwhelmed, Qi Zhaoqian grasped Yun Yubao's sleeve and shook it gently, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She began to suspect that Yun Yubao was intent on inflicting pain rather than healing her. Yun Yubao snapped back to the present, momentarily frozen by the accusation. She quickly lowered her gaze to the task at hand. Qi Zhaoqian's skin flushed pink from the pain, her hair obscuring much of her beauty. Although the bleeding had ceased, the wound still appeared pitiable, the white ointment unevenly applied, rendering it somewhat peculiar. Yun Yubao softened her grip slightly, turning her face away, no longer imposing discomfort upon Qi Zhaoqian. A sigh of relief escaped Qi Zhaoqian as she relaxed. Today, Yun Yubao seemed unusually accommodating. Something felt amiss. Observing Yun Yubao's weary demeanor, Qi Zhaoqian assumed she was burdened with pressing matters, especially since she had just returned yesterday and had expressed her frustrations quite vocally, undoubtedly exhausting herself. Once the salve was properly applied, Yun Yubao adjusted Qi Zhaoqian's clothing. Her gaze remained fixed on the distance, avoiding any further eye contact with Qi Zhaoqian. The latter managed a wry smile, well aware of Yun Yubao's blatant disdain. The two individuals partook in their morning repast together, with Yun Yubao vigilantly attending to Qi Zhaoqian, supervising her from the adjacent writing desk. Qi Zhaoqian wore an expression of despondency, her gaze fixed upon the pile of memorials by the bedside, her head throbbing with the burden of duty. As long as she drew breath, she was compelled to attend to state affairs, even in bed. She mustered the strength to grasp her brush and tackle the documents strewn before her. Most of the memorials were filled with trivial inquiries, either asking after her well-being or that of the Grand Tutor. When Yun Yubao was absent, Qi Zhaoqian often resorted to cryptic replies, but with Yun Yubao's watchful presence, she dared not act with impunity. As Qi Zhaoqian bent over her work, Yun Yubao sat at a distance, engrossed in her reading. The atmosphere was, by all accounts, harmonious. After an hour of earnest endeavor, Qi Zhaoqian found herself unable to continue, her gaze wandering toward Yun Yubao, who appeared to be resting her head upon her hand, her scroll untouched for quite some time. Curiosity piqued, Qi Zhaoqian observed her intently. Was Yun Yubao dozing? In her youthful exuberance, Qi Zhaoqian, despite the pain in her back, slowly rose and approached Yun Yubao, her slender form moving cautiously. She leaned closer, disregarding her discomfort, and quietly scrutinized Yun Yubao, utterly still. The usually stern and composed Grand Tutor had closed her eyes, her features softened devoid of the customary aloofness. Her breathing was gentle, akin to a wisp of cloud drifting through serene landscapes. "Is the Grand Tutor asleep?" Qi Zhaoqian whispered, a smile gracing her lips. As Qi Zhaoqian drew nearer, she meticulously examined Yun Yuba's delicate features, and after a prolonged moment, she uttered softly, "So beautiful, I must capture this on canvas." There was an allure about her, different from the usual, imbued with a tender grace that compelled Qi Zhaoqian to gaze a little longer, feasting her eyes upon such beauty. With a dreamy smile, Qi Zhaoqian realized she had inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts. Fortunately, her words were but a whisper, heard only by the wind and herself, never reaching another's ears. The exquisite visage before her allowed Qi Zhaoqian to momentarily forget her own pain. She longed to preserve this moment, intending to depict it in detail when time permitted. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, Yun Yuba's brow furrowed slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, indicating a potential awakening. This subtle reaction startled Qi Zhaoqian, prompting her to hastily straighten up. The movement tugged at her wound, eliciting a soft gasp of pain. Quickly, she covered her mouth, stifling any further sound, and retreated a couple of steps, distancing herself from Yun Yuba, her heart racing. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yun Yuba, who remained in a deep slumber. With a silent sigh of relief, she pondered for a moment before laboriously making her way to the bedside to retrieve her outer robe. She intended to drape it over Yun Yuba. The garment was crafted from royal silk, lightweight yet warm, perfectly suited for the current weather. Not too thick, nor too thin. Just right. As the cool late summer breeze wafted through, Qi Zhaoqian approached Yun Yuba cautiously, gently covering her with a robe. Yun Yuba remained motionless, blissfully unaware of the tender care bestowed upon her by Qi Zhaoqian. Qi Zhaoqian gazed at her for a while longer before slowly returning to bed, picking up the memorials to continue her review. For 3 months, she could not ascertain Yun Yuba's true thoughts, but she was determined to employ every possible means to enhance her chances of success. She had to engage in a high-stakes gamble, wagering on Yun Yuba's heart. Qi Zhaoqian refrained from glancing at Yun Yuba again, instead immersing herself in her own tasks, committing the vital contents of the memorials to memory. The workload was burdensome and vexatious. For some inexplicable reason, Qi Zhaoqian felt that today there were an unusually high number of memorials demanding her attention. One after another, they piled up, overwhelming her. She let out a cold laugh, wondering if someone had caught wind of the matter since Yun Yuba had only mentioned it to her yesterday. Qi Zhaoqian pressed her lips together, her eyes darkening. Was it that certain individuals were so eager to push her aside out of fear or to evade something? Did they intend to coerce her into submission through such means, never truly considering her requests, treating her as a mere puppet, expecting her to conform to their envisioned trajectory? Qi Zhaoqian sighed softly. From the Grand Minister to the minor officials, everyone was bringing it up, down to the generals and other dignitaries who had recommended her for selection. She had barely met any of these individuals, and what good did it do to describe them in such terms? How much of it was genuine, and how much was mere pretense? Qi Zhaoqian helplessly pressed her forehead. Why were these people more anxious than she was? Their pleas were widespread and evenly distributed, with each rank represented, and an array of flattery poured forth. Though she had yet to reach the age of formal maturity, numerous individuals had already begun to tout their sons in the memorials, showering her with a flurry of insincere praise, all echoing similar sentiments of charm and elegance. Qi Zhaoqian frowned. Why the urgency at this moment? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to wait until after the coming-of-age ceremony? Suppressing her irritation, she cast a glance at Yun Yuba before taking up her pen to respond to the memorials. The matter of serving the emperor was not urgent. She prioritized the state above all. The coming-of-age banquet was still 3 months away, and if the ministers were so idle, they could visit the common folk on her behalf, extending compassion to the populace, which would bring her peace of mind. She swiftly penned several substantial paragraphs, each a sincere reply, and nodded in satisfaction once she had completed them. Clatter. When Yun Yuba awoke, Qi Zhaoqian was still fervently writing. The book she had been holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, shattering the silence. Hearing the commotion, Yun Yuba furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet warm. She had dreamt not at all, merely resting her head, though she felt an inexplicable weariness. How had she fallen asleep without any recollection, and how long had she been out? Yun Yuba was still regaining her bearings as she gradually sat up, her peripheral vision catching sight of an unfamiliar garment draped over her shoulder, momentarily rendering her speechless. It was Qi Zhaoqian's outer robe. She recognized it instantly. How had it come to be upon her? As the fabric began to slip off, she hastily reached out to catch it, preventing it from touching the ground. Turning her gaze towards Qi Zhaoqian, their eyes met. Noticing the movement on her side, Qi Zhaoqian had already lifted her gaze to her, observing her every action. Imperial teacher, you are awake. Did you sleep well? As the esteemed master returned to the capital, one could sense her exhaustion. Should she require further rest, it is of no concern to me. I shall diligently fulfill any tasks you have entrusted to me. A faint smile danced in her eyes, while Yun Yuba gazed at her with a hint of curiosity and declined the offer. No need for that. Is this yours? She grasped the garment, savoring its soft texture, which seemed to still carry her warmth. Ever since Qi Zhaoqian had attempted to escape using her belt as a rope, her attire had been meticulously accounted for and managed by designated personnel, leaving no room for oversight. I noticed the master had fallen asleep, and, fearing she might catch a chill, I took the liberty of covering her. It is a cool late summer evening, so I hope you do not take offense. Qi Zhaoqian spoke somewhat awkwardly, while Yun Yuba lowered her gaze. She contemplated the garment, lost in thought. In her dreams, there seemed to be other sensations. A slight weight rested upon her shoulder, and she felt she had heard a few words spoken. Having not rested well the previous night, with calming incense burning in her chamber, she had succumbed to slumber almost instantly. Did you come over? She queried with a hint of confusion, to which Qi Zhaoqian gently nodded. I merely arose for a brief moment to drape it over you, and then return to my duties. I assure you I did not slack off. She hurriedly clarified, anxious that Yun Yuba might misconstrue her actions. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuba fell silent, rising to return the garment to its original position. While she bore no resentment, there was no gratitude either. I will not hold it against you, but do refrain from such actions in the future, she stated bluntly, causing a flicker of sadness to cross Qi Zhaoqian's eyes as she glanced at the garment. But I wish to do so. It is merely an act of goodwill. Why must the master reject my intentions? I am only concerned for your well-being. Her expression was one of hurt, while Yun Yuba bent to retrieve a book that had just fallen to the ground. You are injured. There is no need for such gestures. Just take care of yourself and refrain from wandering about. Chapter 37. Helplessness. Her words were detached as she resumed her previous seat after collecting the book. Qi Zhaoqian's statement about following her heart left her momentarily at a loss for words. She selectively overlooked Qi Zhaoqian's wounded expression, determined to maintain her resolve, unaffected by distractions. However, her response bore an undertone of emotion she had not intended to convey. Though Yun Yuba's voice remained devoid of fluctuation, Qi Zhaoqian detected a latent concern within. After years spent alongside Yun Yuba, she could discern the truth behind her words. A subtle smile graced her lips as she glanced at the garment. It is of no consequence, nor is it wandering. I have you to care for me. Do I not? Just a moment ago, I feared you were upset. Joy sparkled in her eyes, but Yun Yuba merely shook her head with indifference. In your view, do I always appear angry? She feigned nonchalance, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to nod without hesitation. To her, Yun Yuba often wore a stern expression, silent and intimidating. Qi Zhaoqian silently assumed that she was in a bad mood or perhaps angry, possibly frustrated by her own lack of diligence in studying, forever relying on her wits rather than earnest effort. Or perhaps she was simply overthinking. Yun Yuba had never regarded her with any real attention, likely indifferent to her speculations. It was conceivable that her discontent stemmed from the daily sight of herself, which she deemed overly intrusive. Contemplating these thoughts, Qi Zhaoqian felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. It was indeed no wonder that Yun Yuba found it burdensome to see her every day. In her own estimation, she often wished to reprimand herself, though she refrained from doing so, knowing it would only bring pain. Regarding Yun Yubao's emotions, she primarily relied on conjecture. Yun Yubao had little inclination to engage in trivial conversation with her. Her silence typically indicated displeasure, and she would often face repercussions for it. Thus, she deemed it wise to admit her faults promptly. For instance, she would willingly raise her palm to receive the ruler's strike, or shed her garments to endure the lash of the whip, humbly prostrating herself at her feet in acknowledgment of her errors. Yet, she could not decipher the thoughts of the person before her, and her instinctive responses seemed to cause Yun Yubao to furrow her brow. Although Yun Yubao uttered not a word, her expression conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Noticing a shift in Yun Yubao's demeanor, Qi Zhaoqian felt a pang of unease and shook her head in an attempt to amend the situation. No, it was not so. She would remain coldly distant, fierce and devoid of emotion, seemingly impervious to the world, yet her actions consistently bore the weight of concern for the common folk. The imperial teacher had devoted recent years to strategizing for the nation, rescuing the populace from peril. This was commendable. Yet Qi Zhaoqian pondered in silence whether the imperial teacher was truly content. She gradually articulated her innermost thoughts, letting them spill forth. Yun Yubao remained silent, contemplating Qi Zhaoqian's words. It appeared that in her eyes, she was perceived in a certain light. As she noticed Yun Yubao's interest, Qi Zhaoqian shifted her narrative. However, she continued, the imperial teacher smiled when pleased, and her smile was indeed beautiful, albeit seldom seen. If only the imperial teacher could wear a smile more often instead of maintaining a stern countenance. Qi Zhaoqian spoke fervently, her tone evolving as she progressed. Upon mentioning Yun Yubao's beauty, her cheeks flushed slightly, casting furtive glances at her while avoiding direct eye contact, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Qi Zhaoqian's sincerity resonated deeply, and her proposal caused Yun Yubao's grip on the book to tighten involuntarily, a surge of unnameable emotion stirring within her. Qi Zhaoqian possessed an astute observation of all around her, as evidenced by her art, where every element harmonized seamlessly without jarring dissonance. Yun Yubao regarded Qi Zhaoqian's bashful demeanor with a mind full of questions, coupled with a wave of skepticism. Beautiful? She dared to speak and propose such things. Could it be that Qi Zhaoqian had lost her senses? What was the meaning behind her bashful expression and sidelong glances? Zhou Xinhuan had previously remarked that Qi Zhaoqian carried herself like a living specter, enveloped in an aura of silence wherever she went. Her presence suffused with an underlying tension that her scholarly demeanor could not conceal. The students instinctively feared her, often so intimidated that they struggled to hold their pens. Naturally, Yun Yubao was displeased by this teasing. A mere glance from her made Zhou Xinhuan flinch, prompting her to retreat hastily, muttering under her breath. The piercing gaze you possess is eerily reminiscent of my childhood instructor, instilling an involuntary fear deep within me. It evokes the sensation of unfinished assignments. With the teacher poised to conduct an impromptu inspection, standing directly before me, silently scrutinizing the blank expanse of my paper. Those moments were the bane of my childhood. Her description was apt, and Yun Yubao's cold smile revealed her indifference. She had never truly cared and harbored no concern. As an educator, her approach was naturally stringent towards students who neglected their studies, and now that she taught only Qi Zhaoqian, her severity had intensified, often carrying a ruler at her side. It was only after Qi Zhaoqian matured and became more docile that she relinquished the habit of always having the ruler on hand. Yet I ponder, when was the last time I genuinely felt joy or laughter? Yun Yubao shifted her gaze from Qi Zhaoqian back to the book in her hands, clearly disinterested in her words and suggestions. Qi Zhaoqian's lengthy discourse was met with a mere "oh," which left her feeling utterly dejected. It seemed futile to pursue a conversation with someone who was unwilling to listen. Qi Zhaoqian's voice faltered, leaving her with a lingering sense of melancholy. She had so much more to express, but that single word had stifled her further thoughts, extinguishing any desire to continue the dialogue with Yun Yubao. The conversation was abruptly curtailed by Yun Yubao, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to lower her gaze to the memorials, striving to overlook Yun Yubao's aloofness. She had grown accustomed to it. Or rather, She should have. It was pointless to care so deeply. She had anticipated this trajectory. Perhaps, in time, Yun Yubao would grow more receptive. Yet, in light of Yun Yubao's response, how could she possibly continue? Qi Zhaoqian fell silent and refrained from glancing at Yun Yubao. Yun Yubao relished the newfound tranquility surrounding her. Inhaling deeply before speaking. It would be prudent for your majesty to divert your thoughts away from your subjects and focus on other matters. It may spare you from unnecessary reprimands. Her words were clear and laden with implications, delivered with an icy demeanor that deterred any further engagement. Qi Zhaoqian hesitated with her pen, her face clouded with resentment, enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. It was an instinctive reaction. With only the imperial teacher by her side, it was inevitable to care, especially considering her striking appearance. In a hushed tone, she replied, but Yun Yubao appeared oblivious, casting a fleeting glance in her direction. What did your majesty say? Qi Zhaoqian forced a bitter smile and shook her head. I shall heed the teachings of my esteemed instructor. Chapter 38. The lost one. Yun Yubao's expression remained unchanged, yet the slight tightening of her lips betrayed her. She had heard Qi Zhaoqian clearly, but chose to feign ignorance, and Qi Zhaoqian lacked the courage to repeat herself. Each of her affirmations carried a weight of suppressed courage and a rebellious spirit. It would be best if we did not merely speak without taking action. Yun Yubao replied, and Qi Zhaoqian detected a hint of mockery in her tone. She inhaled deeply and nodded obediently. Yes, in private. Qi Zhaoqian clenched her teeth, unconsciously tightening her grip on the pen, her responses to the memorials becoming increasingly irritable. She resembled a disgruntled kitten, too indignant to voice her frustrations, left to simmer in solitude. After all, no one is there to smooth her fur. In the end, she must groom herself. One must not rush, one must not despair. Though the journey may be long, the winds of fortune will arrive in due time. The two exchanged few words thereafter. Qi Zhaoqian vented her frustrations onto the memorial, while Yun Yubao remained unfazed, departing the chamber punctually, without the slightest hesitation. It was not until after the evening meal that Yun Yubao attended to her wounds. As he applied the medicine, her upper garments slipped away, exposing her to a chill. Yun Yubao's warm fingertips brushed against her skin, causing her to instinctively tense, her hands gripping the remaining bedding tightly. Sensing her unease, Yun Yubao's voice turned somber. Your Majesty, please relax. It will be over once the medicine is applied. Qi Zhaoqian, gritting her teeth, recalled how indifferent he had been during previous applications, which only heightened her apprehension, compelling her to cling to the bedding. Upon hearing his words, her grip gradually loosened, yet her heart remained on high alert. Yun Yubao retrieved the ointment, carefully dabbing it onto Qi Zhaoqian's wounds. From her perspective, she beheld her own beauty in full bloom. Her delicate skin, an enchanting silhouette, her slender waist captivating, adorned with the crimson of the lonicera on her shoulder, appeared almost ethereal in the candlelight, exuding a bewitching allure. It was impossible to divert one's gaze. The desire to touch and caress became overwhelming. In her thoughts, she succumbed to that yearning. Yun Yubao's fingertip lightly grazed the mark, causing Qi Zhaoqian to freeze, a plea escaping her lips. Imperial teacher, please. Her heart raced inexplicably. That mark had been bestowed upon her by Yun Yubao himself, and the unwelcome memories surged forth. The contact in that sensitive area ignited an instinctive desire to retreat, yet escape was futile. Upon hearing her words, Yun Yubao narrowed his eyes, taking a perverse delight in applying pressure. Qi Zhaoqian let out a soft hum, suppressing her feelings, and spoke with a hint of grievance. Imperial teacher, it itches. She intended to protest against the touch, yet the words faltered on her lips. Though Yun Yubao had touched her countless times before, it had always been the context of her fidgeting during treatment. Today felt distinctly odd. Upon hearing her remark, Yun Yubao immediately withdrew his hand. She had momentarily lost herself, unable to resist the urge to caress, and her utterance of please don't only served to heighten the peculiarity of the moment. Yun Yubao felt a tinge of embarrassment but remained silent, merely responding with a soft redirecting his thoughts. Previously, Qi Zhaoqian bore numerous scars upon her body, unsightly and indicative of her frailness, resembling a malnourished kitten, devoid of any advantage. However, under the care of her and Tu Qing, aside from the Lonicera tattoo she had given her, those scars had vanished without a trace. Now, with these abrupt whip marks on her back, there would be no lasting impressions. Upon hearing her response, Qi Zhaoqian exhaled in relief. Perhaps due to practice, Yin Yuba's touch had become considerably gentler compared to their earlier encounters. He was no longer clumsy, but rather attentive to her needs. Qi Zhaoqian expressed her satisfaction, her eyes narrowing in delight, a smile gracing her lips. Yin Yuba observed everything, compelling herself to focus on the wound, banishing any errant thoughts. Once she had applied the ointment, she quickly averted her gaze. Qi Zhaoqian was no longer a child. She had naturally matured, and although they were both women, it was prudent to exercise some restraint. Recently, Yin Yuba found herself contemplating excessively. She had seen Qi Zhaoqian's body countless times, yet never had she felt such a reluctance to look. Qi Zhaoqian had been raised under her care. Applying the medicine should not invoke any inappropriate thoughts. After Qi Zhaoqian had settled into bed, Yin Yuba hastily returned to her own chamber, her lips pressed together in an expression of avoidance, her steps rapid. Qi Zhaoqian watched her retreating figure with a resigned smile. Moments ago, she had considered asking Yin Yuba to recite some poetry to aid her sleep. But seeing Yin Yuba's unwillingness to engage, she abandoned the thought. Though she was accustomed to pressuring others, with Yin Yuba, such tactics were futile. Should she attempt to coerce her, it was likely that Yin Yuba would retaliate fiercely, leaving her with no refuge. Lying on her bed, Qi Zhaoqian, feeling somewhat dejected, noticed the book Yin Yuba had left on the table. It puzzled her. Yin Yuba was typically meticulous and would never forget such an item. Reflecting on Yin Yuba's earlier haste, Qi Zhaoqian began to ponder, eventually deciding to act. Outside, the stars twinkled, and after gazing at them for a moment, she slowly rose. Retrieving the outer garment she had draped over Yin Yuba earlier, hugging it to her chest as she returned to bed. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Qi Zhaoqian sensed a faint fragrance lingering on the fabric, reminiscent of Yin Yuba. She buried her face in the garment, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. It carried not only her scent, but also Yin Yuba's essence. As Qi Zhaoqian gradually closed her eyes, on the other side, Yin Yuba sat before the flickering candlelight, contemplating whether she had inadvertently left the book with Qi Zhaoqian. After sitting in silence for a considerable time, a cool breeze snapped her thoughts back to reality, and she suddenly realized something was amiss. She had never before misplaced anything, but today her mind was too tumultuous. The book itself was not of great importance. It contained many of her jotted-down musings. Should Qi Zhaoqian peruse them, it would be quite improper. With a sigh, Yin Yuba rose and made her way towards Qi Zhaoqian's chambers. The two rooms were situated closely for the sake of supervising Qi Zhaoqian, and the maidservants were few, mainly stationed in the outer courtyard to prevent Qi Zhaoqian from having any undue influences. Even her personal maid had not been assigned. Those who were arranged would come at designated times to assist her with dressing and grooming, preparing her meals, and would depart once she had finished eating. Yin Yuba had taken only a few steps when she found herself at Qi Zhaoqian's door. Hesitating for 3 seconds, she gently pushed it open. The room was quiet, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. Chapter 39, Whispers. She could vaguely make out Qi Zhaoqian's figure on the bed, lying there with no response, seemingly fast asleep. Yin Yuba moved with great delicacy. Although she was aware that she was not a thief, she still hoped to avoid disturbing Qi Zhaoqian, wishing for her to remain unaware of her presence that night. As she stepped inside, her gaze fell upon the desk, where she immediately spotted the book she had inadvertently left behind in her haste. The book remained undisturbed, its position unchanged, untouched by anyone. She slowly approached, retrieved it, and after careful inspection, turned to leave. In her heart, Yin Yuba silently mused that Qi Zhaoqian was indeed quite well behaved. She would never meddle with anything that belonged to Yin Yuba, nor did she possess the audacity to do so. Yet, she understood that Qi Zhaoqian, while appearing timid, harbored a keen curiosity about her, bold and unrestrained. Yin Yuba was not one to dawdle. She preferred to resolve matters swiftly, though there were moments of indecision when she weighed the pros and cons, ultimately choosing what was most beneficial for her. Though such instances were rare. As Yin Yuba prepared to leave, she suddenly heard a faint murmur from behind her. It was soft, yet in the stillness of the night, it resonated distinctly and clearly. Yin Yuba froze, the air around her thickening as she pondered whether her movements had been too loud and if she should turn back to offer an explanation. But in the next moment, she dismissed the thought. What was there to explain to a mere pawn? Steeling herself, she slowly turned around, ready to meet Qi Zhaoqian's gaze. Yin Yuba could even envision the look of confusion on Qi Zhaoqian's face. Yet, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Upon turning, she found a figure on the bed utterly still, devoid of any movement or words. A slight frown creased Yin Yuba's brow as doubt crept in. Could it be that she had misheard? Or was Qi Zhaoqian merely speaking in her sleep? Why would she call for her in a dream? Or had she already awakened and seen her? Swallowing hard, Yin Yuba cautiously approached the bed, seeking the answer she desired. If Qi Zhaoqian were awake, a simple explanation would suffice. She would not dwell on it further. And if she remained silent, Qi Zhaoqian lacked the courage to inquire. As she stepped closer, the sight that met her eyes rendered her momentarily frozen in place, her composure slipping away. She gazed at the object cradled in Qi Zhaoqian's arms, her eyes brimming with questions. How was it that the garment looked so familiar? Tilting her head, she glanced at the empty space where her clothes should have hung. Cursing Qi Zhaoqian's madness in her thoughts, she scrutinized the figure before her, confirming once more whether the garment Qi Zhaoqian held was indeed the one she had draped over herself that very day. She hoped it was not. Yet the reality lay bare before her, revealing Qi Zhaoqian's unguarded thoughts. The girl's face, untouched by makeup, bore a serene and radiant beauty, her eyelids gently closed. Skin fair and delicate, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, compelling one to gaze longer. Whatever dreams she had encountered, her cheeks flushed, her expression radiated tranquility and satisfaction. In Yin Yuba's moment of bewilderment, Qi Zhaoqian, like a soft kitten, uttered another gentle phrase, her tone laced with sweet affection. Unconsciously, she continued to cling to that garment, tightening her embrace as if she were holding not mere fabric, but Yin Yuba herself, channeling her hidden emotions through this act of release. Yin Yuba observed the scene. Her lips pressed together, the book in her hands crumpled from her unconscious grip. Qi Zhaoqian likely did not anticipate her presence that night, allowing herself the liberty to indulge in a warmth that was utterly illusory. The tone in which Qi Zhaoqian called her was markedly different from the usual. Tonight's words were laced with tenderness and a hint of longing, a sentiment so apparent that even a fool could discern its essence. Qi Zhaoqian's utterances left Yin Yuba momentarily breathless, her heart racing in a flurry of confusion. It was merely a garment she had donned. Yet Qi Zhaoqian had the audacity to embrace it in her sleep, radiating a tranquility and joy that seemed absurd to Yin Yuba. She felt compelled to pull the garment away, yet midway through the motion, she hesitated. If she persisted, Qi Zhaoqian would surely awaken. Upon waking, she could confront Qi Zhaoqian with a feigned displeasure, demanding to know what she was doing, but she dismissed the thought. Yin Yuba stepped back, her mind swirling with a multitude of thoughts. Since her return, Qi Zhaoqian had consistently surprised her, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. It was unclear when Qi Zhaoqian had begun to harbor such feelings for her, poorly concealed as they were. And Yin Yuba, until recently, had not scrutinized this development closely. Only now did she notice the flicker of confusion and uncertainty in her own eyes, ultimately masked by a fierce resolve. She reassured herself that it mattered little. In 3 months, upon completing her coming-of-age ceremony, Qi Zhaoqian's affections would undoubtedly shift from her to the chosen attendants. After all, during that time, she would be accompanied by many, not merely herself. Yin Yuba harbored doubts, suspecting that Qi Zhaoqian's feelings stemmed from her confinement within the palace, leading to this distorted attachment. Perhaps sensing the weight of a gaze upon her, Qi Zhaoqian furrowed her brow uncomfortably, her lashes fluttering as if on the verge of awakening. Yin Yuba felt a twinge of anxiety, but maintained her fa-ade of calm, observing for a moment longer. Fortunately, Qi Zhaoqian merely frowned slightly, her eyes remaining closed, yet her grip on the garment was tenacious, as if it were a treasured possession, impervious to theft. With a sigh, Yin Yuba forced herself to turn away, exiting Qi Zhaoqian's chamber and pausing at the threshold. The cool breeze brushed against her, clearing her mind somewhat, and she resolutely reaffirmed her thoughts. She closed the door behind her, the earlier scene lingering vividly in her mind. Qi Zhaoqian, in her youth, was unable to conceal her innermost thoughts, her joys, and her desires. Yin Yuba had wavered in the past, but after all these years, she had always regarded Qi Zhaoqian merely as a pawn, and even with such affections, she chose to remain oblivious. With a heavy heart, Yin Yuba hastened back to her own quarters, as if fleeing from something. At some point, the sky had become shrouded in clouds, the stars and moon hidden from sight. In this inky darkness, some succumbed to despair while others emerged awakened. The following morning, Qi Zhaoqian slowly opened her eyes. She first glanced at the desk, then at the garment in her hands. After a night of sweet dreams, she had slept soundly, enveloped in a world of vibrant blossoms, tranquility, and unrestrained freedom. However, the book was missing, and it seemed that Yin Yuba had visited. Why'd she come? Did she see her holding this garment? Qi Zhaoqian felt an inexplicable tension in her heart. She silently rose, returning the outer garment to its original place, creating an illusion of untouched stillness before lying back down. She continued to gaze at the garment, her mind consumed by the dream from the previous night, until a palace maid entered to assist her with her grooming, reluctantly pulling her gaze away. Chapter 40. The twins this morning, when Yin Yuba arrived. There is little distinction from past visits, cold and indifferent. Her administration of medicine was merely a routine obligation, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As a cunning figure in the court, her emotions were not easily discerned. Having cohabited with her for many years, Qi Zhaoqian could only make a few vague conjectures. She felt that her word for the previous day had caused Yin Yuba to bestow upon her a countenance devoid of warmth today. Qi Zhaoqian's gaze unabashedly followed Yin Yuba, and when their eyes met, Yin Yuba's brows furrowed slightly, appearing particularly stern and severe. This demeanor of Yin Yuba transported Qi Zhaoqian back to moments of self-punishment, compelling her to lower her head, intimidated to look again. She had transgressed against Yin Yuba, yet dared not meet her gaze directly. During the application of the medicine, Qi Zhaoqian obediently lay down. Today, she was already able to stand. Once the ointment was properly applied, she could not help but long to stroll outside. As was her custom, she gently tugged at Yin Yuba's sleeve. "Master, I do not wish to lie down any longer. I wish to take a walk in the Imperial Garden. Is that permissible? Although my injury is not fully healed, I can still manage to stand and move about." She lifted her gaze, filled with anticipation, awaiting Yin Yuba's response. Yin Yuba lowered her eyes, her hands steady in their task, offering no reply. Qi Zhaoqian felt rebuffed, but did not release her grip on Yin Yuba's sleeve. Instead, she emitted a pitiful whimper. "Master, may I? The late summer lotus blossoms are withering, and I feel I have yet to witness their full beauty this year. I fear they will all be gone in a few days." During the 3 months of Yin Yuba's absence, Qi Zhaoqian had run to the lotus pond daily, eager to observe the entire cycle from bloom to decay. She had witnessed their initial emergence, their full bloom, and had kept track of their gradual decline. Now, as they approached their desolation, she yearned to seize this opportunity to behold them once more. Upon her repeated inquiry, Yin Yuba finally responded, giving a slight nod as she evenly spread the ointment. "Very well, 1 hour, and then you must return." Upon finishing her application, she concluded with a time constraint. Qi Zhaoqian was taken aback, but promptly grinned and nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, master." Before her injury, she had only been granted half an hour of freedom each day, with the remainder spent alongside Yin Yuba, which often felt stifling. Now, in her current state, it was rare for Yin Yuba to extend her time for relaxation, and thus, She felt it was only proper to express her gratitude. After all, she had spent the previous 2 days lying in bed without rest. This could be seen as a form of compensation. Moreover, it should be noted that Yun Yuba's ointment was truly effective. Every time she endured a beating that left her skin torn, she would eventually recuperate fully without any lasting scars. Yun Yuba remained indifferent to her expression of gratitude, her gaze fixated on the hand that clutched her sleeve. Qi Zhaoqian, likely caught up in her happiness, had not heard the words spoken. Yun Yuba pursed her lips, gently shook her hand, and cast a sweeping glance over her, her eyes scanning up and down with a hint of mockery as she spoke. "Release your grip. I shall assist your majesty with your garments. Do you wish to venture out unclothed?" Qi Zhaoqian froze, realizing the weight of her gaze, and timidly lowered her hand, her face flushing crimson. "No, I apologize, Imperial Teacher. In my moment of joy, I momentarily forgot. Thank you for your assistance." When Yun Yuba applied the medicine, Qi Zhaoqian's upper body was bare. Initially, she felt uncomfortable, but as time passed, she resolved to disregard her modesty, reminding herself that it was not the first time they had crossed such boundaries, nor would Yun Yuba harbor any interest in her. Yet now, under Yun Yuba's scrutinizing gaze, she felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment. Observing Qi Zhaoqian's flushed cheek, Yun Yuba chose silence. With a composed demeanor, she adjusted Qi Zhaoqian's attire, watching as she slowly descended from the bed. After lying down for so long, Qi Zhaoqian felt considerably better with some movement, though she was careful, for any significant motion still tugged at her wound and elicited pain. "Let's proceed," Yun Yuba declared, walking ahead of Qi Zhaoqian, summoning attendants to prepare the imperial sedan chair, lifting Qi Zhaoqian toward the imperial garden. Seated within the sedan chair, Qi Zhaoqian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. A smile lingered on her lips, and the pain from her wound seemed to diminish. Noticing her uplifted spirit, Yun Yuba gently shook her head, reflecting on Qi Zhaoqian's youthful disposition, more inclined to play than to learn, quick to relish pleasure, yet oblivious to consequences. Upon reaching the imperial garden, Qi Zhaoqian spotted a figure in her favorite pavilion, engrossed in writing and painting, accompanied by the ethereal strains of music. The performer, clad in resplendent crimson, played melodies that alternated between crisp and bright, soft and full, and deep and resonant. Amidst the enchanting music, the artist, draped in a long veil, listened intently, his expression serious as he captured the scenes before him. The resulting artwork exuded an extraordinary harmony, yet Qi Zhaoqian frowned slightly, puzzled. This was her domain. Who were these two? She had never seen them in the palace before. Who are they? Why are they playing the shang? She inquired, her tone sharp. Without lifting her gaze, Yun Yuba replied, "They are a pair of twins from the Ministry of Rites, one skilled in painting, the other in music. Today, your majesty seeks leisure, and I have specially invited them to accompany you." Qi Zhaoqian, what? Accompany me? Her mouth fell open, a cold laugh, escaping as an unnameable anger surged within her, leaving her at a loss for an outlet. She had thought that Yun Yuba had granted her more time for leisure out of goodwill, and she had silently expressed her gratitude, nearly wearing her thanks on her face. Yet, it turned out that Yun Yuba had merely arranged for her to meet potential companions, to assess and select them. Fists clenched tightly, she bit her lip, racking her brain for a counter-argument. She was well aware that the Ministry of Rites had always been aligned with Yun Yuba. After a prolonged struggle with her thoughts, she finally spoke up. "The esteemed master, I crave solitude and desire no company. Please dismiss them all." Pristine Zhaoqian expressed her grievances. Yet, Yun Yuba shook his head. "Your Majesty, these two are exceptionally talented, proficient in both art and culture, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It would be beneficial for you to meet them, just for an hour, to ease your mind." His words bore no emotional weight, simple and ordinary, yet Zhaoqian discerned the underlying threat. An hour of interaction meant an hour of obligation. Descending from the imperial carriage, she watched as her attendants departed, casting a wounded glance back at Yun Yuba, as if countless unspoken words lingered on her lips. However, upon receiving her gaze, he turned his head away, seemingly indifferent. Internally, Zhaoqian felt a fierce resistance. yet found herself powerless, compelled to walk slowly, deliberately prolonging her time. Yin Yubo did not accompany her, but remained distantly seated in another pavilion, allowing her the freedom to wander. She could only see him from afar. With each step towards the two figures, her heart silently condemned Yin Yubo, Chapter 41, Incompetence. This fellow had indeed gone to great lengths to find her companions, even resorting to subtle threats. Grinding her teeth in determination, Zhaoqian resolved to comply with his wishes, albeit with a hint of defiance. An hour spent listening to music and admiring art was far preferable to laboring over those dreary assignments in the study. Enduring the icy countenance of Yin Yubo, if he wished for her to quickly seek companionship, she would naturally not grant him such a favor, while also avoiding overt rebellion. As she strolled, taking in the serene landscapes, she felt a tinge of melancholy. The brief journey took her quite some time, as she paused intermittently to absorb the sights, etching them into her memory. The late autumn lotus, with its desolate beauty, stood in tranquil silence. The leaves bowed low, and the lotus pods drooped, though battered in form. Their spirit remained intact and even more vibrant. Weathered by autumn frosts, they still exuded elegance and grace. She had witnessed the lush vitality of green lotus in full bloom, alive with vigor, and the captivating sight of red and green mingling in the lotus pond, enchanting in its allure. Yet, the current scene of decay possessed a unique charm of its own. After a considerable time, she finally reached the pavilion, pausing to observe. Zhaoqian was not particularly inclined to social interaction, yet her status rendered avoidance impossible, and she could not reveal even a hint of weakness or fear. It was not that she was afraid. Rather, she found herself at a loss for words. She needed to create conversation, for any silence would render her acutely uncomfortable. Yin Yubo had taught her that as an emperor, one must carry an air of authority wherever they go, never shrinking back, but embodying the fearsome presence that commands respect and mitigates discontent. At that time, she had not understood, kneeling at Yin Yubo's feet, her voice tinged with distress. But I do not wish to converse with them. They already look down upon me, and each day feels like a punishment. I can only feign cruelty while my heart is riddled with wounds. In response, Yin Yubo had slapped her, a physical reminder of the lesson he sought to impart. She stripped away Qi Zhaoqian's timidity, compelling her to engage in negotiations with the ministers and even to wield her words as instruments of harm. In the subsequent years, although she occasionally grappled with feelings of inferiority and sensitivity, such emotions were carefully concealed within the depths of her heart. What emerged was an imperial demeanor, unyielding even in the grandest of arenas. Should any err, she would merely dismissively decree their execution. Her hands, too, were stained with blood, burdened with lives taken. These are the impositions of Yin Yubo, a fate she had no choice but to embrace. In the early days of her ascension, numerous voices had condemned her, asserting that her thick skin was impervious to their barbs, yet the sharp edge of a blade behind her continually urged her onward. Later, when she commanded reforms, it was Yin Yubo who executed them, allowing for a shift in public sentiment. Yet she remained merely a tool for issuing orders. The true puppeteer had always been Yin Yubo, a fact unaltered. While she, Qi Zhaoqian, recognized her own limitations, it was clear that should she err, Yin Yubo would effortlessly withdraw, leaving her to bear the brunt of any disgrace. Yet, in the presence of Yin Yubo, she revealed her vulnerability, weeping and pleading for mercy in hopes of eliciting even a modicum of compassion from him. Thus, Yin Yubo perceived her as incapable, yet he relished in her inadequacies, deriving a sense of accomplishment from his control over her. The melody entwined with the ambience was sufficient. Within the pavilion, the two were ensconced in their own worlds, oblivious to Qi Zhaoqian's arrival. Regaining her composure, she tucked away her earlier impatience and reluctance, approaching with curiosity to observe the painting before her. The depiction of the withered lotus was executed with realism and an exquisite sense of arrangement, while the central sunset imbued the scene with a hint of vitality amidst its desolation, hinting at the fragrant blooms to come in the next season. Yet unfinished, The lower right corner awaited completion to render it a true masterpiece. It was undeniably beautiful, harmoniously complementing one another, and the authenticity of the landscape revealed profound skill. The enchanting melody uplifted the spirit, evoking a sense of yearning. Qi Zhaoqian nodded at the painting and cast a glance at the two individuals. With a hint of admiration, she spoke, prompting the twins from the Ministry of Rites to return from their reverie, finally acknowledging her presence. They gazed at her. The music halted, and the brushstrokes stilled. Dressed in a resplendent red and black embroidered dragon robe, her jade belt fluttering, she exuded an air of nobility. Her demeanor composed and confident. Noticing their sudden stillness, she found it curious. "Please, continue. The music is delightful, and the painting is equally captivating," she gently encouraged. After confirming her identity, shock and nervousness flickered in their eyes. Their father had mentioned that the Grand Tutor intended for them to accompany Her Majesty, hoping they would strive for her favor. Seeing this youthful girl, shorter than them yet radiating warmth, they hastily set down their instruments and knelt in reverence. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for our rudeness," they chorused, one of the youths, the Sheng player, hastening to admit his fault. Qi Zhaoqian smiled. "You need not bow. There is no offense. Rise, twins of the He family from the Ministry of Rites. What are your names?" She spoke softly as she settled beside the table. Her gaze lowered upon the painting, exuding an air of amiability. The two young men rose to their feet, observing her gentle demeanor, and the masked youth took the initiative to speak first. "I am He, and this is my twin brother, He Sun. We have come to accompany your Majesty." He's voice was deep and cool, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to nod slightly, her eyes unabashedly sweeping over the two, assessing them thoroughly. Upon hearing their names, she recalled their identities. Although she could not leave the palace, she was well informed of those she needed to know, having simply never met them in person. He was the eldest legitimate son, while He Sun was the second son, both in the bloom of youth at around 18 or 19 years of age. They were both exceptionally gifted in both appearance and talent, and being twins, they bore a striking resemblance, often leading to them being mistaken for one another. Noticing their slight tension, Qi Zhaoqian gestured to ease the atmosphere. "There is no need for formality. It is merely the three of us here. Continue your painting, He Sun. And you too, He. The music is delightful, and I thoroughly enjoy it." With a smile, she encouraged them, and the brothers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Yes, they resumed their tasks, while Qi Zhaoqian engaged them in casual conversation. Since He was veiled, Qi Zhaoqian focused her attention on He Sun, scrutinizing his features. Indeed, he possessed a striking appearance, akin to a piece of warm, translucent jade, radiating a gentle and reserved aura. His eyes sparkled like a spring pool, elegant and refreshing, his crimson attire reminiscent of autumn leaves, captivating to behold. Only He's eyes were visible, and a flicker of curiosity prompted Qi Zhaoqian to glance at his artwork before looking back at him. "Why the mask?" she inquired. He paused, a hint of regret and helplessness lacing his tone. "I had no intention of concealing myself. However, an hour before entering the palace, I suddenly developed a rash on my face. I thought it would be unseemly to spoil your Majesty's enjoyment, so I chose to mask my appearance. I hope for your Majesty's understanding, as the rash is quite unsightly and may offend your eyes." His voice was tinged with self-deprecation, and Qi Zhaoqian nodded thoughtfully. "I see. There is no need for concern. You show consideration, and I shall not hold it against you. Do take care of yourself upon your return. Thank you for your kindness." "Your Majesty," he replied with a smile, while He Sun remained comparatively quiet, engrossed in his own work and refraining from initiating conversation. Despite being twins, their personalities were strikingly different. The elder brother was eloquent and charming, while He Sun often lingered in his brother's shadow, labeled as timid and taciturn. Qi Zhaoqian, feeling indulgent and somewhat mischievous, turned her full attention to observing He Sun. He, unable to divert his gaze, had no choice but to find something else to focus on, lest he squander the goodwill shown by Yin Yubo. It was indeed curious that he developed a rash an hour prior to entering the palace, whether it was due to fear of scrutiny or intentional mischief, or simply a coincidence, was of no concern to Qi Zhaoqian. Ultimately, she had no intention of selecting anyone, and even if someone played clever tricks, she was disinclined to investigate further. Relishing this rare moment of leisure, Qi Zhaoqian chatted with He while her eyes remained fixated on He-sun. Qi Zhao's gaze was far too unrestrained, causing He-sun to feel a wave of embarrassment as her intense stare made his cheeks flush with color. He stumbled through several notes in his performance. The more she fixed her gaze upon him, the more anxious he became, his heart racing violently. Acutely aware of his own awkwardness, leaving his mind blank. He was in a state of disarray, utterly at a loss for how to win her favor. Upon noticing his struggle, Qi Zhao couldn't help but laugh, playfully inquiring, "Are you so nervous being with me? You played several wrong notes, He-sun." Her voice trailed off with a teasing lilt, causing He-sun's face to burn crimson as he lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. The youth, overwhelmed by shyness, halted his playing. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have grown up in the royal residence alongside my brother and have never ventured beyond these confines. I must have been too delighted to see your Majesty, which led to my unintentional errors." He, observing from the side, attempted to ease the tension, while Qi Zhao waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. Her elevated status instilled both fear and reverence in those around, accompanied by a deliberate display of flattery. They were all wary of her wrath, afraid that a moment of displeasure could cost them their lives. "It's quite all right. Do not be anxious," Qi Zhao reassured He-sun with a gentle smile. He-sun was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before timidly speaking. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I am curious as to why you have been watching me so intently." His tone was tinged with shyness, prompting Qi Zhao to consider her response before saying, "If I find you pleasing to the eye, why not look? I assure you, I do not bite. There is no need for such fear of me." He-sun pressed his lips together, his eyes finally reflecting a hint of mirth. "Your Majesty, you are truly different from what I had imagined." "Oh, in what way?" Qi Zhao tilted her head, intrigued. He-sun pondered for a moment before continuing. "When I arrived, I had the impression that your Majesty would be serious and aloof. I was even worried about whether you would dislike the music I played." His voice dwindled to a whisper, his mind occupied with the earnest advice from his parents about pleasing the emperor, a secret directive from the imperial tutor. If he could win the favor of the emperor, it would indeed be a monumental blessing. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, striving to evoke more joy in Qi Zhao. "There are times when I can be serious and aloof, but those moments are reserved for when I am resting. One should feel free to express themselves." Qi Zhao paused, contemplating her words before finally responding. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, while He, observing from the side, glanced at He-sun's flushed face and the laughter that crinkled his eyes, remaining silent. This young man has surprisingly become quite eloquent, having previously appeared so morose before entering the palace. On the carriage ride here, he had noticed He-sun's gloomy expression and felt a twinge of disdain. Today, while accompanying the emperor, "Could you please refrain from wearing that expression as though someone owes you 800,000 taels of silver?" He pulled away the veil from his face. Not speaking harshly, yet his tone was far from amiable. The sudden rash had already left him in a foul mood, and seeing his brother's half-dead demeanor only intensified his irritation. "Understood, brother," He-sun replied obediently, daring to glance at him. He's face was covered with a dense cluster of small red rashes, looking somewhat alarming. "Brother, it's stifling in the carriage. Once we reach the pavilion, you can put the veil back on." He pressed his lips together, offering no response. He could not fathom how such a small red rash had appeared on his skin. After consulting a physician, he was informed that it was a result of poisoning, and the doctor prescribed medication, advising that it would take a month to heal. Upon hearing this, the household began a thorough search, yet they found nothing. They had no choice but to hasten to the palace. He, initially intending to use this as an excuse to avoid attending, found himself concerned for his frail brother, fearing he might cause trouble within the palace walls. Although he feigned indifference towards his sibling, he was wary of the potential complications his brother might bring, especially since their parents had urged him to keep a watchful eye, given that He-sun was not particularly loquacious. In retrospect, His worries seemed unwarranted, as it appeared that the emperor was quite pleased with his brother. The emperor was indeed an intriguing individual. Qi Sun nodded in response, engaging in light conversation that eased his tension and dissipated the flush from his cheeks. He then proceeded to perform for Qi Zhaoqian, who regarded him with an appreciative gaze. Upon finishing his performance, Qi Zhaoqian gently applauded, expressing her approval. After completing a painting, he presented it to Qi Zhaoqian, humbly hoping that she would not disdain it. Though the withered lotus lacked the beauty of the vibrant bloom, it possessed a unique character and unwavering resolve. The group enjoyed a lively discussion, and Qi Zhaoqian nodded, indicating that he could place the painting on the table. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Zhaoqian felt as though a gaze was fixated upon her from behind. Instinctively, she turned to see Yun Bo, seated at a distance, sipping tea with his attention wholly absorbed in the teacup before him. She took a delicate sip of her tea, her movements graceful, embodying a solitary elegance that was striking yet imbued with a sense of loneliness. After completing her performance, she turned back, convincing herself that she was merely overthinking. How could Yun Bo be looking at her? She had long felt that she sullied his vision and wished to distance herself from him. It was merely a figment of her imagination. His gaze never lingered on her. With a despondent shake of her head, she felt indifferent. Qi Zhaoqian had indeed fulfilled the task entrusted to her by Yun Bo, and after an hour's duration, she leisurely made her way back. As she departed, Qi Sun mustered the courage to meet her gaze, his eyes sparkling with warmth. Yet, Qi Zhaoqian turned away without hesitation, her expression shifting as she walked. Impatience flickered in her eyes, and grasping the painting, she headed towards the pavilion where Yun Bo was situated. Chapter 43. Joy? Behind her, Qi Sun's gaze fell upon her several times, but he refrained from being too forward due to his elder brother's presence. Qi Zhaoqian moved slowly yet purposefully, her garments flowing elegantly around her. Despite the surrounding wilted lotuses, she stood out like a vibrant shadow, unforgettable to those who beheld her. As the empress, she held a position of unparalleled authority, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. In truth, Qi Zhaoqian was walking with great difficulty. The fabric of her clothing rubbed against her injury, causing her considerable discomfort, although she did not wish to reveal her pain, resulting in a somewhat labored gait. Nevertheless, her resolve was unwavering, focused solely on the figure in the distant pavilion. Let us go. The empress has departed, and we too should return and gather our thoughts. He gently reminded him, and Qi Sun, feeling somewhat embarrassed after being exposed, obediently nodded, following closely behind his elder brother. He reflected on the playful manner in which Qi Zhaoqian had earnestly gazed at him earlier. Throughout his life, the attention of others had predominantly been directed towards his brother, leaving him feeling like a mere shadow. The phrase he heard most often was, "You and your brother are so alike. If only you were more talkative like him, you would be even more likable." Indeed, it was always about resembling someone else, perpetually learning to become the version that everyone adored. Meanwhile, he remained submissively bowed, too weary to counter these remarks. Beneath his obedient facade lay a rebellious spirit, akin to a blade gradually sharpened against a whetstone, becoming ever more acute. His personality contrasted starkly with that of his brother, and it was rare for someone to scrutinize him with genuine interest. Today, thanks to his brother, he had received a compliment. However, had his brother not been so remarkable, the praise would undoubtedly have been directed towards him instead. "Your Majesty, she is somewhat special. She does not seem as fearsome as rumored, and being still quite young, she retains a certain childlike innocence, quite delightful." He murmured softly from behind, yet he halted, turning with a complex expression to regard him. According to rumors, Qi Zhaoqian was ruthless, having slain her sister to seize the throne, imprisoning her siblings, and employing exceedingly harsh methods. In the court, she was known to be unyielding and exceptionally stern. Do not rashly speak of Her Majesty. A person cannot be judged solely by one aspect. You are still too young. Do not be deceived by appearances. The Empress has her moments of solemnity. Do not forget Father's words. Seeing you happily conversing with Her Majesty puts my mind at ease. He paused, watching his younger brother in the distance. reflecting on Qi Zhaoqian's demeanor today, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Qi Sun, upon hearing these words, nodded thoughtfully and softly replied, "I understand. It is just that the disparity between my thoughts and the reality is too vast, leading to such feelings. It was merely a conversation with my brother." He perceived the subtleties. Though Qi Zhaoqian wore a smile and engaged in light-hearted banter, the true emotions beneath her faade were elusive and inscrutable. Their father had warned that the Empress's moods were unpredictable, advising caution and obedience to avoid inciting her displeasure. He nodded, and together they exited the palace, boarding the carriage to return home. In the Lotus Pond Pavilion, Qi Zhaoqian stood behind Yin Yuba, placing the scroll she held upon the table before taking a seat opposite her. Yin Yuba did not lift her head, casually asking, "Has your Majesty finished the conversation? Were you pleased? What are your thoughts? Do you have any intentions?" With these 4 questions, Qi Zhaoqian leaned her head forward, shaking it gently. "The conversation is over. I am not pleased. It was unremarkable, and I have no intentions." A hint of disappointment tinged her voice as she fixed her gaze on Yin Yuba, who maintained her usual indifferent tone, leading Qi Zhaoqian to conclude that her earlier feelings had likely been mere illusions. Yin Yuba raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at her, filled with mockery. Not pleased? She had clearly observed that Qi Zhao's eyes, sparkling with laughter, were nearly obscured by joy. Beside her, he was blushing fiercely, seemingly having said something that made Qi Zhao even more cheerful. The trio radiated happiness, the scene harmonious. One poured her tea. The other played melodies and chatted, bringing her delight. Reflecting on this, Yin Yuba felt a heaviness in her heart, yet she forcibly suppressed it, striving to maintain her usual demeanor. She could not comprehend the origins of this feeling, though it left her discomfort, stopping short of prompting her to intervene. If only Qi Zhao could find favor with the son of the temple minister, it might extinguish those inappropriate thoughts. Oh, why the discontent? Wasn't the emperor conversing with them quite merrily? Yin Yuba's gaze flickered disdainfully over the painting on the table, finding it irksome. Qi Zhao pursed her lips, her heart tangled with displeasure and rebellion. Yin Yuba's indifferent attitude unsettled her. Wasn't it because she had heeded her words that things had come to this? Despite having accomplished her task flawlessly, why did it seem that Yin Yuba remained somewhat displeased? Was it because she hadn't shown interest? Would her happiness only blossom if she did? After all, they were individuals arranged by the imperial teacher, naturally deserving of a warm reception. One could not affront the imperial teacher's dignity, could they? Didn't the imperial teacher desire this from her as well? She said it playfully, yet Yin Yuba shot her a sharp glance. "You could just express your feelings directly instead of being sarcastic with me. I'm offering you an opportunity. If your Majesty does not wish for this chance, then I shall retract it." Had this been in the past, Yin Yuba would have undoubtedly arranged Qi Zhao's future affairs without granting her any freedom. She could have organized her attendance at court seamlessly. But now allowing Qi Zhao the luxury of choice was already a significant grace. Yet, Qi Zhao still failed to appreciate it. With a huff, Qi Zhao turned her head defiantly, her expression stubborn. "I said I dislike it. I truly dislike it. What does it matter if we converse joyfully? If the imperial teacher were willing, I could also engage in pleasant conversation with him." Moreover, having only met once, the imperial teacher was already inquiring if I was satisfied. How am I supposed to respond to that? She pouted, feeling wronged. Listening to her grievances, Yin Yuba found herself stifling a laugh. Qi Zhao was eager to converse with her, yet she herself was unwilling. With a cold laugh, she spoke, "What sort of person does your Majesty favor? Provide me a standard, and I shall seek one for you. Someone I adore." Her words rendered Qi Zhao momentarily speechless. Qi Zhao glanced at her with a hint of guilt, her ears flushed crimson, her voice softening to a whisper, leaving her at a loss for words for a while. Noticing Qi Zhao's gaze, Yin Yuba furrowed her brow slightly. Wasn't it apparent enough? Could this little imp not direct her intentions elsewhere? Truly outrageous, wasn't it? Chapter 44, Caution. Qi Zhao's inability to conceal her feelings successfully flustered Yin Yuba. She withdrew her gaze from Qi Zhao, pondering anew how to dissuade her from such aspirations. Seeing that Yin Yuba appeared to be in a rather somber mood, Qi Zhaoqian lowered her head and chose to fabricate a response. I'm not quite certain what I like, as I have not encountered many people. However, should I discover someone I favor, I shall certainly express it to you. I trust you, master. Her tone was resolute and assertive, yet Yin Yuba clicked her tongue in disbelief, finding the lie too transparent. After a prolonged silence, Yin Yuba spoke again. Your Majesty, do you truly understand the essence of affection? Do you grasp what it means to like someone? She fixed her gaze on Qi Zhaoqian, as if attempting to uncover her innermost thoughts. I know. I truly know. Qi Zhaoqian replied firmly, igniting Yin Yuba's curiosity. Oh, then please enlighten me on what love is. She inquired nonchalantly. Perhaps feeling anxious, Qi Zhaoqian poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then raised her gaze. Her eyes ablaze with intensity as she hesitated to articulate her feelings. To witness her smile brings joy. To be apart from her invokes longing. Every moment spent in her company is a treasure, and every shared glance quickens the heartbeat. I dare not look directly into her eyes, for if she is unhappy, I too shall feel the weight of sorrow. I would go to great lengths to see her smile. Ultimately, there is no one else in my sight. Even if she never grants me her full attention, I fear her awareness of my feelings, yet I also dread her ignorance. As Qi Zhaoqian spoke, her voice dwindled, becoming increasingly faint and indistinct, a mere murmur. She inherently understood the nature of her emotions, an entrapment, a restraint, a fear of expressing herself aloud, only daring to glance furtively at her feelings when inebriated. These thoughts remained unspoken, for what she shared were merely the lessons learned from books, words memorized but not truly felt. Though she initially summoned her courage to speak, with each word, that bravery waned, and she could not bear to meet Yin Yuba's gaze, wishing instead to bury her head in the ground. Yin Yuba had yet to respond, yet Qi Zhaoqian felt an unwarranted anxiety, perceiving her own words as somewhat pretentious. What if Yin Yuba grew impatient and reprimanded her? At that moment, Qi Zhaoqian almost wished to chastise herself for her verbosity. What was the purpose of her lengthy discourse? Surely, Yin Yuba held little interest in such matters and would likely respond with a simple "oh" in due time. Yin Yuba paused her actions to regard her, and Qi Zhaoqian's heart raced with trepidation. After what felt like an eternity, Yin Yuba finally inquired, "What did you say about having no one else in your sight? Speak louder. I did not catch it. Why shrink away? Did you utter something that should not be shared?" Qi Zhaoqian's latter words had been so indistinct, almost pitifully quiet, that she indeed had not heard them clearly, which irked her. Yet, she could surmise that if questioned, Qi Zhaoqian would not divulge the truth. Lacking the courage to repeat herself, Qi Zhaoqian opted for silence. It was nothing of consequence, best not to pry further. I understand what affection is, and you need not worry, master. Do you think me too young to comprehend such feelings? With a hint of discouragement, she posed the question, and Yin Yuba, noticing her shift in mood, nodded indifferently, neither affirming nor denying her thoughts. Her intent was clear, to undermine Qi Zhaoqian's confidence, ensuring she did not dwell on frivolous notions. Moreover, although Qi Zhaoqian has indeed grown taller over the past few years, her youthfulness still betrays a certain childishness, rendering her somewhat impulsive in temperament. Yes, Your Majesty's disposition remains immature. She is fond of speaking casually, as if everything can be resolved with mere words. If today's endeavors do not yield satisfaction, fear not, for in a few days, other young gentlemen shall be presented for your consideration, and I am certain you will find something pleasing. Feigning indifference, she spoke, while Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, her eyes reflecting her distress. The imperial tutor claimed ignorance of my feelings. Might he kindly elucidate? Though young, one can still mature. When the tutor inquired, it was only then that I expressed my thoughts. Pray tell, does the tutor have someone he admires? Qi Zhaoqian steadied her heart, concealing her discomfort, and suddenly broached the subject of Yun Yubo. Yun Yubo frowned, initially inclined to shake her head, but restrained herself. I have no one I admire, yet I harbor a multitude of grievances. Her tone was sharp. What concern is it of the emperor's? Why not devote such thoughts to your studies? If you wish to express concern for me, It would be more prudent to focus on your own affairs. Qi Zhaoqian sighed in resignation. How tiresome it was to hear this refrain again, her ears nearly calloused from it. Could Yinyu Bo not vary her script? True, she was a teacher, insisting daily that Qi Zhaoqian dedicate her thoughts to her studies. It wasn't that she had not, but occasionally her focus waned. I am merely curious. If the tutor is unwilling to share, then let it be. Might you explain to me your perception of admiration? I seek your counsel. Qi Zhaoqian attempted to shift the topic, her back aching considerably, yet she did not wish to squander this opportunity. Yuan Yubo scoffed, abruptly interrupting her intentions to continue. Such matters are not for me to teach. The emperor has already articulated much. Should you encounter a gentleman who stirs your heart, remember to inform me, and we shall meet him tomorrow. With an expression of indifference. Yin Yubo had not yet completed her sentence when Qi Zhaoqian manipulated a casual smile, dismissively interrupting her. I have no desire to meet, tutor. You may observe from a distance. I shall abide by your arrangements. Whoever you choose is inconsequential to me. My opinions are of no importance. I shall endeavor to cultivate affection, and even if I do not, I shall not be ungrateful, for he is your selection. However, I shall not meet him tomorrow. Her words were laced with melancholy as she slowly rose and gazed into the distance. The pain in her back urged her to return swiftly, disinterested in discussing which young gentleman she might encounter the following day. Qi Zhaoqian's words bore a hint of rebellion, tinged with sorrow, causing Yin Yubo to swallow her thoughts, rising slowly as well. I am considering your best interests. What childishness is this? Ah, for your sake, I am well aware. Therefore, tutor, feel free to observe. I am not being petulant. Should my demeanor have displeased you, I apologize. Qi Zhaoqian's complexion paled, her eyes reddening. Cloaking the establishment of her own influence under the guise of concern for her, Yin Yubo's words were met with disbelief, much like how Yin Yubo had never truly believed in her. Noticing her altered demeanor, Yin Yubo felt a surge of words rise within her throat. Yet before she could express her concern regarding her back pain, Qi Zhaoqian had already turned to depart. The esteemed mentor need not instruct me further. Does the mentor truly believe I deserve such treatment? Qi Zhaoqian misinterpreted her words, leaving Yin Yubo speechless and reluctant to clarify. Observing Qi Zhaoqian's stubborn silhouette, she found herself at a loss for words. Choosing silence, Yin Yubo's taciturnity seemed to Qi Zhaoqian an implicit agreement. She stepped forward but stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Be careful. In the fleeting moment before Qi Zhaoqian fell, Yin Yubo swiftly grasped her wrist, expressing genuine concern. Both were momentarily taken aback. Qi Zhaoqian had never anticipated Yin Yubo would show such care, nor had Yin Yubo fathomed her own capacity for concern. Qi Zhaoqian managed to steady herself, her complexion pale yet tinged with joy. She glanced at the hand that held her slender wrist, warmth flooding her heart. Esteemed mentor, I apologize for my instability just now. And thank you, Qi Zhaoqian murmured softly, feeling her wrist grow warm and her cheeks flush. In an instant, she bowed her head, unable to meet Yin Yubo's gaze. Yin Yubo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though she had not intended to intervene, her instincts compelled her to reach out and utter the words of caution. Immediately, she noticed Qi Zhaoqian's reddening face, feeling as though she had grasped a hot potato, and she quickly released her grip, retreating several steps. Upon noticing this reaction, Qi Zhaoqian's expression shifted from shyness to disappointment, sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Esteemed mentor, must you distance yourself so disdainfully from a mere accident? Yin Yubo turned her face away, her tone adopting a sternness. How reckless! As the empress, your defiance is unbecoming. You think you can retort to every admonition? Do you truly believe you can defy the heavens? Her displeasure was evident. Qi Zhaoqian's fingertips twitched, her other hand clasping her wrist to absorb the lingering warmth. Obediently standing by as she endured the reprimand, she refrained from retorting, instead relishing the moment, disregarding the harshness of Yin Yubo's words. In days past, Yin Yubo would never have reached out to her or expressed concern, let alone uttered words of caution. It seemed her recent endeavors had not been in vain. Enduring this scolding was worth it. Yin Yubo was gradually wavering, though her heart hesitated to acknowledge it. Qi Zhaoqian gazed at her, feeling a wave of grievance. Her expression pitiful. What did it matter that she was the empress? She still had to endure the lecture, still had to lower her head. Seeing her countenance, Yin Yubao's previously ignited anger began to dissipate. Very well, youthful rebellion is to be expected. Whether I scold her or not, Qi Zhaoqian remains in this pitiable state. The more I reprimand her, the more she seems to embellish her thoughts. She found herself perplexed by the workings of Qi Zhaoqian's mind and puzzled by her emotional inclinations. Losing interest in further admonishments, Yin Yubao began issuing commands. Enough, return to the study. For today's lessons in poetry, you shall transcribe each piece 10 times. Only upon completion may you partake in your meal. Upon hearing the punishment, Qi Zhaoqian objected vehemently. She could not comprehend why she deserved such a penalty when she had committed no wrongdoing. 10 times, no less. She could forego food today and tomorrow. Perhaps even starve to death. Maybe she would become the only empress to perish by hunger, and in death, she might find liberation. Yet, upon reflection, Qi Zhaoqian hastily shook her head. That would not do. Her death would fulfill Yin Yubao's wishes, as well as those of the people who had once humiliated and belittled her. Defiantly, she shook her head, rejecting Yin Yubao's proposition. Imperial teacher, I believe I have committed no wrongdoing. Why must I be punished? I merely express my thoughts. Just because you declare me at fault, does that make it true? Pray tell, what exactly is my error? She spoke softly. Yin Yubao glanced at her, furrowing his brow as he regretted having pulled her into this confrontation, wishing instead that she had simply fallen where she stood. Do you still believe you have a right to complain? You think you are blameless, yet you grow increasingly defiant. And I never said this was a punishment. Yin Yubao replied, his gaze cast downward, his emotions clearly etched upon his face, giving the impression that any further protest from Qi Zhaoqian would provoke his ire. Qi Zhaoqian paused, taking a step forward. Indeed, Yin Yubao had not explicitly mentioned punishment. She had misinterpreted his intent. She recalled his words about his disdain for others, trying to decipher his thoughts, urging them never to attempt to control him. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and after a hesitant swallow, she resorted to her usual tactics. Gently tugging at his sleeve, her tone softened as she pleaded, I admit my fault. Imperial teacher, do not be angry. I did not mean to provoke your wrath. I am in pain, my back hurts terribly. Please, do not be stern with me. She looked up at him, the corners of her eyes glistening, filled with unshed tears and a sense of injustice. Yin Yubao pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. He had only been speaking to Qi Zhaoqian in a normal tone. How would she perceive his words as harsh today? Her response made her seem unfeeling, as if he were unjustly punishing her. Did she not know her own heart? Why was she turning the tables on him? Yin Yubao gritted his teeth, gradually calming his emotions, choosing not to argue with this impudent child. I am not angry, and you need not feign favor. I am perfectly well, he stated, turning his head aside, his face devoid of expression, his demeanor completely neutral. Though his words carried a hint of insincerity, he was unwilling to engage in a petty quarrel with Qi Zhaoqian. She frowned, her expression one of curiosity, making a bold decision. She rose on her toes to scrutinize Yin Yubao, attempting to glean some insight from his eyes. Is this truly what it meant to be unperturbed? She had heard that tone far too often to be fooled. Qi Zhaoqian knew that sometimes Yin Yubao's words belied his true feelings, a contradiction particularly evident in recent days. Of course, she too was guilty of such duplicity, always a smiling facade masking her true intentions. As Qi Zhaoqian drew closer, her charming visage right before him, Yin Yubao felt a twinge of panic and instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from her deliberate approach. What are you trying to accomplish? Speak properly. Why draw closer? Have I not taught you the etiquette of speaking in a respectful manner? She inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. Qi Zhaoqian observed her resistance and hastily attempted to clarify. No, I am well versed in etiquette. I do not behave this way towards others. I merely wished to ascertain whether the esteemed master was genuinely displeased or merely feigning anger. I could not help but approach, for I only wished to please the master. If the master is content, then I too find joy. The teachings of Junzi Lu, Yi, and Yin Yubo had guided her, transforming her from a destitute princess in the cold palace to her current self, undeniably thanks to Yin Yubo's instruction. However, this education was enforced under duress, compelling her to learn, for failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Qi Zhaoqian believed her words would surely delight Yin Yubo, yet unexpectedly, Yin Yubo let out a cold laugh, shaking off her hand and regarding her with an icy gaze. Chapter 46, Transformation. Her eyes betrayed no emotion as she scrutinized Qi Zhaoqian for a moment before expressing her disdain. If you would simply adhere to my wishes, I would find happiness, rather than listen to your flattering words after reprimanding you. Do not grasp at me. You are unworthy and ought to remember your station. With a dismissive huff, she turned and departed, leaving Qi Zhaoqian stunned in place, staring vacantly at her empty palm. Her words pierced her heart like 1,000 daggers. Once again, she faced disdain. Yin Yubo's remarks were indeed hurtful, showing no regard for her feelings, nor any semblance of compassion. She was acutely aware of her own status and did not require Yin Yubo's incessant reminders to keep it at the forefront of her mind. Qi Zhaoqian managed a bitter smile. So be it. She was merely a pawn in Yin Yubo's game. Why should she concern herself with her own feelings? An insurmountable, ethereal distance had always separated them, one that could never be bridged. Ignoring the pain in her back, Qi Zhaoqian watched as Yin Yubo's figure receded further into the distance, never pausing for even a moment. Yin Yubo would not wait for her, nor would she care about her discomfort. In Yin Yubo's eyes, there was only room for herself. Qi Zhaoqian chuckled cynically, yet suddenly recalled Yin Yubo's recent actions, and her heart lightened somewhat, suppressing her urge to mock herself. Progress, however small, is a good thing, she thought. I must not be too impatient. If success eludes me in the end, it matters not, for I have made an effort and can hold my head high. Nevertheless, Qi Zhaoqian felt an inexplicable confidence that she could prevail. What are you standing there for, lost in thought? Do you not wish to return to the study, or pen your words? If you do not want to walk back, then kneel as you make your way. Yin Yubo's frosty voice echoed from afar, jolting Qi Zhaoqian back to reality. She hurriedly lowered her hands, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over her. Initially, Yin Yubo intended to leave without a second glance, but upon noticing Qi Zhaoqian's pale countenance, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Seeing her lag behind, she turned back. Upon her return, she found Qi Zhaoqian still standing there, staring blankly at her hands. A glimmer of surprise crossed Yin Yubo's features as she observed her for a moment longer. Did you not wish to return? What are you still doing there? Is your back no longer in pain? What has you so lost in thought? With the desolate figure of the withered lotus behind and a lonely silhouette ahead, Yin Yubo, though unable to discern her expression, could easily imagine the visage of someone on the verge of tears. Feeling somewhat vexed, Yin Yubo spoke up. Upon regaining her senses, Qi Zhaoqian hurriedly followed suit. We're here. Time to return. But, Master, will you wait for me here? My injuries make it difficult for me to walk. She moved at a slower pace, prompting Yin Yubo to click his tongue in annoyance, muttering a curse. Useless. Unforgivingly, Qi Zhaoqian pouted, trudging along. Stop being so fierce, Master. Despite her complaints, Yin Yubo remained stationary, patiently waiting for her without advancing a step. Hearing her grievance, he sighed in exasperation, choosing not to glance her way. Before long, Qi Zhaoqian caught up to Yin Yubo, and sensing her presence, he resumed walking. Gritting her teeth, she silently matched his pace. It dawned on her that Yin Yubo had deliberately slowed his stride, allowing her to keep up. Otherwise, given his speed, she wouldn't have been able to follow, especially in her injured state. She cast her gaze upon the delicate white fabric of Yin Yubo's dress, intricately embroidered with golden bamboo. The sunlight illuminated the threads, casting a gentle glow. Lost in thought, she reminisced about the past. Bamboo brings peace and promotes success. She had once inquired of Yin Yubo whether the gold bamboo embellishments on all her garments and shoes held any significance. Yet, Yin Yubo had offered no response, only revealing a fleeting sorrow in her eyes, a transient glimpse of profound emotions that were difficult to decipher. Others likened Yun Yuba to bamboo, embodying integrity and elegance. Untainted by worldly allure, enduring years of solitude and desolation, steadfast against the storms, sacrificing immensely for the well-being of the people and the nation. Only she understood the bitterness and hardships beneath the surface, the hidden sustenance that kept her alive. It was the first time Qi Zhaoqian witnessed such an expression on Yun Yuba, not one of indifference, detachment, or fierce wrath, but rather one infused with humanity, tinged with nostalgia, sorrow, and a hint of reluctance. The intensity of Yun Yuba's reluctance only deepened Qi Zhaoqian's curiosity. Yet, she found no clues, for Yun Yuba would never share her sentiments. Whenever Qi Zhaoqian sought to understand her better, Yun Yuba would dismiss her with a curt, "What concern is it of yours?" Qi Zhaoqian, aware of her own limitations, seldom probed further, as she had no one to assist her in unraveling the mystery of Yun Yuba's reluctance. The two made their way back to the study, and when Yun Yuba halted, Qi Zhaoqian followed suit. She obediently approached the desk, preparing to commence her studies, when Yun Yuba raised a hand to halt her. "Undress," she stated coldly, leaving Qi Zhaoqian bewildered. Huh? Confused, she did not comprehend Yun Yuba's intent, but complied nonetheless. Her hands reached for her waistband, nerves creeping in. "Master, are you sure?" Hesitant, she questioned, wondering why she needed to undress here and for what purpose. Yun Yuba shot her a sidelong glance, stifling a laugh at her apparent foolishness. "Go to bed, undress, and lie down comfortably. Take a look at the injuries on your back. If you prefer to stand there while undressing, so be it. Foolishness." Qi Zhaoqian halted her movements of unbuckling her belt, finally realizing that Yun Yuba intended to apply medicine to her wounds. "I am not foolish," she retorted, her cheeks flushed deeply as she took slow strides toward the bed. Once she reclined, Yun Yuba retrieved the ointment and meticulously began to apply it. Perhaps due to her exuberance today, Qi Zhaoqian moved too vigorously, causing her clothing to rub against the wounds, which began to ooze blood. Yun Yuba lowered his gaze, gently dabbing the ointment, ensuring not to inflict any further pain upon her. "Master, you seem different, changed," Qi Zhaoqian suddenly remarked, laughter dancing on her lips. Yun Yuba narrowed his eyes slightly. In the past, others had also mentioned her transformation. In a moment of melancholy, Yun Yuba chose to remain silent, applying pressure with his fingertips, evoking memories of her first experience with treatment. It hurts, it hurts. Be gentle, please," Qi Zhaoqian whimpered, unable to comprehend the reason for her discomfort. "Your Majesty, you do babble incessantly," Yun Yuba retorted coldly, his earlier tenderness evaporating, reverting to his previous demeanor. Her frustration today surged forth in this moment. Qi Zhaoqian clutched the bedding tightly, her voice trembling with the threat of tears. "I truly erred, Master. I admit my fault. Please do not torment me. I should not have spoken out of turn." Chapter 47. Unwelcome had she known, she would have refrained from her indiscretions. Nothing had changed, not in the slightest. He would forever take pleasure in tidying up after her, relishing the sight of her pitiful, helpless state, thereby satisfying his own twisted sense of humor. "Ouch, Master!" Qi Zhaoqian gritted her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Ha!" Yun Yuba scoffed, finally ceasing his ministrations. The pain dissipated in an instant, allowing Qi Zhaoqian to relax. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she had heard Yun Yuba's faint laughter, mocking her weakness and her undignified pleas for mercy. After the treatment was finally complete, Qi Zhaoqian lay on the bed, groaning softly, silently accusing Yun Yuba of his earlier sadistic behavior. Observing her half-conscious state, Yun Yuba spoke gently, "Rest now. This injury requires a couple of days' care. Limit your movements. We shall address other matters once you are healed." Seeing her in distress brought him a sense of relief, softening his demeanor considerably from before. Qi Zhaoqian turned to him, her eyes brightening at his words, a glimmer of joy emerging. "Is the Master concerned for me?" she teased knowingly, and Yun Yuba, caught at her insight, glanced at her. Although reluctant to admit it, he merely stated, "You do speak excessively. Should you continue, you may as well roll out of here. If you do not wish to recuperate, then do not. Her expression was stern, causing Qi Zhaoqian to shrink back slightly, uncertainly asking, "I was merely curious. Why the ire, master?" Yin Yubao, uninterested in her inquiries, adjusted her clothing before taking a seat to enjoy his tea. Dismissing the earlier incident from his thoughts, Qi Zhaoqian fell silent, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, yet hesitated. She refrained from inquiring about the punishment of copying text that Yin Yubao had mentioned. Lying here among the official documents was tolerable, but the prospect of transcribing them seemed daunting, and she certainly did not wish to go hungry. Yet, it appeared that Yin Yubao was acutely aware of her thoughts. Once she had calmed down, she took her seat and spoke. The previous punishments she had mentioned, those that required writing, would need to be completed after her injuries had healed. If they were not completed, she would be forbidden from dining 10 times over. Not a single instance could be omitted. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhao's expression turned pained, her mind consumed by the inescapability of her fate. She had never evaded Yin Yubao's punishments, and her hopes of evading them through silence now seemed utterly naive. Qi Zhao hung her head, her eyes devoid of light, as if drained by a vengeful spirit. Yin Yubao, unwilling to witness her theatrical despair, shifted her gaze to the window. In a few days, Tu Qing would return. She had dispatched Tu Qing to the Yaoyue Valley for further study, confident that Zhou Xunwan would look after her. Tu Qing's missions were straightforward. She was sent by Yin Yubao to procure some potent medicines and intelligence. Tu Qing was puzzled as to why the princess did not bring back these items herself upon her return, and instead chose to send her, deeming it rather laborious. Nevertheless, she adhered to orders without question. The princess had her reasons, and they were to follow her directives without hesitation. Tu Qing's stay at Yaoyue Valley was brief, requiring merely 2 days to hone her medical skills. The knowledge she needed to acquire was minimal, and the remainder of her time was spent awaiting the preparation of medicines, which she would take back once completed. At this moment, Tu Qing squatted before the medicine furnace under the thatched roof, her attention fixated on the children frolicking in the valley. In the main courtyard stood a magnificent phoenix tree, its leaves turning a golden and crimson hue as the autumn breeze swept through, infusing the air with a crisp chill perfect for tender musings. The children trod upon the fallen leaves, producing a delightful rustling sound, their laughter resounding with joy and liveliness. Zhou Xunwan was situated in the house behind her, meticulously weighing the herbs at the table, recording each ingredient with precision. Before long, a child ran towards Tu Qing. With her hair styled in playful braids and her large, glistening eyes, she bore a charming smile adorned with dimples, radiating cuteness. "Sister Tu Qing, this is for you. Let us share." A few children were in the midst of dividing candy, when Xiao Yuan, noticing Tu Qing's gaze, approached her and extended her hand, offering the candy before her. Tu Qing smiled gently and shook her head in refusal, indicating they should enjoy it themselves. "Xiao Yuan, I do not require it. You all should eat. Have your mothers gone out to gather herbs?" "Yes, they set out early this morning. If you do not wish to eat it, please give it to that sister who often gets hurt." The little girl, named Xiao Yuan, gradually sat beside her, persistently extending her hand, determined not to relent until her offering was acknowledged. Tu Qing was momentarily taken aback by the mention of a sister who frequently sustained injuries. Was it Qi Zhao? The idea puzzled her. Xiao Yuan nodded and began to explain. The Valley Master said that Sister Tu Qing often visits because of a sister who is frequently injured. So she must be quite pitiful. My mother said that injuries are painful, so please take this for her. As she spoke, she pressed the candy into Tu Qing's hand before rejoining the group of children. Holding the candy in her hand, Tu Qing found herself in a perplexing situation. It was indeed the case that whenever Qi Zhaoqian sustained an injury, she would invariably appear at the Yaoyue Valley, either to procure medicine or to seek counsel from Zhou Xunwan on how to expedite Qi Zhaoqian's recovery. This occurrence had become well known within the valley. As it was widely understood, she came solely due to Qi Zhaoqian's injuries. Observing the joyful children and the candy in her grasp, a sense of helplessness washed over her as she thought of that child confined within the high walls of the palace since her youth. She should have been as carefree as they were, yet fate had not favored her, and the constraints of her identity rendered escape impossible. Tuqing tucked the candy away, recognizing that it was unnecessary to reject a child's innocent goodwill, yet she was acutely aware that the candy would never reach Qi Zhaoqian. Apart from Yin Yuba's orders, Qi Zhaoqian was not permitted to have any private interactions with them, and provisions were strictly monitored. She dared not offer anything to Qi Zhaoqian. Should anything go awry, she could not bear the responsibility. Moreover, the palace lacked nothing, and Qi Zhaoqian, being cautious, would likely refuse it. That little girl, in front of outsiders, had almost become indistinguishable from the imperial teacher. Lost in thought, Tuqing felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning slowly, she saw Zhou Xunwan standing behind her, extending a bag of medicine towards her, signaling her to take it. Tuqing hastily accepted the weighty bag, pondering whether she would need to brew all of it shortly. She inquired, but Zhou Xunwan merely responded with a faint affirmation before turning away to attend to her own tasks. Watching her retreating figure, Tuqing bit her lip. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that Zhou Xunwan harbored an aversion towards her. Had she done anything to warrant such disdain? Throughout their acquaintance, Zhou Xunwan had hardly exchanged even a few words with her, except for the essential discussions regarding medicine preparation. They had rarely engaged in casual conversation. Chapter 48, The Inarticulate One. Despite having known each other for years, they scarcely qualified as friends, and Tuqing had never glimpsed the true visage of the valley's master. After all, this individual always concealed her face behind a veil and a hood, preventing any detailed observation of her captivating features, leaving Tuqing both curious and intrigued. She knew only the master's name and little else, having spent some time in the Yaoyue Valley without becoming intimately familiar with her. Zhou Xunwan had only assumed the role of valley master a few years prior, and Tuqing had never interacted with her before, fostering her curiosity about the person she truly was. However, as time passed, she found Zhou Xunwan to be quite peculiar in her presence. Initially, Tuqing had believed that Zhou Xunwan was simply taciturn, yet during a recent conversation with others in the valley, many had stifled their laughter. Miss Tuqing, are you truly referring to our valley master as someone who is not talkative? The reticent one is His Highness. Isn't it? Someone teased, leaving Tuqing bemused. Why do you say that? I genuinely believe that the valley master speaks very little, resembling His Highness in her aversion to trivial chatter. Though perhaps she is slightly more loquacious, she replied, perplexed, while those around her exchanged knowing glances that conveyed understanding beyond words. You have been away for quite some time, rarely returning. I neither know nor blame you. The master of the valley is well known for her loquacity, possessing a wit that is both humorous and engaging. If she were to be taciturn, it could simply be a matter of reluctance to speak. Who can say? It is not necessarily a matter of unwillingness. After all, the master's temperament is difficult to decipher. Miss Tuqing, if you are indeed curious, why not take the opportunity to inquire directly when time permits? Indeed, do you not usually spend your days in her company? It is quite rare for her to remain silent. Such an occurrence is noteworthy. As someone responded to her, Tuqing cast her eyes downward. So it is, perhaps she is unwilling to converse with her, which is understandable. It seems that everyone behaves similarly. Apart from the pretense of cordiality, how many would greet those they hold in contempt with a smile? Tuqing felt a sense of oppression. While seated, she constantly sensed an elusive gaze upon her. Yet, upon turning, she found nothing but the bustling figure of Zhou Xunwan. She gently shook her head, suspecting that her prolonged stay within the palace had made her overly suspicious. Tuqing placed the medicinal herbs into the cauldron, fanning the flames, relishing the tranquility and comfort while awaiting the opportune moment. You, go rest over there. I shall manage. As she pondered, a familiar voice reached her from behind. Tuqing turned once more, instinctively exclaiming, I am not tired. I can handle it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xunwan nodded. It was only then that Tuqing noticed Zhou Xunwan elegantly offering her a teacup, signaling her to partake of the tea. Having been focused on the fire during the brewing process, she inevitably felt parched, and Zhou Xunwan's thoughtful gesture suggested that perhaps she did not harbor ill feelings towards her. When she first arrived, Zhou Xunwan had patiently imparted various pieces of knowledge to her. In the winters of previous years, She had even prepared numerous warm items for her comfort, assigning her only the lighter tasks of gathering herbs and cleansing them. Reflecting on this, Tuching surmised it was likely a reflection of the hospitality of Yayua Valley. After all, her position alongside Yin Yuba, following her departure from the valley, would naturally lead to kindness being shown to her, owing to her connection with him. As Tuching reached out to accept the teacup, their fingertips inadvertently brushed, causing Zhou Xunwan to instinctively recoil. Tuching was momentarily taken aback and quickly apologized. "I am sorry." After taking a small sip, she realized she had forgotten that Zhou Xunwan was not fond of being touched by others and resolved to be more cautious in the future. Zhou Xunwan shook her head, and after handing over the tea, she settled beside Tuching, lifting the lid of the cauldron for a brief glance. Tuching held the teacup, stealing a couple of glances at her before averting her gaze. Silence enveloped them, with Zhou Xunwan casting her peripheral vision towards Tuching before hastily withdrawing it. Ultimately unable to suppress her curiosity, Tuching chose to speak. Zhou Xunwan, I have a question that I have long wished to ask, though I wonder if it might seem presumptuous." She gazed at Zhou Xunwan, who, upon hearing her words, stiffened visibly, a flicker of anticipation crossing her features. Not daring to meet Tuching's eyes, she directed her gaze down towards the cauldron. "What is it? Please, do not hesitate to ask." Zhou Xunwan's voice, typically raspy, now carried an unexpected note of tension. She usually refrained from initiating casual conversation, fearing she might say something amiss. Yin Yuba remarked that the moment she spoke, it would inevitably evoke laughter in others. Zhou Xunwan retorted, "Are you implying that I am a joke?" Yin Yuba nodded earnestly, casting a look of affirmation in her direction. At that moment, Zhou Xunwan pondered whether such a perception would render her exceedingly frivolous. She felt a sense of inferiority in the presence of others. It was an inexplicable self-doubt that arose specifically before Tuching. The fire had ravaged her voice irrevocably, leaving her right cheek marred by ghastly scars, rendering her unrecognizable and reluctant to face anyone. At that juncture, Tuching initiated a casual conversation with her, admitting that she was not as composed as she appeared. However, Zhou Xunwan worried that her silence might convey an impression of being unapproachable. "Are we considered friends?" Tuching inquired uncertainly. Zhou Xunwan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Why the sudden question? Was her demeanor too aloof? Did Tuching feel discomfort in any way? Or perhaps she had been a good host in recent days? Through the veil of her hood, she observed the glimmer of anticipation in Tuching's eyes and gently nodded. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind, but only a single phrase escaped her lips, "I suppose." Her voice trembled with uncertainty, her cheeks flushed, and her palms began to perspire, clouding her thoughts. If they were not friends, she would have long allowed Tuching to call her Gu Master instead of her given name. For her name was not one to be casually uttered. Tuching sensed a lack of sincerity in her response, feeling that Zhou Xunwan was merely being dismissive. "If we are friends, then we are. If not, then what does I suppose mean?" She probed, "But I do not comprehend your definition of friendship. I have heard from others in the valley that you are quite gregarious, well-liked, and perceived as humorous. Why, then, do you seem distant with me? Is it because you do not wish to converse? Or have I done something amiss since my arrival?" Tuching voiced her concerns, and Zhou Xunwan immediately shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "No, not at all," she countered, biting her lip in embarrassment. Fortunately, the veil obscured her flushed face. Otherwise, her mortification would tarnish her reputation. "What is it, then?" Tuching noticed her anxiety and contemplated whether her inquiry had been too probing. Zhou Xunwan clenched her teeth, subtly inching away, and whispered, "I fear my voice is unpleasant. I worry you might find it distasteful." Chapter 49. Sincerity, she articulated her apprehension, and upon hearing it, Tuching burst into laughter, utterly bemused. "You refrain from speaking to me out of fear of my disdain? Am I truly that kind of person? Such worries are entirely unwarranted." She looked at Zhou Xunwan, her laughter ringing out. "What is this? I always presumed you did not favor my company." "Your voice never crossed my mind. As friends, it is inconceivable that I would harbor disdain." I thought your occasional seriousness and dismissiveness were merely part of your hospitality, making you difficult to read. After 4 years of acquaintance, I never imagined we would sit together and discuss these matters. As Tu Qing engaged Zhou Xunwan in conversation, Zhou Xunwan felt a surge of urgency and hurriedly sought to refute Tu Qing's misinterpretations. No, it is not that I harbor any ill feelings towards you, nor do I know how well you have settled here. Yin Yuba often remarks that I talk too much and can be bothersome, so I thought it best to temper my words in front of guests, hence I speak less. As she mentioned this, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face, and Tu Qing could only shake her head in resignation. It is perfectly acceptable to interact with me as you would with anyone else, without any need for formality. Very well. The two of them sat side by side, Zhou Xunwan casting a sidelong glance at her smiling visage, and found herself infected by the warmth of her smile, her own lips curving upward. How did you come to know the prince? I inquired with curiosity, given the prince's cold demeanor and strict adherence to decorum. It is surprising that he would permit you to address him by name. Sensing that Zhou Xunwan seemed somewhat restrained, Tu Qing took the initiative to steer the conversation. Upon mentioning this, Zhou Xunwan became animated. Ah, you see, you have no idea. That fellow, Yin Yuba, and I have never seen eye to eye since childhood. We were at odds, yet somehow, through numerous experiences, we slowly began to change our perceptions of one another. Nevertheless, I must admit that Yin Yuba can be quite sharp-tongued and ruthless, yet she shows remarkable consideration for the common folk. I suppose we are akin to sworn brothers. You are aware of the prince's past, and I owe her a debt of gratitude for saving my life, which affords her a certain degree of indulgence. She spoke with a smile, glossing over the hardships of their past. It is all behind us. The past should not occupy our thoughts, for those were moments of suffering, with little worthy of nostalgia. Tu Qing lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with profound melancholy. I am aware, though my understanding is not comprehensive. I followed the prince for a brief period during my youth, only to be sent to Yayue Valley to study under my master. I know my destiny is intertwined with the prince's, and after arriving at Yayue Valley, I became oblivious to the affairs of the palace. Until the prince and you were injured and came here, I had been wandering with my master, providing aid wherever needed. When I next encountered the prince, Yayue Valley was already under your stewardship. The prince summoned me to heal his majesty, and I could only lament the swift passage of time, as everything had changed, and the world felt unrecognizable. She still held a faint recollection of the playful and carefree Yun Yuba from their childhood, who, despite her royal status, had no heirs and could engage in games with them, earning their affection. However, upon their reunion, the prince's piercing demeanor left no trace of her former self, and Tu Qing could only stand awkwardly to the side, a physician at her beck and call. Yin Yuba was merciless in her treatment of Qi Zhaoqian, wielding her authority with a heavy hand. The lightest punishment was a slap or a ruler's strike, but the more severe could result in grievous injuries or broken limbs. She often witnessed Yin Yuba commanding Qi Zhaoqian to kneel, followed by the onset of punishment, culminating in the sound of Qi Zhaoqian's tears. She recounted this matter with a tinge of detachment, and Zhou Xunwan nodded, intrigued by her mention of her master. Your master? The medicine king, Mu Yin? Zhou Xunwan recalled that Yin Yuba had mentioned Tu Qing was a disciple of Mu Yin, the most capable and loyal of apothecaries. Yes, but I have been unable to find her. I have diligently learned all that she taught me. If she were to return and witness my progress, she would surely be pleased. Tu Qing spoke nonchalantly, yet her expression bore a trace of sorrow. Her master had imparted much wisdom, and before departing, she had only said one thing: be patient and wait for me. I shall return. Zhou Xunwan felt a lump in her throat, unsure of how to console her. You will find it, she merely uttered, but Tu Qing shook her head, bringing an end to the topic. Whether or not it could be found was no longer of significance. It was merely an obsession. Her master had always been carefree and unrestrained. Perhaps at this very moment, he was somewhere enjoying himself, and there was no need for her to worry. However, during the years when Mu Yin departed, turmoil swept through the borders, and plagues ravaged the land. She constantly murmured about alleviating the suffering of the people in the name of His Highness, accumulating his reputation. Whether she lived or died was inconsequential. For His Highness was paramount, and all loyalty was due. Zhou Xunwan sensed her deep-seated concerns and once again shifted the conversation. In 3 days, you will return. The late autumn nights are chilly. Please take good care of her over there. Ensure she does not overexert herself and gets ample rest. I have been diligently searching for those involved back then. I believe it will not be long now. She spoke earnestly to Tujing, who listened attentively. Also, do not let Yin Yuba bully the little creature she has raised. I have heard that you are here because she was whipped by Yin Yuba. After all, she is still a child. Encourage her to be more forgiving and not to wear a stern face all day, as it frightens others. It must be quite challenging for you to serve her in that state. Upon hearing this, Tujing quickly shook her head in refusal. These matters should be discussed when His Highness returns. I dare not speak of them. I fear His Highness might be angered. After all, such matters are beyond our station, and it is more suitable for you to address them. Tujing chose to speak candidly, and Zhou Xunwan could only nod in agreement. Indeed, then please take extra care of her little creature. I worry that she might be too harsh one day, which could lead to trouble, for there remains great potential. Rest assured, Your Highness is careful. Aside from the incident with a broken leg, everything else is merely superficial injuries. That is good to know. The two grew closer in their rapport, chatting about various topics: food, drink, and life. Zhou Xunwan became less restrained, gradually relaxing and engaging her in conversation. 3 days later, Tujing, laden with goods and news, boarded the carriage returning to the palace. In the palace study, Qi Zhao was propped up with one hand on her head, gazing out the window, while the other held a brush with an unfinished painting before her. The brush twirled in her hand, appearing rather aimless. She watched as the wind blew the few remaining yellow leaves from the trees, those leaves swirling gracefully in the air before ultimately joining the lifeless foliage on the ground, becoming ordinary and unremarkable. In recent days, Yin Yuba had been taking care of her, and she, with deliberate intent, drew closer to him, yearning for greater intimacy. With each tentative approach, her courage swelled, while Yin Yuba's boundaries seemed to lower gradually. Just like last night, with thunder rumbling and the storm raging, she clung tightly to Yin Yuba's sleeve, refusing to let go, not permitting him to leave. Chapter 50. Fear of thunder. The sound of thunder instilled fear within her, a wave of anxiety and terror engulfing her, rendering her particularly vulnerable. She curled up beneath the covers, her grip on Yin Yuba's sleeve tightening, her body trembling uncontrollably. She detested the rain, loathed the thunder, and had an aversion to the night. She despised it all. The day she encountered Yin Yuba was the same day Qi Zhaoqian met her demise at her hands. It was the onset of her nightmares, and the weather mirrored this turmoil. The origin of nightmares, the unsettling beginnings within the depths of one's heart, recalls the warm blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining her visage and trickling down her cheeks with a rhythmic drip. Lightning illuminated the confined space, and Qi Zhaoqian's eyes, typically devoid of emotion, widened in shock, bloodshot and staring into the abyss as if countless curses lingered unspoken. On that fateful day, Qi Zhaoqian felt no fear. Rather, she relished the moment, her gaze filled with a morbid delight. Strands of hair entwined around her fingertips as she lifted Qi Zhaoqian's head, locking eyes with the face that would not close in death. Qi Zhaoqian was undeniably beautiful, her allure fierce and venomous, akin to a serpent. With her fiery red lips and an air of arrogance, she commanded flattery from those around her, occasionally exuding a chilling aura of ruthlessness, as if no one else was more deserving of her lofty position. Yet now, Qi Zhaoqian lay in her grasp, lifeless and grotesque, her face a pallid gray of death. Nearby, a body bound by ropes twisted in agony, contorting into an eerie posture, blood splattered across the walls in the struggle. Once, she had trampled upon Qi Zhaoqian's face in humiliation. Now, severing her head seemed a just retribution, did not? Yin Yubo had stated that the choice lay within her hands, yet Qi Zhaoqian was acutely aware that she had no true options. The room was drenched in blood, the metallic scent overwhelming and nauseating, while outside stood Yin Yubo, her face adorned with a detached, aloof smile, reminiscent of a specter ready to claim a life at any moment. These memories intertwined, sending shivers down her spine, for she had been but 10 years old when that day transpired. Since then, during such instances, Qi Zhaoqian felt a peculiar fear. She could not articulate what it was that terrified her, nor did she wish to be alone. In the past, she had curled up beneath the covers, ears covered, to endure the solitude, but now, presented with an opportunity, she would not let it slip away. Yin Yu Bo sat at her bedside, observing her with a perplexed expression, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. It was time for her to depart, yet Qi Zhaoqian clung to her, their stalemate unyielding. "Let go," Yin Yu Bo commanded coldly, but upon seeing the quivering figure beneath the covers, her tone softened slightly. "What are you doing?" At the sound of Yin Yu Bo's inquiry, Qi Zhaoqian felt a twinge of awkwardness. "Master, please don't leave. I am scared. Stay with me a little longer, will you?" Her voice emerged muffled from the blankets, tinged with a hint of tears. She acknowledged the pretense in her plea, yet a significant part of her sentiment was genuine. It sufficed for her that it was of use to Yin Yu Bo, and she cared not how she appeared in her eyes. Yin Yu Bo fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Afraid of thunder?" she asked, noticing how each rumble from outside made Qi Zhaoqian flinch. Her expression darkened slightly. Was it because of that fateful encounter? Indeed, it seemed she would always remain the same, timid as a mouse. After hearing those words, Qi Zhaoqian fell silent for a few seconds, peering out with her head. Her eyes were slightly red, on the verge of tears, exuding an air of vulnerability. As their gazes met, she sensed the disdain in Yin Yu Bo's eyes. Qi Zhaoqian gritted her teeth, silently admonishing herself to endure, although it was embarrassing to admit. She pleaded inwardly for the master to remain, yearning for his companionship. She displayed her weakness with utmost clarity. Yin Yu Bo remained silent, unmoved by her words. She attempted to forcibly extricate her sleeve. "What is there to fear? Rest well, do not bother me. I have no time to play with you." With a slight exertion, Qi Zhaoqian felt her movements, her tone becoming urgent. "Once the thunder passes, it will be fine. Master, I implore you, I am not playing." Softening her tone, Qi Zhaoqian caught Yin Yu Bo off guard, who was engaged in an intense internal struggle. "Do not be soft-hearted. The Qi family does not deserve such compassion." Yin Yu Bo clenched her jaw, her tone sharp. "I shall say it once more, let go." How humiliating it would be for the esteemed empress to fear the rain and thunder. What a disgrace it would be if word got out. She did not forget to belittle Qi Zhaoqian, causing her to stiffen. "I would only be embarrassed before the master. They do not know me like this. If the master does not speak of it, how could it possibly spread? I merely wish for the master to keep me company." Her reasoning was sound. Yet Yin Yu Bo had no desire to entertain her nonsense and forcefully raised her hand to break free, despite Qi Zhaoqian's desperate grip. It paled in comparison to Yin Yu Bo's reluctance. The smooth fabric slipped from her grasp. Thunder rumbled outside once more, and Yin Yu Bo, feeling increasingly unsettled, stood to leave. Yet the next moment, she found herself immobilized. Qi Zhaoqian made the boldest decision. She threw off the covers and directly embraced her waist, seeking to confine her. Yin Yu Bo's body stiffened, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within her as she raised her hand. "You fool! Let go!" Seemingly aware of her intentions, Qi Zhaoqian began to cry while resorting to a childlike plea. "If the master wishes to strike, then do so. I have injuries on my back. Strike there if you must. Tomorrow, I shall willingly admit my faults. But today, please do not leave me alone here, all right? Just stay for a while, just a little while, woo-woo." Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, and Yin Yu Bo felt her garments grow damp with her sorrow. "Yin Yu Bo," she slowly lowered her raised hand, remaining motionless, allowing Qi Zhaoqian to hold her. Yin Yu Bo closed her eyes, her mind a chaotic whirl, while Qi Zhaoqian, fearing her departure, held on even tighter. The atmosphere plunged into a profound silence. Soon, Qi Zhaoqian ceased her weeping and spoke softly. "Master, you are so thin. You must eat more." Though her words appeared to convey concern, they subtly alluded to her slender waist. Yin Yu Bo, her hand clenched tightly, turning her face away to ignore such absurdities. Sink Yun Yu both these. Qi Zhaoqian summoned her courage and gently nudged her. Master, I acknowledge that I have overstepped today, but I could not help myself. In the future, you may punish me as you see fit. Qi Zhaoqian spoke in a muffled tone, while Yun Yubo's voice became somewhat heavy as she scolded her. Be quiet. Do not move. Chapter 51. Aversion. Her tone was laced with restraint and discomfort. When Qi Zhaoqian embraced her, it felt both inappropriate and inescapable. That audacious child, Qi Zhaoqian, had grown increasingly bold. It seemed that a stern warning was now unavoidable. Yet, Qi Zhaoqian had made her stance clear. No matter how much she was scolded or struck, she would not let go, and even preemptively declared her intention to apologize the following day. Yun Yubo momentarily reproached herself for her leniency, but the thought of striking back seemed futile. Qi Zhaoqian had lost her mind, and so had she. Yun Yubo steeled her heart, a flash of determination igniting within her. No, she must extinguish Qi Zhaoqian's reckless thoughts with her own hands. Understood, I will not act rashly, she declared. Qi Zhaoqian, nestled against her, felt a warm comfort, murmuring her understanding, yet her actions remained unyielding. The faint fragrance of Yun Yubo enveloped her, bringing solace and allowing her to disregard the thunder rumbling outside. Yun Yubo remained motionless, her peripheral gaze fixed on Qi Zhaoqian, her heartbeat quickening and her cheeks slightly flushed with each breath. The girl's delicate hand encircled her waist, brushing against her, evoking a gentle tickle that spread from her lower back outward, climbing along her spine. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, indescribable yet undeniable. A silent admonition echoing that this was not permissible. Yun Yubo closed her eyes, falling into silence. Noticing her gradual acceptance, Qi Zhaoqian slightly eased her grip and initiated casual conversation, seeking to understand her better. Master, why do you despise me so? She inquired softly, as the rain outside began to lessen, though the thunder continued to roar. The curiosity and confusion in her voice were nearly drowned out by the storm. Since their first encounter, Yun Yubo had often belittled and mistreated her, exhibiting clear malice. Such a disposition could not be purely unfounded. However, unlike those who had bullied her before, Yun Yubo always presented her reasoning, sparing her life, while those others, influenced by Qi Zhaoqian, harbored an unfounded animosity, wishing for her immediate demise. Upon hearing this question, Yun Yubo slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of pain passing through them. Qi Zhaoqian asked why she so despised her. And for a moment, Yun Yubo found herself at a loss for words. The sole reason perhaps lay in her being of the Qi family, coupled with her lack of ambition and lethargic mindset, which had initially made her loathsome. Years ago, when the Duke plotted treason and Qi Yuan ascended the throne, it resulted in her family's ruin, leaving her with nothing. She clenched her teeth, burying those blood-stained memories deep within her heart. How so? Are you devoid of self-awareness? Pray tell, what endearing quality do you possess? I do not merely dislike you. I abhor you. Your touch disgusts me. Yun Yubo's words dripped with scorn, yet her demeanor remained unsettlingly calm. Qi Zhaoqian's body stiffened, her grip tightening on Yun Yubo's garment. From Yun Yubo's perspective, her fingertips turned pale under the strain. And upon hearing those words, she trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. She understood that her tears held no value and would not elicit any sympathy. Some aversions are inexplicable, are they not? Qi Zhaoqian despises me, harboring resentment for my mother's past transgressions against her own. After enduring days of hardship, my mother ultimately faced her just retribution, suffering madness for the rest of her life. Yet, what have I done to deserve this? The disdain from others stems from Qi Zhaoqian's instigation and unfounded malice. Even the imperial tutor now exhibits such coldness. Indeed, she possesses a heart as frigid as the winter's chill. Qi Zhaoqian murmured, her voice laden with sorrow, lamenting that she had never encountered a warmth that belonged to her in this world. The two exchanged words in this peculiar manner, and despite Yun Yubo's provocative remarks, Qi Zhaoqian held on to her. Yun Yubo scoffed, listening to the rain outside, delivering her final blow. Ah, We are merely two sides of the same coin. Your display of weakness serves what purpose? I understand far too well. Qi Zhaoqian, conceal your intentions. You are correct. I am indeed of a cold disposition. What does your weeping achieve? Do you believe I would feel sympathy for you? Dream on. She had committed no wrongdoing, save for her association with the Qi family, an identity thrust upon her since birth. Yin Yubai, indifferent to the Qi family's matters, had only recently learned of the universally reviled 11th princess, whose mother, a shameless songstress, had resorted to underhanded tactics to ensnare a national empress, ultimately finding herself cast into the cold palace. As for Qi Zhaoqian, she was merely a victim of the previous generation's grudges. Those around her imposed blame and malice upon her, igniting an insatiable yearning for freedom within her. Yet, her identity, devoid of kinship, became a shackle, drawing Yin Yubai's attention. Her words bore an implicit warning, causing Qi Zhaoqian's expression to shift, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Had she been discovered? Impossible. Yin Yubai's thoughts must surely be a deliberate misinterpretation of the matter. What thoughts do you speak of? She feigned ignorance, but Yin Yubai's gaze held an inscrutable meaning. Ignorance is bliss. You should genuinely remain oblivious. Otherwise, your head may very well be forfeit. She closed her eyes, dismissing the momentary alarm in Qi Zhaoqian's gaze. She wondered if the paintings Qi Zhaoqian had created had been taken away. Qi Zhaoqian took a deep breath to steady her nerves, hoping for the imperial tutor's guidance. She inquired, yet Yin Yubai chose to ignore her. Speaking would render the matter trivial. It was far better to leave her guessing in suspense. As time slipped away, Qi Zhaoqian found herself without the answer she sought, losing the desire to inquire further. She continually reassured herself that she had endured worse insults. This was trivial in comparison. There were many who despised her in this world, and Yin Yubai was merely one among them. If she could weather this storm, it would suffice. Were she to dwell excessively on others' words, she would have succumbed to despair long ago. Qi Zhaoqian clenched her teeth in silent resolve. One day, she would make Yin Yubai regret her harsh words. Her spirits dampened. She soon felt fatigue overtaking her, rendering her indifferent to Yin Yubai's cutting remarks. Qi Zhaoqian possessed remarkable resilience. She shielded herself from unkind words through the embrace of sleep. Her head bobbed with fatigue, occasionally brushing against Yin Yubai. When weariness struck, she surrendered to slumber. Yin Yubai noticed her and spoke up cautiously. If you fall asleep, will you leave? What if it continues to rain when you wake up? Qi Zhaoqian, feeling drowsy, clung to her tightly despite her fatigue. If you continue to prattle, I shall throw you out. You shall not sleep tonight. Yin Yubai remarked in a low voice, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to shake her head in haste. The rain had begun to diminish, and it would likely cease shortly. Yin Yubai, having made an exception at her pleading, was not to be further burdened by additional requests. Chapter 52. Unveiled, just do not cast me out. It is cold outside. Once, on a winter night, my mother consigned me to the cold palace courtyard and forbade me from entering the house. I knelt outside for half an hour, my feet and hands blistered and oozing, causing me great pain. But that is past. Tonight, I thank you, imperial teacher. Yin Yubai listened quietly, her lips parting as if to utter a response. What could she possibly say? Words of comfort? She found herself incapable, opting instead for silence. Moreover, the Qi family did not merit her sympathy or consolation. Did Qi Zhaoqian speak such words to elicit her pity? While Yin Yubai was lost in thought, Qi Zhaoqian slowly released her hold on her waist and nestled back under the covers. Yet her right hand remained grasping Yin Yubai's sleeve. The prolonged embrace had begun to ache her waist, and the wounds on her back throbbed slightly. Imperial teacher, once again, thank you, she whispered, gazing at Yin Yubai's figure before gradually closing her eyes. Yin Yubai remained seated, offering no reply. When the rain subsided and the thunder ceased, she tucked the covers around Qi Zhaoqian before rising to leave. Pushing open the door, the night breeze enveloped her, raising goosebumps upon her skin. Water dripped from the eaves, the sound echoing in the stillness. She glanced at the marks left on her sleeve, contemplating Qi Zhaoqian's serene slumber, her gaze falling. Fate entwined relentlessly. For the first time, Yin Yuba began to question all her actions. Qi Zhaoqian remained awake until dawn, fully aware that her behavior the previous night had been improper. Early in the morning, she knocked on Yin Yuba's door, bearing the ruler typically kept in the study to seek forgiveness. Upon seeing her, Yin Yuba's eyes flickered with surprise. Qi Zhaoqian's injuries had yet to heal. Why had she come seeking punishment so early? Ignoring the ruler in Qi Zhaoqian's grasp, she maintained an air of calm. "What brings you here at this hour?" she inquired. Qi Zhaoqian looked up at her before kneeling with a soft thud. Her face bore an expression of fear. Her posture was straight, yet her head bowed low, hands lifting the ruler, biting her lip as she spoke. "I have come to admit my fault." Her sincerity was evident, and Yin Yuba raised an eyebrow, taking the ruler from her without any shift in her expression, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. After Qi Zhaoqian spoke, she extended her hands, fully prepared for what was to come. "Lift your head," Yin Yuba commanded, causing Qi Zhaoqian's heart to skip a beat. Logically, a strike to the palm would suffice. Why require her to look up? She hesitated, her resolve faltering, and merely raised her hands slightly higher. Yin Yuba was amused to see her, extending her hand to swat down the two hands that had been raised. She then slowly bent down, grasping Qi Zhaoqian's chin with her left hand, compelling her to look up. "What error?" Yin Yuba asked knowingly, while Qi Zhaoqian felt tears welling up in her eyes. The error lay in disregarding the wishes of the master, in being oblivious to the rules, and in failing to release her grip after the master had commanded her to do so. One by one, Qi Zhaoqian mentally catalogued her transgressions, her mind consumed with the thought that if Yin Yuba were to strike her with a ruler, she would accept it. After all, any further development would inevitably require some form of sacrifice. Their gazes locked, and Qi Zhaoqian involuntarily shivered, her frail figure reflected in those pitch-black eyes. Yin Yuba let out a cold laugh. "Ah, you remember quite well, yet you claim you dare not speak? Just last night, you were brimming with audacity, employing every shameless tactic at your disposal, and now you hesitate? Qi Zhaoqian, you truly are something. A fine morning to come seeking trouble." Yin Yuba spoke in a frosty tone, while Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, still contemplating her response when she felt a slight sensation on her face. With a sharp clap, her eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Qi Zhaoqian had been struck, though the ruler she had brought proved ineffective. Yin Yuba simply used the hand that held her chin to deliver the blow. Yin Yuba's technique was deft. The sound was loud, yet it did not hurt. Qi Zhaoqian stood stunned, an inexplicable feeling beginning to unfurl within her. Yin Yuba had changed, but in some ways, she remained the same. In the past, Yin Yuba would never have let her off so lightly. She would have exerted her full strength. Being slapped and tasting blood at the corners of her mouth was a frequent occurrence, and there were times when the ringing in her ears rendered her unable to hear anything but a cacophony. Qi Zhaoqian, in a daze, raised her hand to touch her face. Had it not been for Yin Yuba's hand still resting against her cheek, she might have thought it was merely an illusion. She wished to remove that hand, yet ultimately dared not, simply covering her face while gazing at Yin Yuba, her ears growing warm with embarrassment. Yin Yuba found amusement in her shocked expression, a smile curling at her lips, her demeanor remaining cool and unperturbed. She withdrew her hand, straightened her posture, and looked down at Qi Zhaoqian, noting her flushed ears. With a sigh, Yin Yuba returned to her usual demeanor, concealing the hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Leave, do not obstruct my view. Go to the study and finish transcribing the punishment from that day. I shall come to inspect shortly. Disrupting the morning peace, you truly have a talent for it." Qi Zhaoqian had already noticed the smile on her lips and found herself smiling in return, softly replying, "Yes." She gradually rose, respectfully accepting the ruler from Yin Yuba's hand, and walked back to the study. This matter was thus set aside. The changes were not trivial, and it was evident that Yin Yuba did not genuinely harbor resentment in her heart, yet her pride and self-esteem would always seek to overpower Qi Zhaoqian. Qi Zhaoqian had long since realized this. She smiled at Yin Yuba, understanding her intent. That day, she felt exceptionally at ease. Despite the previous day's verbal assaults that had pierced her heart like knives, today, Yin Yubao's transformation made Qi Zhaoqian recognize that her actions had undergone substantial change and development. Since that day, when she spoke with Yin Yubao, he had not allowed her to visit any young men, nor had he permitted any young men to accompany her in the palace. A flicker of relief surged within her. Yet as her coming-of-age ceremony approached, anxiety tightened its grip on her heart, making relaxation elusive. Yesterday, after diligently copying numerous documents, she presented them to Yin Yubao for review before finally resting. To her astonishment, rather than chastising her, he merely nodded and remarked, "Good, you may go eat." Qi Zhao smiled gratefully, yet Yin Yubao remained silent. Today, as Tuqing returned to the palace and Yin Yubao was absent from her side, Qi Zhao lazily sketched several portraits. Gazing at her drawings, an idea suddenly struck her, prompting her to rise. The portraits she had previously created remained unfiled, languishing atop the cabinet. Seizing the opportunity, while Yin Yubao was still away, she resolved to relocate those along with her current works. Rising on tiptoe, she reached for the papers atop the cabinet, her fingers gliding over the surfaces of the drawings. As she flipped through them, memories flooded back of the 3 months she had spent here, painting by candlelight each night, capturing every beautiful image that had graced her mind. When Yin Yubao was present, she refrained from such indulgences, fearing his reprimand for idleness and lack of ambition. Yet, with his absence, she reveled in the freedom to realize her wildest dreams. As she surveyed her creations, an inexplicable sense of pride welled within her. A smile graced her lips as she placed the day's drawings atop the others and concealed them within a hidden compartment. The study was equipped with such a secret space, one she had stumbled upon by chance. In her previous ennui, she had traced her fingers along the wall and discovered a small protrusion. Pressing it revealed a compartment large enough to hold a person, though it lay empty, thick with dust. It was likely once a hiding place for important belongings of Qi Yuan. After cleaning it, Qi Zhao decided to store her artworks there, placing them deep within to ensure their safety. Before Yin Yubao, she had no secrets, but this place was her last sanctuary, harboring a few other treasured items. After patting her hands clean, she closed the hidden compartment and casually retrieved a scroll from the nearby bookshelf. Just as she was savoring her contentment, a voice emerged from behind the screen, startling her. "Why are you not writing properly? Why are you just standing there?" Qi Zhao turned instinctively, meeting the cold gaze of Yin Yubao as he stepped around the screen, scrutinizing her with a sharp eye, seemingly probing into her recent actions. The late autumn chill clung to her, her hair partially disheveled, the wind lifting her hair ribbon, giving her an air of brisk elegance. Quickly, Qi Zhao composed herself, performing a respectful bow and concealing her earlier fluster. "I was not doing anything, merely feeling a bit weary. So I stood to stretch and thought to see if there were any books on the shelf worth studying." Fearing her reasons might be insufficient, she gently flicked her wrist, her expression weary, yet her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Yin Yubao, seemingly waiting for her arrival. Noticing the scroll in her hand, Yin Yubao chose not to inquire further and slowly approached the writing desk to examine the paper she had transcribed. The desk bore only a meager few neatly written sheets, a paltry quantity, yet significantly more legible than the previous scrawls. "After such a long time, this is all you've managed to write? Quite slow." "Indeed," Yin Yubao remarked, her tone laced with skepticism. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze, having already prepared her excuse. As Yin Yubao questioned her, she responded with calm composure. "I feared that the imperial teacher would find my handwriting lacking, so I took extra time to ensure it was presentable. I beg your pardon, imperial teacher. I shall surely write faster next time to meet your expectations." She recounted her rationale, indifferent to whether Yin Yubao believed her or not. After all, she had taken the initiative, accompanied by an earnest demeanor, which would likely deter Yin Yubao from pressing further. Yin Yubao regarded her with a measured glance, offering a slight nod before setting the papers aside and taking a seat nearby. "Well done, continue." She observed Qi Zhaoqian's performance, choosing neither to expose her deception nor express her thoughts. There was no need for such measures. A child's emotions are often transparent. Just moments before, Qi Zhaoqian had appeared joyful, yet upon Yin Yubao's arrival, she seemed flustered, surely up to something untoward. Has the imperial teacher concluded her matters? Qi Zhaoqian inquired thoughtfully, picking up her pen with earnest intent to continue her transcription. Yin Yubao nodded, allowing her thoughts to drift. Upon her return, Tu Qing conveyed to her the information relayed by Zhou Xunwan. Once they located the target, they could commence their actions, but she urged caution, advising that the imperial teacher must remain vigilant. Recently, the Duke's residence had been bustling with guests, and the fifth prince had been seen frequently in their company. Thus, should the imperial teacher ensure closer observation? Tu Qing relayed the message verbatim, and after some contemplation, Yin Yubao replied, "There is no need for concern regarding the Duke's residence. Gu Lang is of advanced age and poses little threat. With Gu Jinju's triumphant return, it is only natural for congratulations to abound. The festivities are expected. Those officials, regardless of their affiliations, seek to curry favor. Inform Zhou Xunwan that there is no rush. We can act after the coming-of-age ceremony, for we have yet to locate the target. As for the fifth prince, having been dormant for so long, what mischief is he plotting? We should keep a closer watch on him." Yin Yubao rubbed her temples, a smile almost escaping her lips as memories of the man's actions flitted through her mind. Since Qi Zhaoqian ascended the throne, the fifth prince had not graced the palace with his presence, remaining an almost invisible figure. It must be said, the members of the Qi family seemed to share a common trait: self-serving, fearful of death, and rendered insignificant and pitiable in the face of unmatched power, willing to gamble the lives of many for their own selfish desires. Years ago, the fifth prince used the lives of countless individuals as bargaining chips, delivering the Grand Princess's military deployment map to Yin Yubao in exchange for his own life of wealth and peace. "I only ask that you spare me and my seventh sister a path to survival. I vow to never set foot in court again, content to live as a leisurely prince. My sister is frail and ailing. I merely wish for her to have a little more time." He knelt on the ground, sincerity in his voice, while Yin Yubao stood with her sword pointed at him, her expression impassive as she weighed his words and their credibility. "How can I trust that what you say is true? This map? Who can ascertain its authenticity? The interactions among the princes and princesses are indeed intriguing, filled with cunning and strategy. The fifth prince and the seventh princess, being full-blooded siblings, have always maintained a humble demeanor in the palace, avoiding enmity due to the early demise of their mother. Although they appear unremarkable at first glance, when the eldest princess plans to raise an army, the fifth prince discreetly assumes the role of a strategist. Unbeknownst to the eldest princess, she has been betrayed by him. The fifth prince bows his head, rendered speechless and unable to refute Yin Yubao's accusations. Ultimately, it is Yin Yubao who devises the plan. Yin Yubao, known for her cautiousness in dealings, discusses leverage and terms with the fifth prince. "Since you're capable of betraying Qi Zhaoqian, you could just as easily turn against me. This," she presents a vial of poison, "is Rong Sui Dan, a deadly substance. Should you consume it and Qi Zhaoqian remain unapprehended within 2 hours, your blood vessels will rupture, and your organs will dissolve, leading to a torturous demise. However, if Qi Zhaoqian is captured, I shall provide you with the antidote, ensuring both you and the seventh princess live peacefully for the remainder of your days." Yin Yubao tosses a porcelain vial before him. He retrieves it, swallows the pill within without a flicker of emotion, and then speaks. "Very well. I hope the esteemed teacher will honor her promise." Yin Yubao narrows her eyes and lets out a cold laugh. "Naturally, your presence or absence makes no difference to me. The advantages presented to me are indeed welcome. Given the recent complexities, I have yet to ascertain Qi Zhaoqian's position. Moreover, with a queen supporting him, much effort can be spared. The discord between the fifth prince and the eldest princess primarily stems from the seventh princess, a frail and delicate girl, who has spent her life immersed in medicinal remedies." Chapter 54. Trifled's eldest princess, Qi Zhaoqian, has always held other princes and princesses in disdain, believing her noble birthright grants her superiority over them. She carries herself with an air of arrogance and entitlement, bolstered by her maternal family's influence, which allows her to dismiss others with ease. The first among those she scorns is Qi Zhaoqian. She intends to keep her alive only to torment her later. adding a splash of color to her otherwise mundane palace life. Furthermore, if she were to eliminate her too early, it could reach the ears of their father, the emperor. The second target of her disdain is the seventh princess. Despite her admiration for the fifth prince's intellect, she continuously belittles the seventh princess, both overtly and subtly, viewing a royal daughter so frail as a source of shame. The fifth prince, usually reticent, maintains a dignified stance when defending his sister, even as the eldest princess openly expresses her disdain and uses this situation to threaten him. Should he waver in loyalty, the life of the seventh princess could be at stake. All supplies of medicinal herbs could be cut off, leading to her untimely demise. That night, the fifth prince, burdened with clarity, sat at a table, the candlelight casting shadows on his visage, unable to find peace. He recalled his mother's last wishes and thought of his sister, who awaited the remedy in her chamber, yearning for survival. In the palace, he and his sister relied on each other for support. Now, as ominous clouds gather and a storm approaches, they ponder the uncertain path ahead. Will a life of ease truly await them? Once the grand princess ascends the throne, given her temperament, her first course of action will undoubtedly be to eliminate all threats. They, unfortunately, are among the first to be discarded. To her, everyone is merely a stepping stone, and when rendered useless, they become nothing more than a means to an end. After a night of internal conflict, he sought out Yun Yuba, hoping to secure a path to survival for both himself and his sister. The infighting among the Qi family had led to the very scenario that Yun Yuba relished. The fifth prince enabled Yun Yuba to capture Qi Zhaoqian before she could mount her rebellion, compelling Qi Zhaoqian to personally execute her. Subsequently, the fifth prince was granted the title of Prince of Yu, retreating with his sister to live as a reclusive and inconsequential noble, ensuring that he remained invisible. The past was intertwined with too many complexities. How could the events of those years be distilled into mere words? Here, Your Highness, are the medicines you requested. They are all here. The supplies for the seventh princess will be sent shortly. Tu Qing placed several porcelain vials on the table. Before she could finish her sentence, Yun Yuba abruptly raised her hand, interrupting her. Delay the delivery of the seventh princess's medicine for a few more days. Tu Qing hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. Understood. She comprehended Yun Yuba's intent. They could simply state that the ingredients were incomplete and would require additional time. The seventh princess's medicines needed to be sent from the palace, and most of the palace's supplies originated from Yaiyue Valley, creating an intricate system wherein Yun Yuba remained the ultimate beneficiary. Yet at that moment, Yun Yuba felt a sense of unease. Upon her arrival, she noticed Qi Zhaoqian lurking covertly. To claim she was not curious would be a lie. However, if her curiosity were genuine, she questioned why she should invest her thoughts in a mere pawn. Such an endeavor seemed entirely unnecessary. Yun Yuba's gaze drifted toward Qi Zhaoqian, who, upon sensing her scrutiny, felt a twinge of guilt. Why do you keep looking at me, master? Have I done something to offend you today? Qi Zhaoqian inquired uncertainly. Yun Yuba averted her gaze, clearing her throat awkwardly. No, you're doing quite well today. Though she spoke thus, her expression remained stern and unyielding. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, pondering whether to approach and placate Yun Yuba, who seemed rather unpredictable today. However, she merely entertained the thought internally, refraining from any action. She had worked hard to achieve even this slight improvement in their relationship, and feared that a misstep could lead to a complete regression, necessitating a fresh start. Suddenly, Qi Zhaoqian's eyes brightened as an idea struck her. She paused her writing, a hint of excitement in her voice. Master, previously, Gu Jinju returned from the borders and gifted me many fascinating trinkets. I wonder if you have seen them. Yun Yuba, having studied her intently, discerned her intentions and nodded in tacit approval. Qi Zhaoqian's spirits lifted, and she excitedly made her way to the bookshelf, retrieving an ornate box, which she struggled slightly to lift. The box contained numerous items, some of considerable weight, requiring effort for her to carry. The willingness to listen to someone share their joy serves as a testament to the evolving relationship between her and Yun Yuba. Yun Yuba is not a patient individual. In the past, when Qi Zhaoqian struggled to memorize her lines, being unable to recite them even after 5 attempts would lead to her being reprimanded by Yun Yuba. There were times when Qi Zhaoqian stumbled, and Yun Yuba, lacking in good humor, would express her disdain. She was not fond of hearing Qi Zhaoqian speak and would not tolerate any notions of frivolity. However, now she occasionally indulges in Qi Zhaoqian's idle chat, a sign of progress, albeit modest. Just a few days ago, she had intended to share this with her mentor but was too preoccupied, and with her mentor in a foul mood, she postponed it until now. Once Qi Zhaoqian tidied up the writing desk, she placed a box atop it and opened it. One by one, she began to display its contents. This is called the Jiao Shi. This is Shui Shang Fu. This is Wu Gu Deng. And oh, this is Kong Ming Sa, she enthusiastically introduced, filling the table with these trinkets. Yun Yuba gradually rose and approached her, casting a downward glance. Did Gu Jinju bring these back from the border? She inquired, narrowing her eyes, to which Qi Zhaoqian nodded. Yes, some of them I can't quite recall which are which. I have neither seen nor played with them before, so I'm unable to distinguish. Qi Zhaoqian sighed wearily, prompting Yun Yuba to part her lips and smile softly. It is indeed rare for General Gu to show such thoughtfulness. In truth, these little trinkets are commonplace outside the palace, mere toys for children at home, intricate spinning tops, river lanterns made of yellow wax, and the boneless flower lantern formed by piecing together various parts. As for the Kongming lock, that is a quintessential childhood plaything. Qi Zhaoqian handled them with care, fearful of damaging them, and observing her demeanor, Yun Yuba exhibited an uncommon tenderness. In her own youth, she too had been playful, collecting beloved items to show her mother and father, animatedly discussing their features and games. In those moments, her mother would poke her forehead, teasing you, sneaking out again. Yet, despite her words, her mother would carefully store the treasures Qi Zhaoqian brought back in a small box, referring to them as her treasures. A pang of nostalgia struck Yun Yuba, as memories of the past slipped away like smoke, forever elusive. What would you like to play with? I have a little time now. I can take you or teach you, she offered, her hand brushing over the trinkets, seemingly lost in reminiscence, her eyes reflecting a gentle smile. Chapter 55. Not quite right. Yun Yuba's sudden warmth caught Qi Zhaoqian off guard. She stood there, staring at Yun Yuba, momentarily at a loss for words. Teach her how to play. Had she heard correctly? Yun Yuba was actually offering to teach her? In the past, even the slightest distraction would lead to punishment, and this unexpected proposal left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Is this really Yun Yuba? How could she exhibit a gentleness previously unseen? Although Yun Yuba did not appear particularly enamored with these items, a nostalgic expression lingered on her face, perhaps evoking memories. It seemed that even Yun Yuba was not entirely devoid of vulnerabilities. What is the matter? Noticing Qi Zhaoqian's silence, Yun Yuba glanced at her, withdrawing her hand from the trinkets. Qi Zhaoqian snapped back to reality, smiled, and tentatively remarked, "Oh, does the mentor recognize these? I suppose I should refrain for now. My words remain unfinished, and I wonder if I am imposing on the esteemed teacher's time." Yun Yuba, being an outsider to the palace, possesses greater experience and familiarity with the world. It is only she who, like a simpleton, cherishes everything, recognizing nothing, finding amusement and novelty in all things, and wishing to share her joy. Fortunately, it is rare for Yun Yuba to dampen her spirits this time. Instead, she indulges her. Contemplating this, Qi Zhaoqian offers a bitter smile, feeling somewhat numb. She has neither seen nor experienced much, truly a caged bird. And all of this is indeed a result of the very person before her. Qi Zhaoqian has always pitted herself, feeling sorrow for her plight, yet unable to alter her circumstances. Now, it seems Yun Yuba also harbors a hint of pity for her. Not at all. You may write later. Your work today is commendable, and taking a brief respite is beneficial. If you do not wish to continue, that is acceptable. There is virtue in not overindulging. Yun Yuba raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting, relinquishing the choice back to Qi Zhaoqian. She finds it difficult to take the initiative. If Qi Zhaoqian is unwilling, she would not insist. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian hastily shook her head. I wish to play. Thank you, esteemed teacher. What shall you teach me to play with first? She appeared anxious, fearing Yun Yubao might change her mind, and joyfully trotted to her side, gazing eagerly at the small trinkets before her. Qi Zhaoqian radiated a long-lost exuberance, her demeanor evoking memories in Yun Yubao, ensnaring her in the past. Sister, do you think father would be angry if he knew I sneaked out? What if he punishes me? Will mother plead on my behalf? Will you plead for me? The little girl clutched her treasure box, nervously glancing up at her sister. The golden hairpin atop her sister's head sparkled in the sunlight, swaying gently in the breeze, complementing her radiant and enchanting visage. Her sister smiled and shook her head. No, father would not punish you. However, if he did, rest assured, I would definitely not plead on your behalf. How could she know? What a cruel heart, to refuse even a kind word on my behalf. She gazed at her sister with a heart full of despair, but her sister merely shook her head and remarked, Silly, you will understand when you grow up, for I have neither the need nor the opportunity to intercede. Upon hearing this, she felt indignant and ran to sit beside a woman in the distance. Mother, sister always says I am foolish, but father says I am the smartest. She puffed up with indignation. The woman, momentarily pausing in her reading, smiled and gently patted her head. Yes, you're the smartest, dear. The words were tender, dissolving in the breeze, never to be heard again. In those days, she was too young to notice the profound affection between her father and mother, who were childhood sweethearts, loving all that pertained to one another. Her father would never hold it against her. Her ability to venture out was also due to her father and mother's tacit approval. When no one was around, they would address the emperor and empress as father and mother, without the constraints of protocol, reveling in merriment like an ordinary family. If it were possible, she would dearly wish to be part of a commonplace household. As she slipped out, her father had dispatched numerous shadow guards to ensure her safety, allowing her to indulge in her play. As she matured, gaining clarity and understanding, she could no longer recapture those moments. She realized how naive she had been, yet she envied the innocence and simplicity of her childhood. Yin Yubai pressed her lips together, her hand forming a fist with slight tension before she eventually relaxed. A melancholic aura enveloped her, yet she quickly regained her composure, revealing not a trace of vulnerability. Yin Yubai picked up the spinning top and tilted her head slightly as she spoke. This is best played outside. Let's go to the courtyard. With that, she stepped outside, and Qi Zhaoqian hurried to follow her pace. She observed Yin Yubai's silhouette, eager to uncover the hidden past beneath her cold exterior. The subtle changes in Yun Yubai's expression had not escaped her keen gaze. Upon reaching the courtyard, a breeze rustled through, scattering a few fallen leaves, some of which landed on them, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to brush them away. The changing seasons, though beautiful, felt mundane within the confines of their square prison. With early winter approaching, it was also the time for her coming-of-age ceremony, and she needed to exert more effort. Watch, Yin Yubai instructed as she wound the spinning top with its accompanying string before forcefully releasing it. Qi Zhaoqian nodded, her eyes fixed intently on Yin Yubai's movements. However, the initial attempts ended in failure. Time had dulled her skill. The top spun a few times before toppling over, necessitating several retries. Qi Zhaoqian, initially enthusiastic, soon settled into a quiet observation, a smile illuminating her eyes. As Yin Yubai encountered repeated failures, her own anxiety began to surface. Imperial Master, it seems you're struggling. It has been quite a while since you last played. Perhaps we should summon General Gu to inquire where the issue lies? Her tone was playful, employing a teasing challenge. Yin Yubai paused, taken aback. Struggling? Qi Zhaoqian had grown bold enough to jest with her. If they were to fetch Gu Jinzhong, it would surely provoke laughter. Yet who claimed she was incapable? In her playful days, none could rival her prowess. Although she had not played in a while, regaining her touch would suffice. Accepting Qi Zhaoqian's teasing, Yin Yubai chose not to take offense. A competitive spirit stirred within her. She was unwilling to be belittled by Qi Zhaoqian. Yet a hint of unease lingered. She found herself increasingly attentive to Qi Zhaoqian, even indulging her whims, which unsettled her. Oh, is that so? You best watch closely. Yin Yubai replied, exerting force once more as she launched the spinning top. This time, it was a resounding success. The top soared through the air before landing gracefully, spinning steadily on the ground. With the string in hand, she playfully flicked it, casting a challenging glance at Qi Zhaoqian. "How impressive, Imperial Master!" Qi Zhaoqian exclaimed, clapping her hands in praise, seemingly forgetting her earlier jest. For reasons unknown, she discerned a childlike quality in Yin Yubai, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of defiance, revealing an unwillingness to concede defeat. In a moment of confusion, she could not discern whether she was the child or if it was Yin Yuba who was the juvenile one. Observing that Yin Yuba appeared even more naive than herself, when she first uttered those words, a wave of anxiety washed over her, having prepared her heart for quite some time before daring to speak. She feared Yin Yuba might react with anger or simply disregard her, which would leave her feeling awkward and uneasy. She also worried that Yin Yuba might be upset by her indiscretion, potentially denying her the chance to play again. The response from Yin Yuba was entirely unexpected. She had anticipated silence or indifference, yet Yin Yuba engaged earnestly, and after her compliment, she could sense a marked increase in Yin Yuba's happiness. For reasons unknown, Qi Zhaoqian felt a flicker of joy. Yin Yuba's transformation signified that her efforts were not in vain. "Who isn't inadequate?" Yin Yuba suddenly retorted, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to instinctively open her mouth and respond, "I was just joking. The Imperial Master is quite capable, indeed." It was merely a fleeting statement. Yet Yin Yuba was genuinely a serious character. Qi Zhaoqian's words stirred a peculiar ripple within her. The admiration reflected in her eyes was undeniable, and her joy was palpable, unable to be concealed. As she flattered Yin Yuba, the latter glanced at her, transferring the drawstring into Qi Zhaoqian's hands. Inside, Yin Yuba felt a tumult of emotions. Their interactions today were decidedly strange. This mode of companionship seemed ill-suited for the two of them, yet it unfolded in such an unusual manner. As the drawstring was passed, Yin Yuba's hand brushed against Qi Zhaoqian's, causing her to lower her head slightly, a sudden wave of panic washing over her, her ears flushing with heat. Too timid to meet Yin Yuba's gaze. Clutching the drawstring, she swiftly retreated to the side, mimicking the task with exaggerated diligence, a quintessential act of avoidance. Observing her reaction, Yin Yuba comprehended that Qi Zhaoqian was likely overthinking once again. Initially, she had contemplated severing any inappropriate sentiments Qi Zhaoqian harbored, but no matter her efforts, Qi Zhaoqian consistently exhibited a bashful delight, her ears reddening at the slightest touch. Though Qi Zhaoqian was at the tender age of first love, such feelings were, in truth, not meant for her. Yin Yuba suddenly felt adrift, reminiscent of the day she beheld the portrait. Now, she pondered how to extinguish Qi Zhaoqian's affections. Previously, Yin Yuba had intended to select a suitable suitor for Qi Zhaoqian, yet she could not bear to see the sorrowful expression on her face. Recalling how Qi Zhaoqian had softly pleaded with her not to choose a suitor, which rendered her heart weak. For Qi Zhaoqian to have affections for someone else felt akin to being cut with a dull blade. But since the object of Qi Zhaoqian's affection was herself, it transformed into a dull blade cutting into her own heart. Yin Yuba mused, what if she were to make it clear that Qi Zhaoqian was indulging in fanciful dreams? That such a thing was impossible? Would that cause Qi Zhaoqian to be more forthright, perhaps leading to a cessation of her feelings? Even if she were to clarify, the two would still need to coexist, and she must await the execution of her plans and the arrival of news. She resolved that she could no longer afford to be soft-hearted. She had already made exceptions far too many times. Torn within, she found Qi Zhaoqian's sentiments glaringly evident. Yet Yin Yuba remained uncertain how to provide her with the proper guidance. Though she held the title of mentor, she had never engaged in such instructive endeavors. Confronted with this naive child, she found herself lacking the inclination to reciprocate. Being favored by the Qi family felt utterly repugnant. Any response from her would render her even more despicable. Today, she could only blame herself. Had she refrained from suggesting that they engage in such activities, she would not be in this predicament now. Yin Yubai began to reprogram her thoughts, repeatedly reminding herself that her grand aspirations remained unfulfilled. and that Qi Zhaoqian was merely a pet, a puppet, a stepping stone. Suddenly, a thought struck her regarding Qi Zhaoqian's peculiar behavior today, and a flurry of ideas flashed through her mind. Their current interactions were both absurd and ludicrous. Qi Zhaoqian remained blissfully unaware, continuing to play joyfully by her side. Yet she felt a tinge of frustration. This was undeniably challenging. "Master, could you please teach me once more?" Qi Zhaoqian implored, standing still with an item in hand. A picture of despondence. Lacking any foundational knowledge, she had only perused a successful example once, and her attempts to manipulate the string were futile, causing her inner turmoil to swell. The cold wind rustled the hem of her skirt. Yin Yubai cast her gaze downward at her, exhaling a sigh. Why was she so indecisive now, when she had not been so before? The old Yin Yubai would have sensed Qi Zhaoqian's feelings and would have surely belittled and humiliated her, trampling upon her words of longing. When had she undergone such a transformation, one that left her unprepared and ensnared in this melancholic state? Yin Yubai felt a rare sense of lightness today, albeit tinged with indifference as she spoke. "Foolish child, continue to play on your own. I shall take my leave now. I have imparted all that I needed to. Today, I grant you a respite. Play to your heart's content, but do not return until you have mastered it." With that, she turned to depart, showing no sign of hesitation. "Huh? Master, you have only demonstrated it once, and I find myself struggling to comprehend. Could you please teach me again?" Upon hearing Yin Yubai's intention to leave, Qi Zhaoqian's heart raced, and she instinctively grasped her wrist. Yin Yubai froze momentarily, her pulse quickening at the warmth of Qi Zhaoqian's touch. Qi Zhaoqian stepped closer, gazing earnestly into her eyes, their breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere. "Master, will you not join me in play? Have I offended you in some way?" This time, she did not tug at her sleeve, but grasped her wrist, testing the boundaries of her boldness. "No." Yin Yubai's voice emerged softly, yet with an edge of harshness. She looked down at the girl before her, her thoughts a tangled mess. They were too close. Qi Zhaoqian had crossed the line. "Then why must you go? Would it not be better to stay?" Qi Zhaoqian leaned in, her tone laced with dissatisfaction, desperately attempting to retain her presence. "Let go." In an instant, Yin Yubai's expression hardened, causing Qi Zhaoqian to recoil in surprise, tears welling in her eyes. She sheepishly withdrew her hand, standing there in a daze. Yin Yubai glanced at her once before walking away. Qi Zhaoqian stared at her retreating figure, her spirits dampened. Playing alone was feasible, yet it lacked any semblance of joy. Was she truly leaving just like that? Had she spoken amiss? Yet Yin Yubai had claimed otherwise, observing the swift shifts in the woman's demeanor. Qi Zhaoqian felt a sense of helplessness. At times, she believed her efforts bore fruit, yet at others, she felt an insurmountable chasm lay between them, a vast ocean she could never traverse, forever unable to stand by her side. She pondered the words of Yin Yubai, clutching the spinning top as she nestled against the tree, appearing utterly pitiable in her diminutive form. Alone, she found no solace in play, for Yin Yubai forbade her from mingling with unassociated individuals, leaving her without a companion or a devoted maidservant. Around the corner, Yin Yubai leaned against the wall, one hand pressed to it while the other grazed her flushed face, the spot where Qi Zhaoqian had gripped her wrist burning as if aflame. Her heart raced, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. Chapter 57. Hidden away, Qi Zhaoqian's audacity had indeed grown. She had dared to grasp her hand directly, inching ever closer without regard for boundaries. It was unclear whether this was intentional or an unintentional transgression, leaving Yin Yubai in a state of confusion. At that moment, Qi Zhaoqian's eyes reflected innocence and fear. Yet upon reflection, the feelings she had long concealed were now apparent. The sight of the young girl's burgeoning beauty, her delicate brows, porcelain cheeks, and rosy lips, was disconcertingly near, igniting a sense of trepidation within Yin Yubai. Each detail spoke volumes. Revealing the girl she had nurtured had blossomed into a graceful young woman, harboring thoughts of a more profound nature towards her. Upon learning of her impending departure, Qi Zhaoqian's flustered expression was unmistakable, her despondence palpable. It seemed her alarm had prompted her to seize the wrist of Yin Yubai in haste. Shaking her head, Yin Yubal felt a swell of vexation, striving to suppress the stirrings of her own heart. What was wrong with her? At this juncture, she ought not to entertain such thoughts. The plan was still unfulfilled. She had no business contemplating trivial matters or allowing Qi Zhaoqian's subtle gestures to linger in her mind. Perhaps it was nothing more than a playful charade. A mere facade of affection. Affection can be feigned, and love can be acted. She had witnessed couples who appeared affectionate in public, yet were akin to strangers behind closed doors, maintaining a facade of civility while exchanging not a word beyond necessity. Their love and hate were but illusions, crafted to deceive the onlookers. Only she bore witness to the underlying bitterness. It was merely a fleeting touch. Her response was overly dramatic. Qi Zhaoqian and she were never destined to walk the same path. Remaining stationary for a time, she quelled her restless heart and strained to hear what Qi Zhaoqian might do in her absence. Yet, after listening intently, she discerned no sound from Qi Zhaoqian. The only noise was the rustling of leaves, enveloping the space in silence. Yin Yubal pressed her lips together and cautiously peered around the corner in Qi Zhaoqian's direction. The girl was no longer in her previous spot. After searching for a while, Yin Yubal finally spotted her crouched on the ground, leaning against the tree, appearing forlorn and solitary, slender and fragile. From Yin Yubal's vantage point, she could only see a small silhouette. The spinning top lay abandoned beside Qi Zhaoqian, who had long since lost the desire to play. To engage in solitary amusement was indeed disheartening. Yin Yubal had unwittingly ignited her interest only to turn away with indifference. Akin to a blatant mockery, Qi Zhaoqian was undeserving of ire. She had to maintain a facade of cordiality. How cruel it is to leave me to play alone, day after day, toying with my feelings. I have no desire to study whatsoever. I loathe the idea of learning. You teach me once, and expect me to grasp it instantly. Do you truly despise me so? Qi Zhaoqian lamented, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig, her tone steeped in grievance. She dared only to sulk in silence, too timid to confront her directly. Her mutterings were overheard by Yin Yubal, who observed her for a moment. An imperceptible smile curving the corners of her lips. Qi Zhaoqian ceased her complaints, instead gazing skyward, waiting for time to pass. Perhaps this is not so bad. A moment of relaxation. With Yin Yubal absent, her spirit could finally uncoil. As Yin Yubal departed, she pondered that Qi Zhaoqian sometimes feared her, questioning whether her absence might allow Qi Zhaoqian to play more freely. It seemed she overthought, for Qi Zhaoqian remained lost in her reverie, like a forsaken kitten, pondering the reasons for her owner's displeasure. This scene unsettled Yin Yubal's composure, compelling her to avert her gaze and hastily retreat. Her departure bore an air of disarray. Yet she could not shake the thoughts that lingered. She vividly recalled Qi Zhaoqian's previous stance and the fleeting panic that had crossed her face upon their encounter. Clearly, a closer investigation was warranted. After a considerable time, Qi Zhaoqian cautiously turned her head, only to find the corner where a white dress had been was now empty. It had slipped away unnoticed. She smiled faintly, dismissing the moment, and donned a facade of melancholic autumnal sorrow. While Qi Zhaoqian mourned her solitude, Yin Yubal had returned to the study, standing before the cabinet. After a moment's contemplation, she approached the spot where Qi Zhaoqian had hidden her drawings, only to find nothing but emptiness. The artworks had vanished, presumably concealed by Qi Zhaoqian during her absence. Murmuring to herself, she positioned herself where Qi Zhaoqian had recently stood. Yin Yubal squinted, methodically inspecting for discrepancies. This room had remained untouched until now, a confined space where Qi Zhaoqian had been her company, making it improbable that she had transported anything to the palace. As Yin Yubal meticulously searched, she recalled the time Qi Zhaoqian had lingered by the bookshelf. Qi Zhaoqian often concocted feeble excuses, for she resisted reading and writing with the fervor of one facing certain doom. Yet, with Yin Yubal beside her, she was forced to endure, feigning compliance while secretly doodling on her pages. More than once, she had felt the sting of Yin Yubal's reprimand upon her palm. In the 3 months of Yin Yubal's absence, Qi Zhaoqian had devoured numerous books from outside the palace, yet never those on the study shelves, something Yin Yubal was acutely aware of, as during her absence, Tu Qing had kept a watchful eye over her. Tu Qing had always been lenient with her, seemingly indifferent, yet reporting every detail. Ultimately, after a thorough search, Yin Yuba successfully uncovered a concealed compartment, pressing it to reveal its contents. She had previously been unaware of the hidden compartment, presumably crafted by someone after her. Its ease of discovery suggested it likely contained nothing of significant importance. Yin Yuba gazed at the familiar paintings within the compartment, retrieving them with a newfound calmness, devoid of the previous panicked disarray and vexation. She even found herself pondering whether Qi Zhaoqian had created any new works. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yin Yuba felt a twinge of guilt. She delved into Qi Zhaoqian's thoughts, perceiving everything laid bare, while Qi Zhaoqian remained blissfully ignorant, believing her concealments were flawless, perhaps even taking pride in them. Yin Yuba's deductions proved correct. Several new paintings adorned the collection. One depicted her in a state of fatigue, resting her head, seemingly asleep. In her drowsy reverie, she faintly recalled Qi Zhaoqian's voice remarking on her beauty, capturing the moment in art. Initially, she thought it a mere dream or a figment of her imagination spurred by fear. Yet now, she recognized the truth. Qi Zhaoqian had indeed said those words and immortalized them in her work. Another painting showcased her seated gracefully at a pavilion by the lotus pond, delicately sipping tea, an ethereal representation that left much to the imagination, merely a silhouette in the distance. Chapter 58. Only without myself upon seeing the lotus pond. Yin Yuba's memories were drawn back to that day. Qi Zhaoqian had been engaged in merry conversation with the He family's twins, her laughter ringing out. Yin Yuba watched Qi Zhaoqian's back. Noticing when she turned, she quickly lowered her head as if nothing had occurred, fearful of revealing her suspicions. Their earlier quarrel lingered in her mind, with the hurt evident in Qi Zhaoqian's eyes. A rare moment of defiance as she exchanged barbs with Yin Yuba, an expression she had yet to forget. Anger and frustration coursed through her, yet a sense of helplessness prevailed. Concealing too many thoughts she dared not express, her gaze filled with anguish. "Fool," Yin Yuba muttered, only to hesitate, her words becoming disjointed. It seemed her attention had become overly fixated. In the past, she would not have been concerned with Qi Zhaoqian's emotions, nor would she have cared about her thoughts. A sudden dread enveloped her as she pondered the implications of her transformation. She found herself swayed by another's emotions, led by someone else, now attuned to every detail of Qi Zhaoqian's being, attempting to decipher her feelings. Another painting depicted the moment when Qi Zhaoqian, in fear, had clung tightly to her waist. Captured from Qi Zhaoqian's perspective, from her viewpoint, a slight tilt of the head revealed a striking profile. Under the candlelight, Yin Yuba's slightly parted lips, high-bridged nose, and fan-like eyelashes, with cascading locks of hair, appeared exceptionally radiant. Perhaps it was due to the lens of affection through which Qi Zhaoqian viewed her. But the portrayal rendered Yin Yuba strikingly gentle. "Is this truly me?" Yin Yuba laughed bitterly, finding Qi Zhaoqian utterly incomprehensible. It could only be said that Qi Zhaoqian was deeply afflicted. To others, she appeared ruthless and cold-blooded, yet in Qi Zhaoqian's eyes, she was portrayed with such tenderness that even she felt tempted to lose herself in this illusory atmosphere. Behind the painting lay a small piece of stationery, densely written with a heartfelt note. On that day, the imperial master, despite her sharp tongue, exhibited a surprising tenderness. Unlike her usual self, she refrained from striking me, allowing me to feel a little closer to her. I found myself enchanted by her scent, which brought a sense of tranquility, compelling one to submit to her presence. All I desired was her companionship. Yet, I could not fathom why the imperial master harbored such disdain for me. If I had indeed erred, her reprimands would be justified. But I remained oblivious to my transgressions. It seemed as though everything since my birth had been a mistake. The imperial master was surrounded by many, a populace, a court, a nation, yet I was conspicuously absent from her thoughts. This was a heartfelt soliloquy, expressed upon paper rather than confined within my heart. Yin Yuba stepped back, her heart a tumult of emotions. That day had evidently impacted her deeply. Qi Zhaoqian's words were painfully direct. and the seemingly light paper felt as heavy as lead in her hands. She clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to tear it apart. Zhou Sunwan had once advised her, "Your Highness, you carry too much within you. Let some burdens go and allow yourself to feel at ease. Sometimes, one must go with the flow. You are you, and should not live so burdened. We will always be by your side." At that time, she had merely smiled dismissively, disregarding the counsel and retorting to Zhou Sunwan. "With great power comes great responsibility. I cannot turn a blind eye to many matters. I do not feel weary, nor do I believe in simply going with the flow. I yearn to defy destiny. On the contrary, these responsibilities propel me forward. Everything I do aligns with my innermost desires, driving me onward. The populace is the foundation of the nation. Without them, there can be no state. Properly managing the court is essential for the welfare of the people. I long to reclaim everything that is rightfully mine, such as my ambition." She turned to Zhou Sunwan, who, momentarily taken aback, soon found clarity. Indeed, the weight of responsibility upon the princess is immense. Whatever choices she makes, we shall support her. As long as she is not burdened, her heart is at ease, and we too shall find joy. Living a life of mere compliance is not what we desire. Life should be lived freely, like the wind, mountains, and rivers, following one's true inclinations. As Yin Yuba contemplated these words, her mind momentarily blanked. Indeed, while her heart held the court, the nation, and the populace, it cannot be said that Qi Zhaoqian was absent from her thoughts. Qi Zhaoqian was relegated to the depths of her priorities. The entire Qi family treated with disdain, deemed as insignificant as grass, unworthy of her earnest regard. Had it not been for the need for a puppet, Qi Zhaoqian would likely have perished long ago amidst the turmoil of the coup. Yin Yuba stood in contemplation for long, while before returning her thoughts to Qi Zhaoqian. Upon reading the line that explicitly stated her absence, she was at a loss for words, pondering for an extended period, uncertain of her own standing. After confirming that Yin Yuba had departed, Qi Zhaoqian took refuge beneath a tree, stealing a moment of respite. Leaning against the trunk, she gazed upward at the azure sky, momentarily lost in thought. The rain from the previous night had rendered the day exceptionally beautiful, and Yin Yuba's unusual kindness had initially brought her joy. However, it was short-lived, as Yin Yuba soon turned cold, leaving Qi Zhaoqian in a state of considerable distress. In the vast expanse of the sky, do the heavens beyond these palace walls differ in any way? Contemplating this, Qi Zhaoqian squinted her eyes, shook her head, and offered a self-deprecating smile. If Yin Yubo were to show a trace of compassion after her coming of age, perhaps she might venture outside once. However, if Yin Yubo remained indifferent, she would likely be confined here for a lifetime. Truly, it eludes her comprehension what this woman harbors in her heart. Was she once a performer? How could her demeanor shift so rapidly? One moment she radiated joy, the next her expression turned to ice. Nevertheless, at least when she grasped Yin Yubo's wrist, the latter did not retaliate with a slap. That she ought to be grateful for. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled by Yin Yubo's voice from behind. "What are you doing sitting here? The ground is damp. If you are not playing, return to finish your unfinished tasks." Qi Zhaoqian turned in surprise. Yin Yubo had unexpectedly appeared behind her, gazing down with a demeanor that was no longer resolute. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, her mind awash with questions. When did she arrive? Why was there no sound? Hadn't she already left? What was her purpose in returning? Was it to settle scores? "Master, did you not depart?" she said slowly, rising and brushing off the dust from her clothing. Yin Yubo regarded her with her usual cold expression. "What? Am I not allowed to return?" Qi Zhaoqian quickly waved her hands, shaking her head. "Oh no, it's just that I did not expect you to return, which caught me off guard and brought me joy." She looked directly at Yin Yubo, candid in her expression. Yin Yubo ignored her and simply stated, "Let us go back." "All right." Qi Zhaoqian walked alongside her, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Chapter 59. The return. Yin Yubo noticed her exuberance and inwardly chastised her for being so exuberant and unreserved, giving the impression of having encountered some monumental joy when she had merely returned to summon her back to the study. Yin Yubo sighed, uncertain if her decision was wise. Logically, she should not have returned, nor should she have responded to Qi Zhaoqian or offered her any hope. "Master, why have you suddenly returned?" Qi Zhaoqian inquired, tilting her head as she walked beside her. She was probing. She had not anticipated Yin Yu Bo lingering behind after her departure. It was indeed a first for her to return seeking her out. Surely, it was either a sense of unease or guilt. Yin Yu Bo remained silent, walking ahead with a brisk pace that forced Qi Zhaoqian to quicken her steps to keep up. Gasping slightly, Qi Zhaoqian broke the silence. "Master, what is troubling you today? One moment you allow me to play, the next you refuse to engage with me. Have I done something wrong? Will you please acknowledge me? Could you walk a bit slower? I can hardly keep up," she murmured behind her, and upon hearing this, Yin Yu Bo could no longer contain her stern voice. "Be quiet. You are unbearable. If you continue chattering, you will not eat until your work is completed today." Though displeased, she scolded herself for seeking out this chatterbox. Qi Zhaoqian found herself at a loss for words regarding this matter, as she herself was uncertain of what was amiss. Such conflicting thoughts are not easily resolved. They cannot be elucidated in just a few phrases. She pressed her lips together, following behind with an air of dejection. Were she to possess a tail and ears, they would undoubtedly droop dismally, akin to a small cat reprimanded by its owner. Nevertheless, Qi Zhaoqian was aware that Yin Yu Bo merely threatened her with words. In the past, Yin Yu Bo would have acted on her threats, but lately, her words seemed empty. She would not truly withhold food from her. After Qi Zhaoqian spoke, Yin Yu Bo's pace slackened, allowing her to walk alongside. She fell silent, observing the person before her, and in that moment, she realized that Yin Yu Bo was not as unapproachable as she had imagined. Throughout their interactions in previous years, she had witnessed Yin Yu Bo's authority. Given the chance, she genuinely wished to experience Yin Yu Bo's gentleness, to see how she treated those she cared for, and what it would be like if someone were to enter her heart. Upon arriving at the study, Tu Qing stood outside with two handmaidens, the latter holding a tray of medicine. Tu Qing smiled and respectfully greeted them as they approached. "Your Majesty, Imperial Teacher." Yin Yu Bo nodded lightly, and Qi Zhaoqian, in a cheerful mood, responded with familiarity. No need for such formality. Having said that, she promptly kept pace with Yin Yu Bo. Entering the room, surprised by Qi Zhaoqian's buoyancy, Tu Qing followed her inside after taking the medicine from the handmaidens. Yin Yu Bo resumed her seat and sipped tea, while Qi Zhaoqian obediently returned to the desk, focusing on her studies. In that moment, the once perplexing material transformed. At least, her previous reluctance had faded. It seemed that the Empress was in exceptionally high spirits today, her laughter almost obscuring the corners of her eyes. Upon entering, Tu Qing couldn't help but tease Qi Zhaoqian at her obedient demeanor. Qi Zhaoqian, feeling bashful, scratched her head, her joy unmistakable. Indeed, she was happy. As she replied, both Yin Yu Bo and Tu Qing's gazes fell upon her. "Oh, what has brought such joy to Her Majesty?" Tu Qing inquired, curieux. For it was rare to witness Qi Zhaoqian genuinely delighted. Taken aback, Qi Zhaoqian glanced at Yin Yu Bo before giving a vague response. "I'm just happy. The specifics are of little import." She could hardly admit that her happiness stemmed from the imperial teacher's playful visit and her subsequent search for her, reveling in the thought that the imperial teacher held her in mind. Tu Qing chuckled, and after glancing at Yin Yu Bo, nodded knowingly. Everything was understood without the need for words. It was indeed a first to see the Empress, typically apprehensive of the imperial teacher, so elated because of her. Yin Yu Bo, noticing the subtle exchanges between the two, furrowed her brow in displeasure. Their glances had darted toward her repeatedly. She felt as though she had done nothing to warrant Qi Zhaoqian's joy, which was simply a product of her own imagination. She merely feared that if Qi Zhaoqian failed to complete her studies, it would be a disservice to her own eyes. "Ah, Your Majesty, since you are in good spirits, do remember to attend to the pile of memorials after completing your studies. Lessening your burdens will surely bring you greater joy." She assigned tasks to Qi Zhaoqian, initially hoping to see her frown in distress, but to her surprise, Qi Zhaoqian readily agreed. "Very well. Indeed, it is unwise to let those memorials accumulate. I appreciate the reminder, Imperial Teacher." Qi Zhaoqian smiled, not forgetting to express her gratitude to Yin Yubo. During the review of memorials, Yin Yubo would always be by her side, presenting an opportunity for the two to share solitude. In the past, she was preoccupied with fear of Yin Yubo, but now, the more they interacted, the better. It seemed that Yin Yubo harbored similar sentiments. She gazed at Yin Yubo, as if anticipating him to commend her for her understanding nature. Yin Yubo pondered, what could Qi Zhaoqian be thinking with that expression? He was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that perhaps Qi Zhaoqian had lost her mind. Otherwise, why would she display such delight in her demeanor? Yin Yubo remained silent, casting her a sidelong glance before turning away, visibly perturbed. Qi Zhaoqian could not comprehend why, despite her obedient agreement. Yin Yubo appeared displeased, leaving her feeling somewhat speechless. Noticing Yin Yubo's grim expression, Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze, contemplating a swift change of subject to avoid an awkward atmosphere. She glanced at the medicine in Tu Qing's hands, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. To you, physician. That medicine you hold, is it not meant for me? Tu Qing nodded, placing the medicine beside her, indicating for her to take it. I have been absent from the palace for a few days. I'm unaware of how your majesty's injury has fared. This medicine is indeed for your majesty. Meant for recuperation, especially with early winter approaching. It will ward off the cold. Please drink it while it is warm. As she spoke, Qi Zhaoqian's face was filled with resistance. I am well enough. Must I drink it? It is far too bitter, and under the care of the imperial teacher. My back injury has nearly healed. Qi Zhaoqian attempted to resist, but Tu Qing appeared somewhat troubled, opening her mouth to persuade her further when Yin Yubo interjected. Drink. Do you wish for someone to force it down your throat? His words were starkly cold, laced with an implicit threat. At the sound of this, Qi Zhaoqian shivered and hurriedly picked up the bowl. Yin Yubo watched her with a frosty gaze, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to pout, and, in a moment of mischief, exclaim, Why can't the imperial teacher feed me? She spoke so softly that Tu Qing widened her eyes in surprise. She yearned to ask, Your Majesty, when did you become so audacious? The imperial teacher's temperament would never allow him to feed you medicine. Chapter 60. She is who she is. Yin Yubo furrowed his brow. What did you say? Qi Zhaoqian always spoke her unfiltered thoughts in hushed tones, and the distance made it difficult for him to hear her clearly. It was surely not anything pleasant. Qi Zhaoqian, flustered, shook her head and blurted, I said I would drink it. Please do not be angry, imperial teacher. She gazed at the dark, viscous concoction, her face a canvas of distress, preparing to shut her eyes and steel herself. Tu Qing, observing her palpable fear, respectfully offered, If your majesty does not mind, I could assist. In the past, she had always been the one to administer medicine to Qi Zhaoqian, well aware that Qi Zhaoqian despised taking medicine. However, Qi Zhaoqian had never been accustomed to having others feed her, always downing it herself in one gulp. Perhaps it was due to that unfortunate leg injury that Qi Zhaoqian found herself languishing upon her bed, enduring daily doses of bitter medicine. Her diet reduced to the most delicate of fare, leaving her with a profound psychological scar. One vivid memory for Tu Qing was of Qi Zhaoqian gazing longingly out the window while conversing with her. Qi Zhaoqian lamented the bitterness of her predicament, mirroring the sorrows of her life, expressing her fervent hope for a swift recovery, yearning to cease the consumption of the acrid, viscous concoctions. She looked up, her helplessness palpable as she inquired, How much longer must I endure this? Not long now, Tu Qing reassured her. Soon, your highness will be able to stand again, and the medicine will no longer be necessary. Please bear with it a little longer. In that moment, Tu Qing could only offer a comforting pat on Qi Zhaoqian's hand, bringing the medicine to her lips. This sentiment was echoed to Qi Zhaoqian each day, and though she complied obediently, it often took her an eternity to summon the courage to swallow it. From those words, she grasped the essence of endurance. Despite the fear that gnawed at her insides, she was more terrified of the prospect of never standing again, an idea so dreadful that it rendered her compliant. The mere thought of spending her life confined to a bed or a wheelchair filled her with an inexplicable dread. In times when one feels unloved, it becomes imperative to nurture self-love. She had to take responsibility for her own well-being. Surviving at the hands of Qi Zhaoqian marked the inception of her rebirth. Each time, she faced her fears. Even as tears threatened to spill from her eyes, she resisted the urge to vomit and swallowed the medicine in one go. Once her leg healed, she made a conscious effort to avoid provoking Yin Yubo, steering clear of his sensitive areas, resulting in a significant reduction in her medicinal intake. And she felt a resurgence of life within her. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian shook her head in response. "There is no need, I can manage." After uttering this to Tu Qing, she held her breath and, with determination, raised the medicine to her lips and drank it down in one swift motion. Upon finishing, her face contorted in a grimace. Tu Qing, standing nearby, opened her mouth as if to say something, yet the words remained unspoken. As she noticed the medicine nearly depleted, she retrieved a piece of hard candy that she had clutched in her hand for quite some time. "Your Highness, here, this is hard candy. Eating this after the medicine will make you feel better." Tu Qing extended the treat towards her, but Qi Zhaoqian hesitated, glancing at Yin Yubo as if seeking his unspoken approval. However, Yin Yubo was wholly engrossed in his reading, his demeanor serious and focused. "There is no need." Qi Zhaoqian declined Tu Qing's offer, prompting her to lower her hand. Confusion etched on her face, but refraining from further inquiry. Although Yin Yubo had not voiced his thoughts, Qi Zhaoqian remained cautious. He had issued a decree to everyone, forbidding them from getting too close to her and prohibiting any form of charity. Once a maid, feeling sympathetic towards Qi Zhaoqian, who was subjected to daily punishment and fearing for her nourishment, had clandestinely brought her food at night and engaged her in conversation. Qi Zhaoqian felt grateful, yet their exchange had been limited to less than 5 sentences, and she never learned the maid's name. "Why did you bring me food?" she had asked. "Because I felt pity." "Do I deserve pity just because I am addressed as your Highness?" "Pity is warranted for anyone who goes hungry." The dialogue abruptly ceased, and Qi Zhaoqian managed a bitter smile as she stuffed the food into her mouth. In this vast world, who among them was not deserving of compassion? After that evening, she never encountered the maid again. They are merely transient figures in the tapestry of life, fleeting encounters that may never recur. The other palace maids began to avoid her, speaking to her only when absolutely necessary, and refraining from approaching her, their faces betraying a hint of fear. In that moment, Qi Zhaoqian understood that throughout her life, she would know no love, not even the pity of others, which would be stripped away by those lurking in the shadows. A sovereign cannot afford any vulnerabilities, nor can they harbor those they care for. A puppet like her must remain isolated. The absence of anyone to bring her food did not sadden Qi Zhaoqian greatly. She had grown accustomed to hunger, having endured it often in the cold palace, far worse than her current plight. She merely felt that surviving in the depths of the palace was already a daunting task, and to lose her life over it would be a grave injustice. That palace maid became a warning, creating an invisible barrier around Qi Zhaoqian, with no one daring to approach her. "Yes, I take my leave." After collecting the bowl, Tu Qing retreated, the lingering scent of herbs slowly dissipating, and the sweet candy ultimately remained unoffered to Qi Zhaoqian. The study fell silent once more. The bitterness in Qi Zhaoqian's mouth faded as she returned to her desk, poised to write, when Yin Yubai spoke up. "Why not?" She interjected unexpectedly, causing Qi Zhaoqian to pause and smile. Yin Yubai perpetually wore an air of indifference, yet her quiet observation of everything surprised Qi Zhaoqian. Hearing her tone, it was fortunate that she had not accepted, or else Tu Qing would have faced dire consequences. "I desire not the sweetness you offer," Qi Zhaoqian replied candidly, prompting Yin Yubai to halt her page-turning momentarily. "Then whose sweetness do you seek?" After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zhaoqian simply responded, "That is difficult to articulate. After all, I have received some sweetness, and it is better to be content than greedy." "Oh, who is she?" Yin Yubai did not glance back at her, fixating instead on the book, yet unable to absorb any of its content, her curiosity compelling her to inquire. Qi Zhaoqian's answer was apparent, yet Yin Yubai persisted in her relentless questioning, feigning ignorance. "She is she," Does the imperial teacher find her intriguing? Qi Zhaoqian teased, prompting Yun Yubai to realize she had probed too deeply, revealing a concerning level of interest. Your affairs are of no concern to me. I am indifferent. However, it would be wise for you to remain honest and unassuming. Yun Yubai concealed her curiosity, while Qi Zhaoqian felt a pang of discomfort from her words. Should the opportunity arise, I will reveal to the imperial teacher who she truly is, she thought, gazing expectantly at Yun Yubai, who doused her hopes with cold water. No need. I'm not interested. Qi Zhaoqian stood there, despondent, and upon uttering these words, she began her studies, a trace of sorrow clouding her features. Yun Yubai sighed, realizing that Qi Zhaoqian had nearly inscribed the answer upon her face. Her disinterest stemmed from her knowledge of the answer, and further inquiry would only make her feel unwell. Some truths are better left unspoken. In the following days, Yun Yubai ceased to trouble Qi Zhaoqian and imposed no punishment upon her. Chapter 61. The Prince of Ghosts. Their daily routine was simple, with Qi Zhaoqian occasionally stealing glances at Yun Yubai, who would occasionally catch her in the act. As this became a frequent occurrence, Yun Yubai grew accustomed to it, showing little concern for her antics. She may indulge in her desires, as long as she refrains from any mischief. Although her gaze cannot be deemed entirely innocent, it remains within acceptable bounds. Qi Zhaoqian noticed her leniency and found himself more inclined to stay in her company, extending warmth and concern towards Yun Yubai. Imperial teacher, has winter arrived? Are you cold? The fish prepared in the kitchen today is quite delectable. Do have a taste. The plum blossoms in the imperial garden are budding. Shall we go and admire them when they bloom? I'm still not familiar with this area. Please teach me once more. Each day, Qi Zhaoqian addressed him as imperial teacher, and Tu Qing was astonished by her transformation, even reaching out to touch her head to ensure she had not caught a chill, which allowed her to breathe easier. Recently, His Majesty has been particularly attached to the imperial teacher. Though the imperial teacher appeared aloof, his actions displayed a degree of tolerance. A few days later, Yun Yubai, overwhelmed by annoyance, retreated to the Grand Tutor's residence for some solitude, leaving Qi Zhaoqian in the palace under Tu Qing's care. As autumn leaves fell and winter approached, the air grew progressively colder. Qi Zhaoqian, as usual, reviewed memorials in the study after court, when suddenly, the king of Yu requested an audience. This left Qi Zhaoqian perplexed. Just as she intended to seek Yun Yubai's counsel, she discovered he was avoiding her. Having returned to the Grand Tutor's residence, she sighed. Tu Yui, do you think I should meet him? If I do, will the imperial teacher be angry? She inquired of Tu Qing, who merely shook her head. Your Majesty should decide. We dare not interfere. Casting the question back, Qi Zhaoqian pondered for a long while before ultimately resolving to meet him. However, prior to their encounter, she decided to keep him waiting outside in the cold for a moment. Qi Zhaoqian, the king of Yu, was someone she had only seen once during her ascension. Without exchanging a single word, he was merely a leisurely prince, opting not to attend court, and Qi Zhaoqian had never taken notice of him until today, which seemed rather unusual. Tu Qing, ever by her side, discerned Qi Zhaoqian's intentions. If she feared Yun Yubai's ire, she would have surely dismissed him by now. Instead, she chose to let him wait, suggesting she wished to assert herself. After a silence of half an hour, Qi Zhaoqian finally spoke. Let the king of Yu come in. As you command, Tu Qing replied, stepping out to fetch him. Shortly thereafter, Tu Qing returned with the visitor. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Qi Zhaoqian knelt in greeting, and Qi Zhaoqian nodded in acknowledgement. Rise, elder brother. There is no need for such formalities. Her words felt awkward, as she had never referred to anyone as brother or sister, especially since those individuals did not recognize her. Thank you, your Majesty, Qi Zhaoqian replied, slowly straightening up. After surveying his surroundings, he turned his gaze toward Qi Zhaoqian. She regarded him, observing her so-called elder brother. Qi Zhaoqian had fared well in life. For Qi Yuan was fond of various beauties and, upon ascending the throne, sought them far and wide, ensuring his offspring were not lacking. Qi Zhaoqian was handsome, with tightly pressed lips that conveyed determination and stubbornness. Yet his light blue brocade robe appeared somewhat faded, suggesting he had traveled a long way. Noticing only Qi Zhaoqian's presence, A hint of disappointment and concern crept onto his face. He had been standing outside for quite some time, the chill of the weather clinging to him, causing his hands to redden and leaving delicate droplets of water on the fur of his shoulders. This scene held a touch of absurdity. The child abandoned in the depths of the palace now required someone to prostrate before him and address him as Your Majesty before he could rise. I apologize for keeping you waiting, dear brother. The lessons arranged by the imperial teacher took longer than expected, delaying my ability to rest and meet with others. I did not mean to make you stand out here for so long. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Qi Zhaoqian asked curiously, noticing that the visitor was surveying the surroundings as if searching for someone. Qi Zhaoqian hurriedly bowed his head, muttering his apologies. Forgive the interruption, but may I inquire if the imperial teacher is present? Qi Zhaoqian frowned, puzzled by the inquiry regarding Yin Yubo's whereabouts. The imperial teacher has returned to the Grand Tutor's residence and is not in the palace. What brings you here in search of her, brother? Qi Zhaoqian appeared troubled, and upon being questioned, he knelt down stiffly, his complexion paling slightly. I have no business with the imperial teacher. Rather, I seek a favor from Your Majesty. He kept his head bowed, perhaps feeling particularly constrained in the presence of others. Observing his unease, Qi Zhaoqian turned to instruct Tu Qing. Tu Qing, please serve tea to Prince Yu. Hearing this command, Tu Qing hesitated, glancing at Qi Zhaoqian. The latter smiled reassuringly, prompting Tu Qing to nod and exit. Yes, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. After she left, she gently closed the door behind her, leaving only Qi Zhaoqian and Qi Zhaoqian in the Grand Hall. Speak freely, brother, Qi Zhaoqian encouraged. I wish to implore Your Majesty to intercede with the imperial teacher on behalf of the Yuan residents, to cease the withholding of medicinal herbs. Surely, Your Majesty has noticed that this winter is colder than those of years past. His words were laced with humility, causing Qi Zhaoqian to frown. What do you mean by that? She asked, somewhat bewildered. Had the imperial teacher done something behind the scenes? But what concern could it be of Qi Zhaoqian, who seemed so far removed from such matters? Surely, he hadn't inadvertently offended the imperial teacher? She was merely a puppet, with no real authority. What could she possibly do? I too am uncertain as to where I may have displeased the imperial teacher. In previous years, the herbs were delivered punctually. Yet this year, the palace has repeatedly deferred. Not only are they claiming a shortage, but also failing to provide for the future. You, being closest to the imperial teacher, I hope you might speak on my behalf, Qi Zhaoqian continued. Qi Zhaoqian took a sip of tea, remaining silent for a long while. He had come searching for Yin Yubo, and she had initially thought that Yin Yubo was avoiding her by retreating to the Grand Tutor's residence, but it seemed he wished to avoid this person instead. It was likely that after being turned away at the Grand Tutor's, he sought her assistance. However, if Yin Yubo had set her mind to making things difficult for him, what could she do? Moreover, Qi Zhaoqian's claim of ignorance regarding any offense to the imperial teacher was something Qi Zhaoqian could hardly believe. If he had done nothing wrong, there would be no reason for Yin Yubo to make things difficult for him. After all, Yin Yubo was a person of principles, as evidenced by her sparing the lives of Qi Zhaoqian and her sister. With a cold laugh, Qi Zhaoqian addressed him, brother. Do you still wish to keep secrets from me? If you truly seek my assistance, it would be best to speak the truth. For some reason, I'm feeling rather weary. She slowly stretched her limbs, a yawn escaping her lips, imbued with a sense of fatigue that naturally bore an undercurrent of threat. Qi Zhaoqian fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, his heart caught in a tempest of indecision. Clearly, Gu Jinzhu had not erred. His Majesty was never as affable as he appeared on the surface. Chapter 62. Difficulties yet. Qi Zhaoqian remained uncertain, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, every word I utter is the truth. I implore you, save Zhao Xia, for she is on the brink of collapse, awaiting the palace herbs to deliver her from despair. Qi Zhaoqian pondered for a moment, deducing that the medicinal herbs could only be found within the palace. Otherwise, how could Qi Zhaoqian have sought her out? The Grand Tutor had refused to see him, placing a metaphorical blade at his throat, a silent threat that forced him to turn to her for aid. Upon hearing the name Zhao Xia, Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze slightly, murmuring softly, her mind devoid of any recollection. Zhao Xia, the seventh princess, was Qi Zhaoqian's younger sister. Qi Zhaoqian had never laid eyes upon her, having only heard whispers of her beauty, a delicate flower easily bent by the winds of misfortune, necessitating careful protection. Brother, you are aware of the implications of my position. If I truly held the power to make decisions, would I be so constrained in my ability to even meet with you? I am, alas, powerless to assist. Upon hearing these words, Qi Zhaoqian remained unmoved, narrowing her eyes at him, embodying an image of unyielding impartiality. She had resolutely declined Qi Zhaoqian's plea. Looking at her, Qi Zhaoqian managed a bittersweet smile. In this position, Qi Zhaoqian held only the title and identity, devoid of any real authority. Yet, if he were not truly at a loss, he would not have sought her out. Your Majesty! Qi Zhaoqian bit down hard, calling out, but Qi Zhaoqian slowly rose to her feet. She approached him, gazing up into his eyes. I understand the difficulties you face, and my heart aches for my sister who suffers in pain. However, what if it is merely a misunderstanding regarding the delay of the palace herbs? The Grand Tutor has always been benevolent. I doubt she would act otherwise. As she spoke, she extended her hand toward Qi Zhaoqian, a gentle smile gracing her features. She was defending Yin Yuba, even tacitly condoning his actions, blindly upholding him without discerning right from wrong. Qi Zhaoqian fell silent, then, with a sudden thud, knelt before her. Looking at the hand before him, he finally felt a sense of relief, recalling Gu Jinzhu's admonitions and arrangements. Maintaining a stoic expression, he continued to plead, Your Majesty, Zhao Xia is your sister. Why would I sully the Grand Tutor's name over such matters? I neither enter the court nor step outside the gates, even if the herbs are delayed. Could you not issue a command to expedite their arrival? If this drags on through the bitter winter, Zhao Xia may face dire consequences. As he spoke, Qi Zhaoqian retrieved something from his sleeve, placing it into Qi Zhaoqian's palm. His tone was filled with righteous indignation, interwoven with a profound sense of helplessness, infused with genuine emotion. Upon seeing the item in her hand, Qi Zhaoqian smiled wryly. The scene was undeniably ironic. One could not help but acknowledge that the Qi family members were truly adept at theatrics. The words exchanged between the two individuals bore no relevance to their actions. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze at the prominently displayed character Gu, then tightened her grip on the letter in her hand. Elder brother, rise. Do not put me in a difficult position. Inquire with the Imperial Master. If it is at all possible, I shall intercede on your behalf. Though her tone was weak, her movements were swift. After carefully securing the letter, she slowly returned to her place. Upon hearing her words, Qi Zhaoqian understood that further discussion was futile. He could only endure and replied, Yes, I express my gratitude to your Majesty. He felt grateful towards Qi Zhaoqian, yet she merely offered a detached nod, as if the matter held little significance for her. You may leave, Qi Zhaoqian commanded, not affording him even a fleeting glance. Qi Zhaoqian had no choice but to rise and exit slowly. As he stepped out, he appeared lost and hollow, his eyes devoid of light, swaying precariously in the biting cold wind, unable to conceal the turmoil within. As he emerged, Tu Qing stood outside the door, holding a tray of tea. Qi Zhaoqian did not cast a glance her way and walked away hastily, each step heavy with urgency. Observing his desolate figure, Tu Qing remained rooted in place, contemplating the earlier instructions from the Imperial Master. The Royal Medical Institute could never be short of medicine, but without Yin Yubo's command, no one dared to provide Qi Zhaoqian with anything. Everyone valued their own lives above all. Despite the benevolence of healers, self-preservation would always take precedence. With the King of the Abyss away, Tu Qing entered, poured hot tea for Qi Zhaoqian, hesitating to speak. She was unsure how to inquire. To ask Qi Zhaoqian what she had discussed with the king would be exceedingly improper, especially since she had overheard much from outside. Soon, she would need to report every detail to the Imperial Master. Qi Zhaoqian, noticing her entrance, furrowed her brow and, glancing at the hot tea, broke the silence. To you, physician, is it true that the herbs at the Royal Medical Institute are indeed insufficient? Just now, My elder brother urged me to plead with the imperial master, claiming my seventh sister is on the brink of death. By the way, why would the imperial master withhold herbs? Qi Zhaoqian's face reflected hesitation, her tone laced with suspicion, while Tu Qing shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. I am unaware. The quantity of herbs does not fall under my jurisdiction. If your majesty wishes to know, you must inquire with the imperial master. She spoke truthfully, and Qi Zhaoqian, with a touch of anticipation, asked, when will the imperial master return? Will she come back today? I have not seen her for 2 days. Reflecting on those 2 days, Qi Zhaoqian felt a pang of sadness. Yun Yubo was truly infuriating, avoiding her for 2 days, leaving her in the company of Tu Qing, which was quite dull. Tu Qing chuckled lightly, speaking to her as one would to a child. The imperial master will return by tomorrow morning. At that time, your majesty may discuss matters with her. Very well, Qi Zhaoqian responded, turning her focus to her studies. Her anticipation was evident on her face as she diligently worked on her assignments. Tu Qing observed her noticeably more composed handwriting than usual and, while puzzled, refrained from commenting. Recently, the emperor seemed quite attached to the imperial master, no longer rebellious as in the past. It appeared she had matured somewhat. However, Tu Qing sensed something peculiar in the way Qi Zhaoqian regarded the imperial master. Looking at the obedient Qi Zhaoqian, she set aside her thoughts for the moment. Such matters ought not to concern her. The sovereign and the imperial tutor should coexist harmoniously, ensuring the sovereign is spared from punishment and injury, while the tutor is free from anger and sleepless nights, which brings her joy. Yet, should the tutor's plans commence, would such tranquil days still prevail? Tuhua informed her that Yun Yuba would return the next day, to which Qi Zhaoqian nodded lightly, remaining in the study late into the night, reviewing official documents. She contemplated that, by resolving more matters now, she would have additional time to spend with Yun Yuba the following day. Observing her diligent efforts, Tuhua, after seeking permission, stepped out to prepare her a restorative tea, gently advising her to rest when fatigued and not to overexert herself. Qi Zhaoqian mumbled a vague acknowledgement, not taking the words to heart. Whether she endured hardship now or later, the outcome would remain unchanged. Chapter 63. Self-recommendation. With one hand propped against her head and her gaze lowered upon the documents, she scribbled incessantly with the other. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered in her heart, which she attributed to her late-night vigils and her constant thoughts of Yun Yuba, leading to a lack of focus. After a while, a sound of the door opening broke the silence. As the door swung open, a chill breeze rushed in, causing the candlelight to flicker. Without lifting her head, Qi Zhaoqian uttered, "Just place it on the table. I shall drink it shortly. You may leave." Assuming it was Tuhua, she issued the command without considering that it could be someone else. Outside, the charcoal fire burned, allowing Tuhua to find comfort without needing to stand by her side constantly, affording her a moment of respite. Moreover, Qi Zhaoqian preferred solitude, finding it more conducive to her work. Upon hearing her words, the figure in the distance froze. Yun Yuba regarded Qi Zhaoqian with a gaze that hardened as he grasped the bowl. According to Tuhua, Qi Zhaoqian had been missing her greatly in recent days, inquiring when she would return and expressing discontent over her avoidance, often lamenting. Today, when the Prince of Yu came, Tuhua relayed all she had heard. But Qi Zhaoqian's request for Tuhua to leave left Yun Yuba feeling quite displeased. She had received intelligence that the Prince of Yu possessed something intended for Qi Zhaoqian, though its nature remained unknown. Her visit tonight was solely for this purpose. Unaware of any anomalies, Qi Zhaoqian remained engrossed in her thoughts, contemplating how to interact with Yun Yuba the next day and how to broach the subject regarding the Prince of Yu, uncertain whether it might provoke Yun Yuba's ire. After closing the door, Yun Yuba approached Qi Zhaoqian slowly, placing the bowl beside her and remaining still. Qi Zhaoqian found it peculiar, her mind racing with thoughts of why Tuhua had not yet departed. Could it be that she sensed her distraction? "Why are you still here? Do you have further business?" Qi Zhaoqian inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. "Where does your majesty wish for me to go? Pray, open your eyes and see clearly." Yun Yuba's voice resonated in her ear, tinged with a hint of anger, startling Qi Zhaoqian. She was taken aback, slowly raising her gaze. Surely, she had not misheard? Before her stood Yin Yuba, his eyes fixed upon her. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, momentarily dazed. Yin Yuba, unlike her usual understated elegance, adorned herself in an ensemble of stark black today. Her visage, devoid of any cosmetic embellishments, radiated an innate grace, accentuated by the delicate golden bamboo embroidery on her attire, which served to highlight her porcelain complexion. Her hair was meticulously arranged, adorned with merely a few petite jade hairpins. Draped over her shoulders was a silver fox fur cloak, glistening with tiny droplets, evoking the pristine beauty of winter's snow under the moonlight, an unforgettable sight. Qi Zhaoqian blinked in disbelief, ensuring she was not lost in a dream or mistaken in her observations, and promptly rose to her feet. Imperial Master, what brings you here? Her face gleamed with joy, her tone effervescent. Hadn't Chu Qing mentioned that Yin Yuba would return tomorrow? How could she possibly be standing before her now? As she gazed at Yin Yuba, the remnants of sleep faded away. Yin Yuba opened her mouth, taken aback by Qi Zhaoqian's exuberance, uncertain whether to feel elated or troubled. The words that hovered on her lips were swallowed back, and she pushed a bowl of tea forward, signaling Qi Zhaoqian. Drink! She uttered a single word. Weariness etched across her features, her spirit exhausted. After 2 days of relentless toil and a sudden return to the palace tonight, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Qi Zhaoqian nodded, lifting the bowl to her lips and taking a sip. The taste was not particularly pleasant, imbued with a slight bitterness that she did not relish. Noticing Yin Yuba's unwavering gaze upon her, she almost instinctively remarked, Imperial Master, are you well? I believe you might need this restorative tea more than I do. Would you care for a sip? She extended the cup toward Yin Yuba, who glanced at the rim, noting the remnants of moisture. Yin Yuba frowned, contemplating whether Qi Zhaoqian was merely jesting or genuinely concerned. As the silence thickened with Yin Yuba's immobility, Qi Zhaoqian became acutely aware of her misstep. Surely, Yin Yuba must find her insufferable. I shall ask Chu Qing to prepare another bowl for you, Imperial Master. Please do not be vexed. I was momentarily foolish. She attempted to clarify, but Yin Yuba raised a hand, interrupting her. Unnecessary. I shall not drink. Yin Yuba's voice, devoid of warmth, conveyed a flicker of unspoken ire. Qi Zhaoqian could only retract her hand awkwardly, standing there with an air of apprehension, her gaze lowered to the bowl of calming tea. Summoning her resolve, she drained the bowl, her lovely brows knitting together. Though she aimed to care for herself, she found the flavor unappealing. Setting the bowl down, she lifted her eyes, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she inquired, By the way, Imperial Master, what brings you back tonight? Doctor, you mentioned that you would return tomorrow. I had intended to process more memorials today for a lighter workload tomorrow. Silence. Kneel. Before Qi Zhaoqian could finish her sentence, Yin Yuba's voice sliced through the air, her aura sending a chill down one's spine. Her expression was as frigid as ice, and Qi Zhaoqian, startled by the outburst, found her smile frozen in place, confusion swirling in her eyes. Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, the corners of her eyes reddening. What have I done to anger you, Imperial Master? She ventured tentatively, seeking clarity as Yin Yuba regarded her with an expression steeped in irritation. I shall not repeat myself, Qi Zhaoqian. At this, Qi Zhaoqian blinked, her demeanor betraying her unease. She slowly stepped away from the writing desk and approached Yin Yuba, lifting her skirt and kneeling down. I humbly request the esteemed teacher's guidance. Her hands twisted the fabric of her dress, her delicate face paling. From a heart full of joy to one gripped by fear. It took but a single glance from Yin Yuba. Hand it over. Yin Yuba's voice echoed clearly in the moonlit night, her gaze fixed intently on Qi Zhaoqian. Should Qi Zhaoqian comply and surrender the item, she would refrain from pursuing further consequences. Qi Zhaoqian froze, a light sheen of sweat forming on her palms. What? She feigned ignorance, lifting her head in confusion, yet Yin Yuba had already stepped aside to retrieve a ruler. Yin Yuba's patience was limited, observing the bewilderment in her eyes. She spoke with impatience. Today, the Prince of Yu has entrusted you with something. Present it. standing directly before her. Qi Zhaoqian comprehended what was desired of her. Resigned, she realized that Yin Yuba's network of eyes was ever watchful, monitoring her every move. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally produced a wrinkled piece of letter paper from her bosom. This, I only glanced at it. I intended to tear it up. It was quite offensive to the eyes. She raised it, her voice dwindling to a whisper. The name Gu gleamed prominently, and upon hearing it, Yin Yuba snickered derisively before taking the letter and unfolding it. She mused inwardly about the Gu family's latest antics, but the contents caused her brow to furrow. The letter contained a passage. In matters of affection, there is no place to voice my sentiments. The heart is akin to the vast cosmos. I seek your service, reminiscing upon the past. I, Gu Jinju, humbly recommend myself. Chapter 64, Rise. The handwriting was grand and imposing, unmistakably penned by Gu Jinju himself, expressing his desire to serve as Qi Zhaoqian's consort. Yin Yuba fell into silence. Her eyes locked on the words, her anger intensifying, causing the paper to crumple even further in her grip. Unconsciously, her hand tightened. Gu Jinju, aspiring to be Qi Zhaoqian's consort and even recommending himself. One audacious dream. Yin Yuba stood frozen, recalling that when she had sought Gu Jinju previously, he had subtly praised Qi Zhaoqian, which she had dismissed as inconsequential, perhaps instigated by Qi Zhaoqian herself to garner support. Now, it appeared he had ulterior motives all along. Given Qi Zhaoqian's recent declarations and the nature of this love letter, Yin Yuba felt a fleeting sense of relief. Qi Zhaoqian held no affection for Gu Jinju and had even remarked that his love letter was offensive. For a moment, Yin Yuba was at a loss for words. She had expected some treasonous sentiments within, yet it was merely a declaration of love from Gu Jinju to Qi Zhaoqian, far beyond her comprehension, leaving her unsure of how to respond. It seemed that after being rejected by her, Qi Zhaoqian had gone to the Grand Commander's residence, and Gu Jinju, upon hearing of his palace visit, had brought this letter along. At that moment, Qi Zhaoqian looked up at the ruler in Yin Yuba's hand with a sense of injustice. Unable to restrain her tears, she choked out, "I do not understand what that fellow Gu Jinju meant when he gave this to me." I was perplexed. Upon opening it, I saw such a line. I did not understand why, especially since my coming-of-age ceremony has yet to occur, and all sorts of ministers are urging me to take a consort, fervently recommending their own sons. The recent memorials have all been about this. Qi Zhaoqian's voice grew increasingly pitiful, her fists clenched tightly. I am filled with trepidation. Even the esteemed master is insisting that I take a consort, a notion I utterly reject. Who has proclaimed that I must accept a consort? I am utterly exasperated. They are relentlessly attempting to place individuals in my vicinity. Why must I be bound to a chosen one? I yearn solely for the one I truly adore. As she spoke, her sorrow deepened, tears cascading down like pearls unstrung. Upon hearing Qi Zhaoqian's lamentations, Yin Yuba felt her body stiffen, hastily setting down the ruler and discarding the letter aside, feeling somewhat at a loss. The one Qi Zhaoqian chastised was her. It was she who had previously sought to introduce suitors to Qi Zhaoqian. The confidential report she had penned earlier, suggesting potential candidates for the emperor's consort, had been meticulously curated, yet due to Qi Zhaoqian's pleas, she had only allowed her to meet the young master of the He family. Hearing Qi Zhaoqian mention that this matter was also in the memorial, it was evident that someone had leaked it from the earlier report, and now the Gu family sought to meddle as well. No one can enter the palace without summons, and Gu Jinju's actions were undoubtedly aimed at deepening Qi Zhaoqian's impression of him. Although Qi Zhaoqian was merely a puppet, the position of the consort had far-reaching implications. Yin Yuba felt a sudden headache, regretting the decision she had made earlier, yet she could not retract those orders now. The emperor, being of royal blood, would inevitably take a consort. As for the one he favors, could it be that he has someone in mind? She continued to speak of Qi Zhaoqian as usual, yet her heart was heavy, and she tentatively probed Qi Zhaoqian. Upon hearing this question, Qi Zhaoqian cast her a glance and quickly lowered her head. I, she stammered, and Yin Yuba pursed her lips, deftly changing the subject. Stop crying, rise. The intensity of Qi Zhaoqian's gaze spoke volumes. Hearing Yin Bo's words, Qi Zhaoqian clenched her teeth and retorted, when a master returned, without discernment. He ordered me to kneel and even threatened me. I hadn't finished my previous statement, and now you wish to reconcile with merely a stop crying. Rise? The master has been away for 2 days and returns with such ferocity. What have I done wrong? Qi Zhaoqian sought to push her advantage, incessantly questioning Yin Bo to instill guilt in her. Yin Bo noted that Qi Zhaoqian had wept profusely earlier, and now her anger resembled that of a pet seeking affection. Yin Bo's expression darkened as she silently listened to her grievances. What were you saying before that you didn't finish? She asked nonchalantly, but Qi Zhaoqian turned her head defiantly, refusing to speak. To inquire about her unfinished thoughts now was akin to dreaming. If she possessed any courage, she should display it now. Qi Zhaoqian was reluctant to divulge, and Yin Bo found it inappropriate to press further. Seeing her still kneeling, Yin Bo sighed in resignation. Please rise. Her words bore the weight of command, and Qi Zhaoqian regarded her, already formulating her own thoughts. The master was in the wrong first, yet now he chastises me. Qi Zhaoqian murmured softly, to which Yin Bo countered, I have never spoken otherwise. Yin Bo believed her tone and manner of communication were entirely reasonable. Qi Zhaoqian hung her head, offering no reply. Yin Bo bit her lip, gradually kneeling down to grasp her chin, compelling Qi Zhaoqian to meet her gaze. Yin Bo's eyes were clouded with an inscrutable emotion, while Qi Zhaoqian's eyes were slightly reddened, exuding a sense of pitiful helplessness, having just endured a bout of bullying. Gazing at her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping kitten, Yin Bo was filled with disdain. How unsightly. She let out a soft click of her tongue and retrieved a handkerchief she always carried. Qi Zhaoqian appeared somewhat dazed, only regaining her senses when the soft touch against her face registered. Yin Bo was wiping her tears. Yin Bo was actually wiping her tears, staring at her in astonishment. Qi Zhaoqian blinked, her cheeks gradually flushing with color. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Yin Bo paused, a flicker of anxiety emerging within her. Outside, the voice of Tu Qing called out, Imperial Master, Your Majesty, are you both well? With the silence from within, Tu Qing grew increasingly anxious. The Imperial Master had rushed back, inquiring about the conversation between the king and Qi Zhaoqian, before entering the room with a pot of calming tea she had brewed. Moments later, the sound of the king's sobs echoed, causing her to worry that Qi Zhaoqian had been bullied once more. Coupled with the Imperial Master's attire, it was evident that his mood had been anything but pleasant in recent days. With old wounds not yet healed, the prospect of new ones was indeed concerning. Nothing happened. Yin Bo's voice was somewhat heavy, cold, and unyielding, yet upon hearing this, Tu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed all was well. She had not heard the sound of a ruler's rod or any other form of punishment, and the king's cries seemed somewhat exaggerated. The Imperial Master's assurance of nothing happened was a testament to the truth, for had anything truly occurred, Qi Zhaoqian would have been unable to articulate so much. After diligently drying Qi Zhaoqian's tears, Yin Bo withdrew her handkerchief and rose slowly. Get up, she sighed, her tone considerably softened. It hurts, my legs are numb. Imperial Master, could you help me up? Qi Zhaoqian looked up at her with a pitiful plea, her eyes brimming with hope. Chapter 65. Embrace Yin Bo wished to retort, yet recalling that it was she who had compelled Qi Zhaoqian to kneel, she found herself at a loss for words. Observing Qi Zhaoqian's deliberately pitiful demeanor, she pondered whether the latter was attempting to act coy. In the past, Qi Zhaoqian had withstood far longer durations of kneeling without complaint, yet now she lamented her discomfort, seeking her assistance. Yin Bo regarded her, feeling a twinge of conflict. It seemed Qi Zhaoqian was becoming increasingly attached to her, the implications of which were uncertain. Their interactions were no longer fraught with tension as before. Noticing that Yin Bo remained silent and motionless for an extended period, Qi Zhaoqian's spirits waned, the once hopeful glimmer in her eyes now replaced with disappointment. She contemplated speaking up, resigning herself to the idea that if the imperial master was unwilling, it was best to let it go. Yet her subconscious urged her to wait. For perhaps there was still a chance. Had this been the old Yin Yuba, she would have categorically rejected the request, her eyes brimming with blatant disdain, perhaps even chastising her for dreaming and harboring foolish hopes. She would not have lingered in indecision nor remained silent for so long. Ultimately, Yin Yuba found herself swayed by Qi Zhaoqian's unwavering determination. She had expected Qi Zhaoqian to relent, but the latter's silent gaze, filled with longing, eventually prompted her to waver. She entered without consideration, venting her frustration upon her, despite the initial fault lying elsewhere. It was merely a matter of lending a hand. Lifting her up could have sufficed to let the incident pass. Yin Yubai pondered for a moment, sighed, and extended her hand toward Qi Zhaoqian. Her fingers were distinctly articulated, fair and lovely, illuminated by the candlelight, which cast a warm glow upon them, reminiscent of translucent white jade glistening in the sunlight. Qi Zhaoqian heard a sigh laden with myriad emotions, followed by what she had long awaited. "Get up," Yin Yubai said, turning her head away awkwardly. Unwilling to meet Qi Zhaoqian's gaze, her fingertips gently gesturing for her to rise. Upon hearing these words, a smile graced Qi Zhaoqian's lips. Fearing that she might retract her offer, she hastily grasped her hand. Qi Zhaoqian's persistence prompted Yin Yubai to yield and transform, a fact that brought her joy. Indeed, trusting one's intuition proved to be correct. Yin Yubai's hand was warm, and as Qi Zhaoqian took hold of it, she applied slight pressure to assist herself in standing. Her knees felt slightly weak, and stability eluded her. Once upright, Qi Zhaoqian did not immediately release Yin Yubai's hand. Instead, she tightened her grip and, using that momentum, took 2 steps forward, enveloping Yin Yubai in an embrace. Everything she touched was soft. Her arms encircled Yin Yubai's waist, holding her tightly, completely shedding the earlier pitiful demeanor. Yin Yubai froze, gazing down at the person in her arms, rendered speechless for a long while. The air grew still as Qi Zhaoqian leaned into Yin Yubai's embrace, listening to her increasingly rapid heartbeat, and softly began to speak. "I haven't seen the master for 2 days. I miss her so much. The moment she arrives, she orders me to kneel and scolds me. May hold here. I am frightened." Her tone was filled with infatuation, her ears tinged with red, and all of this was unmistakably clear to Yin Yubai. The two were akin to lovers sharing whispers, and Yin Yubai comprehended every word, her mind a blank slate. Frightened? How could Qi Zhaoqian be frightened in such a manner? She was audacious beyond measure. After merely 2 days apart, Qi Zhaoqian missed her? How bold she had become! Yin Yubai blinked, a surge of unusual emotions swelling within her. Qi Zhaoqian tilted her head slightly to look up at her, her eyes brimming with affection, as if she had received a long-desired gift. Though they were still in the phase of mere contact, the fervent emotions were impossible to conceal, filled with cautious anticipation. In truth, she felt nervous as well. Yet, having finally gained the chance to draw closer to Yin Yubai, especially with Yin Yubai taking the initiative, she was determined to seize this opportunity to bridge the gap between them. Their proximity was excessively ambiguous, and having already embraced her, Qi Zhaoqian proceeded to ask such a question. Yin Yubai found herself momentarily at a loss for words, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she forced herself to remain composed. "Let go." She opened her mouth, and after a prolonged silence, she coldly uttered these words. "If I let go, will the master remain unperturbed?" Qi Zhaoqian inquired, fearing potential repercussions later. Yin Yubai gritted her teeth, suppressing the impulse to push her away. Behind Qi Zhaoqian were several steps. If she were to retreat, she might lose her balance and sustain an injury. "I shall repeat myself. Let go. Do not be so shameless. If you dare to act, you must also take responsibility. Are you feeling wronged?" The words of Qi Zhaoqian were laced with urgency, almost bringing her to tears. "I have spoken the truth. I am indeed aggrieved. I am aware that the esteemed master does not favor me. Yet I am unable to control my emotions." Reluctantly, Qi Zhaoqian complied and slowly released her grip. She recognized the gravity of her actions. Her eyes filled with confusion. With her restraints gone, Yin Bo hastily stepped back, distancing herself. Clenching her teeth, anger simmered within her. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to punish you? You have been overly self-important these past few days. What are you feeling wronged about? If you are aware, then do not linger here to vex me. Go to sleep. If you fail to rise for the morning court tomorrow, I shall certainly deal with you. Her initial reproach morphed into a different tone. Qi Zhaoqian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Yin Bo's contradictory sentiments. How could she scold her yet, in the same breath, instruct her to rest? Was this an expression of concern? Uncertain, Qi Zhaoqian found herself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how to respond. She blinked, timidly standing there. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her, and a slight smile graced her lips as she simply uttered one word: yes. Her tone held a hint of mirth. Yin Bo was always like this, cloaking her care and reproach. Thank you for your concern, esteemed master. Your care is indeed unique. To further confirm her thoughts, Qi Zhaoqian spoke again, bringing to light the hidden affection within Yin Bo's words. She took a step forward and gazed up at Yin Bo, her delight unmistakable in her eyes. Yin Bo fell silent, steadying her breath. Her expression flustered as she beheld the beauty before her. Who is concerned for you? You are being overly sentimental. With a step back, she waved her sleeve and departed, her demeanor suggesting a mixture of embarrassment and anger at being exposed. Esteemed master, Qi Zhaoqian observed her retreating figure and took 2 steps forward, attempting to catch up. But Yin Bo offered no opportunity. Her strides were long, and within moments, she had disappeared behind the screen. Qi Zhaoqian gritted her teeth, hastily pursuing Yin Bo in an effort to retain her. However, Yin Bo had already opened the door and stepped outside without a glance back, ignoring Qi Zhaoqian's calls. In her haste, she startled Tu Qing, who had been standing at the door, listening to the commotion within. Upon seeing Yin Bo emerge, Tu Qing quickly lowered her head, her curiosity piqued by the flustered demeanor of Yin Bo, just as Qi Zhaoqian rushed out in a state of urgency. Chapter 66. Joy. Tu Qing swallowed her words of farewell to the esteemed master, choosing instead to remain an invisible presence, refraining from interrupting the two. Though she was curious, she dared not voice her thoughts or make assumptions. She stood outside for a considerable time, listening to the intermittent arguments and silences within, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Too cautious to eavesdrop, the usually composed master had emerged in disarray. What had transpired? Furthermore, the emperor's urgent summons, laced with unspoken emotions, felt particularly significant. As she pondered these thoughts, she discreetly observed the two women. Qi Zhaoqian stood on the steps, slightly out of breath. She gazed at the increasingly distant figure, a lump forming in her throat as she called out, "Master!" Had the esteemed teacher just arrived, only to depart so soon? Aware that she could not catch up to Yin Bo, she resorted to this method to compel her to halt. The abruptness of Yin Bo's departure left her momentarily stunned, and she could only voice her plea, fearful of unforeseen events on the morrow. The way she uttered "master" with a quavering voice, laced with urgency, was enough to break the heart of any listener, compelling them to pause. Tu Qing was taken aback. She glanced at the retreating Yin Bo, noticing the latter's form falter upon hearing Qi Zhaoqian's words. Yet, Yin Bo paid no heed to Qi Zhaoqian's call, quickening her pace instead, her silhouette vanishing around the corner. Qi Zhaoqian remained rooted in place, clad in light garments, the wind chilling her, yet she felt no fear. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Yin Bo had departed, and she murmured, "Farewell, master." Indeed, her suspicions were validated. Yin Bo had become flustered, and her intention was to cautiously probe and draw closer to their relationship. Although Qi Zhaoqian's expression bore discomfort, her heart blossomed with joy, tinged with anticipation. For reasons unknown, witnessing Yin Bo's fluster made her want to laugh. The recent reaction of Yin Bo seemed to stem from shyness, perhaps fearing the gaze of others, hence her hasty exit. She didn't even spare a glance back. Surely, her cheeks must be flushed with embarrassment. Such was splendid, truly splendid. Seeing Qi Zhaoqian intently focused on the direction of Yun Yuba's departure, Tu Qing could no longer restrain herself from interjecting. Your Majesty, it is cold outside, and the hour grows late. You should return to the palace to rest. Her concern was evident, yet Qi Zhaoqian pursed her lips and shook her head, stubbornly expressing her worry. Master seems quite upset, leaving without even a glance back. I am genuinely concerned for her. To you, I need not your concern here. I shall return to the palace. Could you please check on the master for me? Her tone was imbued with a pleading urgency. After a moment's contemplation, Tu Qing shook her head. Your Majesty, let me escort you back to the palace. You must understand when the master is angry. She does not wish to be disturbed by anyone. Even if I were to go, it would be of little use. I know you are worried, but the master is not a child. You must take care of yourself. The night air is cool, and catching a chill would not bode well. Allow me to escort you back to the palace. Yun Yuba had commanded her to care for Qi Zhaoqian to remain at her side, and she could not abandon her post. Moreover, Yun Yuba likely needed some solitude. Her presence would be ill-timed and unhelpful. Upon hearing Tu Qing's words, Qi Zhaoqian lowered her head. Tu Qing was a person of strong opinions, adept at reading the room, and Yun Yuba's trust in her was not without reason. Furthermore, she was particularly discreet, never revealing a word that should remain unspoken. Indeed, it was time to rest. Initially, Qi Zhaoqian had intended to review more memorials, yet with the sudden entrance of the master, she had thought it was Tu Qing and had carelessly uttered a remark that inadvertently riled the master. Qi Zhaoqian expressed her frustration, and Tu Qing responded with a smile. As I approached the entrance, the imperial master suggested she would escort me inside. Reluctantly, I handed over the restorative tea to the imperial master, forgetting to remind His Majesty. It was my oversight. Tu knew that it was not merely this statement that irked Yun Yuba. After all, her spirits had already plummeted before entering. Qi Zhaoqian heard her misstep and hastily shook her head. I do not mean to imply that I am displeased with you. Rather, I must thank Physician Tuesday tonight. Whether I feel joy or sorrow, I remain indifferent. Tomorrow, I shall once again be confronted with those vexatious memorials, which truly gives me a severe headache. Tu chose not to respond further, merely nodding gently. Qi Zhaoqian returned to her chambers, sullen, even as she lay in bed. She pondered what to say when she next encountered Yun Yuba. The events of the evening must remain unspoken. What would that fellow say? Moreover, regarding the requests of the king of Yu, she wondered if Yun Yuba would grant them mercy. It was indeed a series of troubling matters. Tu attended to her rest, and as she was leaving, she noticed Qi Zhaoqian still wide awake, lost in thought and reluctant to sleep. She felt compelled to offer some comfort. Your Majesty, the night has grown late. It would be wise to retire early. Do not dwell on such matters, or you shall be weary for tomorrow's court. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. If you do not rest, it is the imperial master who shall truly be displeased come dawn. As she spoke, Qi Zhaoqian instinctively shrank deeper into her covers, hiding her face from view, softly responding with a muffled sound. Her voice was heavy, betraying her discontent. I know. I shall sleep now, she replied to Tu obediently. Seeing no further need to speak, closed the door and departed. The reluctance of Her Majesty to sleep was beyond her control. After the incident from her childhood, when she had administered medicine to induce slumber, Qi Zhaoqian had lost any desire to escape, and thus Tu ceased to intervene. As she gazed at the wound on Qi Zhaoqian's arm, Tu felt a deep, unspoken sorrow. It was indeed cruel of Her Majesty to inflict such pain upon herself. Had the wound been a mere inch deeper, she might have rendered her entire arm useless. When Tu bandaged the injury, she inquired if it pained her. Qi Zhaoqian coldly turned her gaze toward the window, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her brow from the pain, yet she stubbornly asserted, "It does not hurt." She consistently expressed her grievances to outsiders, but never her pain, while with Yun Yuba, she would openly admit to suffering, displaying a childlike vulnerability. The imperial master held a unique place in the heart of Her Majesty, and lately, she seemed to occupy a similarly special space in the imperial master's heart, perhaps due to the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. After leaving Qi Zhaoqian's chamber, Tu returned to her own quarters, while Yun Yuba remained awake. She stood by the window, observing the stark silhouettes of the trees, their barren branches swaying in the night wind, hoping the cold air would dissipate the heat within her. After departing from there, she hurried back to her own chamber, not daring to linger, feeling a heavy sense of agitation. Qi Zhaoqian's affection stirred a tempest within Yun Yuba, and with the events of the day weighing on her mind, her thoughts were in disarray. The fervent gaze of Qi Zhaoqian bore no facade, and Yun Yuba contemplated whether she had performed her role too convincingly or if her youthful heart simply could not keep secrets. Chapter 67. Gentleman S. revenge. The distinction between sovereign and subject aside, the Qi family would inevitably face eradication. It was merely a matter of time. Should there be any entanglements, future actions would undoubtedly become more challenging. The memories linger vividly. Though they belong to the past, they remain as scars within her heart, difficult to fade. A few days prior, she left the palace, driven by a desire to avoid Qi Zhaoqian and to revisit her family. During this time of year, her emotions are invariably tumultuous. In the dim chamber of the Grand Tutor's residence, candles flicker continuously, illuminating a modest expanse of space. Several tablets rest upon the central table, and Yun Yuba meticulously wiped them before gently placing them back. Though devoid of inscriptions, each bears a name in her heart. The absence of engravings is a source of anguish for her. Should anyone discover this, all her efforts would be rendered futile, leaving her to await a more opportune moment. She has endured this for many years, yet recently, her anxiety has intensified. "Bring him in," she commanded. A servant appeared, escorting an elderly man with his upper body bound. His eyes were filled with trepidation, and unable to vocalize, he could only emit muffled sounds. Upon entering, he fell to his knees, his hair a stark white, his frail body trembling incessantly. He fervently bowed before the tablets. The sound of his forehead striking the ground echoed painfully, and soon blood pooled beneath him. Yet, he dared not cease, for outside awaited his family, including a mere 3-year-old child. Yun Yuba regarded him with derision. "Ah, do you still remember me?" she queried, as she slowly took her seat, her gaze coldly fixed upon the kneeling man. He looked up at her, fear evident in his nod. How could he forget? His tongue had been severed by her command, and absurdly, he had expressed gratitude towards her for saving his life. Once, as a follower of Qi Yuan, he ascended to a prominent position, yet during the Grand Princess's birthday feast, having indulged in too much drink, he had spoken disrespectfully to her, the Emperor's most cherished daughter. He did not recall the specifics, but the Grand Princess had pointed at him, her expression filled with rage. "It was he, father. I merely stood there when he approached and uttered lewd words, demanding my company. He knelt, desperate to defend himself, but found himself powerless, his inebriated state rendering his memories a blur. Insulting a princess is a capital offense. Yet Yun Yuba argued that it was inappropriate to take a life on such an occasion. Since it was merely a verbal misstep, severing his tongue would suffice. Qi Yuan, recalling his past loyalty, heeded Yun Yuba's counsel, sparing his life after inflicting this punishment. In that moment, he had been grateful to her, yet he had only just realized that on that fateful day, he had not been the one to speak disrespectfully. Another had used his name, and he had become the scapegoat. Wu Liang, once a follower of the Duke of Duan and a soldier in his ranks, had played a role in the palace uprising, aiding Qi Yuan by opening the city gates. Subsequently, he had been imprisoned for a verbal slip and had been released after his tongue was cut. Now, he had a family of 8 awaiting him at home. The attendant beside Yun Yuba recited his tale nonchalantly, while he struggled to explain himself through sobs. But it was in vain. He now understood that the individuals he had wronged were not to be trifled with. Yun Yuba possesses a distinctive trait. She embodies the principle of a gentleman's revenge, believing that vengeance is best served after a decade. She can endure, even prompting gratitude from others, only to claim their lives at the pinnacle of their happiness and success. Wu Yang wished to convey that, even if he bore the blame, he alone could shoulder it. Would it be possible to spare his wife and children? It seemed Yun Yuba discerned his thoughts, smiling subtly. "By the way, bring it forth," she instructed, and a servant emerged from another room carrying a box. The box, though not large, had blood seeping from its seams. Yun Yuba sipped her tea indifferently as Wu Liang screamed in anguish, an ominous premonition gnawing at his heart. His face was smeared with blood, rendering him particularly grotesque. His murky eyes filled with terror. Observing his struggles, Yun Yuba raised her hand, signaling the servant to open the box. As the box was unveiled, a wave of metallic scent assaulted the senses, and the servant upended its contents onto the floor. Wu Yang's eyes widened in horror as the heads of his wife and child tumbled before him, the heart-wrenching desire to scream clawing at his throat. 8 heads, all accounted for, and the head of his 3-year-old child lay just before him. Yet, he could not utter a sound. The agony was far too profound to express. He gazed at the memorial tablet on the table, his eyes void of life. By the window, Yun Yuba clenched her fists, allowing the cold wind to assuage her thoughts. The arsonist from years past had long been dealt with. History repeated itself, merely with different characters, now involving the Qi family and their accomplices. The cycle of retribution continued, with countless scores yet to be settled. Delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens, the wind carrying them inside, where they melted upon contact with the ground. Yun Yuba raised her gaze, staring into the distance until her eyes grew weary. Sister, let us engage in a snowball fight. The world was blanketed in white, save for a small red figure darting through the expanse. She joyfully proclaimed, forming a snowball and hurling it into the distance. Adorned in a vibrant red coat and long skirt, draped with an intricately embroidered cape showcasing red koi fish, she radiated exuberance. Do not play. Your shoes and socks will get wet, and Mother will scold us. What if you fall ill? Her sister clearly showed no interest, yet she remained undeterred, soon engrossed in building a snowman. Sister, do you see the tiger I built? Isn't it splendid? She stood proudly before her creation, a peculiar amalgamation of forms. Her sister cast a glance, scrutinizing it, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, Are you certain this is a tiger? I looked for quite some time and thought it was a kitten, but now it resembles a mishmash of shapes, hardly appealing. Sister, you must not say it is unattractive. It is indeed a tiger. You insist, yet I speak nothing but the truth. It is, without a doubt, unappealing. You, Mother, sister is bullying me. Quick to tattle. If you have the gumption, go ahead and cry. Let us see if I find it amusing. The two bickered in the snow over the identity of the creature, until their mother intervened to restore order. All right. Have you both completed your studies? Do not blame me for not warning you. Your father will be arriving shortly. Upon hearing this, the sisters reached an unspoken agreement and swiftly retreated to their study. If only life could be carefree forever. Yun Yubai sighed softly as the snow intensified, blurring her vision and making the outside world indistinct, while the wind pounded against her temples. Reluctantly, she shut the window and returned to her bed, her heart tumultuous and unsettled. Chapter 68. Just a moment Yun Yubai could not fathom what had befallen her recently. Such feelings were foreign to her, and she had never before been so perturbed by a single individual. She forced her eyes shut, yet her mind was plagued by the visage of that smiling face, calling her name with every breath. Qi Zhaoqian was like a poppy sprouting from the mire, stunning yet perilous. Ugh! Yun Yubai uttered a single word, consuming a few calming pills before finally closing her eyes. Her slumber was anything but peaceful, having been busy in the manner without proper rest in recent days. And further disturbed by Qi Zhaoqian's presence, she found herself in shallow sleep, plagued by dreams and feeling rather fatigued. On the following day, during the morning court, Qi Zhaoqian sat in her position, surveying the assembly below with an air of indifference as she listened to their reports. She yearned to yawn, but suppressed the impulse. 4 Yun Yubai stood at her left, observing everything with a detached demeanor. Stealing glances at Yun Yubai, Qi Zhaoqian noted her unusual demeanor that morning, though she could not quite articulate what was amiss. The prior reports had consisted of trivial matters, some of which had nearly turned her ears to calluses, and encountering several who were eager to promote their sons left her with a frosty countenance. If you present any more of these dreary petitions, I shall have you and your submissions thrown out without hesitation. Is there truly nothing else for you to concern yourselves with? day after day, fretting over my courtier's position. Whoever dares to bring it forth again shall not find me accommodating. She threatened, causing a few who had yet to speak to hastily tuck their petitions away as though nothing had transpired. Some discreetly observed Yun Yubai's expression, initially expecting her to be displeased, but to their surprise, she remained unperturbed. They collectively released a breath of relief, fearing that Qi Zhaoqian would compel them to stubbornly present their petitions. They were hesitant, caught between a rock and a hard place. Having received secret orders previously, many now sought to partake in the power struggle, coveting the position beside Qi Zhaoqian. However, it appeared increasingly difficult. Although Qi Zhaoqian was but a puppet, Yun Yubai's tacit approval would likely deter future petitions, especially after her stern warning that day. Bailing was experiencing a promising phase, with the citizens' lives improving and the morale at the borders soaring due to recent victories. The only matters warranting attention were the construction of beacon towers and Qi Zhaoqian's coming-of-age ceremony. Qi Zhaoqian was indifferent to the latter, as she had always entrusted such affairs to Yun Yubai, who was meticulous and capable of managing every detail. As for the beacon tower, they had deliberated together, and it remained in a state of uncertainty. This morning, Gu Jinzhuzen broached the topic of the beacon tower again, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to rub her forehead in frustration. Truly, one could only expect the worst. Why must she bring this up now? If the treasury had surplus funds, she would not have delayed matters this long. Any attempt to allocate funds for personal gain would undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction in the court. It was a delicate balance. Such was the plight of a marionette. For in the event of any mishap, it was she alone who would bear the brunt of the blame. General Gu, there is no need for haste. Let us endure the winter, for construction during this season proves arduous. I believe that with the arrival of spring, conditions will improve, so let us not rush. This winter, let us conserve our strength. Qi Zhaoqian advised Gu Jinzhu to wait a while longer. It would not be too late to impose additional taxes after the new year, allowing the common folk to enjoy a peaceful year, especially after enduring prolonged turmoil. It is vital not to disrupt the newfound stability too soon. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jinzhu readily concurred, though he remarked that if they were to wait until then, several beacon towers must be constructed. For the coming months, the soldiers stationed at the borders must endure hardships. Having returned for some time, his thoughts remain with the frontier, and he wishes, within his means, to secure more resources. He engaged Qi Zhaoqian in discussion regarding terms, which caused her to frown. The treasury was already depleted, and he still sought to build more. Gu Jinzhu gazed earnestly at Qi Zhaoqian, who wrestled internally with the desire to politely decline his proposal. Before she could voice her thoughts, an irritable voice interjected from beside them. Yun Yubai. More towers? General Gu, may I inquire why additional constructions are necessary? What purpose does it serve to squander so much manpower and material resources? Each tower's deployment is meticulously planned with specific completion timelines. Quantity without precision is utterly futile. Her disdainful gaze fixed on Gu Jinzhu, while Qi Zhaoqian subtly nodded in agreement with Yun Yubai's assertion. The assembly was taken aback, their eyes turning towards Yun Yubai. Known for her reticence, her words, when spoken, invariably carried weight, often more so than Qi Zhaoqian's. Upon hearing her remarks, Gu Jinzhu hastily attempted to clarify. The frontier suffers from harsh winters. An additional beacon tower would afford the soldiers some respite from the cold. Furthermore, should intelligence need to be relayed, it would be expedited. While I understand that arrangements are already in place, I wish to advocate for the frontier once more. After all, there are still several months ahead, and the soldiers must endure the cold for quite some time yet. As a martial figure, Gu Jinzhu chose to speak candidly, albeit with a hint of hesitation as he glanced toward Qi Zhaoqian. She pressed her lips together, her eyes reflecting her helplessness. She understood the plight of the border, yet the treasury's constraints had persisted for more than just a short while. Oh, then might I ask, General Gu, why you speak so lightly of the matter? Who will undertake these constructions? Where will the manpower and resources come from? Are your troops merely the old, weak, and women? The Northern Ling has only recently begun to stabilize after years of conflict. While the importance of the beacon towers is acknowledged, The treasury is filled only with what we have painstakingly saved. The salaries within the palace have already been reduced several times. If you are solely focused on the frontier, or the court, the winters in northern Ling are harsh, and come spring, there will be many refugees to feed, requiring substantial distribution of relief grain. How will we manage all this? Yun Yuba pressed on relentlessly, her words sharp, leaving Gu Jinju with a flushed face, momentarily at a loss for words. He stammered, casting a pleading glance at Qi Zhaoqian. Gu Jinju's thoughts were simplistic. He focused on the frontier, yet overlooked that every soldier there depended on the sustenance provided by the common people. Qi Zhaoqian, upon receiving his desperate gaze, hesitated briefly before choosing to disregard it. Seeking her assistance was futile. She had the will, but lacked the courage, and ultimately, Yun Yuba would make the decisive calls, as her arguments were grounded in truth. Gu Jinju found himself speechless, while the assembly exchanged bewildered looks. Qi Zhaoqian finally broke the peculiar tension that had enveloped the room. She calmly remarked, I am well aware of the hardships at the borders. Therefore, this winter's supplies shall undoubtedly be abundant. There will be no shortage of cotton garments or provisions, so General Gu can rest assured. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her gaze, eager to conclude the court session. Occasionally, she cast a glance at Yun Yuba, standing to her left, pondering why Yun Yuba seemed so irritable today. Typically, she simply accompanied Qi Zhaoqian in silence, attentively listening to the minister's discussions. However, this morning felt rather unusual. Qi Zhaoqian sensed something was amiss with Yun Yuba. Her complexion appeared slightly flushed. Yet she did not relent in her retorts towards Gu Jinju. For every statement Gu Jinju made, she had a sharp response. Until the young man noticed that today, the imperial teacher seemed particularly displeased with him. He promptly fell silent, recalling his father's admonition against provoking Yun Yuba, and merely lowered his head to say, As per your majesty and the imperial teacher's instructions, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the soldiers at the borders. Chapter 69. Illness. He yielded, and Yun Yuba shot him a glance, her face betraying no emotion. Qi Zhaoqian exhaled in relief, waving her hand dismissively. It is nothing. Her demeanor was indifferent. To the ministers, Qi Zhaoqian sometimes appeared as pliable as a soft persimmon, while at other times she exhibited a resolute independence, a reflection of Yun Yuba's influence on her. After the court session ended and the officials had departed, Qi Zhaoqian returned to her study, while Yun Yuba seated herself across from her. Outside, delicate snowflakes fell silently, and the fragrant incense wafted through the room, dispersing the chill. Yet Yun Yuba felt an increasing heaviness in her head, her thoughts clouded. She recalled how, on their way back, Qi Zhaoqian had sneezed several times, prompting her to wrap her cloak more tightly around herself. In such weather, falling ill would be quite uncomfortable. Turning slightly, she noticed Yun Yuba trailing behind her at a considerable distance. Qi Zhaoqian found it peculiar. She was accustomed to hastening to catch up with Yun Yuba, and now felt somewhat disoriented, opting instead to pause and wait for her. Snowflakes settled on Yun Yuba's hair and shoulders. Initially, Qi Zhaoqian had considered offering her an umbrella, but Yun Yuba had merely stated that it was unnecessary, leaving Qi Zhaoqian standing alone with the umbrella in hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Ultimately, she chose not to take an umbrella, deciding to accompany her back instead. Yun Yuba walked at a leisurely pace, so much so that Qi Zhaoqian intentionally halted to wait for her, inquiring if something was troubling her. Imperial teacher, are you unhappy, or do you feel unwell? Qi Zhaoqian asked, her concern growing as she observed Yun Yuba approaching. Yun Yuba opened her mouth slightly, shaking her head gently. She was disinclined to speak, not wishing to utter a single word. In a haze, the soft snowflakes fell upon her face, cold against her skin, and all she could perceive was an expanse of white, her body feeling increasingly feeble. How she longed to simply sleep. Noticing Yun Yuba's reluctance to engage, Qi Zhaoqian felt a pang of disappointment, but persevered, unwilling to let the atmosphere grow too tense. She wondered if her forthrightness in court about discouraging others from focusing on her position as consort had upset Yin Yubo. After all, Yin Yubo also wished for her to find a consort. Your Excellency, I am grateful for your words in the court today. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to graciously decline Gu Jinju's advances. In truth, Qi Zhaoqian is well aware of the situation, yet she feigns ignorance, having concealed her true feelings for quite some time, preferring to avoid entanglements. It would be better to seize this opportunity to praise Yin Yubao. Yin Yubao cast a glance her way, but remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Her pace was rather slow, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to softly urge her on. Your Excellency, the snow is thin now. Once it melts, it will dampen our shoes and socks. Let us hasten back to the room. It is quite cold. What subjects do I need to copy today? What will you teach me, Your Excellency? Qi Zhaoqian inquired intermittently as they walked side by side. Yin Yubao, feeling dizzy and irritable, snapped back, "Be quiet. You talk too much." She was reluctant to engage in conversation and found Qi Zhaoqian's chatter exasperating. Sensing the mood, Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip and fell silent, trailing obediently behind her. Upon returning to the study, Qi Zhaoqian did not utter a single word. She observed Yin Yubao from her seat, who kept her head lowered, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Though she appeared to be engrossed in her reading, she had not turned a page for quite some time. Noticing Yin Yubao's pallor, Qi Zhaoqian felt a twinge of concern, despite Yin Yubao's usual brusqueness towards her. A semblance of care was still warranted. She approached Yin Yubao, half kneeling, and cautiously took the book from her hands. It had remained untouched on that page for an extended period, leading Qi Zhaoqian to suspect that Yin Yubao had fallen asleep. Even after a prolonged period of idleness, Yin Yubao had not lifted her eyelids, contrasting starkly with her usual vigilant demeanor. Your Excellency, are you unwell? Qi Zhaoqian placed the book on the table, her voice laced with concern. She gazed at Yin Yubao, contemplating whether to reach out, yet hesitant that her eagerness might be unwelcome. Additionally, she felt somewhat timid. Although Yin Yubao had not confronted her about last night's events, it was evident that her mood had been consistently low today. The moment her book was taken, Yin Yubao was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, she stubbornly shook her head. No, she whispered softly. Qi Zhaoqian pursed her lips and reached out with the back of her hand to touch Yin Yubao's forehead. Her hand was cold, yet Yin Yubao's forehead burned with an unusual heat. So warm. Qi Zhaoqian frowned. Is this a cold coming on? Feeling the chill of Qi Zhaoqian's hand, Yin Yubao stiffened slightly, but did not move. Since the morning court session, Qi Zhaoqian had been observing Yin Yubao, realizing she had been enduring discomfort without voicing it. This stubborn person had maintained her facade all morning. Your Excellency, why did you not speak up if you're feeling unwell? I shall go fetch Tu Qing. Qi Zhaoqian fretted, having checked Yin Yubao's forehead and then her face, both of which were hot to the touch. There is no need. I am fine. It was unclear when Yin Yubao's voice had become somewhat hoarse. Sensing Qi Zhaoqian's touch, she exerted a bit of force to swat her hand away. It was a gentle motion, and Qi Zhaoqian felt no pain. How bold! Do not touch me. Yin Yubao's eyes were clouded with annoyance, though her tone lacked strength. Qi Zhaoqian regarded her, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Not allowed to touch? Then I shall do so all the more. I am merely showing concern for your Excellency. Why is my kindness unappreciated? Qi Zhaoqian, feeling aggrieved, gently touched YNYB's delicate face. YNYB's skin was smooth to the touch, and Qi Zhaoqian seized this opportunity to cautiously caress her cheeks, even brushing lightly against her earlobe and chin, exploring territories she had never ventured before. In that moment, YNYB had no means to evade. As she listened to those words, she lifted her gaze to meet Qi Zhaoqian's, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation reflecting in her eyes. Feeling the chill on her face, she lowered her eyes slightly and, in a hushed tone, uttered, "Remove your dog-like paw. Otherwise, I shall have it severed." Despite her discomfort, her words were devoid of courtesy. Her speech came out in fragmented bursts, her mind swirling in disarray. Qi Zhaoqian awkwardly withdrew her hand and called out towards the door, summon the imperial physician. Tell TQing to come quickly. Upon her command, a servant promptly dashed to fetch assistance. Imperial Master, do not be angry. I merely wish to alleviate your suffering. Qi Zhaoqian spoke earnestly. It was evident that YNYB remained unconvinced. With a wavering attempt to rise, YNYB swayed precariously. Qi Zhaoqian frowned and hastily pressed her hand upon her shoulder. Imperial Master, please remain seated. TQing will arrive shortly. Is that agreeable? I am genuinely concerned for you. YNYB met her gaze, and after a prolonged silence, as if expending all her strength, she uttered a single word: leave. The Q family was unworthy to touch her, evoking a visceral disgust within her. After voicing this, she closed her eyes, feeling the world around her spin, intentionally avoiding Qi Zhaoqian's gaze, indifferent to her concern. Her thoughts were tumultuous, a chaotic storm within. Qi Zhaoqian froze, her earlier compassion evaporating upon hearing those words, replaced instead by a sense of mockery and derision. In her heart, she reassured herself not to rush. She had heard those words countless times before, devoid of novelty, and thus should not take them to heart. YNYB commanded her to leave, yet she was resolute in her refusal. When TQing hurriedly arrived, YNYB was already in a state of delirium. The normally poised and regal figure now knelt on the floor, leaning against Qi Zhaoqian, her entire weight pressing upon her. Imperial Master, do not frighten me, Qi Zhaoqian called out anxiously, her eyes glistening with concern, repeatedly imploring her. TQing, startled, rushed forward. YNYB was burning with fever, slipping into unconsciousness. As they managed to lift her onto a couch, TQing administered medicine, gradually stabilizing her condition. Qi Zhaoqian remained steadfastly by YNYB's side, her expression wrought with worry and fear. Had TQing arrived even a moment later, she might have taken matters into her own hands. At that moment, YNYB, stubbornly attempting to rise, ultimately lacked the strength, collapsing to the ground. Qi Zhaoqian swiftly enveloped her in her embrace, cradling her gently. Imperial Master, she called softly, yet YNYB had already lost all responsiveness. YNYB exuded a fragrant aroma, her form now languid and unresisting, no longer fiercely rejecting the proximity of another. She leaned against Qi Zhaoqian, surrendering her weight entirely to her. Qi Zhaoqian narrowed her eyes, attuned to the sounds from outside, her heartbeat thundering in her chest, her hands trembling slightly. One hand encircled YNYB's waist while the other reached up to the golden hairpin adorning her head, intending to remove it delicately. Though the hairpin was not sharp, it was more than sufficient. However, Qi Zhaoqian hesitated, recalling Yun Yuba's warning that the poison within her body would cause her immense suffering and a wretched demise should she step even a foot outside the palace. Gently caressing the pin twice, she ultimately released it, turning instead to pat Yun Yuba's back, hoping to provide some comfort. At that moment, Taoqing entered with others, catching sight of Qi Zhaoqian's tear-filled eyes and anxious demeanor. The onlookers felt a surge of panic at the scene before them. After Taoqing had administered the medicine to Yun Yuba, Qi Zhaoqian sat by the bedside, her eyes clouded with regret. Was it due to last night that she had caught a chill? It had been so cold, and when would the esteemed teacher recover? I should have noticed sooner. I sensed something amiss during the morning court session, yet failed to delve deeper into my concerns. I troubled her, offering her no respite. All of this is my fault. Qi Zhaoqian lamented, her voice laced with self-reproach. Taoqing observed her, shaking her head gently, signaling that there was no need for such worry. Your Majesty need not be concerned. It is merely a chill. The esteemed teacher is simply too stubborn to speak up, which has exacerbated her condition. There is nothing to blame the emperor for. You have done no wrong, and there is no need for self-recrimination. She should awaken shortly. Taoqing tidied her medicine box, reassuring Qi Zhaoqian to quell her fears. Furthermore, she expressed gratitude, stating that had the emperor not been by the esteemed teacher's side, matters could have worsened. Last night had indeed been frigid. and Yin Yuba had not rested properly for 2 days, attending to several pressing matters before hastily returning to the palace, her heart filled with anger and shame, ultimately replaced by mere embarrassment. After returning to her chamber, she had withstood the cold wind by the window for half the night, forcing herself to remain alert, and even managed to endure the morning court session. Even the strongest would falter under such strain, leading to this unfortunate situation. Though the illness had come swiftly, with proper care over the next few days, she would surely recover. The emperor could rest assured that all would be well. Tuwaching spoke with care, and Qi Zhaoqian nodded, her gaze unwavering from the figure on the bed. Despite this, worry and guilt still shadowed her features. I still fret about caring for her alongside you. She voiced her concern, to which Tuwaching was taken aback. She contemplated suggesting that they were capable of managing this matter, but upon reflection, she recognized Qi Zhaoqian's determination, akin to that of the esteemed teacher. Very well, your majesty may remain here while I prepare some medicine. Agreed, Qi Zhaoqian responded readily. After watching Tuwaching exit, she reached out to pinch Yin Yuba's cheek. Usually, Yin Yuba bullied her, so perhaps in this moment, she could claim a small indulgence. Just moments ago, she had been told to leave and forbidden from touching her. She would not comply. As if sensing something, the sleeping figure furrowed her brow slightly. Qi Zhaoqian hurriedly withdrew her hand, forgetting how to breathe, paralyzed in stillness. Fortunately, Yin Yuba did not awaken. Qi Zhaoqian let out a sigh of relief. Should she rouse, a slap would undoubtedly follow. Yin Yuba occasionally coughed lightly, while Qi Zhaoqian remained by her side, offering water or medicine, even reviewing memorials in her presence. As night deepened, Yin Yuba's fever subsided, and Qi Zhaoqian completed her reviews, leaning her head against the bed as she gazed at Yin Yuba. Your Majesty, please take a rest. The Grand Tutor has already withdrawn, urged Tu Qing. Yet, Qi Zhaoqian shook her head. But did you not say she would awaken shortly? It has been a day, and she remains unresponsive. I shall return once she stirs. Tu Physician, you need not worry about me. Qi Zhaoqian smiled cheerfully, leaving Tu Qing speechless, and she ceased her attempts to persuade her. It seemed the Grand Tutor had been deprived of sleep recently, which accounted for her prolonged slumber, while the Emperor had steadfastly kept vigil for an entire day. Yin Yubo had been in a light sleep for a day. Initially, she found the noise around her quite jarring, yet she was unable to open her eyes, regardless of her efforts. She had once nestled into a warm embrace, where a gentle voice had called to her, bringing a warmth to her heart. Fragmented words reached her ears, Qi Zhaoqian's guilt and concern, Tu Qing's reassurances, and Qi Zhaoqian's promise to care for her. Care for whom? Yuan Yubo scoffed inwardly. However, as her discomfort began to fade, she succumbed to sleep once more. It was only now that she regained some awareness. Her throat felt parched, and the taste of herbs lingered in her mouth. A few light coughs escaped her lips as she attempted to speak, but no words came forth. Sensing her movement, someone brought water to her lips, their clumsiness evident despite their carefulness. A few droplets trickled down to her neck, cool against her skin, before a silk cloth gently wiped them away. The motion was tender. As Yin Yubo gradually opened her eyes, she recognized the familiar surroundings and swallowed the water in a daze. Grand Tutor, you are awake. Qi Zhaoqian's jubilant exclamation filled her ears. Yin Yubo furrowed her brow slightly and turned her head to look at her. Qi Zhaoqian gazed back with wide, bright eyes brimming with joy. You, cough, cough, cough. Yin Yubo attempted to speak, but the pain in her throat was intense, and she found herself unable to stop coughing. She struggled to sit up, her weary body protesting as she gazed into the night outside, feeling somewhat lost. A whole day of sleep. Grand Tutor, please refrain from speaking. Drink some water. Qi Zhaoqian obediently offered her water. Yin Yubo hesitated momentarily before accepting it. Chapter 71. Very obedient, she stared at the teacup in her hands, her thoughts in disarray. This girl has been here all along? Yin Yubo could not fathom why Qi Zhaoqian harbored such feelings for her. Logically, it seemed impossible. They were sovereign and subject, teacher and student, lifelong rivals. Yet, the world often claims that joy comes without reason, simply because it is you. Thus, Qi Zhaoqian concealed her feelings, daring only to act boldly. Yin Yubo felt a surge of frustration and longed to know where Tu Qing had gone. Where's Tu Qing? Why is it not her caring for me? By all accounts, Qi Zhaoqian should be resting by now. Why is she still here? If she does not sleep now, how will she rise tomorrow? Her voice was rough, and after uttering a single sentence, she succumbed to another fit of coughs. The bitterness in her mouth made her delicate brows knit together. Tu physician went to prepare medicine for the Grand Tutor. She should return shortly. Grand Tutor, please do not speak. Just drink some water for now, all right? Qi Zhaoqian looked at her, concern unmistakably evident in her eyes, mingled with a touch of vexation, as if she were blaming Yin Yubo for not being obedient. Yet try not to show it too plainly. Yin Yubo fell silent, resigned and nodding indifferently. The concern in the girl's eyes was unmistakable as she gently adjusted the corner of Yin Yubao's blanket, ensuring that the cold air would not seep in. While Yin Yubao sipped her water, the girl remained steadfastly at her side, unwavering in her watchfulness. The intensity of her gaze made Yin Yubao feel somewhat uneasy, prompting her to lower her eyes. As she took small sips, the water's soothing touch alleviated her dry throat, making it bearable to speak once more. However, in her haste, droplets of water cascaded from her lips, trickling down her chin and onto the couch. Setting her teacup aside, Yin Yubao noticed Qi Zhaoqian's unrelenting gaze and felt a slight flush of embarrassment as Qi Zhaoqian stepped forward, deftly using her silk handkerchief to dab away the moisture at the corners of her mouth. The gentle caress startled Yin Yubao, causing her to look up at Qi Zhaoqian, who seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her action, freezing in place. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere became charged with tension, having just assisted the esteemed master with water. Qi Zhaoqian, momentarily caught in the familiarity of the moment, awkwardly withdrew her hand, offering a strained explanation. The master can manage on her own. Noticing the fluster in Qi Zhaoqian's expression, Yin Yubao felt a pang of anxiety and could not suppress a fit of coughing. She struggled to contain it, pressing her hand against her chest in an attempt to ease the discomfort. The one who had been tending to her needs, feeding her water and medicine, was indeed Qi Zhaoqian. She initially thought her perception was clouded by delirium, which explained Qi Zhaoqian's clumsiness. Her collar was still slightly damp. Yin Yubao intended to say something, but Qi Zhaoqian's movements were swift, and before she could react, the girl was gently patting her back. "Take your time, Master. There's no need to rush," she reassured, helping to ease Yin Yubao's coughing fit. In that moment, an unexpected emotion flickered within Yin Yubao, reflected both on her face and in her heart. Qi Zhaoqian's touch was delicate, causing Yin Yubao's hands to clench slightly. This sensation mirrored the moments before her fainting spell. All she could recall was leaning towards Qi Zhaoqian, surrounded by a chaotic crowd, before being lifted onto the bed. Yin Yubao placed her cup down and gazed out the window, pondering her thoughts for a long while, only to distill them into 5 simple words: "You should rest now." Her tone bore no emotional fluctuation, akin to dismissing a servant. Observing that Yin Yubao seemed to have improved, Qi Zhaoqian halted her ministrations and shook her head upon hearing the words. She settled at the bedside, meeting Yin Yubao's gaze with equal intensity, once again defying her command. "I shall leave once Tujing arrives. There is no need to rush me away. I understand that you find me bothersome and unwelcome, but..." Her voice was tinged with disappointment as Yin Yubao turned to her, opening her mouth as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. She harbored no intention of sending Qi Zhaoqian away. It was simply too late, and after a long day, Qi Zhaoqian had not had the chance to rest properly, likely feeling fatigued. Perhaps her tone had been misinterpreted. Yin Yubao remained silent, observing Qi Zhaoqian without offering an explanation, contemplating the meaning behind Qi Zhaoqian's words. Did she truly find her tiresome? Did she truly dislike her? Had it been the former Yin Yubao, she would have mocked such self-awareness, but now she found herself questioning inwardly. Is that truly how I feel? She felt a flicker of amusement. Humans are indeed complex. Initially intending to mock Qi Zhaoqian, she refrained due to her discomfort. Qi Zhaoqian noticed the expression in her eyes and cautiously tugged at her sleeve. Her eyes slightly reddened as she completed her unfinished thoughts. "But, Master, you startle me today. I am genuinely concerned for you, deeply worried. I noticed something was amiss with you this morning, yet I did not ponder it further. I continued to engage you in conversation, perhaps even causing you annoyance. I apologize. I should have summoned the imperial physician sooner. She resembled a frightened rabbit, her voice barely audible, filled with trepidation, believing she was at fault in every regard. Still struggling to regain her composure, eventually falling silent. Yin Yubo listened quietly as Qi Zhaoqian expressed her concern for her. And upon hearing Qi Zhaoqian admit her faults, Yin Yubo furrowed her brow slightly. Her thoughts were chaotic, recalling Qi Zhaoqian's inquiries about her unhappiness and discomfort. The young girl's sensitivity led her to probe gently. Yet at that moment, Yin Yubo was unwilling to share, merely wishing to dismiss her, inexplicably finding her chatter bothersome. Responding sharply, undoubtedly, Qi Zhaoqian merely wished to uplift her spirits. Later, she heard Qi Zhaoqian calling her master repeatedly, laced with urgency and panic. There is no need, you are not at fault. Yin Yubo closed her eyes, turning her head away from Qi Zhaoqian. For reasons unknown, a peculiar emotion stirred within her. In truth, she had encountered several individuals that morning, including Tutor. Yet only Qi Zhaoqian noticed her distress and chose to wait ahead, expressing concern for her. Now, however, Qi Zhaoqian was shouldering all the blame. This was of her own making. She could not fault anyone else. Qi Zhaoqian perceived her reluctance to even look at her. Her nose tinged with bitterness as she spoke with a sense of grievance. I have been obedient today. I completed all the petitions, finished my work, and memorized everything. Master, you may quiz me at any time. When Tu Qing arrives, I will leave. Truly, I will depart. Please, do not send me away. She gradually tightened her grip on Yin Yubo's sleeve, tears cascading down her cheeks, falling onto Yin Yubo's hand, cold as ice. Yin Yubo found herself at a loss due to this action. Her fingertips trembled, her expression bewildered, until memories surged forth. At that time, she had been in a daze, instinctively snapping at Qi Zhaoqian to go away, forbidding her from approaching. A stubbornness welled up within her, a belief that she could manage on her own, unwilling to accept assistance. Throughout her life, she had been fiercely competitive, striving for excellence in all endeavors. And this moment was no exception. In her childhood poetry competitions, she sought the first place. At the archery field, she aimed for first. In music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she also aimed to be the best. She, Yin Yubo, aspired to be a paragon, someone to be admired. Not for any other reason, but simply to bring joy to her father and mother. She was willing to vie for that top position. Moreover, with her innate talents, she found every pursuit easy and enjoyable. Her elder sister, on the other hand, was free-spirited, content to go with the flow, unlike her, who was restless and loved to wander. Yet, it was her competitive nature that led to a significant shift in her life's trajectory, and now, she remained resolute in her pursuit. Yin Yubo squinted, feeling that this was not a matter of competition. To be precise, it is a matter of reclaiming, and the distinction is significant. Gazing at Qi Zhaoqian before her, Yin Yubo suddenly recalled a jest made by Zhou Sunwan. If that day truly arrives, would you have the heart to kill? The little cub you have nurtured, could you bring yourself to do it? Zhou Sunwan, who often loved to tease her, would undoubtedly not wish for her to overlook the larger picture when the time comes. She repeatedly reminded her, fearing that she might forget her true intentions. Yin Yubo's heart was tumultuous, compelling herself to refrain from emotional impulses and not be swayed by the uncertainties of the moment. Qi Zhaoqian continued to weep uncontrollably, and Yin Yubo frowned in disdain at the tears glistening on her hand. Stop crying, she gently uttered, resignedly leaning against the bed as canopy. She lacked the strength to shake off Qi Zhaoqian's grasp on her sleeve and was too indifferent to care. They were on the verge of adulthood, and besides, what was there to cry about? Having just awakened, Yin Yubo felt weak and forced herself to avoid wandering thoughts. It was still too early to discuss such matters. Perhaps due to her illness, her tone was unusually gentle, almost caring. Qi Zhaoqian looked up at her, immediately revealing a glimmer of joy. All right, She was easily soothed by those simple words, and Yin Yubo mused that she truly possessed the heart of a child. Qi Zhaoqian felt fortunate. Ordinarily, Yin Yubo would have scolded her to let go, yet now, she appeared to indulge her, even showing signs of habitual tolerance. Noticing the shift in Qi Zhaoqian's emotions, Yin Yubo quickly reined herself in, reverting to her previous demeanor, and casually remarked as Qi Zhaoqian's mood brightened. "You're so loud. If you cry again, I'll throw you out." How bothersome. With that, she closed her eyes to rest, leaving Qi Zhaoqian in a state of confusion. Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, genuinely fearing that Yin Yubo might indeed cast her out, and thus ceased her tears, timidly gazing at her. How could this person be so gentle one moment and change so swiftly the next? I won't cry anymore, but I'm still concerned about the Emperor Master. He must rest well and should not attend court for the next few days. He must take his medicine regularly. His health is paramount. Please do not be angry with me. Qi Zhaoqian exhibited remarkable understanding, contrasting sharply with Yin Yubo's seemingly unreasonable and unsympathetic demeanor. Yin Yubo furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, but chose to remain silent. The tone of Qi Zhaoqian seemed as though she were soothing a child. Qi Zhaoqian's unwavering gaze upon her finally prompted Yin Yubo to ask, unable to endure it any longer, "Why are you staring at me?" She spoke tersely, and the exposed Qi Zhaoqian hurriedly averted her gaze, lowering her head in silence. "I am worried about the Emperor Master," she replied, her voice tinged with fear. Yin Yubo sighed. "I have awakened. What is there to be worried about? The physician, Tu, previously mentioned that you would awaken once the fever subsided. I have only just awoken, and I fear there may be unforeseen circumstances, which is why I have been watching closely. Furthermore, winter has set in. The harshness of the season is difficult to endure. Tu said that the Emperor Master must not catch another chill, or recovery will be challenging. And the Emperor Master must take the medicine for several more days. Although it is bitter, good medicine is often unpalatable but beneficial for the illness. How do you know it is bitter? Did you taste it secretly?" As Yin Yubo listened to her ramblings, she could not help but interrupt. The noise was unbearable. When did Qi Zhaoqian become so loquacious? And all she spoke were words of Tu Qing expressing her disinterest. Upon hearing Yin Yubo's remarks, Qi Zhaoqian visibly became flustered, as if struck by a truth she could not deny. She hastily waved her hands in denial. "No, I merely had nothing to do and drank the medicine out of boredom. I just know that the medicine is bitter. All the concoctions Tu Qing brews are bitter." The more she tried to explain, the stronger the illusion that the truth lay bare before them became. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her head, her ears flushed crimson, unable to meet Yin Yubo's gaze. "Really?" Yin Yubo asked, clearly skeptical. Her expression was laden with doubt. If Qi Zhaoqian had indeed surreptitiously consumed her medicine, it would raise serious questions about her health. Sensing Yin Yubo's serious scrutiny, Qi Zhaoqian pressed her lips together in silence. Yin Yubo continued to gaze at her, the weight of her presence overwhelming, and after some time, Qi Zhaoqian timidly confessed, "I did." Aware that she could not deceive Yin Yubo, she chose to embrace honesty, understanding that it was better to come clean than to face the consequences of denial. Yin Yubo frowned, regarding her with a peculiar look. Qi Zhaoqian quickly added, "But I didn't sneak a taste. I wouldn't dare deceive the master. I just sampled the medicine to check if it was still hot before giving it to you. It can't be too cold. I thought it best to let it cool a bit as I was overly anxious." She could taste the bitterness in her mouth, realizing that Yin Yubo must also be suffering from it. Yin Yubo was taken aback, momentarily uncertain about Qi Zhaoqian's true state of health. "So, you tasted it to check its temperature? Then why did you lie earlier?" she inquired, unable to find a suitable reason to reproach Qi Zhaoqian, and thus resorted to addressing her dishonesty. "I was afraid the master would disapprove. I didn't switch the wooden spoon. I used the same one," Qi Zhaoqian replied. Yin Yubo paused, momentarily at a loss for words. She gazed at Qi Zhaoqian, who had her head bowed, her palms beginning to perspire. "This is bad. Am I going to get scolded?" she thought, though she tried to reassure herself that it was merely a wooden spoon. Surely it was inconsequential. Yet, the thought that Yin Yubo might find her distasteful lingered. However, Yin Yubo simply sighed, lowering her gaze to Qi Zhaoqian and said, "Next time, don't act so recklessly. If there's no need to take medicine, then don't." Qi Zhaoqian was momentarily stunned, then her face brightened. "Yes, I will be more careful next time," and one T overstep. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Yubo's ears had turned slightly red, and her face felt warm. She fought to suppress these strange sensations and shifted her focus elsewhere. "There's no need for such concern. It's rather self-indulgent," she added, while Qi Zhaoqian gritted her teeth, experiencing a tumult of emotions. Why did this person always speak in half-truths, never completing her thoughts in one go? "I understand for next time. I won't do this again," she said slowly, releasing her grip on Yin Yubo's sleeve and sitting aside, feeling desolate. This situation felt akin to confessing one's feelings to a beloved only to be rejected, realizing that all was but a one-sided affection, utterly meaningless. Chapter 73. A glance and a gaze. Yin Yubo observed Qi Zhaoqian's discomfort, and her mood unexpectedly brightened. This morning, Qi Zhaoqian had exchanged glances with Gu Jinzhu in front of so many officials in the court. She had witnessed it all. Indeed, it was not merely she who witnessed it. The entire court beheld the spectacle. Despite her discomfort at the time, she could not afford to display disdain towards Qi Zhaoqian, and instead directed her vexation towards Gu Jinzhu, who remained blissfully unaware of her own limitations. After all, Qi Zhaoqian would only tug at her sleeve in a pitiful manner, mumbling apologies without truly grasping her fault, rendering any inquiry futile. Subsequently, when she rebuked Gu Jinzhu, the latter glanced at Qi Zhaoqian, seeking leniency on her behalf. Yin Yubo's ire surged. Although Qi Zhaoqian had remained silent initially, she later took it upon herself to defend Gu Jinzhu, even promising not to slight Bian Yi. This act provoked Yin Yubo's hidden resentment, prompting her to avoid any association with Qi Zhaoqian and to linger behind after court, refusing to share the same path. However, she did not anticipate the sudden onset of illness. When Qi Zhaoqian stood before her in wait, Yin Yubo found herself increasingly irritated by her incessant chatter. Observing Qi Zhaoqian's plight, on the verge of tears yet unable to weep, filled with frustration yet unable to express it, Yin Yubo felt a strange sense of satisfaction. It seemed to mirror her own sentiments at that moment. Qi Zhaoqian, in her confusion, could not fathom Yin Yubo's erratic behavior. One moment she would utter kind words, only to retract them the next, a master at inciting annoyance. After all her efforts and care, she was met with accusations of being overly sentimental. Qi Zhaoqian chose to remain silent, allowing the atmosphere to grow heavy with tension, her hands twisting in despair. Were Yin Yubo to utter a single word now, Qi Zhaoqian would dismiss it as if it had never been spoken. Yet, Yin Yubo relished in Qi Zhaoqian's discomfort, even beginning to take secret delight in it. The atmosphere was laden with silence. Qi Zhaoqian's heart shifted from loneliness to exasperation, yearning for an outlet for her frustration, yet finding none. Observing her countenance, which conveyed a fury she dared not voice, Yin Yubo's lips curled slightly in amusement. Just then, amidst the awkward stillness, a series of knocks broke the tension, and Tu Qing entered, carrying medicine. Upon her arrival, she immediately noted Qi Zhaoqian's tearful expression juxtaposed with Yin Yubo's indifference. She mused whether the Grand Teacher had once again bullied the Emperor, nearly reducing her to tears. With a sigh, Tu Qing acknowledged that no matter how much the Emperor cried, the Grand Teacher would remain unmoved, sometimes even relishing the sight of Qi Zhaoqian's tears. Upholding her professional integrity, she refrained from probing into the conversation that had transpired between Yin Yubo and Qi Zhaoqian. It was typically unpleasant. Otherwise, how could Qi Zhaoqian appear in such a state? After greeting Qi Zhaoqian, she turned her attention to Yin Yubo. "Grand Teacher, now that you have awakened, do you still feel unwell?" Tu Qing inquired. Yin Yubo gently shook her head, indicating her improvement. "I am fine," she replied coolly, instinctively glancing at Qi Zhaoqian. The latter was fixated on the medicine in Tu Qing's hands, seemingly resolved to make a decision. "That is good. After taking this medicine and resting, you shall feel rejuvenated by morning. Your Majesty has cared for you all day and can now feel at ease," Tu Qing said with relief, instinctively offering the medicine to Qi Zhaoqian. Yun Yubao watched her actions and momentarily contemplated intervening, yet Qi Zhaoqian had already taken it in a daze. Tu Qing recalled Qi Zhaoqian stating she would administer Yun Yubao's medicine, and having previously done so, it felt instinctive to pass it to her now. After all, Her Majesty insisted on personally feeding him, and she found it difficult to refuse. Noticing the Emperor's concern for the imperial teacher, she did not dwell on it. With the medicine in her hand, Qi Zhao tightened her fists and could no longer contain herself. Do I still need to feed him now that he's awake? He has hands. I refuse to do it and give anyone the chance to say I'm being overly sentimental. I will not indulge in such folly. Qi Zhao placed the medicine back down, stood up, and spoke with a quiver in her voice. Despite having prepared for this moment for quite some time, her words lacked the force she intended. Hearing her tone of grievance, Tu Qing was left in a state of confusion, pondering what had transpired in her absence. Rarely assertive, Qi Zhao averted her gaze from Yun Yubao, sensing Tu Qing's bewilderment, and hastily spoke up. I apologize for startling you, Dr. Tuesday. Please take care of the imperial teacher. I must take my leave. I am fatigued. With that, she turned and hurried away. Even as she urged Tu Qing to tend to Yun Yubao, watching her retreating figure, Tu Qing quickly remarked, Very well, Your Majesty, I bid you farewell. But all she received in response was the sound of the door closing. Tu Qing stood there, holding the medicine, momentarily dazed, before she regained her composure and explained to Yun Yubao. I apologize, Imperial Teacher. Previously, it was I who prepared the medicine, and the Empress fed it to you. It became a habit. Allow me to assist you with it. Throughout Qi Zhao's departure, Yun Yubao remained silent. Now, with a cold expression, she stared at the medicinal concoction, feeling a surge of annoyance. No need. She took the bowl and drank it all in one go without pausing. The bitterness spread across her palate, yet she appeared oblivious to it, her expression unchanged, save for a hint of anger. Noticing her discontent, Tu Qing offered her water while cautiously inquiring, Your Majesty, what seems to be troubling you? You appear somewhat irate. When I last delivered the medicine, you were languidly asking me when I thought you would awaken. Tu Qing attempted to ease the tension, and after Yun Yubao had sipped some water to mitigate the bitterness, she slowly replied, She is merely being capricious. Tu Qing froned, deducing from the key information she had gathered why Qi Zhao was behaving so childishly, and decided to directly ask, Did she claim you were being overly sentimental? In their private moments, they typically addressed Yun Yubao as Your Highness. Indeed, she is being overly sentimental. Yun Yubao candidly articulated her thoughts, laced with disdain. Tu Qing fell silent. It was no wonder she was upset. After a day of caregiving, to be met with the accusation of being overly sentimental would infuriate anyone. Tu Qing swiftly collected the bowl, reminding Yun Yubao to rest well that night. As she prepared to leave, Tu Qing could not help but voice her true feelings. Your Highness, she genuinely seems to worry about you. Today, she completed her memorials here and frequently came to check on you. Her intentions are pure. She was nearly in tears just now. Perhaps a few comforting words. Before she could finish, she was met with a cold glare from Yun Yubao. Tu Qing, you are now defending her again? Have you forgotten how she once manipulated you to escape? Crying? Has she not feigned vulnerability enough times? Mentioning the past, Yun Yubao's words caused Tu Qing's expression to shift, and she hastily admitted her fault. It was imprudent for Tu Qing to bring it up. If Qi Zhaoqian had departed last time, her transgressions would indeed be grave, worthy of 100 heads. However, since that incident, Qi Zhaoqian had grown considerably more obedient, and Tu Qing felt it unjust to constantly compare the present with the past. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, and could only leave awkwardly. After Tu Qing's departure, Yun Yubao let out a deep sigh. She gazed at the wrinkled cuffs previously grasped by Qi Zhaoqian, her heart in turmoil for an extended period. Chapter 74. The letter. What would happen if Qi Zhaoqian persisted in this manner? Would she become increasingly audacious? How should she respond then? Previously, Qi Zhaoqian had feared her greatly, yet now they shared the same wooden spoon to take medicine. Although this was born from concern, Yun Yubao found herself unaccustomed to such intimacy. Coupled with the poetic verses and artistic expressions, her head throbbed. and her bewildered thoughts felt as if they might overwhelm her. Qi Zhaoqian was attentive, willing to accompany her all day long, and upon her awakening, displayed an obedient demeanor. Yin Yubo felt a sense of oppression, tossing and turning in bed, tormented by persistent inner voices. Memories and words piled up in her mind, suffocating her. The Prince of Duan had conspired with external enemies. Flee, survive. She had been thrust out of the blazing hall by her elder sister. Turning back, she attempted to grasp the figure amidst the inferno, yet her hands found nothing. Her sister's forceful push had sent her tumbling to the ground, twisting her ankle. The piercing pain coursed through her, but she had no time to dwell on it, her mind fixated on the need to escape with her sister. Sister, let us leave together. Slowly, she stood, murmuring softly, yet the flames obstructed her path. She saw her sister struggling within the fire, pinned down by a collapsing beam. Her voice silenced. Sister. She could hardly believe her eyes. Just the day before, they had been gathered around the table, sharing lunch and discussing her sister's marriage. She stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with anguish. The flames roared so fiercely that she could see nothing clearly, unable to even cry, merely standing there in whispered despair. Sister. Flames had already licked up her skirt, and she hurriedly raised her hand to fan them away, covering her mouth and nose. Thick smoke enveloped her, obscuring the path ahead, surrounded by fire. She longed to escape, but her eyes watered uncontrollably from the smoke. Yin Yubo pondered that had it not been for the death warriors left by her father and Zhou Sunwan, who recklessly charged into the inferno, she too might have perished within. This realm would have truly been handed over to Qi Yuan. At that moment, a group of death warriors rushed into the flames, their leader calling out to her, "Your Highness, where are you?" She helplessly crawled on the ground, hearing the voices but unable to utter a word. She had never felt death so close at hand. Summoning all her strength, she pushed herself onward, inching forward. I cannot die. I must not die. Finally, after a prolonged search through the smoke, Zhou Sunwan spotted a figure. Second Prince. Your Highness, quick, come with me. Where's the eldest prince? Zhou Sunwan's face was blackened by the smoke, her body covered in grime. She inquired about the eldest prince, yet the figure before her merely shook their head, speechless. Yin Yuba gazed into the fiery abyss, gripping her hand with fervor, as if she were clinging desperately to the last piece of driftwood in turbulent waters. Let us go. Your Highness. Zhou Xunwan immediately understood and attempted to pull her away. However, after just a few steps, the pain in Yin Yuba's ankle surged, causing her to grimace in agony, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Noticing this, Zhou Xunwan caught sight of her swollen ankle. There was no other option. Yin Yuba was injured, and Zhou Xunwan could not abandon her. She hurriedly hoisted Yin Yuba onto her back and made her way through the exit that the attendants had cleared. Flames raged along their path, scorching Zhou Xunwan's garments, the acrid scent of smoke permeating the air, accompanied by the ominous sounds of collapsing structures that sent shivers down their spines. Despite her disheveled appearance, Zhou Xunwan managed to keep Yin Yuba secure, preventing further injury. Yet, the pursuers were relentless. Those assassins had guarded her until the very last moment. Zhou Xunwan fled with Yin Yuba, both heading towards the secluded Medicine Moon Valley. This place, isolated from the world, was the last bastion of Yin Yuba's family, known only to them and Zhou Xunwan, ensuring they would remain undetected. Previously, the Zhou family had been responsible for this refuge. It was their only option now. Your Highness, hold on. We shall reach our destination, she continuously reassured Yin Yuba, who managed a bitter smile in response. Well, my parents? Yin Yuba inquired from Zhou Xunwan's back. Zhou Xunwan gritted her teeth and shook her head. I do not know. My father led the troops to rescue them and sent me to find you. She too was not in a better state. Her voice hoarse from the smoke, yet she clung to her father's orders with unwavering resolve. Their family motto was loyalty. She must protect Yin Yuba until the very end. In truth, she had lied. She had witnessed the emperor being pierced by a sword while defending the empress, and her father, heedless of danger, had rushed in, shouting for aid. Just moments ago, her father had entrusted her with the command token from Medicine Moon Valley, urging her to find the princess swiftly. Yin Yuba cast her gaze downward, recalling the desperate evasion they had undertaken, encountering soldiers predominantly loyal to the Duke, which filled her with dread. She could not afford to dwell on this. She could only pray. General Zhou is formidable. Surely my father and the others will be safe, Zhou Xunwan reassured herself, unwilling to set Yun Yuba down. By the time they arrived at Medicine Moon Valley, both were utterly exhausted. Yet, fate often unfolds contrary to one's desires. All that awaited them were grim tidings and the news of a new emperor's ascension. Not the Duke, but rather his most capable subordinate, Qi Yuan. The previous dynasty had been overthrown, now a mere shadow of its former self, as war ravaged the land, plunging the common folk into despair, met with ruthless military suppression. This turmoil had ignited the fuse for the impending invasion. Yun Yuba firmly believed that survivors from the Inferno must still exist. Their immediate task was to locate these individuals. Her mind was plagued by turmoil, memories etched deep within her, rendering her restless and unable to find solace. Zhou Xinwan's throat was damaged from the smoke during her rescue, leaving her with severe scars on her face. Throughout their time in Medicine Moon Valley, she had coughed up blood, and by the time she recovered, her health had been significantly compromised. Years of medicinal reliance left her voice raspy, a constant source of discomfort. She donned her veil, concealing her face, for the scars were unsightly, the wounds grievous, and healing seemed a distant hope. This was the profound anguish that resided within Yun Yuba's heart. Zhou Xunwan, who was of the same age as her elder sister, was at the prime of her beauty. Yet, Zhou Xunwan always smiled nonchalantly. Your Highness need not worry about me. Fortunately, I was able to rescue you. These minor injuries are of no consequence. In the depths of Yaoyue Valley, it was Tuqing who tended to them. It was also there that she bore humiliation and hardship, diligently studying and training day after day. 11 years had elapsed. She had spent 11 years in Yaoyue Valley, receiving information from sources outside its confines. She meticulously organized this intelligence, commencing her plans. Yet for many years, the individuals she sought remained elusive, and any leads would inevitably fade away. Only recently did she begin to see some progress. Meanwhile, Qi Zhaoqian returned to her chamber, collapsing onto her bed. After much contemplation, she gradually retrieved another sheet of paper. Within the envelope that Qi Zhaoqian had given her the previous day lay 2 letters. One was a declaration of affection from Gu Jinju, and the other, naturally, contained the intelligence she required. Gu Jinju had executed her previous instructions flawlessly. As Qi Zhaoqian unfolded that paper, a smile graced her lips, and she let out a sigh of relief. When she presented the love letter to Yun Yuba, her heart raced with anxiety. She could not ascertain whether Yun Yuba was aware of its contents, nor could she be certain that Yun Yuba realized she held 2 letters. Yet evidently, Yun Yuba was only aware of the letter's existence, oblivious to the specifics. Yun Yuba's reaction upon seeing the letter was beyond her expectations. Yet she managed to keep her own tears in check. Tuqing was caring for Yun Yuba. This was a prime opportunity. When she received the intelligence, she only glanced at the first letter, the love declarations eliciting merely a faint smile from her. This fellow was quite obedient to advice. She had previously contemplated having Gu Jinju pen another letter. Knowing Yun Yuba's temperament, any hint of suspicion would surely provoke a confrontation. Thus, she crafted a persona of compliance, subtly conveying to Yun Yuba that she had never betrayed her, that her heart had always belonged to her, and that she did not wish to accept the kindness of others. A good cry would surely suffice to pass the moment. It was merely a performance, one she was adept at, having acted since childhood. In her earlier days, as she toiled at Qi Zhaoning's feet, she had displayed a similar semblance of weakness, becoming an object of ridicule. Were it not for such a fade, survival would have been impossible, leading to her demise. Yet when wielding the knife, she felt not an ounce of fear. She ensured Qi Zhaoning's death was agonizing, watching the blood flow, and as she touched it, she trembled, inscribing the character for Qi upon the ground. Holding the severed head, she even pondered whether to devise a method to display it upon the city walls. However, she refrained, for in Yun Yuba's eyes, she had long been reduced to a terrified pawn, compliant and submissive. This was all that was required. She could wait patiently for Yun Yuba to claim her life. The very individuals who had once humiliated her had perished during that coup. She had taken care to verify each corpse, searching meticulously. But Qi Zhaoqian did not wish to remain there. This time, she truly yearned to leave. Yet the proximity transformed into an endless abyss once more. Qi Zhao clenched her teeth, her grip on the letter gradually tightening. Recently, numerous individuals had urged her to become the empress, and she could easily deduce who had issued the command and the underlying intent. They sought to use power to once again restrain her, to undermine her completely, and should she bear a child, she would be compelled to abdicate. With no one caring for her life or death, even if she bore no offspring, Yin Yuba was exceptionally capable. She lacked nothing but a title. Once she became empress, the means of her demise would be plentiful. She had yet to experience the world beyond the palace and was not ready to die. If that day truly came, Yin Yuba would not spare her life, and she must fight for her own survival. The content of the letter suggested that Qi Zhaoqian had intentions of uniting, yet Qi Zhao felt a twinge of doubt. Her impression of her elder brother had long been marred by his betrayal of Qi Zhaoning, as he sought to secure a future for himself and their sister. She had heard that the Grand Commandant had once saved Qi Zhaoqian and Qi Zhaoxian, and now, with Gu Jinju returning home after a long absence with victories, it was likely he sought to establish a reliable ally. This morning's reaction from Yin Yuba had exceeded her expectations. She had thought a simple statement would suffice, yet he continued to mention Gu Jinju, humiliating him in front of numerous ministers and inadvertently placing the blame of insensitivity on him. The letter was filled with words, and as Qi Zhao read by candlelight, she quickly committed its contents to memory while reflecting on Yin Yuba's behavior today. It was quite unexpected that the usually composed Yin Yuba would become flustered due to another's declaration of affection. It was indeed amusing. Yet just moments ago, he had scolded her for being overly sentimental, a true testament to his fickleness, leaving her unsure of his true feelings. She found the process of his affection surprisingly simple and enjoyable. Now, Yin Yuba had begun to indulge her. After memorizing the letter's contents, Qi Zhao burned it in the candle flame, watching it turn to ashes. Subsequently, she collected the ashes and placed them in a flower pot in her room, tidying up the area to ensure nothing seemed amiss. Earlier, she had summoned Gu Jinju and made her intentions clear. In her study, seizing a moment while Zhu Qing stepped out, she eagerly engaged Gu Jinju in conversation. What delightful things are there in the border regions, General Gu? Please, share with me. Her eyes sparkled with genuine interest. Seeing her enthusiasm, Gu Jinju smiled and began to recount tales in great detail, even presenting her with items he had brought back from the border. Qi Zhao appeared delighted, yet her hands remained in motion, scribbling something. After just a few sentences, she pushed a sheet of paper towards him, signaling him to take a look. Gu Jinju paused, lowering his gaze to the content. The script was minuscule and neatly penned, yet there was a considerable gap between each word. He inspected it several times before piecing it together. In this world, one must bear the surname Qi, not another. The Grand Commandant has declared that he shall remain loyal to the Qi family for all his days. Are you prepared for this? He looked up, startled, meeting Qi Zhao's beaming eyes. Gu Jinju found himself momentarily speechless. He was well aware that the current Grand Tutor held significant power, and his father had remarked that the emperor was merely a figurehead, devoid of any true authority. Qi Zhaoqian gazed intently at him, awaiting his response. In truth, she was taking a gamble, yet she understood that the only ones capable of aiding her were the Gu family. The past 3 months, during which Yin Yuba was absent, presented her with a singular opportunity. She yearned to escape the confines of a gilded cage, rejecting a life fraught with fear and subservience. Her vendetta remained unquenched, and though the wounds may have healed, the pain lingered in her memory. Gu Jinju observed her, recognizing that she was no longer merely a pawn or tool of her father's political machinations. She was a person in her own right, yearning for liberation from the invisible shackles that bound her. The determination in Qi Zhaoqian's eyes was palpable, prompting Gu Jinju to nod in agreement, though her words belied a different sentiment. Your Majesty, these trinkets each possess a name. My favorite is this one, she began to introduce. while Qi Zhaoqian smiled and hastily obscured the words she had just written with ink. As Gu Jinzhu spoke, Qi Zhaoqian scribbled furiously, producing a hastily composed piece marred by her clumsy handwriting. Once finished, she carelessly cast it aside, just as Tu Qing entered to serve tea to the two. Unbeknownst to her, there was an underlying tension, as Qi Zhaoqian continued to gaze at Gu Jinzhu with admiration, simultaneously confiding her woes. This is all so fascinating. I've never encountered anything like it before. However, my studies are quite demanding, and the imperial tutor is rather strict, leaving me little time for leisure. Nevertheless, I sincerely thank General Gu for these delightful gifts. I shall gladly accept them, she exclaimed with genuine joy, causing Gu Jinzhu, flattered by her praise, to shyly turn away. Her cheeks tinged with crimson. Chapter 76. What does it matter? These were but common objects, seldom seen within the palace, yet readily available outside. The emperor, beaming with delight as he expressed his fondness for them, felt somewhat out of place. His father had remarked that he knew little of this emperor, having been kept under Yun Yuba's soft confinement, and was uncertain of his current disposition. Bian Yi, however, found little amusement in the borderlands, which had long been ravaged by war, leaving its populace in dire straits, many struggling to secure basic sustenance. These items were hastily gathered during his return, and he pressed on with his narrative, determined not to dampen Qi Zhaoqian's spirits. Reflecting on his recent journey to the frontier, anxiety gnawed at him, fearing that supplies might be withheld or delayed, jeopardizing timely provisions. He also worried for his parents, especially given Yun Yuba's previous treatment of his father, which had necessitated his arduous journey. Fortunately, the court had been supportive, and none of these concerns materialized. Yun Yuba was a man of his word and had not troubled his father. Each month, he received letters assuring him that all was well at home, with his father eagerly awaiting his triumphant return for a celebratory drink. This alleviated his worries, allowing him to focus solely on the matters of war. News from the court was consistently relayed by Wen Zhuoshan on behalf of his father, who remained well-informed despite not being directly involved. Before departing the palace, Gu Jinzhu felt a twinge of concern regarding Qi Zhaoqian's solitary meeting with him, fearing she might face repercussions. Yun Yuba's true nature was far less gentle than it appeared on the surface. The upheaval of the past and his current dominion were inextricably linked to this individual, and he could not afford to be complacent. He opened his mouth to pose a question, but hesitated, aware that the presence of others rendered it inappropriate. Qi Zhaoqian immediately discerned the shift in his demeanor. Over the years, through her keen observation of subtle cues, aside from failing to decipher Yun Yuba, Qi Zhaoqian had managed to grasp most other matters. In response to his concern, she offered a gentle smile, silently assuring him that she was untroubled. By the way, do remember to extend my regards to the Grand Commandant. I wonder how his health has been of late. With your return, he must be delighted. I shall see when an appropriate occasion arises within the palace to host a celebration in honor of the general. As Qi Zhaoqian uttered these words, Gu Jinzhu appeared somewhat anxious. It is merely my duty, Your Majesty. A celebration is unnecessary. If Your Majesty truly wishes to show consideration, perhaps you might entertain my proposal to construct a beacon tower. Noticing his steadfastness, Qi Zhaoqian nodded in agreement. Very well, General. Your concern for the frontier is commendable. I have no reason to refuse. However, I must consult with the imperial teacher, as it is not solely my decision to make. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy washed over her, causing her to lower her gaze. Gu Jinzhu pressed his lips together and merely replied, "Then I thank Your Majesty." He felt constrained from saying more, for any additional words would bear no weight. Upon his return, Gu Jinzhu relayed Qi Zhaoqian's words to his father in their entirety. Gu Lang's expression was a mixture of complexity, and after a moment, he placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, surprisingly filled with pride. You've matured. 5 years have passed, and our empress has indeed grown. The Gu family shall certainly serve her. Our words carry weight. However, as your father grows older, it is time for you to shoulder such significant responsibilities. The imperial tutor has already begun to take action. Gu Lang coughed lightly, revealing the decline of his health. He often worried about his son stationed at the borders, for Yin Yuba's ruthlessness left him with many concerns. Fortunately, his son had proven himself, bringing honor to the Gu family. Contemplating for a moment, Gu Lang approached his writing desk and began inscribing a lengthy list of names on a piece of paper. Seize an opportunity to present this to Her Majesty. The fifth prince still owes me a favor. He will undoubtedly assist. The Wen family is also not idle. Those who once stood by my side were forced apart due to circumstances, but now that you have returned, they will come back. He handed the list to Gu Jinju before stepping outside. Gu Jinju followed closely behind his father, clutching the list. He watched as Gu Lang settled into a reclining chair by the bamboo grove, a contented smile gracing his face as he began to ramble. Yin Yuba has wielded power for quite some time, and she can utilize those on this list. I hope your majesty will strive to prove herself as well. Gu Lang entrusted the task to Gu Jinju, who, while verbally acknowledging his understanding, harbored a flicker of worry in his eyes. But she is merely a 15-year-old child, father. I remain somewhat apprehensive. Gu Jinju voiced his concerns, prompting Gu Lang to look up and chuckle softly. Indeed, she is just 15, yet she has taken a life since the age of 10. The emperor is indifferent. She has been a pawn since childhood, but has managed to survive in the palace. The emperor is heartless. If he had any affection, he would not have taken so many years to seek you out and request your assistance. She trusts the Gu family, and how could we allow her to be disappointed? Gu Jinju listened quietly, nodding thoughtfully. What Yin Yuba desires is her lack of support, and our mission is to ensure she possesses formidable backing. Those more suitable than her have all been eliminated by her. The fact that she has managed to survive by Yin Yuba's side for so many years, though seemingly clumsy on the surface, is perhaps just another means of survival. Do you truly believe she lacks any capability? You ought to reflect more deeply and not be so single-minded. Gu Lang said with a hint of fatigue, to which Gu Jinju merely pouted. It's only natural for me to be unfamiliar, having just returned and only having met His Majesty once. Am I not speaking for your understanding? You should heed your father's words, young man. They are undoubtedly wise. Gu Lang teased him, and Gu Jinju could only nod, appearing obedient. Thus, he sought help from King Yu, who, after much hesitation, ultimately agreed, wagering the life of his own sister. The Gu family had shown him kindness, a debt that must be repaid. This way, he would have a reason to enter the palace, a reason to meet Qi Zhaoqian and present her with the items. However, he must also lower himself further to beseech Yin Yuba. Everyone seemed intent on muddying the waters even more. Qi Zhaoqian closed her eyes in satisfaction. The following day, Yin Yuba was still recuperating in her chamber. After the morning court session, Qi Zhaoqian stealthily approached the window to take a glance. She did not wish to enter, still harboring resentment, attempting to convey to Yin Yuba that her words from yesterday had genuinely upset her. Yin Yuba appeared much improved in complexion, yet she still coughed frequently, draped in a simple garment, exuding an unusually gentle demeanor. Qi Zhaoqian gazed at her, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. After observing her for so many years, she still found her endlessly captivating, despite her poor temper and sharp tongue. As Yin Yuba was sipping her medicine, she suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. Frowning slightly, she turned towards the window. A fleeting flash of bright yellow caught her attention, and she set her bowl down, quietly observing. However, Qi Zhaoqian seemed to understand her thoughts and did not show her face again. The two remained in a stalemate until the voice of Tu Qing broke the silence with a hint of confusion. Your Majesty, why do you not enter? What are you doing crouching by the window? Chapter 77. Not wanting you to be unhappy, Qi Zhaoqian stiffened, awkwardly turning her head to meet Tu Qing's gaze. She felt embarrassed, forcing a smile while her mind raced with 100 excuses. I did not do anything. I was just admiring the scenery. Ha ha ha, just enjoying the view. Qi Zhaoqian struggled to articulate a coherent explanation, hastily concocting a clumsy excuse. Her eyes darting as she prepared to make a quick exit. Feeling somewhat constrained, Yin Yuba in the inner room heard this exchange and shook her head in resignation. To come, but not enter, merely lurking by the window. This was something only Qi Zhaoqian would do. It was truly baffling what thoughts occupied her mind throughout the day. Tu Qing, holding the medicine, smiled as she observed Qi Zhaoqian's anxious demeanor and pondered for a moment. Your Majesty has come to see the imperial teacher, has she not? The imperial teacher is much better today. Come, Your Majesty, let us go in together. She surmised that the emperor was concerned for the imperial teacher, yet hesitant to enter. Still brooding over last night's events. Qi Zhaoqian bit her lip, wrestling with her thoughts for quite some time before seemingly resolving to make a decision, nodding in agreement. She followed Tu Qing inside, where Yun Yuba cast a fleeting indifferent glance at the two. Qi Zhaoqian approached her, obediently addressing her as Master D. Yun Yuba nodded slightly, averting his gaze from her and focusing instead on the medicine held by Tu Qing. Qi Zhaoqian stood by, feeling a pang of disappointment, contemplating whether to speak again. Master, the medicine requires further consumption for several days. Tu Qing presented the medicine to Yun Yubo, who took it without changing his expression and drank it down. Qi Zhaoqian watched the concoction, her brow furrowing instinctively, as if it were she who was drinking the bitter brew rather than Yun Yubo. She anxiously observed him, yet felt too awkward to voice her concerns. As Tu Qing took the bowl away, she discreetly exited, leaving space for the two of them. The atmosphere was serene, with Qi Zhaoqian fixated on the floor, showcasing her sense of grievance. Yun Yubo turned his gaze toward her, who stood there like a statue, and could not help but frown and inquire. What brings you here? Have you finished the memorials? Completed your studies? With a series of questions, Qi Zhaoqian lowered her head and answered truthfully. I came to check on Master. I have not finished the memorials, nor have I completed my homework. I will attend to it shortly. Yun Yubo acknowledged her honesty with a nod and then commanded, Come here. Qi Zhaoqian, taken aback, cautiously stepped forward to stand at the foot of Yun Yubo's bed. Master, what is it? She asked softly. When Yun Yubo glanced at her, he noticed her eyes were slightly red, as if tears could fall at any moment, revealing her deep sense of grievance. Why did you not come in earlier? He asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Qi Zhaoqian blinked, her voice muffled. Yesterday, you said I was being overly sentimental. I feared that entering would lead to misunderstandings, and besides, you did not wish to see me. I thought it would be a folly to come, yet I couldn't resist wanting to see how you were today, which is why I lingered by the window for a few glances. I intended to leave, but then Tu Qing happened to arrive. She explained candidly, prompting a sigh from Yun Yubo. He understood her concern, but struggled to utter words of apology. Noticing Yun Yubo's displeasure, Qi Zhaoqian hastily spoke up. If you do not wish to see me, I shall leave at once. Her voice was tinged with melancholy as she turned to depart. But Yun Yubo suddenly called out to stop her. Did I say for you to leave? You have been quite self-aware these past 2 days. Come back. His tone was somewhat irritable, causing Qi Zhaoqian to halt her steps. I only wish to avoid making Master unhappy, she replied, demonstrating her understanding, which caught Yun Yubo off guard. He observed the silhouette of the young girl and softly remarked, I am not unhappy. Your visit brings me some comfort. As for last night's incident, I spoke too hastily. Did anything of note occur during today's court session? He offered her an avenue for relief. And Qi Zhaoqian slowly turned around, smiling. She had certainly caught the implied meaning and readily seized the opportunity to ease the tension. Nothing unusual, Master. May I come by later to review the memorials and complete my studies? Yun Yubo relented, and she sensed an opportunity to press her advantage. This was Yun Yubo's chamber, a place she seldom entered, and now that she had a fitting excuse, she intended to make the most of it. She gazed at Yun Yubo with anticipation, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Certainly, however, if your handwriting remains as unsightly, you may as well forego your evening meal. Logically speaking, this territory belongs to Qi Zhaoqian. She should be free to roam wherever she pleases. Witnessing Yun Yubo's unwavering demeanor, Qi Zhaoqian pursed her lips in resignation. The master of the Imperial Academy is also aware that I only commenced my studies at the age of 10, and my penmanship is far from exquisite. Please do not disdain it. With a dejected expression, Qi Zhaoqian was met with Yun Yubo's frown. Master, excellence is achieved through diligence. Do not excuse your laziness. Her lack of leniency left Qi Zhaoqian with no choice but to acquiesce with a nod. Very well, I understand. Upon her brief departure, Qi Zhaoqian found Yin Bo already seated at her desk, poised to encourage her studies. Master, what does this phrase mean? Master, how is this character pronounced? By the way, may I serve you tea? Is this presentable? Master, this text is quite profound. I do not comprehend it. Please elucidate. Qi Zhaoqian consistently brought her book close to Yin Bo, leaning in closely, her gaze fixated on her profile. The scent wafting from her nose was delightful. And Yin Bo, displaying notable patience, began to explain. However, noticing Qi Zhaoqian inching closer, she could not help but inquire, "Have you understood?" Snap back to reality. Qi Zhaoqian realized she had been daydreaming. What had Yin Bo just said? Observing the curious expression on Yin Bo's face, she hurriedly replied, "I understand." "I understand. Really? Then recount it to me word for word." Yin Bo's cold smile left Qi Zhaoqian momentarily speechless. Huh? Aware that Qi Zhaoqian's mind was elsewhere, Yin Bo, with a hint of exasperation, tapped her lightly on the head with the book. 100 times, write it. Qi Zhaoqian covered her head, feeling defeated. Yes, the spot where she was tapped did not hurt. She rubbed it and obediently put pen to paper. Yet, upon glancing at her handwriting, Yin Bo turned her head away, finding it rather unsightly compared to the elegant script Qi Zhaoqian concealed within her drawer. After spending the day with Yin Bo, Qi Zhaoqian also shared the evening meal with her, wearing a smile throughout the day, which reflected her exceptionally good mood. Even the tea servant could not resist teasing her. "Your Majesty, you must conceal your emotions. Your smile nearly reaches your ears. Please temper it." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian suppressed her smile, but a glance at Yin Bo made her falter. "I do not wish to hide it. Master, I am happy, and I need not dwell on my worries any longer." She spoke candidly, and Yin Bo shook her head, thinking to herself that she was still but a child, unaware of the need for discretion. Chapter 78. The passing of time. Time always flies swiftly. Before long, the end of the month arrived, and in 2 months, the coming-of-age ceremony would be upon them. Previously, Qi Zhaoqian had declared in the court that no suitors should be sought for her, which had indeed quieted the matter considerably. However, some continued to write to Yin Bo, inquiring whether recommendations were still necessary. While the court had deemed it unacceptable, the Grand Tutor insisted on finding suitors for the emperor, placing them in a difficult position. Yin Bo contemplated the situation and responded with a mere 4 words: adapt and respond. Deep down, she was equally uncertain of how to proceed. Defeated by her own indecision, Qi Zhaoqian's fervor was evident, yet she never dared to respond directly. Meanwhile, Qi Zhaoqian continued to plead for medicine from Yin Bo, returning each time in a state of despondency. Yin Bo gazed at him, savoring the sight of him kneeling there in silence, his spirit dulled. The Qi family should be prostrate at her feet, looked down upon by all. Nevertheless, Yin Bo did not act with absolute cruelty. As Qi Zhaoqian prepared to leave the palace, she instructed Tutor to fetch the medicinal herbs. Qi Zhaoqian observed her, momentarily perplexed as to whether she truly despised Qi Zhaoqian or not. Tutor presented the medicine pouch for Yin Bo's inspection, and she ordered it to be fully opened. After casually flipping through its contents, she grasped the herbs within, inhaling their scent to ensure their efficacy was beyond doubt. She meticulously examined each item from left to right, while Qi Zhaoqian stood to her left, captivated by the peculiar assortment of herbs. Curiously, she imitated Yin Bo, reaching out to touch the plants, then leaning in to sniff them. The pungent aroma of the herbs assaulted her senses, causing her to wrinkle her brow. Observing her reaction, Tutor felt a chuckle rising within her. "Your Majesty, these herbs possess a rather strong scent. It would be prudent to keep your distance." Qi Zhaoqian nodded, her curiosity prompting her to inquire of Yin Bo, "Imperial teacher, what are these herbs?" That day, King Yu mentioned that only the palace's medicines could cure the illness. Why is it that only those from the palace can treat the 7th princess's ailment? Are there no alternatives elsewhere? She posed several questions in quick succession, but Yin Bo merely cast her a sidelong glance, shaking her head gently, unwilling to divulge the information. "There is no need for you to know. This does not concern you. Go over there and refrain from causing chaos and noise." With an expression of indifference, Yun Yuba dismissed her, leaving Qi Zhaoqian feeling disheartened and aggrieved as she looked towards Tuwaching for solace. Tuwaching blinked and comforted Qi Zhaoqian. "Your Majesty, why not focus on your studies over there? I shall have the kitchen prepare something delicious for you shortly." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqing's face lit up with a smile. "All right, thank you, Dr. Tuwaching." After expressing her gratitude, she cast a mournful glance at Yun Yuba. "Imperial teacher, I am merely curious. Did you not say that one should ask more questions when in doubt? I inquire, yet you provide no answers and even deem me bothersome." She began to voice her grievances against Yun Yuba, who pointed towards the nearby writing desk, her tone tinged with impatience. "Go there and finish the assignments you neglected today. Much of what I say would be beyond your understanding. Some herbs require special preparation and drying." Yun Yuba paused, perhaps realizing her tone was too severe, and suddenly softened it, attempting to appease Qi Zhaoqian. "If the opportunity arises, I shall teach you gradually in the future. This is not the time for such learning." She sent Qi Zhaoqian away, who, having been soothed, obediently returned to the writing desk, opening the burdensome text before her. Yun Yuba conducted a cursory inspection. "Send it to the Yuwang mansion." "Understood," Tuwaching replied as she took her leave, while Qi Zhaoqian watched her departing figure before retracting her gaze. 7 days later, tragic news arrived. When Tuwaching delivered the medicine, the 7th princess lay bedridden in the Wang mansion, unable to speak. She resembled a delicate porcelain doll, her exquisite features unable to mask her illness, fragile and in need of careful handling. Yet within her gaze, there was an absence of sorrow, instead, a sense of tranquility. Upon seeing that the palace had finally sent the medicine, Qi Zhaoqian breathed a sigh of relief and hastily ordered the preparation of the medicine for his sister. After ingesting the medicine, Qi Zhaoxiao fell into a slumber and awoke feeling significantly improved, which brought some relief to Qi Zhaoqian. However, after a few days, following the consumption of a second dose of the concoction, Qi Zhaoxiao began to cough and spit blood incessantly, her condition deteriorating rapidly. Vivid crimson blood burned her eyes, and the bedding was adorned with red stains resembling flowers, the air thick with a faint metallic scent. Qi Zhaoqian sought assistance from an external physician, who merely shook his head, stating that the cause of her ailment could not be determined, and advised him to prepare for her eventual demise. In despair, he summoned help from the palace, which hastily dispatched royal doctors, though it was uncertain if they would arrive in time. Inside the dimly lit residence of the Prince of Yu, only a few maids stood outside, listening to the sounds within, too fearful to speak. "Zhaoxia, hold on. Help from the palace will arrive shortly. Do not frighten your brother. Everything will be all right," Qi Zhaoqian urged, anxiety lacing his voice as he glanced at the distant medicinal jar, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Why, after so many previous treatments without incident, had this particular one gone awry? Was Yun Yuba truly so merciless as to warn him? His heart hardened with rage. If anything were to happen to his sister, he would not let it go unpunished. In Qi Zhaoqian's embrace, Qi Zhaoxiao writhed in agony. She clutched the bedding tightly, her brows furrowing in distress. Her eyes void of light, the metallic taste of blood overwhelming her, causing her to whimper. Since childhood, she had been a vessel of medicine, her frail body a consequence of her mother's struggles during childbirth, compounded by the turmoil of war 5 years prior, which claimed her father and left her mother ailing. The eldest princess harbored no compassion for them, leaving the 2 sisters destitute and alone. Qi Zhaoqian, defying all moral boundaries, exhausted every means to ensure their survival, striving to extend her life. Qi Zhaoxiao's lips parted slightly, her expression drifting into a haze as she whispered, "Brother, after all these years, I have burdened you greatly. It seems my tribulations and fate have finally caught up to me." Her words rushed forth, her final sentiments. Since their mother's passing, her brother had done far too much for her sake, and she hoped he could live for himself henceforth, free from any burdens. Qi Zhaoqian shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "No, Zhaoxia, do not speak such nonsense. There must be a way, there has to be a way." He felt helpless like a child, as he witnessed his beloved sister's harrowing struggle, powerless to intervene. whether it was the effects of the medication or the result of the previous day's withdrawal. Qi Zhaoqian had reached the end of her strength, her condition beyond remedy. Her breathing grew increasingly labored, her grip on the bedding tightening, her face gaunt and hollow, leaving only skeletal features. The light in her eyes flickered, gradually extinguishing until at last blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The crimson stain marred her brother's once vibrant robe, her lips devoid of color, yet her eyes bore a semblance of tranquility. Chapter 79. Blame. I see our mother. She has come to take me away. Brother, for all these years, I have been a burden to you. I am sorry. Lie well from now on. Qi Zhaoqian frantically attempted to wipe her face with a silk handkerchief, but the blood only flowed more abundantly, overwhelming him. This is the final farewell of Qi Zhaoqian, whose strength gradually ebbed away as she closed her eyes, leaning against her brother Qi Zhaoqian, her breath extinguished. Before the imperial physician could arrive, Qi Zhaoqian had already coughed up blood and passed away in her brother's embrace. In truth, had it not been for the intervention of Yin Yuba, she might have succumbed long ago, and had Qi Zhaoqian not aided Yin Yuba in the past, her fate would have been far more tragic. She was but a nameless flower, and what difference did it make to be born into royalty? Without her brother's protection, she would have fared no better than those royal children who perished amidst the turmoil of war. Once, there were 11 sons of Qi Yuan. Now, one less remains. Zhaoxia. That night, the residence of the Prince of Yu was filled with the muffled sobs of Prince Qi Zhaoqian. The following day, clad in white, Qi Zhaoqian came to the palace to mourn. His face was haggard, and he bore the weight of sorrow that rendered him a shadow of his former self. Though they had seen each other just days prior, he now seemed like a different person altogether. Qi Zhaoqian cast a glance at Yin Yuba, his eyes laced with derision. Yet Yin Yuba returned his gaze with indifference, seemingly unperturbed. Imperial teacher, I thank you for your years of care. Only now do I truly comprehend your ruthlessness, which is indeed worthy of admiration. To Qi Zhaoqian, it seemed that every aspect pointed to Yin Yuba's culpability. Whether it was the withholding of herbs or the addition of something sinister to the medicine, the outcome remained the same. His sister was gone. Now, he was unencumbered and no longer bound. Yet looking ahead, he could not help but blame himself, for it was his choice to engage in that high-stakes gamble, to repay a debt of gratitude, which had ultimately led his sister into the inferno. In such moments, he lamented his impotence, feeling bereft of any means to repay that kindness. Seated upon the throne, Qi Zhaoqian grasped the dragon chair tightly. Casting a puzzled glance at Yin Yuba upon hearing these words, his eyes filled with intrigue. The implication in Qi Zhaoqian's words was unmistakable. Qi Zhaoqian's expression shifted from skepticism to determination, as if pondering whether Yin Yuba was indeed culpable. Yet, she was not that kind of person. He should trust her. At that moment, Yin Yuba's countenance was hardly any better. She had meticulously examined the medicine, timing it perfectly, and logically, no mishap should have occurred. She was not foolish enough to eliminate that piece on the board and thus create trouble for herself, only to be ridiculed in the court. Although Qi Zhaoqian did not voice his suspicions outright, Yin Yuba could no longer ignore the look in his eyes. With a cold laugh, she turned to Qi Zhaoqian. Prince of Yu, why not speak plainly? I am ruthless? Then did I mistakenly administer the medicine in previous years? You know better than anyone how your sister's health truly was. I have already stated that there were no medicines in the palace. Had there been, we would have delivered them without delay. This the emperor can attest to. Can you truly place the blame upon me for the lack of medicine? Is this a threat? She had done everything within her power, refraining from complete annihilation during the coup, instead allowing survival and supplying medicine. Now, she found herself the target of blame. The medicine had been thoroughly examined before delivery. If any fault lay with her, it could only be that she had withheld a few days' worth of medicinal herbs. Moreover, the fact that Qi Zhaoqian has managed to endure until now can be considered a testament to her resilience. The days of medication cessation have indeed cost lives. One can only attribute such fate to destiny. Behind Yin Yuba, many voices echoed in agreement, and they deemed Prince Yu to be somewhat unreasonable. The court was well aware that Yin Yuba held the reins of power, and naturally, No one dared to voice support for a deceased and inconsequential princess, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. Qi Zhaoqian found himself at a loss for grounds to impeach Yun Yubao, thus swallowing his sorrow in silence. He lacked justification, and there was no argument to prove that the issue lay not with his sister, but rather with Yun Yubao. He had become a true recluse. Lowering his head, he could not conceal the resentment simmering in his eyes. Your Majesty, I offer my condolences. Ultimately, I have never had the chance to meet my sister, which is indeed a regret, he said. Qi Zhaoqian initially spoke with sorrow, but her tone shifted sharply. Your Majesty, if there is no basis for your words, do not speak recklessly. I have heard that the seventh princess has long been gravely ill. Who can truly predict the decrees of fate? If you blame the Imperial Hospital for not delivering the medicinal herbs sooner, those matters fall under my jurisdiction. Are you blaming me? If you suspect the medication itself, I was present during the examination as well. Should you have doubts, you are welcome to conduct a thorough investigation. However, these medicines did not pass solely through our hands. Your household is replete with personnel. Qi Zhaoqian regarded him, clearly displeased with the matter concerning Yun Yubao. She offered some casual words of comfort before turning her attention back to Yun Yubao. The latter appeared somewhat taken aback, silently observing her. Her fists clenched tightly as unease filled her heart. Qi Zhaoqian gritted his teeth, asserting, I dare not, Your Majesty. That was not my intention. I was merely overwhelmed with grief. Enough, I understand. I am weary. Subsequent matters will be handled by designated officials within the palace. You may all withdraw. Qi Zhaoqian bestowed some gifts upon Prince Yu, reassuring him not to dwell too sorrowfully. The funeral was not elaborately conducted. This princess was as dispensable as Qi Zhaoqian had once been. The Prince Yu's estate lacked both power and resources, having only managed to construct a tomb. She was fortunate enough to be interred, whereas many previous princes and princesses had left no remains, some reduced to mere fragments. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity, and Qi Zhaoqian returned to Prince Yu's residence, closing himself off from the world. As the month drew to a close, the weather unexpectedly brightened for a few days, melting the light snow within the palace. Qi Zhaoqian glanced out the window and then at Yun Yubao, who was engrossed in a book, unable to suppress her words. Imperial teacher, the weather outside is splendid today. Let's take a stroll. I feel we are growing stagnant. Her expression was one of eager anticipation. Yun Yubao paused, lifting her gaze from the pages to the window. The winter sun was a rare treasure. Bailing had remained cold from the onset of winter until the arrival of spring. Apart from attending morning court and a brief respite, she and Qi Zhaoqian had been cooped up in a room for over half a month, making it no surprise that she yearned to venture outside. Qi Zhaoqian had grown bolder, no longer timid. With Yun Yubao's tacit approval, their relationship had drawn closer, though she refrained from being overly familiar, limiting herself to intentional yet casual touches, cautiously approaching Yun Yubao to observe her features. Yun Yubao frequently inquired how Qi Zhaoqian wished to celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony, to which Qi Zhaoqian always vaguely replied that she would defer to the imperial teacher's guidance. On that day, when Qi Zhaoqian was absent, Yun Yubao caught sight of new words in the dark corner. In truth, she only wished to spend time with the Grand Tutor, regardless of the occasion. Her sole desire was to be by his side. During the coming-of-age ceremony, she was to make 3 wishes, yet she had yet to contemplate them. Nevertheless, it was the first time in her life that she would have a banquet exclusively for herself. Upon reading her sentiments, Yun Yubao fell silent, letting out a soft sigh as she gazed into the distance, deep in thought. These feelings, unreciprocated, tormented her heart unbearably. Today, it was rare for Qi Zhaoqian to voice a request again. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yubao rose and walked to the door, turning back to signal her to follow. Let us go. She glanced at Qi Zhaoqian, who, upon hearing her call, smiled and hurried to her side. Suddenly, Qi Zhaoqian raised her hand, instinctively reaching for Yun Yubao's sleeve. Yet, just as she lifted her hand, she hesitated and lowered it again. Her eyes were filled with conflict, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Fearful of inciting Yun Yubao's anger, she was apprehensive that she might be rebuffed once more, or hear hurtful words as before. Yin Yubo looked at her in confusion, noticing Qi Zhaoqian's fixation on her sleeve, as if she had something to say but was holding back. "What is it?" Yin Yubo softly inquired. Their eyes met, and Qi Zhaoqian mustered the courage to ask, "Is it permissible? I wish to hold the Grand Tutor's hand." Upon uttering this, her face flushed, and she dared not meet Yin Yubo's gaze, bracing herself for a potential rejection. Yin Yubo pressed her lips together, contemplating before calmly uttering 2 words. "It is fine." Merely grasping her sleeve should pose no issue, she thought. Her response felt somewhat awkward. Outside, Tuqing witnessed this scene, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is it truly possible? When did the Grand Tutor become so accommodating? And to Qi Zhaoqian, no less, agreeing to her request. "Thank you, Grand Tutor." With a definitive response, Qi Zhaoqian naturally took Yin Yubo's hand, intertwining their fingers. It seemed she had awaited this moment for an eternity. Her head lowered, yet unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. Yin Yubo was taken aback. Wasn't it Qi Zhaoqian's intention to merely hold my sleeve? Why has she taken my hand directly? A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as Qi Zhaoqian's grip tightened, sending a jolt of electricity through her, leaving her frozen in place, unsure of how to react. "You." Yin Yubo felt a touch of unease, though her expression remained composed. She sensed that she had been caught in a rather odd situation. Yet she could not pinpoint why. Did not the Grand Tutor say it was permissible? Qi Zhaoqian's hand applied a gentle pressure, seemingly fearful of letting go. Yin Yubo paused, feeling her heartbeat quicken. She cast a glance at Qi Zhaoqian, who was smiling at her, her eyes brimming with joy. Yin Yubo fell silent, unable to find words to retort. She had indeed given her consent, yet the Grand Tutor had once stated, "A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. What was said must be honored." "Let's go, Grand Tutor." Qi Zhaoqian interrupted her thoughts, unwilling to let the hard-won opportunity slip away so easily. Her words were indeed reasonable, and Yin Yubo found it difficult to refute them. "All right," she murmured, instinctively averting her gaze, questioning the validity of her decision. She returned Qi Zhaoqian's grip, feeling somewhat uneasy. Her palm was warm, and she could not escape the sensation. It was unclear when she had begun to find it impossible to refuse Qi Zhaoqian's requests, especially after Qi Zhaoqian had spoken on her behalf in the court. Something had undeniably shifted. At the time, most believed her to be at fault or suspected her of foul play, yet due to her influence, they dared not voice their opinions, even pretending to support her. She had assumed Qi Zhaoqian would share the same doubts as the others, but she did not. Instead, she stood up to Qi Zhaoqian, defending her. Afterward, she had sent Tuqing to the Wangfu of the King of Yu to examine the medicinal residues, but the king, in a fit of rage, refused to see anyone and shut the gates tightly. Though he did not openly express his disdain, his actions spoke volumes. Qi Zhaoqian placed all the blame squarely on Yin Yubo's shoulders, claiming that if he had summoned the imperial physician sooner that night, perhaps Zhao Xia would not have perished. Yet he also berated himself for having agreed to that matter, gambling with his own sister. Upon her return, Tuqing reported that the King of Yu would not receive anyone and did not need the palace's famed concern. Yin Yubo scoffed, saying, "Let him think as he wishes. I have shown enough benevolence. This incident should not have occurred. I shall simply exercise more caution in the future." Zhao Xiao's life mattered solely to Qi Zhaoqian. Beyond him, who else cared? For Yin Yubo, it was of little consequence and utterly futile. She had been administering medicine to prolong Zhao Xiao's life because she had once promised to ensure her safety. She had upheld this bargain for 5 years, keeping Qi Zhaoqian compliant, never stepping into the court. Now that she was dead, it was one less worry, freeing Qi Zhaoqian from any attachments, making him a man unrestrained, beyond her control, and she could only wonder whether he might stir up trouble. Lost in thought, Yin Yubo's gaze grew icy. If this incident was not mere coincidence, it could only imply that someone was scheming in the shadows. But who could that be? Despite ruminating over it, she could find no answers, and her inquiries yielded no leads, which left her perturbed. In the following days, Yin Yubo's mood noticeably soured, while Qi Zhaoqian remained by her side. employing various means to uplift her spirits. During this time, Qi Zhaoqian was as docile as a quail, her handwriting exquisite, her studies satisfactory, and she even took the opportunity to express her loyalty. Master of the Empire, I believe in you. Sometimes, certain events unfold as they are meant to, and I have long heard of my seventh sister's frail constitution. It must be fate, and who can we blame for that? The other day, in the court, I found Qi Zhaoqian insufferable. He was ever so sarcastic. Since he insists we need not intervene, then we shan't, especially since I have already bestowed him with numerous gifts to console him. She spoke with indignation on Yun Yuba's behalf, and Tuching, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle. Your Majesty, there is no need for anger. The incident occurred unexpectedly, and it is only natural for him to harbor resentment. Qi Zhaoqian stood there, visibly displeased. However, I simply dislike when he refers to you all. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, Yin Yubo interjected. It is of no consequence. Yin Yubo lowered his eyes and shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further, signaling to Qi Zhaoqian that there was no need to make a fuss over the matter. Perhaps it is truly fate at play. Qi Zhaoqian nodded and quickly approached her, tentatively suggesting, Imperial teacher, do not be disheartened. The plum blossoms in the Imperial garden have begun to bloom. Shall we go see them together? I have heard that a little cat has recently appeared there, and I am rather curious to see if we can find it. Qi Zhaoqian was quite fond of play. Upon hearing this, Yin Yubo glanced at her and gestured towards the writing desk. Given the recent heavy snow, you should remain indoors for now. We can visit in a few days when the snow has lessened. Chapter 81. Default, she began to close her eyes and rest, dismissing Qi Zhaoqian's suggestion. Qi Zhaoqian had no choice but to comply, sitting obediently back down, yet her gaze remained fixed on the window. The snow was thick, blanketing everything in a vast expanse of white. The warmth of the high-quality charcoal fire within the room rendered the cold imperceptible. However, if one were to venture outside, they would surely wish to return within a short time. Having longed to play outside, the sight of the clear skies today filled her with excitement and a desire to take a stroll. Yin Yubo took Qi Zhaoqian's hand, and the two strolled leisurely through the Imperial Garden. The sun cast a warm glow on them, making one squint with comfort. Yet, Yin Yubo was not in the mood to enjoy the moment, contemplating how to find an excuse to let Qi Zhaoqian go. Qi Zhaoqian, noticing their intertwined hands and the faint blush on Yin Yubo's ears, smiled silently and sought to engage her in conversation. By the way, Imperial teacher, General Gu's victory banquet has yet to be held. When do you think would be an appropriate time? Qi Zhaoqian inquired. I previously asked Gu Jinzhu, and he said it was unnecessary, but I think, considering his contributions, if we do not hold it, the soldiers in the borderlands may have their doubts. The honor and disgrace of the frontier are tied to Gu Jinzhu, and this banquet must certainly take place. As she posed the question to Yin Yubo, he pondered for a moment. Qi Zhaoqian made a valid point. Although he was not fond of Gu Jinzhu, the due recognition must not be neglected. Let be in the next few days. Since we have achieved victory, it would not be wise to delay. Rewards should be given, and with the weather improving in the next couple of days, after the banquet, it will be time for your Majesty's coming-of-age ceremony. Mentioning Gu Jinzhu inevitably reminded Yin Yubo of that confession letter. He wondered if Gu Jinzhu still harbored any feelings for Qi Zhaoqian. Very well. I shall follow the Imperial teacher's arrangements. Qi Zhaoqian replied, her voice betraying her happiness. Imperial teacher, she softly called out to Yin Yubo, who turned her head, looking at her in curiosity. Qi Zhaoqian instinctively tightened her grip on her hand, lowering her gaze, hesitant to meet her eyes. Then, she dared to ask the question that had long lingered in her heart. Do you have someone you like? Upon hearing this question again, Yin Yubo was momentarily taken aback. Previously, she had felt that Qi Zhaoqian had overstepped her bounds. Not only did she refrain from answering, but she had also given her a stern reprimand. Now this question has arisen again, and it seems that Qi Zhaoqian is genuinely concerned. No, this time, Yin Yubo chose not to evade the question, nor did she assert that it was unrelated to Qi Zhaoqian. Upon hearing her response, Qi Zhaoqian found herself at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. No, she still has a chance, but it also indicates that her efforts are insufficient. Will there be? Qi Zhaoqian began to probe Yun Yuba, seeking to ascertain her odds of success. Yun Yuba contemplated for 3 seconds before uttering 2 words. No way. Hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian frowned. Having already held hands, how could she so firmly declare that it was impossible? Why not? The implication of not possible suggests that she would not develop affections for anyone, nor would anyone be able to penetrate her heart. Yet, Yun Yuba's transformation was evident. She was not blind to that. Qi Zhaoqian swallowed hard, observing the way Yun Yuba clung to her hand, realizing that this person was once again speaking falsehoods. Yun Yuba had uttered too many untruths. She too was often insincere. At times, Qi Zhaoqian could instinctively discern the genuine from the fabricated. No reasons were provided. Yun Yuba's heart was tumultuous, and she could only express her disillusionment through words. Is that so? Qi Zhaoqian felt somewhat defeated, managed to smile, and concealed her thoughts. Abandoning her was naturally out of the question. Yun Yuba's conflicting emotions were something she had long ceased to believe in, and she felt no hint of wavering. The two wandered in the imperial garden for quite a while, feeling pleasantly warm, yet they had not encountered the little cat others spoke of. Qi Zhaoqian felt a twinge of disappointment, scanning the surroundings for a while before turning back. It seemed today would yield no sighting. She hoped for a future opportunity. She expressed her regret, but reflected that today was not entirely fruitless. From the moment they entered the garden until their return, Yun Yuba had not released her hand, nor had she uttered any hurtful words. This, Qi Zhaoqian found delightful. Imperial Master, do you find me offensive today? She inquired on their way back. Yun Yuba shook her head. Not at all. She understood that Qi Zhaoqian was deliberately being provocative, yet she acquiesced, pretending to be oblivious. That's good. May I continue to act this way in the future? Qi Zhaoqian asked. Yun Yuba fell silent. Is it permissible? Would she not then take further liberties? Or is it not permissible? Yet today, she had already made concessions, denying it would surely lead Qi Zhaoqian to disregard her words and continue as she pleased. Yun Yuba did not respond to Qi Zhaoqian, and Qi Zhaoqian took her silence as consent. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to seek a new topic. Imperial Master, do you have anything you particularly enjoy? She smiled, eager to know more about her. The question caught Yun Yuba off guard. She glanced at Qi Zhaoqian and, after a long pause, nodded. Yes. Qi Zhaoqian's interest piqued, and she leaned in with curiosity. What is it? Noticing her inquisitiveness, Yun Yuba gently shook her head, devoid of any desire to elaborate further. Why desire His Majesty cannot provide? Yun Yuba averted her gaze, her tone growing somber. If everything you wish to attain, everything you cherish, requires your life, how would you respond? Qi Zhaoqian sensed that Yun Yuba was gazing through her, as if observing something. Was he looking at the spot behind her? Or perhaps at her attire? Truly, the Imperial Master has yet to voice his desires, yet he presumes I cannot fulfill them? Although I lack both wealth and beauty, I would offer whatever the Imperial Master seeks, regardless of what it may be. With a face full of sincerity, she spoke, and Yun Yuba merely smiled faintly. Your Majesty is jesting. I was merely joking with you. I possess nothing of particular affection. Come, Your Majesty, you have yet to complete your studies for today. Choosing not to pursue the conversation further, she released Qi Zhaoqian's hand and stepped forward. An invisible barrier had always existed between them, one that could not be breached. Qi Zhaoqian stared at her empty palm, momentarily dazed, then smiled silently until the warmth of her hand dissipated, at which point she lowered it. She had long speculated about Yun Yuba, and it appeared her deductions were correct. For some reason, a tinge of sorrow lingered. The things she cherished were within her grasp, yet she could neither give nor would she give them away. These belonged solely to her. Her life was her own, not to be controlled by anyone, not by anyone at all. She quickly caught up with Yun Yuba, acting as if nothing had transpired, casting aside her earlier discontent. When Gu Jinzhu learned of the impending celebration banquet in his honor, he contemplated and began to understand its implications. Chapter 82. The Celebration Banquet. Father will be present at this celebration banquet. Holding the banquet before the coming-of-age ceremony, the emperor likely intended to reinforce connections with previous allies. Gu Lang pondered this as he poured himself a cup of tea, remaining unhurried. You need not concern yourself with who will attend. Simply follow Uncle One, who will guide you. This banquet will certainly attract many attendees. On one hand, there are those eager to curry favor, while on the other, news has recently circulated regarding the emperor's intent to select a consort, presenting yet another opportunity. It remains to be seen how the emperor envisions this. We shall observe the developments with patience. After speaking, Gu Lang sipped his tea, feeling a sense of contentment. Although he was involved, he would not overstep, for outwardly, he remained the same confined Grand Commandant. As for Qi Zhaoqian, had he sent something to convey his condolences? The Grand Commandant recalled how the Prince of Yu had sought his assistance a few days prior, a request he had readily obliged. Yun Yu Bo's cessation of medication was an overt warning. He must have anticipated such an outcome. Qi Zhaoqian owed a debt of gratitude. Years ago, amidst turmoil in the palace, when his mother passed away, he had struggled to care for his younger sister during a period of grave illness. The late emperor had shown no interest, and it was Gu Lang who, unable to bear it, persuaded Qi Yuan to summon a physician for Qi Zhaoqian. Later, at a banquet, for reasons unknown, Qi Zhaoqian fell into the water, in the brink of death. It was Gu Lang who discovered her and dove in to rescue her. Upon awakening, when asked why she had fallen, she merely shook her head and claimed it was an accident, a moment of carelessness. However, upon seeing Qi Zhaoning, her fear became palpable, and she dared not meet her gaze. Gu Lang's choice to assist Qi Zhaoning was not solely due to her status as the eldest princess, but also because of her cunning, compounded by his eldest son's betrothal to her, a union bestowed by the emperor himself. Should the grand princess ascend the throne, then Yun Yu Bo would undoubtedly step down. However, no one anticipated the unexpected rise of Qi Zhaoqian, who was supported by Yun Yu Bo. Furthermore, the imperial edict left by Qi Yuan proclaimed that the one bearing a blooming clematis upon their left shoulder would ensure the prosperity of the nation and be established as the new emperor. The maidservant spoke of how Qi Zhaoqian possessed a resplendent clematis on her left shoulder, its vibrant red hue strikingly radiant. Gu Lang had always been skeptical of such tales, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Consequently, the court fell under the control of Yun Yu Bo, leaving Gu Lang in a state of agitation. The empire he had helped to forge had fallen into the hands of an outsider, a bitter pill to swallow. At this juncture, the puppet emperor suddenly required his assistance, and Gu Lang was more than willing to oblige, perhaps even with a sense of eagerness. It now seemed plausible that the edict held truth, provided that it was the Gu family offering support rather than Yun Yu Bo. Gu Jinzhe, upon overhearing her father inquire about Qi Zhaoqian, hurriedly recounted the recent happenings. The pain of losing family was still fresh, and she mentioned that it would take a few more days for healing. It could be said that their predicament arose from their assistance, and they had sent numerous offerings, yet King Yu had refused them all, stating his desire to collaborate with them. This was both an act of gratitude and a means to protect his sister and their family's legacy. Gu Lang remained convinced that Yun Yu Bo was the orchestrator behind their troubles. Gu Jinzhe recounted the events in detail, and Gu Lang interjected, acknowledging the tumultuous path they had traversed. Very well, prepare for tomorrow's celebration banquet. You shall meet your sister one then. A smile graced Gu Lang's face, and upon hearing the mention of Sister One, Gu Jinzhe froze momentarily, a flicker of joy mingled with a hint of shyness crossing her features. Sister One? Has she been promised to someone? After all, it had indeed been quite some time since she had last seen her, and since returning, she had been too preoccupied to visit, uncertain if her absence had caused any displeasure. Gu Jinzhe and Wen Yu shared a childhood bond, often playing together in their youth. Gu Jinzhe was naturally lively and playful, while Wen Yu embodied her name, exuding tranquility. Initially, the Gu and Wen families intended to arrange a match between the two, but after Gu Jinzhe ventured to the frontier, those plans fell through, hindered by uncertainties that loomed too large to ignore. What do you think? If she is already promised to another, why would I bother telling you? Gu Lang shook his head in exasperation, prompting Gu Jinzhe to slap her forehead in realization. Thank you, Father, for the information. I shall now go and decide what to wear for tomorrow. She dashed off, leaving Gu Lang to gaze after her with a sigh of resignation. Today is to prepare for the trivial matters of tomorrow. When you meet old acquaintances, be spirited. Just remember, this is not the time for romance, for there are far more pressing matters at hand. Though the celebration banquet was hastily arranged, it did not deter the influx of guests. On the following day, a multitude of ministers accompanied by their families entered the palace, a steady stream of arrivals. Qi Zhaoqian leaned against the windowsill of her study, gazing at the winter plum blossoms outside. Yin Yuba had departed for an unknown purpose, and the officials from the 4 departments and 6 bureaus were busily preparing, the comings and goings incessant, yet her surroundings remained rather desolate. Yin Yuba had instructed her to complete her studies before joining the festivities, as it was not yet the appropriate time for her to make an appearance. "Tuqing, I wish to step outside for a moment," she implored, her voice laced with longing as she looked at Tuqing, who stood at a distance. Tuqing shook her head in refusal, expressing her unwillingness to comply. "Your Majesty, please heed my words. The Imperial Master has made arrangements, and it is not yet time for you to venture out. The banquet shall commence shortly. You may join us then." Reluctantly, Qi Zhaoqian turned back to her studies. Feeling dejected, after a while, she finally completed her work and tossed down her brush with enthusiasm. "I'm done. Can I go now?" Upon glancing at her flamboyant script, Tuqing felt a moment of helplessness. "Your Majesty, are you not concerned about the return of the Imperial Master?" Qi Zhaoqian pouted. "But my usual writing is like this." She was playful, and Tuqing considered offering further counsel when Yin Yubo returned. Upon seeing Yin Yubo's silhouette, Qi Zhaoqian hurriedly concealed her poorly executed work behind her back, adopting a compliant demeanor. As Yin Yubo entered, she cast a glance at Qi Zhaoqian and approached her slowly. "Let us proceed. Preparations are nearly complete. Today, you shall partake in the wine, and I shall assist you." Startled by these words, Qi Zhaoqian blinked. "All right," she readily agreed, but Yin Yubo coolly instructed, "Show me what you have." Qi Zhaoqian froze, internal lamentation echoing, "I'm doomed." Reluctantly, she revealed her work, and Yin Yubo let out a soft click of her tongue. Before she could express her discontent, Qi Zhaoqian looked at her with pleading eyes, exuding an air of desperation. Yin Yubo hesitated for a moment. "Imperial Master, today is a celebration. The Empress is in high spirits. Allow her some time to enjoy herself." Tuqing interjected, advocating for Qi Zhaoqian. "Imperial Master," Qi Zhaoqian called out, her voice tinged with grievance. "Yun Yubo sight. This shall not become a habit. I promise." Assisted by attendants, Qi Zhaoqian donned her attire and eventually made her way to Xingqing Palace in a sedan chair. The banquet would extend into the evening, illuminated by bright lights, with songs and dances filling the air. Ministers and royal relatives arrived one after another, laughter and joy resonating throughout the hall. "The Empress has arrived," a maid's refined voice echoed, and the previously boisterous hall fell silent as everyone stood respectfully. The seating arrangements reflected their ranks, with those of higher status positioned closer to the inner sanctum. Curiosity stirred among the attendees, and some discreetly glanced toward the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of the reigning empress. Qi Zhaoqian's reputation preceded her, yet her prolonged confinement within the palace meant few had laid eyes upon her. Outside, only tales of her ruthless nature circulated. A considerable number of young men from ministerial families had come, intrigued by the empress, especially with rumors of her seeking a consort circulating widely, kindling aspirations among them. Upon reaching the designated area, a maid lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and Qi Zhaoqian gracefully descended, stepping into Xingqing Hall. "Long live the empress!" As she arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, she halted, and all knelt in reverence, their respectful voices echoing within the chamber. Observing the multitude kneeling before her, Qi Zhaoqian recognized several familiar faces. Narrowing her eyes, she navigated through the crowd, making her way toward the highest seat within the hall. On this day, Qi Zhaoqian was not dressed extravagantly. She wore a simple yet elegant bright yellow gown, adorned with golden threads embroidered in the design of soaring dragons, complemented by a phoenix crown, exuding an air of authority and dignity. Her expression was rather subdued, resembling a pale reflection of Yin Yuba. Despite her youth, an inherent elegance emanated from her. creating an invisible pressure that deterred onlookers from meeting her gaze. They could only lower their eyes to her flowing skirts. Qi Zhaoqian stood at the pinnacle of power, exuding an air of authority. Yin Yuba lingered by her side, surveying the assembled guests. The number of attendees was considerable, with tables extending beyond the hall, indicating that many had come under the guise of the celebratory feast, and it was likely that even more would arrive for the coming ceremony. Once seated, Qi Zhaoqian raised her hand. Please be at ease. Today is General Gu's celebration banquet. There is no need for formality. Let us all rejoice together. Thank you, Your Majesty, the crowd replied, returning to their seats as the music resumed. The melodious notes of the jade flute filled the air, creating an atmosphere of revelry, with cups clinking and joyous laughter ringing out. Observing the lively scene, a faint smile graced Qi Zhaoqian's lips. Many guests, emboldened at last, began to appraise her, finding it difficult to reconcile her with the rumors they had heard. Her gaze, however, was fixed upon Gu Jinzhu, the honored guest of the evening. As the protagonist of the event, he naturally occupied a prominent position. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, he had shed the harshness of the battlefield, adopting the gentility befitting a scion of a noble family, evidently having made an effort to present himself well. At that moment, he was surrounded by a throng of admirers, his face beaming with delight. While engaging with the well-wishers, Gu Jinzhu subtly glanced towards Wenyu of the One family. True to her name, Wenyu exuded a gentle grace akin to the moon. Draped in a soft pink gown, adorned with jade hairpins and delicate accessories, her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear springs, radiating an air of noble composure. A faint smile lingered on her lips, each expression imbued with charm. Sensing Gu Jinzhu's gaze, Wenyu looked up, their eyes meeting directly, as if 1,000 unspoken words hung in the air, yet neither knew how to begin. Gu Jinzhu quickly averted his eyes. His cheeks flushed, unsure if it was due to the wine, feeling shy once more after years apart. Wenyu chuckled softly, shaking her head, seemingly teasing him for his timidity. Hearing that today was the emperor's celebration in his honor, her father had encouraged her attendance. Otherwise, she seldom ventured out. It had been 5 years since they last met, and they had grown somewhat estranged. Gradually, Wenyu rose, taking a wine cup from her attendant and approaching Gu Jinzhu. His gaze had remained upon her, and as he noticed her approaching, his heart raced, joy evident in his eyes. General Gu, I pay my respects, Wenyu spoke softly. Gu Jinzhu looked up at her, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Sister One, there is no need for such formality between us. This simple phrase bridged the distance between them. Wenyu smiled, finding his innocent demeanor delightful, and after finishing her drink, she engaged him in light conversation. It has been too long since we last met. We must adhere to the customary pleasantries. How have you fared these past years in the borderlands? She inquired, concern lacing her words. Gu Jinzhu paused, a smile playing on his lips as he absorbed her care. In retrospect, Wenyu had awaited him for 5 years, perhaps even longer. During his training in martial arts, she would diligently practice her calligraphy nearby. The young man would occasionally present her with a budding peach blossom, shyly proclaiming, "The flower is beautiful, and so is you, Sister Wenyu." Yet, youthful affections were severed when he was called to lead troops to the frontier. The uncertainties loomed large. Her father had intended to direct her toward another path, yet she had consistently declined, expressing her desire to wait a little longer. Gu Jinzhu had always achieved great victories at the borders, one reason being the presence of someone he wished to protect. 5 years can be deemed neither long nor short, yet the transformations that transpired were not insignificant. Very well, Sister Wenyu, I shall leave it at that. He intended to elaborate, but suddenly recalled something, uttering only a brief concession. Wenyu, who had been listening with a smile, was momentarily taken aback by his words. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Gu Jinzhu to hastily offer an explanation. Should the opportunity arise, he would reminisce with Wenyu in the future. Casting a glance at Qi Zhaoqian, an enigmatic emotion flickered in his eyes. Wenyu, perplexed, opted not to probe further. With so many people around, it would be better to catch up later. After 5 years apart, there was much to convey, yet few words had been left unspoken. Qi Zhaoqian, having perceived Gu Jinzhu's gaze, swiftly averted her own, her mind formulating new plans. She observed Yu Bo, who was seated at a distance, occasionally stealing glances at her, but hesitating to approach. Naturally, Yin Yu Bo had noticed the happenings near Gu Jinzhu. Unconsciously, she recalled the confession letter, feeling somewhat intrigued. Although Gu Jinzhu could engage with anyone, his current demeanor suggested a depth of thought. The authenticity of that self-recommendation was uncertain, and his persistent glances at Qi Zhaoqian were laden with unspoken sentiment. At the banquet, each individual harbored their own intentions. While Gu Jinzhu was the center of attention, many gazes gravitated toward Qi Zhaoqian. A bold young man rose to toast Qi Zhaoqian, introducing himself in the process. She took special note, discerning the affiliations of those around her, while also observing Yin Yu Bo's demeanor. When approached, Qi Zhaoqian smiled and raised her glass, signaling her appreciation for the gesture, yet she could not partake in the drink, passing it instead to Yin Yu Bo. Most who came to toast her were deftly intercepted by Yin Yu Bo, leaving one to wonder if Qi Zhaoqian had orchestrated this intentionally. She welcomed all advances, while Yin Yu Bo maintained his composure, consuming every offering. In Chapter 84, Qi Zhaoqian concealed her own desires, intending to be considerate of Yin Yu Bo, yet he remained silent, absorbing all toasts himself. She had never witnessed Yin Yu Bo drinking and was curious about his capacity for liquor. Everyone remarked on how the imperial mentor had meticulously considered the emperor's needs, dedicating years of unwavering support, even to the extent of partaking in his drinks. Qi Zhaoqian merely smiled and refrained from comment, reflecting that while he was indeed diligent, in times of discontent, he wielded either the rod or the palm. Observing Yin Yu Bo continuously consuming alcohol, Tu Qing quietly interjected, "Imperial mentor, it seems you have been toasted excessively today. Allow me to prepare some hangover soup for you." "I shall bring it shortly." Yin Yu Bo lowered his gaze and nodded gently. Excessive drinking is indeed detrimental. Although she possesses a commendable tolerance, moderation is essential. Tu Qing hastily departed, and Qi Zhaoqian, upon overhearing her words, hurriedly approached, gently tugging at Yin Yu Bo's sleeve. A tinge of concern shadowed her gaze as she scrutinized Yin Yu Bo for any signs of distress. "Imperial teacher, are you well? Would you prefer I handle the remainder alone? These are my subjects, and I find it difficult to refuse them, which must be taxing for you. I do worry about your capacity for alcohol," she suggested, subtly probing into Yin Yu Bo's true limits. Yin Yu Bo, her countenance cold, chastised herself for issuing covert orders. For it was she who now bore the brunt of the consequences. She had instructed the group to be adaptable, and they, believing her initial remarks to be indisputable, sought opportunities to engage further. Qi Zhaoqian, unable to decline, felt compelled to maintain appearances, thus consuming drink after drink. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yin Yu Bo sensed an undertone of provocation in Qi Zhaoqian's words. With a slight furrow of her brow, she drained the last sip from her cup and fixed her gaze upon her. "What do you mean by handling the rest by yourself? Do you harbor disdain for my capabilities? There is no need for concern. I am fully capable, Your Majesty." Her voice was devoid of warmth, yet tinged with a hint of acidity as she added, "Perhaps this is a splendid opportunity for you to discern any potential suitors. Otherwise, it would be a sheer waste of the considerable amount of wine consumed on your behalf." Qi Zhaoqian cast several furtive glances at Gu Jinzhu, who reciprocated her gaze, both taking mental notes, feeling a growing sense of frustration. Yin Yu Bo's demeanor remained aloof, even defiant, prompting Qi Zhaoqian to furrow her brow in confusion. What did she mean by suggesting that she look for someone appealing? Had she disregarded all previous conversations? Or is she merely sulking now? "I shall heed your advice. Please do not insist on my selection of consort. Let us avoid any ill temper, Imperial teacher," she whispered into Yin Yu Bo's ear, momentarily rendering her speechless. The proximity, compounded by slight inebriation, made Yin Yu Bo feel rather warm. Qi Zhaoqian's tone resembled that of one soothing a child, almost as if she were whispering, "Do not be troublesome. What anger do I harbor? Your Majesty's matters do not greatly concern me. There are so many who openly and covertly admire you. Have you not welcomed them all? To now express reluctance seems a jest at my expense, Yin Yu Bo retorted sharply, leaving Qi Zhaoqian perplexed. What did she mean by welcoming all? Was she reproaching her for not refusing the wine? Amused, Qi Zhaoqian found it absurd to consider Yin Yu Bo as a child. Why would she concoct such a narrative? She merely abstained from declining the drink. It was not an invitation for romantic advances. What do you mean by that, imperial teacher? I fail to comprehend. Have you truly disregarded everything I have previously expressed? Qi Zhaoqian's tone reflected her discomfort as she stared intently at Yin Yu Bo. Yin Yu Bo cast her a sidelong glance, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Oh, is it a matter of misunderstanding or a refusal to understand? There is no need for pretense, Your Majesty. Let us speak plainly. Your behavior is rather tiresome. Her sarcasm elicited a faint smile from Qi Zhaoqian, who felt an urge to provoke a response from her. Fortunately, the voices of the two were not loud. Only they could hear each other, unperceived by those around them. Upon hearing Yin Yu Bo speak of herself in such a manner, Qi Zhaoqian couldn't help but smile in anger. All right, I understand the intention of the Imperial Master. Yin Yu Bo gazed at her, pondering the true meaning behind her words. Before Yin Yu Bo could respond, Qi Zhaoqian released her sleeve and continued, I will heed your counsel, but only if these are your genuine wishes. I will act according to your desires, for I do not wish to see you unhappy. She spoke slowly, and, after finishing, she stood up to address the crowd. Imperial Master, you two hope that I choose a consort soon. Among the young men present today, which families do you deem suitable? Her voice rose, clear enough for all in attendance to hear. Everyone turned their attention to Qi Zhaoqian, including Yin Yu Bo. Qi Zhaoqian directed her question at Yin Yu Bo, who stood frozen, her expression growing increasingly unpleasant. What did Qi Zhaoqian's earlier statement imply? Was it to suggest that as long as she chose for her, Qi Zhaoqian would accept anyone? Though that was not her intention, it was clear that there was no turning back now. At this moment, Qi Zhaoqian wore a forced smile, her tone betraying a hint of disappointment. Imperial Master, why do you not speak? The many young men focused their gazes on Qi Zhaoqian, while Yin Yu Bo opened her mouth, feeling a surge of irritation. She was on the verge of losing her ability to articulate. Her hands clenched into fists, her mind clouded. She stubbornly declared, ultimately, it is solely the Emperor's pleasure that matters. I have no authority to interfere. Whoever you favor among these young men is entirely up to you. Her tone dripped with dissatisfaction, her demeanor darkened, and fury simmered within her, seeking an outlet. Noticing Yin Yu Bo evade the question, Qi Zhaoqian pondered for a moment before her gaze fell upon a familiar figure in the distance. He-sun, sensing Qi Zhaoqian's attention, shifted uncomfortably but was filled with joy and anticipation. Since their last parting, he had found no reason to enter the palace and had been seeking an opportunity to see Qi Zhaoqian again. Now that he was here, he hesitated. While other young men busied themselves with flattery, he remained at a distance, too timid to approach, stealing glances as his self-doubt threatened to overwhelm him. If he were to advance and offer a toast, he feared he might act inappropriately, bringing shame upon himself. Better to let his brother take the lead. For most seemed to favor him, and surely the Emperor felt similarly. Qi Zhaoqian gradually rose to her feet, and, before the assembled crowd, walked towards He-sun. All eyes were drawn to her, leaving He-sun frozen in place, while he hurriedly patted his younger brother, urging him not to dawdle. Qi Zhaoqian approached He-sun, her face radiant with a smile. He-sun, caught in her direct gaze, felt his cheeks flush and quickly stood to bow. Your Majesty. Qi Zhaoqian gently nodded, her voice tinged with disappointment as she asked, Today, everyone else has come to toast me. Why haven't you stepped forward? I have been watching you for quite some time, waiting for you to approach. Her words were straightforward, leaving He-sun startled and at a loss for a response. Chapter 85, An Unruly Child. Sitting there, Yin Yu Bo fixed her gaze on Qi Zhaoqian's retreating figure, gripping her wine cup tightly to suppress the anger boiling within her. However, Qi Zhaoqian had long chosen to ignore it, leaving only a solitary figure facing her, engaged in joyous laughter with the person before her. She could sense a gaze fixed intently upon her from behind, yet she resolutely refused to turn around. how infuriating Yun Yuba was, always speaking in veiled tones, perpetually scheming to find her consort. Now, the situation seemed to align perfectly with her desires. Yin Yuba poured herself a full cup of wine and downed it in one go. The coolness of the beverage brought a refreshing clarity to her mind. She took a deep breath, reminding herself not to succumb to anger, not to allow her emotions to be swayed by another. Though she thought this internally, her expression had already turned icy, and the atmosphere around her was so charged that it deterred anyone from approaching. In the distance, He-sun was stammering through an explanation. This humble servant dares not approach. He had always been somewhat timid, needing to deliberate extensively before acting, fearful of falling short and being compared unfavorably to his brother. Why? Qi Zhaoqian inched closer, inquiring about the reason. Her sudden proximity turned He-sun's face crimson. He opened his mouth, yet could not articulate a coherent response for quite some time. Among the onlookers, gossip abounded. Had the emperor taken a liking to one of the twin sons of the Minister of Rites? From the tone of their conversation, it appeared they were already acquainted, and the emperor seemed quite fond of him. Their words and actions were marked by intimacy, and given that the Minister of Rites was aligned with Yun Yuba, it seemed He-sun had a considerable chance. Many in the crowd exhibited expressions of envy mixed with jealousy, while others revealed a hint of pity. To serve beside the emperor was akin to walking with a tiger. Qi Zhaoqian was known to have committed fratricide for the sake of power. Moreover, the position of consort was not singular. The imperial harem was vast, and genuine sentiment was often indistinguishable from pretense. It was still early, and those not favored by the emperor could still vie for his attention, particularly with an upcoming coming-of-age ceremony providing further opportunities. The thoughts of the crowd varied, yet Qi Zhaoqian remained patiently awaiting He-sun's response. The air briefly settled into silence as he gently nudged his younger brother, signaling him to hasten his explanation and to utter something pleasing. Yun Yuba observed the scene, feeling discomfort not only in her heart, but also a haze clouding her mind. She contemplated standing up to pull Qi Zhaoqian away. Prompted by He-sun stuttered his words. Because your majesty is like a fleeting light, this humble servant has always held you in my thoughts. Yet I am but a lowly subject, unworthy of such familiarity. His utterance brought joy to Qi Zhaoqian. The He family was among those favored by Yun Yuba. Previously, she had intended to facilitate a match, initially recommending He-sun and He. The twins each possessed distinct temperaments, and regardless of whom she chose, their backing was not to be underestimated. As they were recommended by Yun Yuba, she felt compelled to honor her friend's intentions. Qi Zhaoqian was already prepared. Should Yun Yuba become angry later, she would have a justified reason to persuade her. After all, it was Yun Yuba who had encouraged her choices, and she had been inclined to heed her advice. Seizing the moment while He-sun was lost in thought, Qi Zhaoqian grasped his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Do not be afraid. I have told you before, I shall not harm you. He-sun, would you fetch me more wine? Her voice was soft, yet resonated clearly among those present. Qi Zhaoqian no longer maintained her previous lofty demeanor. Instead, she exuded a warmth that resembled an old friend reminiscing. He-sun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the sleeve grasped by Qi Zhaoqian, and then he chuckled softly. It is my honor to serve. Beside him, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his younger brother had not brought shame upon their family. His words were passable, and it was indeed a stroke of fortune for him to be favored by his majesty. Observing the scene, Gu Jinzhu was filled with admiration for Qi Zhaoqian. The He family belonged to the Grand Tutor's faction, and it was likely that his majesty's actions were intended to comfort the imperial teacher. General Gu, why do you keep staring at his majesty? When you questioned, her eyes filled with skepticism as she regarded the unblinking Gu Jinzhu. Gu Jinzhu hurriedly shook his head in denial. Not at all. I'm merely curious about what makes this He family lad so favored by his majesty. When you smiled knowingly, I too harbor a modicum of curiosity. He-sun, though inconspicuous at the banquet, was now remembered by many due to his majesty's attention, leading some to speculate whether his majesty indeed held any particular interest. Qi Zhaoqian led He-sun back to their seats, and He-sun, no longer anxious, followed Qi Zhaoqian forward. The crowd watched the two, half speculating on Qi Zhaoqian's intentions and half relieved that she had chosen someone from their own camp. The song and dance resumed, and Yunyu, witnessing the scene before her, abruptly stood up, her gaze fixed on Qi Zhaoqian's hand clutching He-sun's sleeve. Her expression darkened, as a suppressed fury simmered within her. Very well, the clarity of Qi Zhaoqian's intentions was apparent, yet she felt she could not express her anger. For it had been she who encouraged Qi Zhaoqian to act according to her own preferences. If she were to lose her temper at this moment, it would be akin to striking herself in the face. Qi Zhaoqian seemed oblivious to her ire, looking up at her with a puzzled expression. "Imperial teacher, why have you risen? Is something amiss?" She feigned ignorance, while He-sun felt as though Yunyu-bo's glare could pierce him through. His mind was a flurry of questions, unable to comprehend why the imperial teacher suddenly harbored animosity toward him. Yunyu-bo forced herself to steady her emotions, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "I suddenly feel unwell, perhaps due to having consumed too much wine. I shall take my leave first." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian's face registered concern. "Imperial teacher, if you are unwell, should I summon the imperial physician? I can have someone check if the detoxifying soup is ready." "There's no need. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am fine. I hope you enjoy the festivities. He-sun, ensure you serve His Majesty well." She said this in a huff before turning to leave. Qi Zhaoqian watched her retreating figure, blinking in surprise. "Very well, He-sun, pour the wine." Once seated, she picked up the wine cup on the table, and He-sun promptly filled it to the brim. Upon hearing this, Yunyu-bo hesitated for a moment, then hastened her departure. With Yunyu-bo gone and no longer under her watchful eye, Qi Zhaoqian felt a newfound sense of freedom. Surrounded by handsome men serving wine while the festivities continued with vibrant song and dance, it was a lively scene. She tentatively sipped the wine, her brow furrowing slightly. It was somewhat bitter, akin to having a mouthful of charred cotton that slid down her throat, warming her stomach and eventually releasing a long, gentle exhalation of alcohol. It was a curious sensation, yet Qi Zhaoqian did not relish it. She found it bitter. Her life was already fraught with hardship, and she had no desire to taste such bitterness. However, having previously invited He-sun to her side to refill her cup, it seemed improper to have him stand idly by without drinking. She attempted to sip again when Tu-ching entered with the sobering soup and immediately noticed the scene. She hurried over, puzzled. "Your Majesty, how come you are drinking? Where's the imperial master?" Qi Zhaoqian shook her head and replied honestly, "I don't know." The imperial master said she was unwell and left first. Tu-ching was taken aback, glancing at He-sun beside her, who was pouring more wine, feeling somewhat disoriented. With no other choice, she placed the sobering soup on the table and urged Qi Zhaoqian to drink. Qi Zhaoqian glanced at it and smiled. "I do not wish to drink that. I know where she is. I shall find the imperial master and take it to her." Upon finishing her sentence, she stood up, intending to leave, while He-sun opened his mouth, wanting to persuade her to stay. "Your Majesty, not drinking anymore?" "No more. I have matters to attend to and must depart. If I continue drinking, some will become unruly." Chapter 86. Keeping warm, she slowly rose. Taking the sobering soup from Tu-ching, she had resolved to use the sobering soup as an excuse to seek out Yunyu-bo, ensuring that no one else accompanied her during the process, as it might hinder her performance. Leaning in close to Tu-ching's ear, she whispered, "You all enjoy yourselves. Do not return until you are fully intoxicated. I will find the imperial master. She indeed drank a bit too much. Rest assured, I will deliver this sobering soup to her safely. You need not accompany me this time." Qi Zhaoqian signaled her intent to go find someone alone, sparing Tu-ching the trouble of following her. Tu-ching pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Your Majesty, are you truly certain you do not require my company? You also drank earlier. Are you feeling well?" Qi Zhaoqian shook her head, her tone resolute. "No need. You've been busy all day. Please take some rest. Although I have drunk, I am not inebriated. I am quite clear-headed. I merely took a couple of sips, so do not worry." She smiled at Tu-ching, appearing harmless. Tu-ching could only nod in acknowledgement, understanding the clear implication. Her Majesty wished to meet the Imperial Master alone, without the presence of others, and she could not be too perceptive. However, with Her Majesty having drunk, she wondered if the Imperial Master might be displeased, and what consequences might ensue. "Very well, then. I shall trouble Your Majesty." He Sun quietly observed Qi Zhaoqian from the side, feeling a sense of reluctance as he watched her prepare to leave. Yet, he found himself unable to voice any words of persuasion, feeling unqualified to do so. When Qi Zhaoqian asked him to refill her wine, he was overjoyed, as it signified that she remembered him and had been waiting for him to step forward. Previously, thanks to his elder brother's favor, he found himself still timid. Despite sharing the same ambition as many others, the position of the monarch. That position alone would suffice. It would free him from living in his brother's shadow and from being compared unfavorably to him. Noticing He Sun's reluctant yet silent gaze, Qi Zhaoqian suddenly called out to him, "I am here." He Sun snapped back to reality, responding softly. Qi Zhaoqian leaned closer, looking him over with a discerning gaze filled with admiration. She did not conceal her delight, causing He Sun to hesitate, quickly diverting his gaze elsewhere when their eyes met. "Your Majesty possesses an exquisite beauty, with eyes reminiscent of autumn waters and delicate peach blossoms, evoking an involuntary delight in those who behold you. Coupled with the imposing aura of your elevated status, is precisely what he finds appealing." Qi Zhao's thoughts, however, are rather straightforward. Distinguishing between He Sun and He Yi is quite simple. Though they share a striking resemblance, He Yi lacks the melancholic and timid disposition that characterizes He Sun. Qi Zhao perceives this clearly and readily detects the ambition concealed beneath his subservient demeanor. The ambitions of these scions of noble families are typically transparent, and He Sun is no exception. He is astute enough to retreat in order to advance. Alternatively, it may not be intelligence, but rather sheer timidity that drives him. One can surmise that he has long endured comparisons to his elder brother, fostering a deep-seated insecurity. Now, with the admiration of the Empress herself, he naturally feels joyous and reluctant to squander this hard-won opportunity. After observing him for a considerable time, Qi Zhao finally remarked, "You are truly remarkable, both in appearance and charm. At the next banquet, I shall certainly require your presence at my side to pour wine for me. Do remember to await my arrival." With a smile directed at He Sun, she noticed a faint blush color his cheeks as he nodded in response. Await her? Did her words imply an implicit invitation? Yet, or was he to await her? Was she referring to the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony? He had heard whispers about it, but felt he might lack the qualifications to attend. Qi Zhao's words were an invitation indeed. In the presence of the public, Qi Zhao made a commitment to him, inevitably drawing additional scrutinizing gazes. His father and brother regarded him with a rare expression of approval, hoping he would excel even further. Yes, to earn the favor of Her Majesty is indeed an honor for a humble minister. His eyes held a fondness for Qi Zhao's affection, a privilege not bestowed upon many, especially not with so many competitors around. Her declaration in front of such a crowd underscored the uniqueness of his status. The Emperor's favor, even if merely a fade, was sufficient to evoke envy in others. Qi Zhao smiled, turned, and departed. As she did, all present looked upon her, bowing in unison. "We bid farewell to Your Majesty." Gu Jinzhu had been observing the situation intently, committing every detail to memory, preparing to relay the events to her father. Qi Zhao wore an appropriate smile, yet upon stepping into her palanquin, that smile vanished without a trace, replaced by calculation and mockery. If she could exchange the position of Empress for useful intelligence, it would indeed be a worthwhile trade, particularly as the Minister of Rites is regarded as a capable aide of Yun Yu Bo ultimately. Having talents on both sides is the key to longevity. He Sun, the son of the Minister of Rites. Qi Zhao whispered each word softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. This individual is of simple disposition. A few ambiguous remarks can easily redden his cheeks. Having lived too long in the shadow of his elder brother, he may have even forgotten who he truly is. Now is the perfect moment to leverage that. He seeks only that position. If necessary, she can grant it to him, fulfilling Yun Yu Bo's ambitions. But the condition is that he must create tangible value rather than merely exist as a decorative vase. Holding a bowl of wake-up soup and donning a cloak, Qi Zhao successfully located Yin Yubo in the garden behind the study. He sat within a pavilion, and all Qi Zhao could see was his silhouette. She appeared somewhat fragile, having rushed out in anger, forgetting to bring along any warm garments. Although it was a sunny day, a chill still lingered in the air. Qi Zhaoqian had made sure to don a cloak, fully prepared for the cold. At this moment, Yin Yubo was lost in thought. Gazing blankly at the distant red plum blossoms, her heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, she remained lucid. Sitting alone, she tried to process the recent events, particularly that phrase uttered by Hisun, which left her feeling exasperated with Qi Zhaoqian, who seemed to heed her words, yet behave in a manner that infuriated her. After sitting in silence for a considerable time, her hands and feet grew cold. It was only when a bowl of sobering soup was placed before her on the stone table, accompanied by a warm touch on her shoulder, that she regained her senses. The familiar aroma enveloped her. This was the sobering soup prepared by the imperial physician, and she had searched for it for quite some time, leaving it somewhat lukewarm. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the familiar figure of Qi Zhaoqian, who had draped the cloak over her shoulders to shield her from a cold. After covering her, Qi Zhaoqian stood obediently, not daring to move an inch. Yin Yubo recognized her visitor was Qi Zhaoqian, but chose not to look at her. Instead, speaking coolly, "Take it away. I have no need for the sobering soup. Why has His Majesty summoned me? Why did you return so soon? Was the son of the He family unsatisfactory in your service?" Chapter 87. Absurdity. She stubbornly continued her sarcastic tone, only to hear Qi Zhaoqian's light laughter, tinged with the scent of alcohol. "Haha, Imperial Physician, are you still angry? But I have done exactly as you wished, Haven Ti. I'm at a loss for what to do with you. If I follow your instructions, you are upset. If I do not, you are also upset. It's quite the conundrum." Qi Zhaoqian's voice was a mix of grievance and helplessness, and a faint scent of alcohol wafting from her maid, Yin Yubo frowned. "Have you been drinking?" she questioned, unable to resist, lifting her gaze to meet Qi Zhaoqian's. What did she mean by saying that she was angry because Qi Yubo had followed her directions? She was not angry, merely a bit vexed and unwilling to remain in that place. Deep down, Yin Yubo was reluctant to acknowledge it, but when their eyes met, she observed that Qi Zhaoqian's cheeks were flushed, her eyes slightly dazed, looking at her with a pitiful expression. This demeanor resembled that of someone intoxicated. And compared to her usual self, Qi Zhaoqian appeared considerably bolder, as if she were secretly concocting something. In Qi Zhaoqian's bright eyes, it seemed as though countless vibrant landscapes were etched, harboring affections she typically concealed from prying eyes. Upon hearing Yin Yubo's inquiry, Qi Zhaoqian hurriedly clarified, "I had just a little, merely to sample the taste. They say that alcohol emboldens the timid, and thus I found the courage to seek you out. For I have missed you." Her words were candid, and after speaking, she looked at Yin Yubo, seemingly awaiting her approval. Qi Zhaoqian's straightforwardness left Yin Yubo momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to such a declaration. Qi Zhaoqian had missed her and had come to find her. "I was worried about you, Imperial Physician. You left without any warm garments and are exposed to the winter winds. It is all too easy to fall ill. I was quite anxious when you were unwell last time." Her sincerity stirred something within Yin Yubo, who felt somewhat disoriented, dismissing her words as the ramblings of someone intoxicated. You call that just a little? What are you saying? Have you lost your mind?" Yin Yubo exclaimed with incredulity, rising to her feet to confront Qi Zhaoqian, her face a canvas of disbelief. Despite the cloak draped over her shoulders and the sobering soup on the table, which both hinted at the truth of the situation, she struggled to accept it. Qi Zhaoqian lowered her head, taking a couple of steps forward to stand before Yin Yubo, gazing up at her. "I am not mad. Every word I utter is true. I simply wish to see the master. I speak honestly, yet the master refuses to believe me. I do not desire to fabricate lies. The master has just left without a word, and I thought that by acting as the master wished, I could bring joy." Qi Zhaoqian's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes welling with tears that threatened to spill over. It was Yun Yuba who had urged her to choose a companion, and now, having selected Yun Yuba, she was met with ire. Despite her numerous efforts thus far, she was still subjected to Yun Yuba's sarcastic remarks. Observing Qi Zhaoqian's near tears softened Yun Yuba's anger somewhat. "Why are you crying? What is there to weep about?" "I'm not angry." "My tone was simply a bit harsh," she retorted, avoiding Qi Zhaoqian's gaze with a feigned nonchalance. "How much have you had to drink? This sobering soup is meant for you, is it not? Are you intoxicated?" Yun Yuba questioned, noting the flush on Qi Zhaoqian's cheeks. Her thoughts racing as she realized that Qi Zhaoqian had disobeyed her. Despite her attempts to keep Qi Zhaoqian from consuming too much alcohol, she had still indulged. With his son filling her cup, the recollection reignited Yun Yuba's previously waning anger. She glanced at the sobering soup on the table, contemplating reheating it and serving it to Qi Zhaoqian. "Do not roam about if you are inebriated. Return and rest. Today's banquet has gone well, and I shall have Tu Qing bring you a hot bowl of this soup. You must drink it," Yun Yuba commanded. However, Qi Zhaoqian shook her head, insisting that she was not drunk. "No, this is for the master. I will not drink it. I am not intoxicated," she declared, resolutely rejecting the offer. Before making a surprising move, while Yun Yuba was still contemplating how to reprimand her, intending to say, "Look at you, get back," Qi Zhaoqian stepped closer, slightly rising on her toes to wrap her arms around Yun Yuba's neck, playfully pouting. "How could I be drunk? The master is not intoxicated. So how could I be?" "Master, is it all right if you're no longer angry?" With her weight leaning on Yun Yuba, Qi Zhaoqian coaxed her, a smile spreading across her eyes. Yun Yuba was taken aback, her body stiffening as confusion clouded her mind, gazing down at the girl in her embrace. Feeling the warmth emanating from Qi Zhaoqian, Yun Yuba found her composure slipping. You, she stammered, attempting to scold, but her words faltered. Soft and alluring in her embrace, Qi Zhaoqian inquired innocently, "What is it, master?" Her feigned ignorance only deepened as she gazed at Yun Yuba, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Let go and go away. Do you have any idea what you are doing?" Yun Yuba's voice was thick with emotion, her heartbeat quickening in that moment. So close in proximity, she stood frozen, utterly at a loss as to where to place her hands, bewildered by Qi Zhaoqian's boldness. She pondered whether to push Qi Zhaoqian away. But before she could decide, Qi Zhaoqian had already risen on her toes, whispering in her ear, "No, I know exactly what I'm doing, Imperial Tutor. Won't you be gentle with me? Can't you feel my sincerity? Why is it that every time I feel I can get closer to you, you ruthlessly push me away?" Her warm breath brushed against my ear, sending tingling waves of electricity through my entire body. Hearing such absurd words, Yun Yuba's eyes widened, her neck and face quickly flushing with heat. "Ridiculous. Qi Zhaoqian, let go." She spoke in shock, but Qi Zhaoqian, dazed by her rebuke, only opened her hazy eyes to observe her before pressing even closer. "Imperial Tutor, has anyone ever told you that you look as if you're already drunk? Your face is so red. If you dislike me so much, why don't you push me away? You're clearly jealous and angry. Why won't you admit it? Imperial Tutor, what exactly are you thinking? Tell me, won't you?" Qi Zhaoqian spoke bluntly, leaving Yun Yuba no room for pretense, exposing the contradiction between her words and true feelings. Panic flickered across Yun Yuba's face as she scrambled for excuses. I just meant," she stammered helplessly, but before she could finish, Qi Zhaoqian smiled faintly, tightened her grip, and pulled her down slightly. Rising onto her toes, she swiftly captured Yun Yuba's lips, silencing her protests. She had wanted to do this for so long, and now was the perfect opportunity. Even if Yun Yuba was taller, she wouldn't be able to break free easily. The sudden kiss left Yun Yuba's mind blank. Her lashes fluttered, her thoughts utterly paralyzed. She tried to speak, but Qi Zhaoqian only grew bolder, her invasion turning Yun Yuba's words into muffled whimpers between their lips. At this moment, only one word echoed in Yun Yuba's mind: absurd. Chapter 88. As you wish the moment their lips met, the clamor of the world around them faded, leaving only the deafening rhythm of their heartbeats. Yun Yuba wondered if she was drunk and hallucinating, but the sensation was too vivid, too real. Her thoughts were in disarray. Qi Zhaoqian was inexperienced, even a little frantic. She nibbled gently at Yin Yuba's lips, coaxing them apart before her tongue slipped inside, tentative yet determined. And Yin Yuba, whether intentionally or not, responded with equal tenderness. Qi Zhaoqian found the taste sweet, and Yin Yuba's lack of resistance emboldened her. She was learning without a teacher, clumsy in her eagerness to deepen their connection. Surely, this is something one can learn. Isn't it? Unconsciously, Yin Yuba closed her eyes, her breathing growing uneven. Their mingled breaths burned against their flushed skin. The world around them fell silent. At some point, Yin Yuba regained a sliver of reason, though the wine still clouded her mind, and the embers of her anger refused to fade. Feeling the way Qi Zhaoqian nipped at her lips, a strange emotion flickered in her heart. Slowly, she wrapped an arm around Qi Zhaoqian's waist, seizing control. Fueled by the wine, she deepened the kiss, suppressing Qi Zhaoqian's advances. Fine. If Qi Zhaoqian dared to be so bold, she wouldn't be the one left wanting. This little troublemaker was attempting seduction, but she had no technique, only reckless, untamed desire. Under the relentless onslaught of Yin Yuba, she was utterly defeated, her downfall complete and disordered. Indeed, one should never dare to challenge the dignity of a master. A master possesses wisdom that transcends that of their disciples. Soon, Qi Zhaoqian attempted to flee, but Yin Yuba seized her by the nape, thwarting her escape and compelling her to endure the consequences of her desires. Qi Zhaoqian gasped for breath, tears welling in her eyes, resembling a stranded fish, struggling to inhale deeply while pleading for mercy. "Oh, master, I was wrong. I can't breathe," she whimpered, her words fragmented and pitiful. Yin Yuba's eyes blazed with fury, dismissing her pleas as mere whispers in the wind. Given her audacity, there was no chance of escape at this moment. Having shown such boldness, she deserved a lesson. After a considerable time, Qi Zhaoqian drained her strength, melted into Yin Yuba's embrace, relinquishing herself to her whims. Eventually, Yin Yuba regained her composure and released Qi Zhaoqian, choosing not to further torment her. Gasping for air, Qi Zhaoqian's lips were a vivid crimson, her eyes slightly reddened. Although her arms remained draped around Yin Yuba's neck, she kept her head bowed, unable to meet her gaze. A blend of embarrassment and irritation coursed through her, yet beneath it all, a flicker of joy emerged, creating a delightful turmoil within her heart akin to a roller coaster ride. Cursed be the moment. She pondered how Yin Yuba could exude such innocent shyness, and why time felt so elongated, leaving her unable to resist. As she stood on tiptoe, she found herself reliant on Yin Yuba's support. Yin Yuba breathed slightly heavier, her usually cool demeanor tinged with desire, yet she struggled to contain her racing heart, ensuring not a hint of it showed on her face. Observing Qi Zhaoqian nestled in her arms, she steadied her thoughts and spoke with a hint of mockery. "Oh, weren't you quite capable? Why beg for mercy? Is it a lesson in submission you wish to learn? Pray tell, does His Majesty find satisfaction in this?" Calming herself, she feigned the intention to release Qi Zhaoqian, who, however, was unwilling to comply. For reasons unknown, Qi Zhaoqian felt an undercurrent of amusement hidden within Yin Yuba's words. Reluctant to let go, she held her tighter, prompting Yin Yuba to gently push her away, feigning annoyance. "Release me." The atmosphere was laden with an uncanny tension, and Yin Yuba, still under the influence of alcohol, felt a slight dizziness, questioning her own reality. Qi Zhaoqian, in a fit of defiance, shook her head, but after some contemplation, reluctantly loosened her grip. Before Yin Yuba could react, Qi Zhaoqian wrapped her arms around Yin Yuba's waist once more, burying herself in her embrace. "Master, do you believe me when I say I am satisfied? I had thought you would dismiss me without hesitation, yet here we are." Her voice was soft, delicately expressing her innermost feelings. Yin Yuba replied, "It is enough that you know. There is no need to articulate it." Falling silent, she allowed Qi Zhaoqian to hold her, pondering whether this would lift her spirits. Although she once intended to push her away, she found herself unable to do so at that moment, a truth that might be hard for others to accept. Qi Zhaoqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she hesitated for a long while before quietly asking, "Master, you do like me, don't you? Master, could you please stop hiding? Could you cease being so insincere?" Yin Yuba's demeanor towards her approach had shifted. The previous resistance had faded. Just moments ago, she had reciprocated. At this juncture, if one were to claim that Yin Yuba was devoid of feelings, Qi Zhaoqian would not believe it. She was certain that Yin Yuba's heart had been stirred. Having wagered so much, even feigning intoxication to draw closer, if Yin Yuba were truly unaffected, how could she permit such liberties to be taken? Yin Yuba remained silent, yet her restless gaze betrayed her. Unsure of how to respond, she pondered whether confessing to Qi Zhaoqian that her earlier actions were merely a moment of folly would be credible. Noticing Yin Yuba's reticence, Qi Zhaoqian inched closer, her disappointment evident. "Master, do you not bear any responsibility towards me? I've come this far. Could you show me some compassion?" Tears began to flow unbidden from Qi Zhaoqian, soaking Yin Yuba's garments. Yin Yuba was taken aback, feeling the dampness against her chest, rendered somewhat helpless. Qi Zhaoqian's talent for crying had evidently grown. After a prolonged hesitation, Yin Yuba sighed and embraced Qi Zhaoqian. She made no effort to push her away, nor did she utter anything about responsibility. Why was Qi Zhaoqian crying? Was her imagination running wild? Wait, why was she the one expected to take responsibility? Was it not Qi Zhaoqian who had approached her? She had merely responded, "Be quiet, no more tears." Unsure of how to console, her words were sharp yet softened with intent. Though feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yin Yuba, being older, could not behave as bashfully as Qi Zhaoqian. She awkwardly patted Qi Zhaoqian's back in a clumsy attempt at comfort. "Your crying is quite unappealing." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhaoqian wept even more fervently. "Please don't say that, master. I can take responsibility too. I don't wish to cry, but I simply cannot help it." Tears continued to cascade, and Yin Yuba gritted her teeth, pulling her up from her embrace and steadying her shoulders. "Qi Zhaoqian, do you understand that what we share is impossible? How can it be between two women?" Before she could finish, Qi Zhaoqian interrupted her through her tears. "I am the sovereign. The world must heed my command, and I shall heed yours. If I say it can be, then it can." Chapter 89. Changed determination resonated in Qi Zhaoqian's voice, and despite her tear-streaked face, she did not relinquish her hold on Yin Yuba. Stunned by her words, Yin Yuba found herself at a loss for a response. Indeed, at this moment, the world listened to Qi Zhaoqian, while she listened to Yin Yuba. However, this matter could not be resolved merely by words. Even if Qi Zhaoqian